Chapter 1 Awakening Reinforcer. At 3:45 this morning, Eagle Sauce captured a disaster-level domain gate and successfully closed it. The capital of Neon. A disaster-level domain gate suddenly appeared. A large number of magical creatures invaded, and 1/10 of the city was bulldozed. The major sectors, filled with a large number of professionals, allowing the various demonic defenses to be strengthened. I hope that in the days to come, more 8th and 9th rank powerhouses will appear. Even so, the king rank. Lin Mo flipped through the TV. All of it was information related to domain gates. He glanced at the calendar. It was already June 6th of the new calendar year 299, and he himself was 18 years old. Today was the day that all teenagers who had reached the age of 18 collectively awakened to their profession, and it was also the most important day in the world. The awakening would take a total of 3 days and would be carried out in batches. Lin Mo came to the second bedroom and took out a box of incense from the drawer of the cabinet. Mom and Dad, make sure to bless your son to awaken a good profession so that I can avenge you. Looking at the black and white photo on the wall, Lin Mo had tears in his eyes. 3 years ago, a calamity-level domain gate suddenly appeared on the streets of Fongjing City. As a local garrison trooper, his parents went to the front line without any hesitation to face the demons that appeared. It was important to realize that the demons that appeared in the plague were at the lowest level of B-class demons, while the main combatants were A-class and extra A-class demons. The 1,000-meter radius of the domain gate became ruins. While his parents died in that battle, Lin Mo didn't complain about anything. Since the domain gate appeared 300 years ago, death might seem like a relief to everyone. Only ordinary people would complain. He only had one thought in his heart, and that was to kill more demons to avenge his parents. Now at the age of 18 it was time to awaken his profession. He inwardly hoped to awaken a powerful combat profession, an SSS class profession he didn't dare to think about. After all, his parents were both B-rank professions. He just wanted to not be lower than his parents. Lin Mo took the lit incense and inserted it into the incense burner. Bowing once again, bless me, turned around and left the room, came downstairs to get on a bus, targeting the transfer hall in the city center. According to the text, before the domain gate descended, a divine stone descended from the sky. A voice appeared in the ears of all human beings, and at the age of 18, one could awaken a profession through the divine stone. And professions are divided into combat class, auxiliary class, vice profession class, and miscellaneous class. Among them, the combat class and auxiliary class were the ones that could go to the front line, while the vice profession class was similar to the logistics of the two professions above it. As for the miscellaneous class, it is better to go to the society to participate in the work. Painters, anglers, gardeners, etc. were all classified as miscellaneous classes, and it was almost impossible for these professions to contribute to the defense of the domain gate. In Lin Mo's mind, the first goal was to awaken the combat profession, and the second goal was the auxiliary profession. These two occupations were the ones that had the best chance of making it to the front lines. Even if one awakened an F-ranked profession, they still had a chance. They just couldn't go to the highest battlefield. I wish I could awaken the SSS-ranked Thunder and Lightning profession. Che, you're overthinking it. An A-ranked Thunder and Lightning profession is still possible. There might not even be one SSS ranked for a few years. I'm different. I want to awaken the auxiliary department. I heard that auxiliaries are all girls. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You beggar. Women will only affect the draw speed. Hearing the last person's words, Lin Mo looked up. It was a fat man who weighed over 200 pounds, but he still agreed with the words. If you want to hunt demons, don't be influenced by the outside world. Soon the bus arrived at the city center. The career awakening hall stop is here. Lin Mo followed the person in front and stepped off the bus. Looking at the grungy buildings on that side of the street, he was apprehensive. Following the flow of people, Lin Mo arrived in the middle of the awakening hall. There were still 10 minutes before 9 o'clock, and the awakening would begin at 9 o'clock. Lin Mo scanned around. The entire hall was almost full of people. The number of people was about 2,000, and this was still in the morning. The awakening was for a total of 3 days, and there were about 7,000 people. It was important to realize that this was a province's worth of people. Compared to the country's population of less than 500 million, this number was already very high. In 300 years, the Dragon Kingdom had plummeted from 1.5 billion people to 500 million, and it had remained stable at 500 million for so many years. Other countries had much smaller populations than that. 9 o'clock. A middle-aged man walked up to the high platform above. Silence. All those who are going to perform the transfer, please line up. The clamor died down. Everyone stood in place, and Lin Mo stood in a relatively backward position. It was all according to the number anyway. It was the same where they stood. As the numbers were read out from above, one by one, people stepped forward and made their transfers. However, the professions that most people had awakened were poor, with miscellaneous professions predominating. The only few combat professions that appeared were also E-rank F-rank professions, and it was obvious that it would take quite a bit of time if they wanted to go to the front. Suddenly, a clamor came from the front. For this kind of situation, no one would normally care. Holy, this thing looks awesome. What kind of profession is this? A clamor came from the front. Only a burly boy stood in front of the divine stone, and the divine stone under his hand lit up with a dazzling light. Then a shield with a mysterious pattern was displayed above the divine stone. This is a magic shield warrior? The few old men sitting on the side looked at the sight before them excitedly. A magic shield warrior, which represented a powerful battle force, could withstand both physical and magical attacks. A high rank could even unleash a shield strong enough to protect a town or even a city, making it one of the most powerful protection professions. Come to our stealthy mobile force. I'll give you the best resources. What's so good about your place? It's only right to come to our border defense, so that you can enjoy the best treatment. No, you should come to our town guard army. Guarding the city and the people is the best place for you to go. The people above argued with each other. After all, this was the first A-rank occupation today. Lin Mo looked at the burly boy above with some envy. Could it be that there was a relationship between body size and occupation? But thinking about it, it's also true that priests seem to be very thin and weak, and shield warriors are mostly very robust. Lin Mo looked at his own height of 175, less than 110 pounds, a little too skinny. I wonder what profession will be awakened. Supporting department, priest. Combat department, wind magician. Auxiliary combat department, combat priest. Some were joyful, some were sad. Soon it was Lin Mo's turn and he placed his hand on the divine stone. A silver-colored mechanical product with mysterious symbols floated behind him. Sub-profession, Class B silver reinforcer. Very good. I hope you can become a great reinforcer in the future. The person in charge of the transfer said with encouragement. Lin Mo was stunned. One of his parents was a combat profession and the other was an auxiliary profession, and he himself was actually a secondary profession, although it was also a B rank. The combat power didn't have any abilities at all other than relying on weapons. It's only one skill since the beginning, and that was strengthening. How could this possibly go into battle? For a while Lin Mo's heart was a little lost. His wish could no longer be realized. However, a voice rang out and Lin Mo looked around in surprise. Ding! Finding a suitable host. Invincible reinforcer system binding success. Alright, you can go down now. Others still have to awaken. Looking at Lin Mo who was looking around, the person in charge of awakening couldn't help but frown. Sorry teacher, I'll go down now. Lin Mo hurriedly walked off the stage. P.S. Domain gate levels: catastrophe level, disaster level, calamity level, natural disaster level, God level. Chapter 2 System Binding Success. Lin Mo found a dark corner and stood in it. If he didn't look closely, he wouldn't be able to realize that there was someone here. Lin Mo felt that he did hear a voice just now. Could it be his hallucination? Ding! The newbie gift pack has been issued. Is it opened? Lin Mo looked around. Where did this voice come from? Host, just speak to me in your heart. System, how did you appear in my mind? Lin Mo was a bit at a loss for the voice appearing in his head. It shouldn't be that he was mentally out of it. Time will naturally tell you when it's time. And don't worry, you're not mentally out of it. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't himself who had the problem. Ding! The rookie gift pack has been issued. Is it opened? Open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the enhanced display, soul binding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the only skilled drawing. The entire newbie gift pack is just 3 things. Enhancement monitor. Every time you enhance an item, the success rate of enhancement will be automatically displayed in your mind. Drawing. When others use the weapon strengthened by the host to kill a demonic creature, the host can also gain a certain percentage of experience value, up to a maximum of 10%. Lin Mo looked at the introductions of the 2 things and his face burst with excitement. What a reinforcer feared the most was the success rate. Although he was a silver-colored reinforcer, there would still be the possibility of failing to strengthen to 6 or more. People preferred to find reinforcement masters with purple gold or even red-colored reinforcers. This was because their reinforcement base was even higher. The strengthener's strengthener is divided into 5 colors: black, silver, purple, gold and red. The 100% success rate of the basic reinforcement also corresponds to 5 to 9, and after that, the success rate of each reinforcement will be decreasing. The highest known strengthened weapon is one that has been strengthened 16 times, and in the hands of a 9th-ranked powerhouse. It is a lance. As for what the limit was, no one knew. Lin Mo took a deep breath, but that shouldn't be far enough. System, if I want to increase the reinforcement success rate to 100%, what do I need to do? He didn't believe that the system only had this one function. The first method is to take out and put in to recheck the success rate. The second is to sandwich other equipment in between and adjust the odds for the next time. The third is also the simplest and most convenient one, that is to use points. The specific host can explore on their own. I see. Points turned out to be useful for this. Then how do I get points? The host gets 100% points for killing demons, and for demons killed through the host's weapon, the host gets 5% to 50% points. So the more weapons the host strengthens, the more points they get, and the higher the strengthening level, the more points they get. Lin Mo looked excited. This system was too good. Wouldn't this mean that others could gain both experience and points when they used the weapons he strengthened? Perhaps in the future, he would become the first ever 9th rank 100% success rate strengthening master. It was important to realize that the highest known ranked reinforcement masters were only of the 4th rank, and they upgraded purely for the sake of having a healthy body. The majority of reinforcement masters were only 2nd to 3rd rank. This system was simply like it was customized for him. Everyone has been successfully awakened in the morning. Please leave the main hall for all awakened people. I wish you all the best of luck in your own fields and accomplish something. Let's work together for the rise of China. The closed doors opened and everyone exited in an orderly fashion. Ugh, what's the point of working hard? I awakened a chef. Does this thing even need to be awakened? How powerful is a chef? The things he makes can stop bleeding, restore strength, and even restore energy. But how many years does that take to learn? My family doesn't have that much money to learn anymore. Come on, I'm still a gardener. I only have a ripening ability. Use it once for a false day. Throughout the examination grounds, there were many people who were dissatisfied with their professions. After all, not everyone was able to awaken combat and support professions. Lin Mo got on a car with the flow of people and returned to his home. He sat on the sofa and opened the system. A transparent panel appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Mo tapped on his personal information. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 100. Skill, drawing. And that's it? Lin Mo looked at the concise panel in front of him and was a bit overwhelmed. It was that simple? System, did you forget to display something? Why are there just 4 items? Host, I'm an invincible reinforcer system. Not an invincible system. Just show the points and that's enough. Okay, it's fine if it's there. What's the point of asking for so much? Closing the system panel. Lin Mo mentally focused and a blue panel different from the system appeared. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Reinforcement Master. Potential, Grade B. Rank, 0 step, 0/10. Attribute, Strength, 9. Physical Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Average of normal people is 10. Assignable points, 0. Exclusive skill, Strengthening. General skills, none. General skills, none. General skills, none. After awakening, everyone would possess such a data panel that only they could see. In addition to this, various equipment also possesses data. The premise was that these equipments incorporated materials from the domain sect. If there were no materials from the domain sect, then no data would be generated. It was speculated that the reason for this situation was probably due to the effects of the domain gate. Lin Mo looked at his data and fell into deep thought. Although it was true that he didn't like to exercise, he liked to lie in bed and rest, he liked to eat all kinds of junk food, and he liked to drink fatty happy water. But, what the hell is an attribute that can't reach the level of an ordinary person? No matter what, he is also an 18-year-old spirited teenager. Okay, he's been a single solo for 18 years. Isn't it good to have higher agility and higher stamina? It must be a mistake. He wasn't that weak. Lin Mo swept a glance at the dumbbells on the ground that had already fallen to dust, walked over and gently picked them up and looked at them. 10 kilograms, try. Both hands did it, one up and one down. However, after 10 times up and down, Lin Mo blushed. 20 times up and down, Lin Mo gasped. 22 times, Lin Mo gave up. I'm just a reinforcement master. What do I need such good physical fitness for? Cut. Lin Mo sat back down on the sofa with peace of mind and gently pushed the dumbbells back with his feet. He opened his cell phone bank and glanced at his bank card. The balance in the card was a whole $2 million, which was the rest of his parents' pension. Mom and Dad, your son has become a silver reinforcer. Don't worry, your son is very sparing of his life. When I'm sure, I'll go and fight in the domain sect. Looking at the money in his hand, Lin Mo put on his clothes and prepared to leave. How could a reinforcement master not have his own store? Chapter 3: Buying a store? You can really see the success rate. Lin Mo's neighborhood is very new. Just built is also 7 or 8 years. Is Lin Mo's parents purchased property. The neighborhood is located near the East 2nd Ring Road, which can be considered a very good location. When I came downstairs, there were a lot of pedestrians on the road. Lin Mo slowly came to an agency. It couldn't be helped. If he were to find a store by himself, it would take a long time. Although the agency would spend a bit on brokerage fees, finding the right property was able to be much simpler. Ding bell. Welcome, Is Mr. looking to rent or buy a property? An agent hurriedly greeted him. Sensei, it was still good to leave a good impression first. Hello, I'm looking to buy a smaller storeroom in preparation for opening a fortified store. The agent froze. He didn't expect that this plain and ordinary teenager in front of him would be a professional, and a very lucrative professional at that. One had to know that even a black iron ranked strengthener would cost $500 to strengthen once. Even the consumable strengthening stones were brought by the consumers themselves, so it could be said that it was a surefire deal. The intermediary sized up Lin Mo in front of him, more than 1.7 meters in height, more or less a bit short in this era. Ordinary looks, ordinary dress, did not expect to be able to afford a house, is also rare enough. But think about it, with the decrease in population housing prices fell by an unknown number of times. He remembered in a book, in 20XX, the house price is simply the peak period. Ordinary first-tier city house prices could reach around 18,000 a square foot, which was simply unimaginable. There's a shopping street in the neighborhood where professionals often go to buy goods, but there are already 2 fortification stores there. I don't know if you're interested in that place. It's only 200 meters if you're far away. If you don't want to stay with the other reinforcement stores, you'll have to go to one of those ordinary places, but that kind of place is rarely visited by professionals. You should understand if you're doing business. Professionals like to gather when they open a store. After all, that's how they can gather foot traffic. Unless your store was so well known that you could just find a random place and customers would come to your door on their own accord. But obviously Lin Mo wasn't in that range. How much do the stores on Commercial Street cost? The price here is still cheap. A square meter is only $8,000. There's a store there located on the side at the end of the street. To be exact, the house is not on Commercial Street. But you should know that the houses on Commercial Street have been sold out since they appeared, and you can't buy them now. Lin Mo frowned tightly. Not being inside the street, that business was definitely not good, but there was no way around it. Outside the end of the street, it wasn't unacceptable. Go over and take a look first. Okay, sir, you can call me Xiao Wang. I don't know your name. Free your surname Lin. 10 minutes later, the two came to a commercial street 200 meters away. A street that was filled with stores that sold goods to professionals except for a few stores that ate and sold drinks. Blacksmith stores, tailor stores, medicines, enhancements, etc. Lin Mo even saw stores that divine fortunes and fortunes. Mr. Lin, the location we're at now is the end of the commercial street, and as you can see this is actually a side road. There are very few pedestrians or vehicles, and the surrounding stores don't have a lot of foot traffic either. Although Wang Qing said that he really wanted to sell the house, he also didn't want others to come to trouble him, so he might as well make everything clear. Lin Mo looked at the fourth door market from the end of the commercial street. In fact, this location wasn't too bad. Being here for 10 minutes, Lin Mo also saw 3 or 4 professionals, only to say that the customers had basically been snatched away by the 2 fortification stores in the commercial street. And theirs, just here. Sign the contract. Lin Mo waved his hand. Just sign it? Aha. The house is 60 square meters, a square meter of 8,000. The price is 480,000. The mess adds up to 550,000 at most, plus the decoration tops out at a little over 600,000 yuan. Within Lin Mo's acceptance, Wang Qing did not expect to actually become once. Originally he also wanted to take Lin Mo to a few more far-away commercial streets. The price there is even cheaper than here. That is, the flow of people is a little smaller. After all, the distance is relatively far. The two of them walked through the shopping street once again, and Lin Mo saw the reinforcement store. On the side of the doorway hung a sign of a golden reinforcer. This sign was telling everyone that this was a golden reinforcer store, and the other one similarly had a golden reinforcer hanging on it. If Lin Mo were to open a store, he could only hang a silver-colored sign. That afternoon at that agency, Lin Mo paid full price for that small 60 square meter store. A decoration company was found and spent a week on the house's decoration. A brand new store was just handed over to Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood in the store. The counter was still empty now, and the shelves behind the counter were also empty. The commodities of the strengthening store were actually similar to those of the blacksmith store, only that the blacksmith store sold equipment that one forged. The strengthening shop, on the other hand, sold strengthened equipment. Generally speaking, the strengthened equipment in a strengthening store usually didn't have too high of a strengthening level, and they didn't allow themselves to incur losses. That's why the equipment placed in those 2 stores in the commercial street were generally +7, and the town treasure of both of them was only a +9 equipment. Lin Mo very much suspected that they had purchased it directly from a strengthener who possessed a red strengthener. None of this mattered to Lin Mo because he really could see the success rate. In the work area, Lin Mo released his ability and a silver-colored reinforcer appeared on the ground. Lin Mo put a long knife into the reinforcer. Lin Mo suspected that inside the reinforcer was a subdimensional space. The long knife was clearly bigger than the reinforcer, but it could be put in with ease. Enhanced item, broken standardized long knife, success rate, 100%. Whether or not to strengthen. A transparent panel appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. He clicked strengthen and a +1 long knife appeared. As a piece of strengthening stone was placed into it, the long knife in the strengthener came to +6. Strengthen item, broken standard long knife +6. Success rate, 100%. Whether or not it is strengthened. Whether it was true or not was at stake. Lin Mo clicked strengthen. With a ding, the long knife inside became +7. This indicated that the reinforcement success rate was real. Lin Mo didn't take the long knife out, but prepared to continue strengthening it. Strengthen item, broken standard long knife +7. Success rate, 70%. Whether or not to strengthen. Although it was said that the current success rate was already very high, Lin Mo still wanted to try if the success rate could really be adjusted as the system said it could be. So Lin Mo took out the +7 long knife and put it in again. The success rate changed from 70% to 30%. It was still really possible. After taking it back and forth 4 or 5 times, the success rate reached 100%. Lin Mo clicked strengthen and a +8 long knife appeared in the strengthener. Lin Mo didn't rush to turn on the next reinforcement, but instead took the long knife out and prepared to check the attributes. Weapon, broken standard long knife +8. Chapter 4, he's really a genius. Broken standard long knife +8, normal. Equipment level, LV1. Durability, 10 out of 10. Damage, 4 to 7, +8. Additional, none. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. This reinforcement doesn't seem to be of much use. Reinforcing one level only increases it by 1? He thought about it and once again put the longsword into the strengthener. After many adjustments and spending half an hour, the weapon finally went up to +13. It wasn't that he didn't want to go up, it was just that the time spent subsequently was getting too much to be cost effective. Broken standard long knife +13, normal. Equipment level, LV1. Durability, 10 out of 10. Damage, 4 to 7, +17. Additional, attack power +10%. Additional, attack power +10%. The damage was increased by 17 points and there was an additional attribute. It looked like the more times it was strengthened, the better the attributes. It only looked bad because the equipment used was too trashy. It wasn't a big problem. When someone came to the door in the future, there would be plenty of opportunities to test it out. It wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to experiment with good equipment. One was that the price of good equipment was too expensive, and the other was that the success rate was already very low now. Unless he spent points, there was really more to lose than to gain. Seeing the properties of this weapon, Lin Mo was also filled with hope inside. As long as he leveled up and wore a +20 or higher equipment, it wasn't impossible to enter the domain gate to fight. The next day, a store called 100% Successful Reinforcement Shop opened at the back of the end of the commercial street. None of the people passing by laughed at this store. Even reinforcement masters with red reinforcers don't dare to say 100% success, and he's actually saying it out loud. I'm afraid this store doesn't want to open. Probably another one who wants money like crazy. Little cutie. Only to go it. Estimated to earn a wave on the closure of the store. This kind of store is now really too much. The market regulator doesn't say anything about managing it either. It was important to know that after strengthening on 10, the difficulty was exponentially increased. And a weapon reinforcement failure is also a number of times. The more reinforcement failure times, the higher the probability of weapon breakage. The more times a weapon fails to strengthen, the higher the probability that it will break. It is common for it to break twice, and it cannot even be strengthened in the future. And the amount of money spent on this kind of weapon trying to fix it is also a lot, and easily no one will gamble on it. Lin Mo wasn't clear about the situation outside. He was in the store with a blackboard writing something. You have to rely on your weapons to upgrade yourself. Just charge a fee for a strengthening stone for the first 3 days in the beginning. If you bring your own then you don't need the money. Hopefully this will strengthen a few more pieces of equipment just fine. As long as there are more weapons being strengthened then one has more chances of upgrading and more points. One can be a damn genius. After writing the last stroke, Lin Mo placed the blackboard at the door. The people passing by saw the writing on it and were still a bit interested in their hearts. But unfortunately the people who actually came to the door hadn't appeared yet. Only the blackboard read, "New store opening. Bring your own strengthening stone to strengthen for free. Unsuccessful strengthening compensates 10 times the strengthening stone." During the morning, Lin Mo didn't meet a single guest. Looking at the pedestrians passing by outside the window from time to time, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that what he wrote is not enough? Forget it, just wait. After lunch, Lin Mo continued to wait. Finally at 2 in the afternoon, someone came in. Ding bell. "Hello, is what you wrote outside true?" A woman in leather armor with fiery red hair walked in. Lin Mo shot a glance. This figure was really good. Of course it's true. May I ask what equipment you want to strengthen? The woman hesitated and took out a longbow, placing it on the counter. Are you able to strengthen this weapon to 11 for me? Lin Mo picked up the longbow and glanced at it. Flying feather longbow, advanced, equipment level, LV10, durability, 28-30 seconds, damage, 21-30, bonus, agility +8, strength +12, not bad, not bad, it's actually a high-level equipment, good thing This woman used their own strengthened weapons. Hunting demons themselves can have a lot of experience value. Strengthening stone habit, know if blue strengthening stone 100A. Different grades of equipment to strengthen. Need a different color of strengthening stone. This is also one of the reasons why high-quality strengthened equipment less. Bring it, bring it. The woman directly took out 30 blue-quality strengthening stones. Strengthening stones were not only the basic material for strengthening equipment, but also an important material for increasing the chances of strengthening. The only pity was that the maximum number of pieces could only be put in 2. If it was possible to put in a few more pieces, then there would be a lot of highly strengthened equipment. The woman was actually apprehensive inside. If not for the fact that she didn't have much money left in her hands now, she would have definitely chosen the red reinforcer. Lin Mo put the weapon into the strengthener and clicked strengthen. After the reinforcement came to +6, the woman's eyes stayed on the machine. She only saw Lin Mo take out the weapon and put it in one moment, and the strengthening was successful. A moment later, she took out another weapon and strengthened it, and then put it into her weapon again and strengthened it successfully. A moment later, she saw Lin Mo take out the weapon back and forth, and from time to time, she put other equipment in to strengthen it, but not hers, although she couldn't understand why. Her longbow had already succeeded 9 times. Her eyes brightened. This person seems to be a bit interesting, actually relying on this way to increase the reinforcement success rate. What a genius! 100% reinforcement? Could it be true? An hour later, Lin Mo took out the longbow from the machine. Flying feather longbow +11, advanced, equipment level, LV10, durability, 28-30 seconds, damage, 21-30, +21, additional, agility +8, strength +12, attack power +20%. Seeing this attribute, Lin Mo roughly figured out the reinforcement gain. Within 10 reinforcement, the attack power increased by 6% to 8%. After 10 it was an increase of about 10%, but it still depended on the rest of the equipment afterward. He wished now that he could have a high-grade weapon for him to test. As for the extra additions, they should appear after strengthening beyond 10. It wasn't clear if it was given for every 10 strengthened, or if it required other conditions. Couldn't figure it out. Beauty, here you go. Seeing that Lin Mo had really strengthened her weapon to 11, her eyes glowed. Maybe it really was possible. Hello, get acquainted. My name is Zhonglingyu, Lin Mo. The two shook hands and Lin Mo waited for her next words. There must be a reason why the other party suddenly introduced herself. I want to ask, what's the highest you can be strengthened to? Zhonglingyu asked with a serious face. To be honest, he hesitated. Although it was said that we were all equally human, there were also scum amongst humans. If he said that he was able to strengthen infinitely, would he be arrested? Even if he wouldn't be captured by the woman in front of him. If other people knew about this news, would they be captured or perhaps placed under house arrest? It wasn't like this kind of thing hadn't happened before. Perhaps seeing Lin Mo's concern, Zhang Lingyu took out a document from her bosom and handed it to Lin Mo. Name, Zhang Lingyu. Position, Major. Organization, Town Guard Headquarters. Chapter 5, I almost believed it. I can't believe it's someone from the Town Guard Headquarters. Anna Major. Should I believe her myself? Even though she said she was from Kyoto, but hearts are not what they seem. My documents are all here. What are you still uneasy about? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo with a helpless face. She had already gone to 4 stores today. This was the 5th. In the previous 4 houses she had asked and said whatever she wanted. How come here? Why was this person so cautious? He himself is an official person. As far as that goes, can I ask what you want to do? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and asked. What's wrong with the official? Those at the bottom of the official are not so good to them. The little people just want to find some excellent reinforcers to cooperate with. As long as they meet the requirements, local or even other cities' weapons and equipment will be sent over for reinforcement. This is also a way chosen to fight against demons. Only this measure has just been implemented less than 10 years ago. No wonder he had no memory of it. So it was a policy that had just been introduced in 10 years. There was a book in the library that specialized in recording all kinds of policies. All the policies from the domain gate's descent until now. But the policies that were truly useful didn't even have 1%. After all, they were magical creatures. So many things weren't suitable. So the policies that appeared afterward, people also roughly glanced at it. If it was relevant to them, they might pay more attention to it. But if it wasn't relevant to them, most of them would forget about it. The only time a policy is really well known is after a major achievement has occurred. Obviously, the official cooperation of the so-called reinforcement division was not very effective. In Lin Mo's opinion, only those in gold and red had a chance. As for the others, their chances were almost zero. But, I'm only a silver level reinforcer, so I shouldn't be able to meet your requirements. Lin Mo would like to cooperate. After all, the experience for his upgrades and the points for his reinforcement could only be obtained by reinforcing his weapons and hunting demons. That's what I thought when I first came in. I was just holding on to the idea of trying. I just didn't expect that you could really strengthen to level 11. That's something I didn't expect. That's why I wanted to ask you all. Zhang Yuling felt that there were more explanations today than this week combined. But for Lin Mo's operation just now, she really felt that this person should be able to. Then let me ask, how much can the person with the highest reinforcement be reinforced to right now? A red level reinforcer in Fengjing has a 60% chance of reinforcing a weapon to level 14. As for reinforcing to level 15, there's only a 20% chance. And 16. There was only that one. Zhang Lingyu's eyes kept staring at Lin Mo. She didn't see a hint of surprise. Instead she saw a hint of contempt. Sure enough. This Lin Mo must have a way to increase the reinforcement success rate. I just don't know how many levels he was able to reinforce it to. Actually, I'm not able to strengthen the successful level. I only have a 70% success rate when I strengthen to level 13, and only 40% at level 14. Lin Mo had an embarrassed face. The corner of Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. If I hadn't seen your expression just now, almost I would have believed it. That's fine. You're already quite okay as a silver level. You register your information and I will arrange for someone to dock you at that time. Zhang Lingyu took out a notebook floor from her backpack and gave it to Lin Mo, who opened it and there wasn't any information recorded on it. However, seeing the traces in the center after it was torn out, he was relieved. Presumably he didn't want to disclose the information of these people. Lin Mo filled out the information and handed it to the other party. Of course he was willing to cooperate with this kind of thing, but he still had to leave some self-preservation. It wouldn't be too late to have a showdown with the other party when he had a highly enhanced equipment. When Zhang Lingyu saw the other party's message, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. Little fellow, you won't be able to run away this time. Then I'll leave first. Someone will come over in a few days. Lin Mo nodded and watched Zhang Lingyu leave. After she left, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and almost said out loud. Zhang Lingyu, who had walked away, turned her head to look at Lin Mo's store and took out her cell phone from her clothes. Hey, get someone to come over to this place. Use high quality for the equipment and have it tested. For the reinforcement level, just level 15. Let the price be whatever the other party wants. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Lingyu stood in the distance and looked at Lin Mo's store. Just how many levels you can strengthen? We'll know soon enough. It's still the first time I've seen someone who was skeptical of me. What has this person been through? It seems like Fengjing should be investigated. Some people really take themselves too seriously. It wasn't once or twice that she had been suspected in the past few days. She just didn't care at first. These past 2 days, especially today, she had approached 4 people in the morning, and 2 of them had a skeptical look on their faces and said they wouldn't cooperate. As for Lin Mo here, it was pretty much the same experience. It wouldn't make sense if this didn't happen again. Zhang Lingyu directly called her superiors and disappeared down this road. Lin Mo sat in the store and searched for information with his cell phone. After a lot of hard work, Lin Mo was able to find that policy guidance document on cooperation with Reinforcement Division to create the strongest reinforced weapon force, TSK. I didn't think it was really there. Lin Mo roughly scanned through it, and it was similar to what Zhang Lingyu had said. It was just that his own situation was a bit special. According to the system, as long as it was operated properly, not to mention strengthening 16, even 30-40 would not be a problem. As long as there were enough points, the reinforcement success rate would be 100 all the time. Unfortunately, right now, there are only 100 points in my hand, which is simply not enough for what I'm doing. As for strengthening weapons for himself, it wasn't that Lin Mo hadn't thought about it. It's just that combat professions more or less have the ability to attack, and aides are also able to team up with combat professions. And as a secondary profession, who would team up with him? One could only rely on oneself. So he wasn't in a hurry for now. He planned to wait until he reached level 10. Just as Lin Mo was thinking, the door was pushed open again. A man in his 20s walked in. How do you charge for strengthening here? For the 3 days of opening, we only charge for strengthening stones, and if you bring your own strengthening stones, it's free. I do have strengthening stones, it's just that I want to strengthen to level 15. I don't know if it's possible? Lin Mo frowned and looked the man up and down. Strengthening to level 15. Why would you choose to be here with me? The man had guessed that Lin Mo would ask this. Isn't the name of your store 100% successful? And then one more thing, you have written on your doorway that unsuccessful reinforcement pays out 10 times the amount of reinforcement stones. So how do I look at it? I'm not losing out. Then the man suddenly realized, oh, I understand. You simply can't, is not it? This is all a gimmick. You simply can't reach this level. So that's how it is. The man finished, but also shook his head from time to time, and said that he was just a little cute, actually trying to believe it. Bring the weapon. But the free reinforcement is only up to 10. The follow-up is to charge money. Lin Mo originally didn't intend to charge money. After all, he was going to rely on this thing to harvest experience and points. But this man spoke, and he was very uncomfortable with it. Nah, here, make sure you succeed, haha, otherwise you can't afford to pay for it. Lin Mo looked at the weapons and strengthening stones on the table and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was possible to pay for them, but it was just a bit traumatizing. Chapter 6, Percentage Strengthening plus 15. Lin Mo reached out his hand and placed it on the weapon. Snap. His hand was pressed. You haven't said how much you want for the follow-up. I need to see if I have enough money on hand. The man's eyes looked straight at Lin Mo, as if he wanted to see through him. Lin Mo retracted his hand and was uncomfortable being looked at. This man's eyes were a little scary. For the price. Lin Mo thought for a moment. His price couldn't be too expensive or too cheap. It's all $10,000 from 11 onwards. The man looked at Lin Mo with a look of contempt. This price of yours is more expensive than a reinforcer who has a purple reinforcer. It's actually the same price as a gold reinforcer. You're really a treacherous businessman. Lin Mo's head was full of black lines. If it wasn't for you beeping here, I would have strengthened it for you without charging a penny. When the reputation of the future up, his price is ready to set higher than the price of the red reinforcer. After all, 100% reinforcement success rate charge you a 100,000 reasonable. Private customization 10 million price reasonable. The premise of private customization. His strength should also be improved. The man took out a bank card. Swipe your card. If you can't get to 15, then you have to compensate me $550,000. Wait, how come it's $550,000? At most, I'll pay you 10 times the amount of strengthening stones and just give back what you paid. TSK, didn't cheat. Next time change the family. The man muttered in a small voice. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. What kind of people are these? He took out his credit card machine and charged the man $50,000. Want me to lose money? Then dream on. Lin Mo reached out and took the weapon into his hands. It was really good. Excellent Knight's Longsword, purple. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 34/40. Damage, 356 to 411. Additional, light attribute attack. Strength plus 40. Strike rate plus 20%, strike rate plus 20%, damage to humanoid demon. Damage to humanoid demons plus 50%. Additional 4 attributes. Worthy of being a purple quality equipment. It was different. Without saying anything, Lin Mo directly put the weapon into the strengthener and directly strengthened it. For the first 6 times of strengthening, the youth didn't care at all. The youth's name was Zhang Shua, and he was a teammate that Zhang Lingyu had called in. The purpose of him coming was to see if Lin Mo was able to strengthen the weapon to 15 in one go, and if Lin Mo was really able to do it, then their mission would be accomplished. So far this year, here in Fengjing they had only found 1 or 2 that could be strengthened to 13 relatively consistently. Although saying that 60% were able to reach 14 was mostly boasting, being able to reach 13 was already rare, and that person was still a red level reinforcer. Soon Lin Mo completed the first 6 times of strengthening. Seeing this, Zhang Shua's attention focused up and watched Lin Mo's operation, only to see Lin Mo take it out and put it in. The weapon was strengthened to 8, then he took it out and put it in again, and then he took it out and put in other equipment, and the weapon was strengthened to 11. What kind of principle was this? Zhang Shua had the same idea as Zhang Lingyu and didn't understand how exactly the other party did it. At first, when he received Zhang Lingyu's call, Zhang Shua didn't want to come, but the other party was at a higher level than him, so it was impossible not to come. But after seeing this, he felt that it was worth it to come this time. Lin Mo looked at the tips in his eyes and couldn't help but frown. It seemed like it would take some time. Enhanced item, Excellent Knight's Longsword, purple, plus 11. Success rate, 45%. Whether or not to strengthen. Actually, from strengthening to 10, Lin Mo had slowed down, taking out the weapon back and forth. The success rate displayed on it had been hovering around 40 to 80. It was important to know that a strengthening stone increased the success rate at 5%, and even then it couldn't reach 100%. Lin Mo does not want to fail. After all, failure is to lose 10 times. A purple strengthening stone. The value is in $500 a. He now has more than $1 million on top of his hand class. Nothing is enough to do. On the hands of the purple level 40 equipment, if you buy at least need 400,000 yuan. However, After successfully strengthening it, selling it for 2 million won't be a problem, Lin Mo said without looking back. It might take a bit longer. Why don't you leave first and come back at 7 p.m.? It was already past 3 o'clock. Lin Mo expected it to take 4 hours anyways. Of course, if he used his points, the speed was actually quite fast. It was just that before there was a stable channel to obtain points, Lin Mo didn't intend to use them. Time was the last thing he needed, so he could just grind it out slowly. With luck, he might not even use 7 points. No need. I'll just wait here. How could Zhang Shua leave? His mission this time was to see just how far he could go. Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. Why did this person feel strange? Normally people would definitely go out to do their own business first. Could it be that the other party was worried about him swallowing his weapon? Thinking about this, Lin Mo skimmed his lips. Half an hour later, weapon reinforcement 12. At 4:30, the weapon strengthened to 13. At 6 o'clock, the weapon strengthened to 14. Lin Mo glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 6:30. It was really hard. At this time he was somewhat tempted to use his points to directly strengthen his weapon to 15 and hurry up and let this man leave. The main reason was that he was hungry now and wanted to eat. Strengthen item, excellent knight's longsword, purple, plus 14. Success rate, 80%. Whether or not to strengthen. This was already the highest reinforcement value encountered in this half hour. Should I end it? Lin Mo put 2 strengthening stones into it and the success rate came to 90%. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shua was shaken. Could it really be successful? Zhang Shua had watched for so long and knew some of Lin Mo's patterns. As long as he put in the strengthening stones, it meant that the next time would definitely be successful. Putting other equipment in, although he didn't know why, he thought that he had his uses. But right now, it should be a success. Although it took a bit too much time, the success rate was 100%. To know that failing once is an irreversible damage to the equipment, Lin Mo looked at the value in front of him, and with a ruthless heart, he directly invested 10 points, and the success rate became 100%. Reinforcement. Finish early and go home for dinner early. With a ding, it was successful. Lin Mo took the weapon out of the reinforcer. Excellent knight longsword, purple, plus 15. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 34/40ths. Damage, 356 to 411, plus 601. Additional, light attribute attack. Strength plus 40. Agility plus 50. Strike rate plus 20%. Damage to humanoid demons plus 50%. Additional, light attribute attack. Plus 50% damage to humanoid demons. Hiss. It turned out that the damage had been increased by so much. Lin Mo recorded the values added from strengthen 1 to strengthen 15. And the damage added was roughly calculated. It really was regular. Just don't know if the upper 16 values won't change again. Looking at this data, Lin Mo couldn't help but think that he was holding a piece of equipment that was strengthened to 20. Upgrading should be fast. Here, Zhang Shua gulped and took the weapon, his eyes instantly widening. Holy, PS, reinforcer grade color, black, silver, purple, gold, red, weapon quality, ordinary, white, advanced, blue, rare, purple, epic, gold, mythical, red, enhancer stone, white stone 50. Blue 100, purple 500, gold 1000, red 5000. Chapter 7, finally gaining experience and points. When he saw this weapon data, Zhang Shua was inwardly shocked. Although it was said that he had watched Lin Mo strengthen it and knew that it had succeeded, but after actually getting his hands on it, he was really shocked. It was important to know that the highest known reinforcement level was 16, but of course there could be some unknown weaponry. Getting it in his hands was a first for Zhang Shua. He himself had a reinforced weapon, but the level was only up to 10. That was still the golden strengthening master that he had found and broke 2 weapons to get it out. Further up, Zhang Shua didn't dare. He was looking at Lin Mo with a fiery gaze at this moment. When Lin Mo saw this, he hastily stepped back. What for? I'm a reinforcement master. I sell my art, not my body. Oh. The corner of Zhang Shua's mouth twitched. Goddamn, selling art without selling himself. Glancing at the weapon in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a mission, he now wanted to hand his weapon to Lin Mo. Let him strengthen it to 16 for himself. The weapon has been given to you. I'm closing up. Lin Mo touched his stomach. He was really hungry. Ah, okay, thank you, haha. Zhang Shua put the weapon away and pushed the door to leave. Lin Mo shook his head. What a weirdo. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Lingyu from before. These two shouldn't have any connection, right? Lin Mo wasn't very sure. After all, this person came in and wanted to strengthen 15. It was more or less suspicious. After all, if a normal person came to a silver level reinforcer, they would at most be reinforced to 6, and those who wanted to gamble would probably be reinforced to 8. This is also something that can't be helped. Black reinforcement masters accounted for about 70% of the total number of reinforcement masters, while white accounted for 18%. Purple accounted for 8%, gold accounted for 3%, and red 1%. These were the official figures, and the money charged for each level was different. Lin Mo charged 10,000 after strengthening 10 in the white strengthener. The price is considered quite expensive, because this is the price of the gold strengthener. Successful or not, it was 10,000 because he had the qualifications, and the red reinforcement division is even 20,000 once. Maybe some people would think that this price was cheap, but in fact, it wasn't cheap at all. One should know that red reinforcement masters were not lacking in reinforcing weapons. Earning $1 million a day was easy. Ugh, still have to keep working hard before I can do it. I hope more people come tomorrow. With just 2 people today, Lin Mo wasn't satisfied. Only with more people could one's strengths be utilized. It was reasonable to say that white reinforcement masters, there was no shortage of people, but it couldn't be helped. Who let him choose a bad location for himself? It would be strange for the 2 nearby reinforcement masters with golden reinforcers to gun it over. It was said that these 2 stores, which had set up store here after the commercial street was built, had been here for more than 10 years. Unless he moved elsewhere and found a place with fewer reinforcement stores. Too bad. No money. Zhang Shua quickly returned to the team with his weapons. Captain, look. The first moment he returned, he handed the weapon over to Zhang Lingyu. Since Zhang Lingyu had returned to the team, the first thing he did was to report about the situation in Fongjing City, and the above would send an investigation team down tomorrow to inspect. It was estimated that in 2 or 3 days' time, a group of people would be jerked off, and it would be easier for them to do their job then. Zhang Lingyu received the weapon and was shaken. It was really a reinforced 15 weapon. Sure enough, Lin Mo just lied to her. How many reinforced 15 weapons were there? Actually, quite a lot. As long as one has the money, one can always obtain a strengthened 15 weapon. But the price of a 15 strengthened weapon is enough to buy 10-14 strengthened weapons, maybe even 20. Of course it wouldn't be a problem for a black-faced one to buy 100 of them. Captain, what should we do now? Should we sign the contract directly, or report the situation? Lin Mo, this reinforcement master, was really too weird. It really was just an instant success. No, let the others try tomorrow, but don't have to strengthen to 15 all at once. 8 to 15 all at once. Remember to tell them to be casual and relax their expressions. Zhang Lingyu instructed. Right, ask for some people from the local town guards. Send 10 people there every day. Only ask for reinforcement up to 8. Have them record the success, whether it was a one-time success, and whether there were any failures. Zhang Lingyu added another sentence. She was worried that all of them would have high reinforcement values, fearing that Lin Mo would be suspicious. Okay, I'll do it. For the next week, Lin Mo was happy. Who said this location was bad? This place was simply great. People came when they woke up in the morning, even though they were running for free. But Lin Mo didn't care at all. He already saw the experience value and points beckoning to him. Even Lin Mo directly continued for free and gave reinforcement as long as he had a reinforcement stone. This value was too low. Ding. Experience value plus 0. 1. Points plus 0. 5. Ding. Experience value plus 0. 5. Points plus 0. 25. Ding. Experience value plus 2. Points plus 10. Less is less. More is fine in terms of quantity. Lin Mo's system background. Almost a dozen messages could pop up a minute. With more reinforcements, even more messages popped up. After a week ended, Lin Mo's panel data changed. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Reinforcement Master. Potential, Grade B. Rank, 0. Rank 5, 6 out of 100. Attribute, Strength, 9. Physical Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Assignable points, 25. Exclusive skill, Strengthening. General skills, none. The points had also risen to more than 500 points. Lin Mo instantly hardened up and spending points didn't hurt anymore. As for the distribution points, Lin Mo did not move. After all, he hadn't thought about how he should distribute them. After all, he was only a reinforcer, not a combat profession, so there would be no attribute preference. He only had a general idea in his mind, but the specific implementation still depended on the weapons and equipment. After the last customer left, Lin Mo took out a longbow from under the counter. Hunter's longbow, advanced, plus 16. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 22/31. Damage, 51 to 57, plus 101. Additional, agility plus 12. Penetration plus 5. 150 damage. Infinitely close to the damage of a level 20 common blade weapon. And level 10 rare blade weapon damage. And that was just the bow itself. Not even adding the damage of the arrows. Good stuff. I'll be able to use it after a while. It wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to use the good ones. He was mainly poor and couldn't afford it. After all, recently it was all free reinforcement. not making any money at all. Otherwise then he would definitely want to buy a purple equipment. As for the level, it doesn't matter. As long as the attributes are good, he can use it even if it's level 5. Big deal. He'll just keep strengthening it. Lin Mo put the longbow back under the counter, took out his cell phone and prepared to close the store. Ding! A message popped up and Lin Mo smoothly tapped on it. When he saw the title, Lin Mo was a bit surprised. Chapter 8, Coming to the Door Again. 87 people from important government departments in Fongjing City have been investigated. This investigation team, Lin Mo roughly swept a glance. A few of them were still high-ranking. This was quite a strong effort. It seemed like the environment was going to be a lot better. At least, no one should be making any trouble in the last 2 years. Lin Mo closed the store door and glanced at the time. It's really late today. It's 7 o'clock. You can't even rest early when you open your own store. It's really miserable to be a laborer. For his overworked self, Lin Mo planned to treat himself, so he went to the barbecue restaurant near his house and ordered a hearty meal. Hey, did you see the news today? So many people were dealt with. If you ask me, the investigation team should have come earlier to see what the environment here has become. Isn't it going down now? Just in time. This time the environment is good. I also dare to let go to do it. You are not aware of Back then I got out in a reinforced 13 armor. Hard to be taken away. Lin Mo ate while listening to the chatter of the people behind him. Sure enough, everyone was a bottom feeder. Reinforcer, a very popular profession. Provided that you're famous enough to be popular. Otherwise who would recognize you? Lin Mo shook his head and didn't think about it. It didn't have anything to do with him anyway. I've received all the information. Are you sure? Sure. This week I arranged for 87 people to come to my home for reinforcement. The success rate is 100%. Zhang Lingyu looked at the TV on the wall with an excited face. The middle-aged man on the screen couldn't help but be moved as well. That was 100% success, and no one had been able to achieve it so far. The best of the folk was only a 70% success rate, and the higher the reinforcement, the higher the likelihood of failure. Even for the collected reinforcement masters, their highest success rate was only 78%. I'll report this matter. You go ahead and contact him. It's best to be able to join the national team. If the other party is unwilling, they won't be forced to do so. Zhang Lingyu thought of Lin Mo's attitude that day and couldn't help but hesitate. What's wrong? Is it difficult? The middle-aged man's heart thumped. He is skeptical about my identity, and I can see that he might have feelings of dissatisfaction towards the official people. So this mission is a bit difficult. If the higher-ups really take it seriously, can we ask someone of a higher rank to talk to him? Lin Mo, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Actually, Lin Mo couldn't wait to have a stable clientele. He was just worried about his safety. I'll personally go over tomorrow, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Zhang Lingyu's eyes widened. She had expected it to be at the level of her superior, but she didn't expect it to be the highest officer of the department. This was too big to be true. What? Do you think it's beyond the specifications? You still don't get what the strategic significance of this man is. If your first captain was around, he would definitely understand. Zhang Lingyu laughed bitterly. How could he possibly compare himself to the other party? That was a great captain. Sir, then I will pick you up tomorrow. No need. Just wait for me at your office. Wake up early in the morning. Carry your pants to the outhouse. Wake up early in the morning. Embrace the sun. Full of positive energy. A new day has begun. I hope there will be more people today. Lin Mo, who had eaten the sweetness, now hoped that more and more people would come to fortify. He glanced at his panel. Hey, guess what? Sleeping and going up another level. That's how bullish it is. In the store, the morning passed just like that. Lin Mo was lying on a recliner, looking at the front door with a helpless face. For the entire morning, not a single person had been met, although he knew that today was Monday, a working day. But professionals have a hairy working day. Forget it. Why don't we just set the blackboard out? Lin Mo looked at the blackboard on the ground. Should it be free for a while longer and lose money to get the reputation out? After finishing lunch, Lin Mo set up a screen at the counter at the back. Behind the screen was where he put his reinforcers. After this week, Lin Mo realized that the way he strengthened himself was too easy to cause people to be surprised, so it was better to get a wooden board to cover it up. In fact, Lin Mo originally wanted to get a piece of woolen glass, but then he thought it would be more convenient to have a screen and just stand it up. He then took out a leather armor top from the cabinet and put it into the reinforcer. Anyway, there was no one right now, so he first gave himself a set of armor. Half an hour later, plus 10 was completed. Just as Lin Mo was about to continue, the store door opened. Ding bell. Lin Mo stuck his head out of the screen. Ha, it's you. What are you going to strengthen today? Lin Mo spoke as he took out his leather armor and casually stuffed it into the cabinet next to him. Remember what I said last time? The country wants to enter into a partnership with outstanding reinforcement masters. Each reinforcer can get the appropriate orders, locally as well as abroad. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a toothache. Do you want to cooperate? Of course he wanted to. This was a surefire deal. As long as these equipments were used, he could always gain experience value and points. But he was also worried. Although it was said that this Zhang Lingyu was from the Kyoto headquarters, could she have another purpose? The main thing was that Lin Mo hadn't heard of anyone who had entered into a cooperation with the country until now. He doubted the authenticity of this matter. Although he had seen the policy from years ago, hell knows if this policy was still being practiced now. Can I ask, will you publicize this kind of thing? Zhang Lingyu shook her head. We won't publicize this kind of thing unless it's a request from a reinforcement master. Lin Mo's face was torn. Should he agree? So hard to figure out. If he was really a genius himself, he wouldn't be so torn. Everything he had now was all from the system. So what if some science maniac targeted him? The main thing was that he could be strengthened to 20, 30 or even 100. You don't have to rush to answer. There will be a heavyweight personally coming over later. I guess you can recognize him. If one watched the news, one would be able to meet them more or less. Ding bell. The director had already agreed with her that he would only go in if she didn't come out in half an hour. Zhang Lingyu, how was the chat? A middle-aged man with a robust figure walked in. Director, Lin Mo may need you to communicate personally. Alright, you go down first. Lin Mo had been dumbfounded at this point. Was this a heavyweight? It was simply a Zhenguo level figure. Hello, introduce yourself. My name is Chen Junzheng. I'm the head of the Township Division. The predecessor of the Jin Domain Division was the military department of the state of China. Only the name was changed after the domain gate descended. This was because their main enemy had changed from people to the demons in the domain sect. There were 4 departments under the division of Jinmu: the Hidden Maneuvering Department, the Border Guard, the Jinmu Army, and a lesser-known demon swinging army. Chapter 9. That Director Chen is dying inside. Director Chen, welcome, welcome. You don't mind the humble place. Why don't you sit here and talk? Don't mind. No wonder Lin Mo was so respectful. It was really because this Chen Junzheng had done too much for China. Don't look at his age, but his strength was very strong. When he was young, he led the troops to clear out an unknown number of domestic domain gates. No need to be polite. Let's just stand and talk. Regarding the matter of the Reinforcement Division's cooperation, any concerns you have in this regard can be directly stated and we can discuss them. Chen Junzheng looked at Lin Mo kindly. Regarding this young man's situation, the information that Zhang Lingyu had given him he had carefully read yesterday. It had also been reported. The meaning from above was to make sure to fulfill any of his requests. Strengthened 15 equipment was really hard to come by, especially if it cost less than it was even harder to come by. Even if it said $200,000 for strengthening plus 1 level, it would be appropriate. Cooperation of course, not to mention it's still with the country. That's even more of a problem. Chen Junzheng had planned to be ready to do the ideological work for Lin Mo, yet he directly agreed. It wasn't that difficult. Zhang Lingyu, since you've agreed, see if you have any requirements on your side. We can write them down in our cooperation. For the matter of cooperation, it was important for the national level. As for enforcing requirements by means of force, the top didn't even consider it. They weren't eagle sauce. They couldn't do that kind of thing. What's more, that wouldn't be desirable. It was just too easy to reinforce damaged equipment when the reinforcement division was out of work. Can I charge for this? After all, he still had money to live on, so he still had to charge. Then definitely charge money. How can I let you do it for nothing? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment. Let's do it this way. I don't want much for the first 10 levels. 500 for level 1, 10, 000 for level 11 to 13, 50, 000 for level 14 to 15, and 500, 000 for level 16. But all the strengthening stones will come from you guys. I can't get that many strengthening stones by myself. Strengthening stones were all items that fell out from killing magical creatures, and the number of low-level strengthening stones was innumerable, but the number of purple and above enhanced stones was much less than the number of ordinary enhanced stones, not to mention the golden and red enhanced stones. Chen Junzheng's breathing quickened, and even at his age of over 40, he could not manage to be calm. What did he hear? Strengthening 16, 500, $000? It didn't matter how much money was involved, but the fact that the other party had said it meant that there was certainty. So far, Lin Mo was the first one who dared to ask for such a price. Even the one who had already strengthened his level 16 equipment only dared to ask for 15. You mean, you're able to strengthen up to 16? Chen Junzheng looked at Lin Mo with an excited face. Yeah, that actually I want to ask you. How is your health? My body is quite good. Every professional's physical quality is quite good. No, I mean, do you have heart disease, high blood pressure or something like that? Lin Mo asked with a careful face. Chen Junzheng looked at Lin Mo with some incomprehension. Could it be that the secret of strengthening was related to physical quality? Or did this cooperation also require a body check? No, my body is fine. In that case, then I'm relieved. Director Chen, what about you coming? I definitely believe it. So just listen to what I'm going to say next. And you must keep it a secret for me. Lin Mo nodded. As long as he wasn't sick. Don't worry. Your file will be upgraded to S rank by then. Only a portion of the country's top brass can see it. I can actually strengthen my weapons up to 21. Again with a 100% success rate. Provided of course that it takes a certain amount of time. Mainly, the point thing was too important to Lin Mo. And easily was not something he wanted to use too much of. He would usually only use them if he saw a success rate of 80 or more. What did you say? Strengthening. Chen Junjing's face turned an abnormal shade of red, and his entire fingers were trembling. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. Didn't you say you're not sick? You can't karma I can't tell. He hurriedly ran out the door. Zhang Lingyu. As Lin Mo yelled, 3 people rushed out from the car in front of the gate. One of them included Zhang Lingyu. What's wrong? That Secretary Chen is dying inside. The 3 people's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly all rushed into the room, only to see that Chen Jun was trembling. His face was red, and his lips were slightly trembling. The 3 were a bit confused. This didn't look like he was sick either, more like agitated. This is talking about what? Make this appearance. But this was not the time to talk about this. 2 of the men went forward and hurriedly supported Chen Junzhang, helping him to smooth out his qi. Zhang Lingyu came to Lin Mo's side and looked at him with a skeptical face. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Junzhang was in a stable condition, she would have suspected if Lin Mo had drugged Chen Junzhang. What did you just do? What's wrong with Secretary Chen? Lin Mo had an aggrieved look on his face. What did this have to do with him? He had asked if the other party was sick. I didn't do anything. That is to say, it's fine. You guys go down first. Lin Mo also closed his mouth. The 3 of them glanced at each other and after making sure that Chen Junjin was fine, they exited the store. Lin Mo, was what you just said true? When he thought of Lin Mo's words about strengthening to 21, Chen Junjing's heart still could not calm down. There was still a tremor in his speech. Of course it's true. It just so happens that I have a piece of equipment here that is strengthened to 16, just so I can give you a demonstration. But it's a bit long, you need to wait a bit. It's fine. I have time for something. Even if there was no time, this time would still have to give way to this matter. If it was really possible to strengthen it to 21, it wouldn't be an S-rank profile anymore. It could be directly upgraded to SSS rank. Even. Lin Mo took out his longbow and casually threw it into the reinforcer, separated by a screen. Chen Junjun couldn't see anything, but there was no hurry, it would be visible in a while. This time it was fast. In 1 hour's time Lin Mo finished it. Only the points used a lot. Lin Mo didn't look at the specific data, just saw that after success, he handed it over to Chen Junzheng. Director Chen, take a look. When he saw that reinforcement 21 label at the back of the name, Chen Junzheng was excited inside. But this time, it was fine. Not so excited that he couldn't speak, but when he was looking closer, he realized that the name of the weaponry was blue in color. What a waste. When he saw the level, he even felt his blood pressure go up. What did he see? A LV-10 blue high-level equipment had been strengthened to 21? Was this something a human could do? Chen Junzheng felt a pang of flesh pain, but still looked at the attributes. Hunter's longbow, advanced, plus 21. Equipment level, LV-10. Durability, 22/31. Damage, 51 to 57, plus 197. Damage, 51 to 57, plus 197. Additional, agility plus 12. Penetration plus 5. Strike plus 20%. Chapter 10, Cooperation reached. Looking at the text displayed above, Chen Junjing's eyes instantly widened. For so many years, he had long since managed to keep his color unchanged while the mountain crumbled in front of him. However, today, for one day, he had already broken his power for an unknown number of times. Even in the past, when he was the captain and conquered within the domain sect, his color had never changed. Good, so good. Chen Jun was stroking the longbow in his hand as if what was in his hand was not a blue quality longbow. Lin Mo looked at the other party's eyes looking at the weapon and couldn't help but shudder. This person couldn't be a fetishist. Lin Mo, let's sign the contract then. Chen Junjiang avoided a long night and was ready to sign the contract directly. He even thought of going back and arranging for people from the stealthy mobile team to protect Lin Mo in the vicinity. Good. Lin Mo was also happy in his heart. This meant that he didn't need to pay for either the weapons or the strengthening stones, and he was also able to raise his level. He couldn't help but look at his information panel. It was already level 7. These people were really fast. As long as there were 3 more levels, he would be able to equip this weapon himself. It was unknown what button Chen Junjiang pressed. The 3 people outside the door walked in and placed a contract on top of the counter. This is the contract for you to read. This kind of contract did not have a lot of content, just 2 pages. As for whether or not it met the standard contract, no one cared. As long as there was no problem with the content of the contract, both sides would abide by it. After all, it was beneficial to both sides. Lin Mo scrutinized it carefully and couldn't help but frown. Is there something inappropriate? We can make changes, Zhang Lingyu hurriedly said. It's true that there are a few issues that need to be changed. The first one is the weapons and equipment that I'm strengthening. My idea is that 80% of them will be weapon type, and only the rest will be equipment and jewelry. After all, Lin Mo needed to rely on strengthening weapons to kill people. Equipment should not be able to. Of course, this was something he hadn't tested yet, and this point wasn't very clear. There's no problem with this. They couldn't wait for Lin Mo to strengthen all of his weapons. The second thing is that I'll only strengthen them 5 days a week, and the remaining 2 days I'll strengthen them for the locals. Lin Mo didn't want to lose the market here. Who knew where these equipments would be sent if they were taken out? If it was sent to an 8th and 9th ranked powerhouse, he might not be able to kill a single demon in a month. Wouldn't he lose a lot of money? The low rank group was his most important goal at this stage. There's no problem with this, but we also want to make a request. That is to have at least 4 enhanced 15 and 1 enhanced 16 equipment in a month. I wonder if you can agree to this request. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo with an expectant face. This agreement was not written above the contract. After all, care at the beginning, it was only known that he was able to strengthen to 15. What was written on the contract was just 4 enhanced 14 plus 1 enhanced 15 equipment a month. Lin Mo shook his head. There's no problem with this. Although it would consume some of his points, he didn't care about them now. There were 300 to 400 coming in every day, and it would only increase in the future. Zhang Lingyu looked happy and hurriedly took out the printer and reprinted the contract. But before printing, Zhang Lingyu still asked, do you have any other requirements on this side? Well, there is indeed one more request, and that is whether or not you can find me a set of level 10 weapons and equipment with better quality. For the defense I want leather armor, and the weapon should be a long bow type long range weapon. There's no problem with that. Or even what kind of weaponry you want we can give it to you, but only if the equipment is for you to use. Chen Junjiang directly agreed. He probably guessed that Lin Mo was trying to utilize the weapons to make up for this deficiency point of not being able to skill himself. Then there's no problem. Zhang Lingyu printed out the new contract and handed it to Lin Mo. Can I ask where you got this printer from? You're talking about this the backpack equipment this is obtained by killing demonic creatures. The smallest backpack only has 5 compartments, and the largest backpack has 20 compartments. Saying this, Zhang Lingyu removed a small backpack from her own body and handed it to Lin Mo. The contents inside had long been emptied. When Lin Mo got it in his hands, he naturally knew how to use it. No wonder. He was still wondering how there was no such thing as a backpack when it was clearly gamified. It turns out that it needs to be popped out by fighting monsters. Let's just say how those people took out their weapons from their backpacks, and how the armor on their bodies was worn. By the way, this thing can also be strengthened, and each time it is strengthened it can increase the number of compartments by the same amount. That is to say, if you strengthen the one in your hand once, you can increase it by 5 squares. Lin Mo nodded. This point was quite good. He picked up a pen and on the contract, signed his name. In the future, they wouldn't have to worry about not having anything to strengthen, so hopefully they would be able to hunt more demons. Since the cooperation has been reached, I will leave first. Chen Junjiang had a smile on his face. After he went back this time, he was going to go to the higher-ups first and raise the confidentiality level of Lin Mo's file. After that, he would send someone over. Since Lin Mo wanted to upgrade, it would be good to have these people accompany him as well. I'll see you off. Lin Mo accompanied Alon out of the gate. Zhang Lingyu, you don't need to go back to Kyoto. Just stay here with Lin Mo. If he needs any help, you help out. I'll give you the maximum rights. Lin Mo, this is my number. If there's any problem she can't solve, she can also call me. Chen Junjiang gave Lin Mo his private number. As for Zhang Lingyu, Chen Junjiang directly ignored it. No matter what, Zhang Lingyu and Lin Mo had sort of met a few times and could more or less talk. After all, the people of the stealth mobile team, that one was arrogant in nature. However, they never resisted orders, and no problems would occur. On this point, Chen Junjiang was very confident. After all, the first stealth mobile unit had come from him. In terms of strength, only the demon-swinging army could compete with it. However, of the 2 teams, one was multi-combat, while the other specialized in domain gates. After Chen Junjiang's car left, Lin Mo turned around and returned to the store. Zhang Lingyu sighed and returned to the store. Why don't you go back to your team? Lin Mo didn't need such a person here. No, since Director Chen arranged it, there is a reason for him to do so. What's more, with me here, you can also have less troublesome things. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. Alright, Lin Mo didn't care about the trouble. He picked up the backpack he just got and came to the back to start strengthening it. After reinforcing it to 10, Lin Mo didn't do it anymore, because a backpack of 110 compartments was already enough. Backpack, normal, plus 10. Equipment level, none. Durability, 100 out of 100. Additional, 110 compartments. And the shape had changed, from a slung ragged cloth bag to an arm bag. This was also an effect brought about by reinforcement 10. When Zhang Lingyu saw it, she couldn't help but be surprised. After all, no one would strengthen a white quality backpack to 10. Even other quality backpacks were only strengthened to a level 5 or 6 and that was enough. It was the first time she knew that this thing was actually able to change its shape. Chapter 11 Accidentally 1 Ranked. The next day, Lin Mo opened the store door at 8:50, and at 9 o'clock Zhang Lingyu appeared right on time while followed by 5 men. Lin Mo took a curious look. Lin Mo introduces you. These 5 men are from the stealth mobile team. I won't say which team exactly. The 5 men stepped forward in unison, and the man walking in front was unsmiling. Hello, my name is Ling Chi, 8th rank level 1 gun warrior. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. The name Ling Chi was really, hello. Lin Mo extended his own right hand to shake his hand. These are my team members. Tai Patrol 8th rank 0 shield warrior. Cheng Ziyu 8th rank 1 priest. Zhang Ziyu 7th rank 8 pyromancer. Gu Nua 7th rank 9 assassin. We were ordered to protect you. If there are any requests you can tell us. Ling Ji spoke. His entire state was one of seriousness and earnestness. On the contrary, the other 4 teammates were nice. At least like flesh and blood people. Our captain is like this. Don't take offense. Yeah, it's good to get used to getting along. Several people went forward to shake hands one by one, winning a good impression for their captain. It's fine. I think it's quite good. Aside from this face being a bit colder, there were no other disadvantages. Ding bell. A man pushed open the door, and when he saw so many people standing in the room, his expression was abashed. This boss couldn't have gotten into trouble, right? Afraid that the reinforcement level wasn't very bad? I went the wrong way. Sorry. The man turned around and opened the door and ran out. Lin Mo looked helplessly at the few people in front of him. A few people. Do you think it's a good idea to find a place to rest for a bit? Standing here is a bit inappropriate. At that time, looking at this room 60 square feet was enough for himself. Just didn't think there would be so many people. You 4 go next door. I'll stay here with Zhang Lingyu. Lin Mo opened his mouth. In fact, he preferred to let this captain go next door. The other 4 stayed behind was quite good. Or forget about it. After all, it was someone arranged from above. Captain, if I say I can't apply for the upstairs to come down and forget about it, we're upstairs. The speed of coming down can still be faster. No need. Just make a door on this wall when the time comes. Ling Chi said as he pointed to this wall on the left side. Lin Mo watched as they spoke one word at a time, unable to interject himself at all. If you open a door, shouldn't you ask me, the owner? Lin Mo, do you think it's feasible? Feasible. Of course, it's useless to object. What if they dig a basement for their downstairs? Might as well have them next door. A few people moved quickly. Those 4 people went directly next door. Ling Chi, on the other hand, came to Lin Mo and stood by the wall. Lin Mo looked at Ling Chi, who was over 1 meter 9, and then looked at his own height of over 1 meter 7, before looking at the other party's robust figure, then looking at his own thin physique. Alas, the gap. As for Zhang Lingyu, she looked at the scene with amusement and came to stand behind a counter. There are chairs there. You guys sit down. If you guys don't sit down, I'm embarrassed. The 2 hesitated for a moment and took the stool and sat down. Zhang Lingyu was fine, but Ling Chi sat there with her hands on her knees and her back straight. Any way you look at it, he looked like he came from a conventional lineage, not at all like someone from some stealthy maneuver team. This Zhang, big brother, you come from a covert maneuver team, but this figure is too obvious, isn't it? Mr. Lin Mo, I actually wasn't like this when I was on other missions. Then consider it as performing other missions. You're just too tired like this, and just call me Lin Mo. There's no need to add the word sir. Lin Mo said somewhat helplessly. This is not like the maneuvering team he imagined. Seeing this, Ling Chi relaxed his body and his whole person was no longer so serious. Lin Mo let out a light sigh. This is okay. He thought of the person who had just left and couldn't help but sigh again. The duck that had arrived had flown. Idle and bored Lin Mo opened his data panel. It's so cool. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Reinforcement Master. Potential, Grade B. Rank, 1 rank 0, 45/1000. Attributes, Strength, 9. Physical Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Assignable points, 50. Exclusive skill, strengthening. Generalized skill, none. Points even reach 3,400 points. Reinforcement that is still afraid of a fart. Reinforcement of a plus 20 equipment is not a handful of pinch. According to his calculations, plus 12 can almost be done without points. The back of the sporadic use of 400 points enough to plus 20. Hiss. If you do the math like this, these points are only enough for 8 pieces of equipment. It doesn't seem like a lot. I was in a good mood, but I calmed down again after doing this calculation. It's all for nothing. Lin Mo carefully thought about it. The armor consists of 5 parts: shoulder armor, top, pants, shoes, and belt to increase defense and attributes. The jewelry was composed of 2 rings, 2 bracelets, and a necklace. Weapons are 2 columns, but generally only 1 weapon will be taken into combat, and sidearms are not usually carried by people, as well as a special equipment that everyone carries, the mind's eye. A special equipment that can prevent the mind from being contaminated by demons. The mind's eye had no level restriction and no quality, and the way it was obtained was simple. It was forged by a blacksmith using the body of a demonic creature, and could be used as a mind's eye by randomly injecting it into an item. If he did the math like this, Lin Mo would need to strengthen at least 12 pieces of equipment, which meant he would need at least 5,000 points to do so. Hiss. So poor. Big brother Ling Chi, can you show me your mind's eye? Originally, he wanted to ask Zhang Lingyu for it, but thinking that the other party was a girl, who knew what the other party would make the mind's eye look like? In the end, he had no choice but to ask Ling Chi for it. Ling Chi took a faded brooch from his collar and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the style and raised an eyebrow. This way isn't bad. He can get one himself when the time comes. Mind's eye plus 12. Equipment level, none. Durability, 44 of 100. Bonus, magic chi blocking range plus 12 meters. Magic chi purification speed, plus 120%. Is this how the purification of the mind's eye is calculated? If one has a reinforcement plus 100, wouldn't one be able to increase the purification speed by 1000%, with a range of 100 meters? Thinking about it like that was pretty good. Lin Mo handed the mind's eye back to Ling Chi and turned his head to look at Zhang Lingyu. Miss Zhang, just call me Sister Zhang. Forget about Miss. Zhang Lingyu said breathlessly. Excuse me, Sister Zhang, I would like to ask when my equipment will arrive. However, without waiting for Zhang Lingyu to speak, Ling Chi, who was on the side, spoke up. The equipment you want is of a lower level and is looking for the right one. Zhang Lingyu looked at the two helplessly. Good lord, this one can't speak either. Secretary Chan might as well transfer me. This place can't stay. Chapter 12 Vice Profession is just too hard. Lin Mo barred his lips and could more or less understand. After all, what he wanted was level 10 high-quality equipment. Only, by the time they found it, he was afraid that he would have to level up to level 20. Thinking about it like that, it seemed like he had lost some money. Lin Mo once again put his eyes on his panel. As for the system panel, he was just looking at the points. On the panel, his attributes didn't change. It wasn't the same as what he thought. What about the promised fixed increase every time he upgraded? Why only free points? I'd like to ask about personal attributes. That is, after this leveling up, will the attribute points grow every time you upgrade? And also, how many free points does this give per level up? Ling Chi looked at Lin Mo with a surprised face. Logistics. There's almost no growth in attribute points for vice professions, and even when they are upgraded, they only give a symbolic 5 free points. As for why, it's probably because there's no need to fight. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Even though I'm indeed a logistics profession, there's no need for you to say it. Even though Ling Ji changed his words, Lin Mo could still tell that he said it sincerely. Attribute growth is related to talent. The total number of 4-dimensional attribute growth ranges from 5 to 20, followed by 5 points of free attributes. 2 rank 0 will have a single awakening, which will increase 50 points of free attributes. 6 rank 0 will have a second awakening, which will increase 100 points of free attributes. 6 rank 0 will have a second awakening, which will increase 100 points of free attributes. However, there are only combat professions and auxiliary professions. Other professions are not available. Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart ached. He had to know that even if he rose to the full 10th rank, it would only be 500 points. Look at others. It's directly 650 free points, and the fixed points given for each upgrade. Even the worst talent could reach 1,300 points. Sigh. Sub-professions were just too difficult. However, it was fortunate that he had a tutelary. Otherwise he really might not be able to realize his wish, or be able to fulfill his promise to his parents. Of course, apart from that, what was more important was gaining experience in points. It was much more important to gain this stuff on one's own than through someone else. Actually, you don't need to get too hung up on levels. They're nothing more than a few more skills. You can strengthen your equipment, and the increase brought about by equipment strengthening is not worse than attributes at all. Speaking of this, Ling Qi had a slight envy in his eyes. Before he came, Chen Junqing had told him that this Lin Mo in front of him was able to do the reinforcement up to 21. It was that the price was a bit expensive, but for the increase brought about, what was this amount of money? Lin Mo nodded his head in agreement, agreeing with a hammer. That's a skill. What else do you have besides enhancements? Generalized skills. There weren't many useful generalized skills either. He couldn't let a reinforcement master use a slide shovel. Sister Zhang, can you help me find a pistol or sniper rifle equipment? And grenade equipment? Bows and arrows were cold weapons no matter what. And for someone like him who didn't have any skills, bows and arrows were just too difficult to use. Might as well use some hot weapons so that he could still have a bit of a chance. Yes, the equipment for the gunner profession. The Fongjing base has it. I'll fetch some for you now. 1 hour later, Zhang Lingyu placed a pistol, a sniper rifle, 5 grenades and, on the counter, a bunch of bullets? Wait, do guns still need bullets? Of course it needs them. After all, this is something artificially made. It's just that it's made with the addition of magical ingredients in it. With the current technology there's no way to detach the bullets for the time being. Zhang Lingyu said doubtfully, not really, but those weapons that don't need bullets are not sold to the civilian population, but are used in special departments, though the effect is very general. Ling Xi added. Alright, what else could he say? Lin Mo picked up the pistol. Thunderbolt pistol, rare. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45-45. Damage, 71 to 93. Bonus, Thunder attribute attack. Strike plus 5%. Good stuff. Actually still with a tribute attack weapon. This is a rare weapon. Even if it is used until level 20 is enough. He then picked up bullets and grenades, which were much more ordinary. They were both white equipment with a very low attack power bonus. Bullets, ordinary. Durability, 1/1. Damage, 100. G10 grenade, normal. Durability, 1/1. Damage, 500. Bonus, kill radius, 5m. How can I put it? It's just average. It was probably also too ineffective to make too powerful ammunition. Lin Mo then picked up the sniper rifle. G110 sniper rifle, rare. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45-45. Damage, 98 to 120. Additional, penetration plus 50. Bleeding plus 5. It could be said that Lin Mo liked these two weapons. One melee and one long range. The only pity was his own poor marksmanship. If someone like me, who is untrained and not a gunsmith profession, uses this kind of weapon, what would be the approximate hit rate? Lin Mo was a bit curious. After all, something like a weapon didn't have an occupation restriction. Even the various equipment, there were no occupation restrictions. The only thing that had a career restriction was just the skill bit. However, most of the skills were abilities that were self-realized after upgrading. And if you wanted to learn skills, you needed to hunt and kill powerful magical creatures to be able to obtain them. And that kind of skill obviously wasn't that good to have. Anyway, Lin Mo hadn't heard of many people who had that kind of skill. To be honest, it's still easy for an ordinary person to shoot a demonic creature within 10 meters with a pistol. 20 meters would be about right if they could have half the chance. 30 meters, it's advisable to let them through. As for the sniper rifle, 200 meters 80% hit, 500 meters 50%, 800 meters 20%. After all, with all the factors, hitting still requires skill. In fact, what Zhang Lingyu said is already very conservative. This is still somewhat related to the individual. Some people with a pistol 10 meters are able to get off the target. Sniper rifle 100 meters cannot hit the person is also a common thing. However, she did not want to blow Lin Mo's confidence. What's more, with this Ling Qi in place, it's more than enough to teach Lin Mo. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Is that so? Should we strengthen a wave first? Maybe it could come out with a good additional attribute. As soon as he said it, Lin Mo stood up and picked up the sniper rifle and went behind the screen and started to strengthen the sniper rifle. Ling Qi came to Zhang Lingyu's side. Is he going to strengthen the sniper rifle? It should be. Seeing as how he meant to go out and hunt demons yesterday, I guess he wants to use the strengthened weapon to make up for his shortcomings. I just don't know to what extent he will strengthen the weapon. To be honest, Zhang Lingyu was really envious. Not to mention a weapon that was strengthened to 20. Even if one had a weapon that was strengthened to 15, one would be able to brag to others. I wonder if I can find him to strengthen my weapon a bit, but I'm a bit worried that it will take up the quota. It shouldn't take up. You can ask him. Chapter 13 erases 0 for you. After spending more than 2 hours, Lin Mo had finally strengthened his pistol to 20. Thunderbolt pistol, rare, plus 20. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45-45. Damage, 71 to 93, plus 236. 2. Additional, Thunder attribute attack. Penetration plus 10. Strike plus 5%, plus 10. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being a purple quality equipment. Strengthened to 20. The increased damage was just high. The additional attributes, just average. As for the rest, Lin Mo didn't plan to strengthen it for now. Just get it in advance if he needed to use it. It was mainly too much of a waste of time. That Lin Mo. See if you can strengthen my weapon. The price is negotiable. Ling Chi rubbed his hands together. Not at all as cold and serious as he was just now. Lin Mo wanted to laugh inwardly. Look, this is the attraction of strengthening weapons. Anyone who you are, in front of a reinforcement master with a high reinforcement rate, you have to smile. Even if you don't know how to smile, you have to smile. Originally Lin Mo didn't want to give Ling Chi reinforcement. After all, he was now guarding himself. Giving him reinforcement wasn't very useful. But no matter what, the other party was also protecting himself, even if it was a reward for him. Anyway, he was only paying a little bit of points. No problem, give me the weapon. Thanks. Ling Chi hurriedly took out a long gun from his own space backpack. This is something I just got someone to make. I haven't had time to strengthen it yet. It's really of a good grade. I don't dare to go easy on it. More importantly, messing this up would break it. Equipment of such a high grade wasn't that easy to get. Lin Mo got his hands on it and took a look. Good guy, actually still a piece of level 80 equipment. This base damage is simply explosive. You want to strengthen to how much? First say the price. I will not be cheap. Of course, the money must be paid. You can't even accept it. Can I strengthen it to 20? 15 is fine if you find it difficult. In fact, his heart preferred to strengthen to 21, which was the highest value Lin Mo was known to have successfully strengthened. But he was embarrassed. In fact, he was already embarrassed when he said 20, but the words had already been said, so it could only be that way. Lin Mo smiled. He wouldn't mess with money. If it was free before, Lin Mo probably wouldn't do it. But now that he had cooperated with the state, he wasn't afraid. Even if something went wrong, the state would cover it. 20 is no problem. I'll do the math, haha. Lin Mo took out his calculator and clicked a calculation. Changhui 3, 135, 000. I'll wipe a 0 to charge you 3, 130, 000. Okay. The corner of Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. You're really erasing 0. But more than that, she was still envious. Envious that Lingyu was about to have a weapon with a reinforcement of 20. If he didn't count the weapon in Lin Mo's hand, this would be the first reinforced 20 weapon in the world. Without saying a word, Ling Chi took out his bank card and swiped it to pay, fearing that Lin Mo would back out. Looking at the money that was credited, it was too hard to finally see the money coming back. However, there might be more money in the future. Alas, the life of making money is really boring. This reinforcement, directly get to 12:30 p.m., the speed on the speed is quite fast. Unfortunately, this morning, in addition to the man who was scared away, there was not a single guest. Lin Mo was wondering if he would be better off in a different place. But it's okay now. Right, there are people coming to the door every now and then. And there's the country's weapon reinforcement. There would definitely be a lot of them in quantity. And on Saturday and Sunday he wasn't going to give out reinforcements. Instead he was going to go outside and upgrade. The opportunity was in his hands. How could he not make good use of it? He was the man who wanted to be the king of the domain gate. Here you go, see if you're satisfied. Ling Ji took the lance and looked at the data. Dark Knight Lance, rare, plus 20. Equipment level, LV 80. Durability, 51/55. Damage, 701 to 823, plus 2318. Additional, strength plus 55, plus 50. Bleeding plus 100. Strike plus 10%. Ling Ji's hands trembled. The damage had increased by a full 2300. And the additional attributes were also increasing now. With this weapon, he had the power to fight even if he was facing a 9th rank demon. It was really too strong. He took a deep breath and saluted Lin Mo. With you in the country, many warriors will be able to come back alive on the battlefield in the future. Thank you. The serious Ling Chi, for a moment, gave Lin Mo no chance. Don't be like this. You're paying for this. No need to be like this. What's more, the country is also shelling out money. It's to each his own. Lin Mo really didn't think that much. Simply just wanted more people to take his weapon and go kill demons. The space for humans to survive had been greatly compressed, and outside the quarantine wall were the places where demons gathered. And those places were, at one time, places where humans inhabited. This is different. This is a gift you can accept. It's really important for those warriors on the front line, whether it was civil or not, or whether it was official. All of them had to fight against the demons, and weaponry was their guarantee. The better the weaponry, the greater the chance of surviving was. There was no doubt about it. All the enhancement masters who were able to enhance plus 10 weaponry were respected for a reason. Although they wanted money, it was reasonable. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. This hat was a bit high. However, the money still had to be paid. Lin Mo glanced at his cell phone. It was Friday. The equipment was also available. Shouldn't we go to the wilderness and see what's going on? Although there were only weapons, it was enough. Anyway, with them around, they wouldn't let themselves get hurt. As for those armor-like things on his body, let's wait until the stuff arrives. Tomorrow, Saturday, I'm going to go to the wilderness to hunt demons. You see? Since Ling Qi and the others were sent here, it must be useful. I'll have someone arrange it now. Let's just target the F-rank demons and E-rank demons. These demons are all within level 20. With your level and equipment, you should have no problem dealing with them. Not to mention the fact that you'll need us. If not, we'll give you a half residue. These situations had been anticipated before they came. So in addition to their stealthy maneuvering team, there was another unit from the town guard. Ling Qi was in charge of protection, while they were in charge of opening up a demonic battlefield, specifically for Lin Mo's use. Regarding Lin Mo's family situation, the above had also conducted an investigation. Speculations had also been made about his psychology, and the odds were that he would head to the front lines, hunting demons, and maybe even going to close the domain gate. This was all in their consideration. In fact, from above, it was best for Lin Mo to stay in the safe backlands, and it was best for the front lines to not even go there. It was best not to fight even the lowest level F-class demons. One must realize that demons hurt people, not just by attacking, but also by being tainted by demonic aura. A small amount of contamination would at most have an effect on the character, and the mind's eye would be able to remove it in a while. But if a high-level demonic creature infests you, it's not something that can be solved in a little time. If it wasn't cleared in time, there would be unforeseen dangers. Ding bell. Excuse me, is it really possible to strengthen equipment 100% here? A young girl wearing a black combat uniform and standing at 1 meter 6 walked in, speaking in a sticky voice. Chapter 14, Traveling to the vicinity of the domain gate. Of course you can. If the strengthening fails, all the strengthening stones will be returned tenfold. This was the first customer of the day. It had to stay. Then see if this can be strengthened for me. A scepter suddenly appeared in the young girl's hand, with a white gemstone embedded in it. A priest or a paladin. But looking at this figure, it should be a priest. No problem. I wonder how much you want to strengthen it to. Are the strengthening stones self-prepared? Lin Mo didn't have many strengthening stones prepared in his hands. After all, he didn't have much money before. He used them once and bought them once. Strengthening 2. Is 10 okay? The strengthening stones are already prepared. With that, the woman placed 20 strengthening stones on the table. Still purple stones. Chenghui 5000. Lin Mo took out his card swiper at the first opportunity and handed it to the other party's eyes. The woman's expression stiffened. It was the first time she had seen receiving money first and then doing something. Wasn't it doing it first and then paying for it? But she didn't hesitate and paid directly. Lin Mo took the scepter into his hands and saw the data panel on it. It was still a level 40 purple equipment, and the level was quite high. Strengthening to 10 was too easy for him, and in less than 20 minutes, a strengthened 10 weapon came out. Here you go. So fast? The woman was a bit surprised. In her opinion, how could it take an hour? Previously, when she went to that golden strengthening master's store, that person was looking at the time and scrutinizing the weapon. She didn't expect that here. The person casually ended it. But it was true that the strengthening was successful, and she couldn't help but wonder if she wanted to strengthen it a few more levels. But she held back. In case the strengthening was bad, she didn't have another purple quality scepter. Ancient Star Ocean Scepter, rare, plus 10. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 32/40 firsts. Damage, 335 to 412, plus 266. Bonus, 5% chance to be attacked by star power for 20% intelligence damage per attack. Intelligence plus 75. Healing effect plus 10%. The woman nodded with satisfaction. Really strengthened to 10. The stats were all very good. Even the additional attributes were very much in line with her profession. Thank you, store manager. I'll introduce my teammates over sometime. Then I'll have to thank you. Here's my business card. By the way, this place is usually only open from Monday to Friday. Saturday depends on the situation, and Sunday is bound to be closed. Introducing people is a good thing. Isn't this what he wants? One by one, 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 one by one. Saturday and Sunday, he is going to the field. This is not going to do much change. However, if someone comes, Saturday to stay out of the day, also still can be. As for the official equipment, enhancement of 10 or less, his speed is quite okay. The time consuming is only 13 or more. After the woman left, Lin Mo sat on the chair and couldn't help but think, is the system really only capable of this? It shouldn't be. Just adding damage, adding additional attributes. There's nothing else? he didn't believe it anyway. But the points in his hand aren't two enough, or else he would have strengthened it to 50 at a time to take a look at it, and maybe he would be able to see something out of it. The next day, Saturday. The location has been chosen. The grounds there are already surrounded. We can start when we arrive. Driving the car was Ling Chi. On both sides of Lin Mo sat Chung Ziyu and Tai Patrol. These two could protect him in the first place. The co-pilot sat Zhang Lingyu. Behind them was a car with two other team members. The two vehicles traveled all the way north to the bottom of a hill. And on top of that hill, a black gate stood there, its frame covered in patterns, and in the center of the gate was a rippling black mist. Is that the domain gate? Lin Mo asked, pointing at the gate in the distance. Well, that's a disaster level gate with a large number of F and E class magical creatures, a small number of D class magical creatures, very few C class magical creatures. It's considered the safest gate, and it releases demons once a week. People generally didn't care much about such gates all over the world. After all, apart from the magical creatures, the things inside were also important. Most of the things added inside the weaponry used by the professionals came from here, and it was because of the addition of these things that the weapons were given attributes. And in the beginning, people didn't realize this. It was only when the gate's demonic chi contaminated the weapons that people realized this. However, the batch of weapons back then had already been suppressed at this time, because the weapons invaded by the demonic chi were not something that ordinary people could use. On the grass in the distance, there were already some low-level demons moving around, but they didn't seem to be aggressive. This is for you. You can only hunt demons after having this. Ling Shi handed over a black piece of iron. It was the mind's eye. Unfortunately, it wasn't reinforced, but Lin Mo didn't really care about it because he had taken a pistol and a sniper rifle this time. Casually, he put the mind's eye into his coat pocket and took out the sniper rifle from his backpack. Lin Mo directly lay on the ground. With the sniper rifle's current power, one shot of a demonic creature was not a big problem. Ling Chi led the others to scatter in all directions. The distance from Lin Mo was only 10 meters away. Boom! A shot rang out and a red -411 emerged. The demonic creature that was hit fell to the ground. The other demons immediately scattered in all directions. However, they were driven back into the middle of the field by the people around them. Ding! Killed level 1 F-ranked demonic creature. Experience +10. Points +10. Lin Mo shook his head. This increase was too little. Taking a look at the distance, there were some clustered piles of demons. Lin Mo roughly checked. There should be 20 to 30 demons in the range. It should be fine. I just don't know how strong these things are. Cruel half-human demon LV, 17, skull and crossbones, 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 skull and crossbones. The tallest of the demons appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. 3 skeletons. It looked really dangerous enough. After all, was his own attributes low? Until now he hadn't even added attribute points. Of course, even if he added them, it wouldn't be much use. Under the same level, he was still too much different from others, but none of that mattered. A grenade suddenly appeared in his hand. That's right, it was the one that Zhang Lingyu had given him that day, only he had slightly strengthened it for him yesterday. G10 grenade, normal, +12. Durability, 1/1. Damage, 500, +577. Bonus, kill radius 5m, +10. Bonus, kill radius 5m, +10. Using all the strengthening stones, not even using the points. This data Lin Mo expressed his satisfaction. Afterwards, pull bad, lean back, and throw. Hair's boom. A black object, thrown in a perfect parabola, landed 2 or 3 meters in front of the demon. Oops, threw it close, missed by a little bit. Ling Chi's few people looked at each other. The grenade thing was lethal, but the range was too small. Those devils standing were more gathered, but the range was still a bit wider. Being able to kill 2 or 3 would be good. Iron Patrol. Next time you go and break the legs of those demons, let Lin Mo kill them. However, with a loud boom, a shockwave visible to the naked eye came from the field, and a huge mushroom cloud made of smoke rose up. There was only one thought in the minds of the crowd. This is simply impossible. Chapter 15, next time I can run by myself. It wasn't like they hadn't used this grenade before. How could it be so powerful? Regardless of what the others thought, Lin Mo's mouth was twisted with joy. Ding! Killed a level 1 F-class demon. Experience +10. Points +10. Ding! Kill a level 6 F-class demon. Experience +63. Points +63. Ding! Ding! Killed 17th level E-magic creature. Experience +174. Points +174. Ding! Ding! 20 or so messages popped up at once, and the ones on the very edge weren't killed. After all, the range is so big, and there are so many demons as meat shields. It's normal that they can't die. Lin Mo took out his sniper rifle and shot a little friend. They were all on the ground. It would be strange if they couldn't be killed again. Lin Mo glanced at his stats and upgraded again. It's a pity. It would be nice if there was an aiming function, and I don't know if there is a similar ability in the general skill. Otherwise, taking a sniper rifle and only shooting demons in close proximity was more or less a waste. Lin Mo, was that grenade you just had reinforced? Although he said he already knew the answer, Ling Chi still wanted to hear it from Lin Mo. Yeah, but I just strengthened one. It's just too much of a waste of time. I'm not asking for this thing. I want to ask you about this grenade, how much you strengthened it to reach this effect. Level 12, I think. Ling Chi looked at Lin Mo, who had a thoughtful face and the corner of his mouth twitched. A disposable equipment. You actually strengthened it to level 12. How can you let those strengtheners be embarrassed? How do you let those professionals who don't have equipment that is strengthened to 10 or above be embarrassed? 50% of the professionals were reinforcing 5 equipment. After all, there were plenty of black iron reinforcers. Above silver it becomes scarce. You have to queue up if you want to strengthen it. Moreover, in many of the reinforcers, they don't take over the equipment that you have already reinforced. Who knows if your weapon has ever failed to strengthen? After all, after the reinforcement failure, but will drop the reinforcement level, but will not clear 0. In the eyes of the even appeared damage, in case it comes to their hands, the reinforcement fails and the whole weapon breaks down. Whose problem is this? It's good that you're happy. Ling Chi patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and turned around to return to his position, although he kinda wanted to say, why don't you strengthen more other equipment? He can spend money, but after all, it was Lin Mo's own idea. He had no right to interfere. It was just a bit heartbreaking. Lin Mo looked at the faraway Ling Ji in disbelief. What's with this person? He looked at the demons walking around in the distance and picked up his gun to continue shooting. Far away, Zhang Lingyu came to Ling Chi's side. Did you just want to say let him strengthen his weapons? Don't use the reinforcement on disposable equipment? Ling Chi hesitated and nodded. I did think that just now, but I didn't say it. Zhang Lingyu sighed in relief. It's good that you didn't say it. You have to know how important he is, or else you wouldn't have said to let your squad come over. My position isn't lower than yours, but in the end, I'm still not staying here to do Lin Mo's bidding. This shows his importance, so don't bother with some things. We're in a cooperative relationship, not superior and subordinate. Even if he strengthens the stone up to level 20, that's still his hobby. Not to mention that Secretary Chen is going to set his file as an S-ranked file, so you understand? The matter of SSS grade profiles was not clear to Zhang Lingyu. If she knew that it was SSS grade, she would have no problem even warming up the comforter now, not to mention listening to commands. So many years had passed since the domain gate descended until now. How many SSS grade files were there? No more than 5. All of them were information that had been publicized only after how many years of the person's death. And none of these people were people who had made great contributions to the country. Warming the comforter for this kind of person was something that could be written into the genealogy. I know. I didn't say that just now either. Ling Chi had a serious face. By the way, those equipment of his will be able to arrive tomorrow. A total of 12 pieces of equipment. But I see the weapons he might prefer this sniper rifle. The bow and arrow might not like it. Doesn't matter. Just protect him anyway. He seems to have leveled up again. How come I didn't have this treatment back then? Or else I wouldn't be just over 5th rank now. Zhang Lingyu was really envious of Lin Mo. Thinking back then, she was only teamed up to hunt demons. How could she have such an opportunity? Can that be compared? Just like you said, this Lin Mo is a treasure now. Even in the future, Lin Mo's status would definitely not be bad. The highest reinforcement level in history was only 16. Not even 17. Difficult. At noon Lin Mo took a break and had a simple meal with the crowd. The people from the town guards went to drive the demons into the encirclement, so that Lin Mo could kill them later. The demons were lower level and didn't have the ability to sense danger. They then stayed quietly in the encirclement and let themselves be slaughtered. After eating, Lin Mo continued hunting. Lin Mo's points and experience kept growing. Sure enough, it's still the experience gained from striking out on your own that's high, but there's no rush. When one's strengthened weapons become more numerous, one won't need to do it themselves in the future. Lin Mo's system background suddenly erupted with patches of data. Ding! Experience value plus 3, points plus 15. Ding! Experience value plus 4, points plus 22. Ding! Experience value plus 3, 6, points plus 18. Boom! Boom! A roaring sound followed. Ling Chi quickly take the people away. There's a riot at the disaster level domain gate 20 kilometers ahead and it's starting to release demons when it shouldn't. There are quite a few D and C class demons running out. Although it's no problem for you guys. Lin Mo is not a combat profession after all. Zhang Lingyu hurriedly shouted after hanging up the phone. It was important to realize that the town guards that came over this time were only of the 3rd rank. After all, It was only a disaster-level domain gate, so they couldn't use professionals of too high a rank, but there were B-rank demons in the disaster level, and there might even be A-rank demons. A large number of them was not something they could handle, and they were mainly worried about accidents. Alright, we'll leave now. Lin Mo was still wondering why there was a roaring sound when he himself was carried on his shoulders and flew away from the scene. From the time his feet left the ground to the time he got into the car, it was less than a minute in total. His entire being was confused, because the speed was just too fast. The scenery on both sides flew backwards, and was gone in the blink of an eye. It was only when the car started that Lin Mo was able to slow down. The thought of being carried on the shoulders of the Iron Patrol was quite embarrassing. Actually I guess, can run pretty fast. Next time I can run by myself. Lin Mo looked at TIE Patrol with a serious face. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. TIE Patrol nodded seriously. As for which next time, it was hard to say. After all, in terms of attributes alone, Lin Mo was really too far behind. The car drove all the way towards the city, and at a location not far from the city, Lin Mo saw that there were demons escaping from time to time from the woods not far away. When he saw the display on it, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. Berserk Predator LV, 52, Biohazard Skull and Crossbones. It was probably because his attributes were too low, so this level of danger was simply outrageous. Lin Mo looked at his points, as well as the sniper rifle in his hand. If he strengthened it to 50, he should be able to kill it as well, but unfortunately it's just too much of a waste of time. But seeing the various level 30 to 40 magical creatures that appeared from time to time, Lin Mo was a little tickled again. Chapter 16 Amazing Damage. Can we wait here for a while and find a safe place while I strengthen my equipment? At first, Lin Mo was worried that he would attract unnecessary trouble if he was exposed, but after cooperating with the country, this worry of his was sort of gone. He also dared to make a bold move. Ling Chi's few people looked at each other and nodded. No problem. The five of them formed a circle to surround Lin Mo. As for Zhang Lingyu was not with them. She also had to take care of the side of the Jin guards. Without saying a word, Lin Mo directly landed on the ground from releasing his own reinforcer, then took out a bunch of purple reinforcing stones from his backpack. Although it was a bit heartbreaking to use them on level 10 equipment, that level 52 demonic creature in the distance was just too appealing. Lin Mo also stopped hurting for reinforcement points and took them out twice at most. After that, he would just use the points to replenish them. Points 80, points 90, points 76. Lin Mo's teeth hurt, but looking at the strengthening numbers on the top kept growing. Lin Mo was relieved. If you don't want to give up the child, you can't get the wolf, and if you don't want to give up the daughter-in-law, you can't get the rogue. Dry. Half an hour's time. Lin Mo with the fastest speed will hand the sniper rifle reinforcement completed. Just gained the points instantly used up 2400. However, Lin Mo was only heartbroken for a moment, because in this half hour's time, Lin Mo's points grew by more than 20,000 points. 2000 was just a small amount of money. If it wasn't for the fact that someone had been providing him with points, Lin Mo wouldn't have dared to wreak such havoc. The silver-colored reinforcer disappeared. Lin Mo looked at the weapon data and couldn't help but gulp. Fine sweat even broke out on his brain. Wasn't this damage a bit too high? But when he thought that this was equipment that had been strengthened by 50, he was relieved. If this were to strengthen that weapon of Ling Ji's to 50, wouldn't the damage break 50,000 or even 100,000? It was scary to think about. G110 sniper rifle, purple, plus 50. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45-45. Damage, 98 to 120, plus 7218. Additional, penetration plus 50, plus 100. Damage plus 10%. Hit plus 50. Strength plus 100. Special, let the bullet fly for a while. The longer the bullet flies, the more damage it does, increasing the damage range by 5%-20%. Lin Mo looked at the last column in confusion. This was not something he had seen on equipment. Maybe it was because he had met fewer equipment but not any of his previous weapons. Or was this something that could only be obtained by strengthening? Ding! Congratulations to the host for having the first piece of reinforced 50 equipment. The system level is raised. Unfortunately, Tian didn't have time to look at it now. Half an hour had passed, and had already run into quite a few demons. If he didn't make a move, he would really have nothing left. I've strengthened it, let me try shooting. Hearing this, the five switched positions, revealing the position of Lin Mo's gun. The level 52 one from earlier had run off somewhere, but it didn't matter because Lin Mo had found a new prey. Two-headed predator LV-41, biohazard biohazard. Lin Mo adjusted his breathing, at a distance of 500 meters. If he couldn't hit the head, he would be able to hit the body. Boom! The bullet shot out and a -8,433 red number flew up. Oops, pity. I clearly aimed for the head. How did I miss? Ling Ji didn't care where he hit, but that 8433 number, was this nifty? Hitting a number of 8,433 from a level 10 weapon. You know it was him who couldn't hit that number with this weapon. Ling Ji looked towards Lin Mo, who was lying on the roof of the car. How much had this weapon been strengthened? Boom! There was another gunshot. -16,888. The numbers lit up. No need to think to know that this is a bludgeon generated by hitting a weak point. The five looked at each other. Outrageous. Comfortable. It would be nice to have an auto-aim again. Ding! Killed a level 41 B-class demon. Experience plus 550. Points plus 550. It was just a bit of a shame that the experience value was given just this much. It instantly didn't smell good. Seeing this data, Lin Mo put away his sniper rifle. Let's go back. Several people got into the car and continued to drive towards the city center. No one in the crowd mentioned anything about Lin Mo's gun damage. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just report it directly. On the road. Big brother Ling Chi, how many demons did you kill when you upgraded to the 8th rank? Lin Mo was genuinely curious. Although it was said that he was able to upgrade by killing 4 or 5, but this was a B-rank demonic creature that he killed. Normally there were a few first rankers who dared to kill B-rank demons. Not at all. To go and kill a B-rank, that was to think that they wouldn't die fast enough. I haven't really counted this one, but I've been hunting magic creatures for 350 out of almost 365 days, and it's only in the last 2 years that I've started to reduce it. The number, I guess, there's about a 20,000 or 30,000. Ling Shi fell into a deep thought for a moment. Serious people who kept track of how many demonic creatures they had killed. Is it that all demonic creatures provide experience? Lin Mo questioned. Not really, there is no experience at all when you are 10 levels below yourself. As for the ones above yourself, there's actually a small amount of bonus, the kind that's almost negligible. I know what you mean, but this is reality and not a game. There's no such thing as giving several times the experience for crossing levels. The so-called no experience is just that compared to the experience needed to upgrade. What it provides is almost negligible. In response to Lin Mo's question, Ling Chi tried his best to explain it in a way that was easy to understand. When Lin Mo thought about it, he was right. If the experience given by the demonic creature was high enough, then wouldn't upgrading be fast? How many people started to slowly stagnate after leveling up to the 8th rank? Wasn't it because the experience given was getting less and less and people didn't have as much energy to upgrade? After all, this really wasn't an online game where one upgraded for the sake of upgrading. Rather, it was to protect the land behind them from the demons in the domain gate, and their ultimate goal remained to close the domain gate. And the time it took to close the domain gate was going to take longer than imagined, and the number of people needed was even more countless. When they came near the isolation gate, the demons that ran out behind them were no longer visible. Even if there were demons that leaked over, they would be eliminated by the professionals here at the quarantine gate. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. There were really 2 worlds outside of the city. Lin Mo, are you going home or to the store? Go home. It was getting late, and there was no point in going to the store. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll go to the store. You guys don't have to come over to pick me up. The distance isn't very far. Just a few hundred meters. It's just a few steps walking. That won't do. Our mission is to protect you. Our room is right next door to your house. Call us anytime if something happens. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Since you said so, why are you asking me? However, it feels pretty good to be protected. After returning home, Lin Mo first opened the system to look at his panel. The system said that he had leveled up, and he didn't know what he had leveled up. Chapter 17, System Upgrade. Lin Mo opened the crude system panel, which didn't show the level, but it did change. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 26,131. Skill, Drawing. Strengthening success rate, plus 10%. Voila! This thing is awesome. It can actually increase the success rate. I don't know how to add. If it's on top of the original, then it's cool. But if the 70% success rate becomes 77%, it's not as good as it should be. Just give it a try and you'll see. Lin Mo took out the strengthener and threw in a random weapon. After strengthening it to 6, a number was displayed on it. Strengthened item, broken standard shield, normal, plus 6. Success rate, 99%. Whether or not to strengthen. Sure enough, it wasn't that good, but it was fine. A little increase was a little increase, and it would save a lot of points. He then put his sniper rifle in and moved it back and forth several times, finally getting a more satisfactory number. Enhanced item, G110 sniper rifle, rare, plus 50. Success rate, 55%. Whether or not to strengthen. This way one only needs 45. What? It's actually 450 points. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes to confirm that he hadn't misread it. It really was 450 points. It's fine. After all, it's been strengthened to 50, so people should increase their points. In the end, Lin Mo didn't bother strengthening it. One was that the cost of points was too high, and the other was that this weapon was level 10, so it was too much of a waste. Let's wait until he levels up. He opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Reinforcement Master. Potential, Grade B. Level, First Order Level 5, 1211/1800. Attribute, Strength, 9. Physical Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Allocatable points, 75. Exclusive Skill, Strengthening. General Skill, none. In one day's time he had directly ascended 5 levels. How hard it was to put this on others. It couldn't have been easier to put it on him. But more importantly, 2/3 of those experience values were provided by those people before. If it wasn't for them, Lin Mo couldn't have upgraded so fast even if he was exhausted. It's a pity that the strengthened equipment is still too little. If there were more people coming, one's level would be even higher than it is now. As for points, Lin Mo planned to add Strength plus 15, Stamina plus 25, Agility plus 35. It wasn't like he had any skills, so he didn't need intelligence. As long as his physical fitness was good, as long as he ran fast, he was safe. Sunday, Lin Mo came to the store on time. Of course it was still delivered by Ling Qi and the others. Zhang Lingyu was also waiting at the door. You're here too, don't you need you on that side? With such a big battle yesterday, he thought Zhang Lingyu would continue to preside there. No need, I'm from the Kyoto headquarters. Someone else is in charge of this side. Originally, her task was to take over a local suppression army in charge of suppressing a domain gate after finding a suitable reinforcement division. However, after meeting Lin Mo, the above changed her appointment. After all, she had been in contact with Lin Mo for a longer period of time, and she and Ling Qi happened to form a man and a woman, so it would be a bit easier to communicate with Lin Mo. That's good. Lin Mo pushed open the door, walked to his place and directly lay down. Zhang Lingyu opened her mouth and still didn't say the words. She didn't know what to say. Ling Qi glanced at her and shook her head, signaling her not to rush. Lin Mo was lying there, his eyes slightly closed, and he also saw the small movements of the two. Yesterday, during the reinforcement, this issue came to mind, but by the looks of it, the top was in a hurry but took care of his emotions and didn't ask him in the first place. Lin Mo thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Sister Lingyu, I wonder when the equipment that needs to be strengthened will arrive. The first batch will be sent over tomorrow. The quantity is a bit more than 40 weapons. If you think it's too much, next time let them send less. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. How could he possibly dislike more? As long as it wasn't reinforced over 15, he couldn't wait to give a little more. These could all provide experience and points in the future. About what level weapons are they? Who are they for? If the level is basically around level 40, this batch are all weapons for the town guards. A level enhancement of 12 is fine. Of course if you think it's too high, an enhancement of 10 is also fine. No, 12 is fine. Lin Mo suddenly thought that the highest he had gained experience was 10%, but now all he had gained was basically 1%. He wondered if this thing had something to do with his weapon strengthening. After all, before, it was generally within 10, and there were very few over 10. With so many numbers day after day, Lin Mo hadn't looked at it carefully. That's great. Those equipments will be delivered tomorrow morning. Zhang Lingyu had a happy face. Although it was only weapons, it was enough, and it would be good if the other equipment could be strengthened to 10 at another strengthener. As for the source of the equipment, it was the official's own blacksmith forge. After a while, Lin Mo swept a glance at the two. Do you guys want to ask me about that equipment from yesterday? You can say it if it's convenient for you, but forget it if it's not, Zhang Lingyu said in a hurry. She had been pulled into the video conference after Ling Qi's report yesterday. Remember everything I just told you? The purpose of having you stay there is to communicate with Lin Mo. As for Ling Qi, just pretend that he doesn't exist. Just his nature. He can't even speak intelligently. Chen Junzheng said with a smile on his face. Boss, you can't blame me for this. After all, I've been fighting all the time since my awakening. This kind of bending and twisting was not something I was good at in the first place. At Chen Junzheng's words, Ling Qi expressed his dissatisfaction. Ling Qi could express her dissatisfaction. People of the 8th rank had that qualification. Not to mention being a member of the stealthy maneuvering team, and she would have to listen well. Understood, Director Chen. I will communicate properly. I'm a little worried that it might cause resentment from the other party. After all, people with abilities are more or less different. Chen Junzheng waved his hand. No, wait for him to say it himself. I'm sure he will. Since he chose to cooperate with the state, he should trust the state. A large part of me letting Ling Chi go over is his trust in the country. Otherwise, what can you do when people just say they can strengthen to 15 and leave the rest for their own use? Okay, I understand. Zhang Lingyu nodded. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to handle this. The equipment Lin Mo needs will be sent over together tomorrow. If he has any needs directly fulfill them. That store is a bit small. Can't find him a bigger store with good foot traffic. Chen Junsheng could see that Lin Mo actually wanted to strengthen equipment for others. Even after saying that he had already cooperated with the country, he still didn't want to give up on the people outside. Chen Junsheng didn't understand the reason for this, knowing that other reinforcement masters who cooperated with the state had almost no demand for outside customers. After all, a stable channel of earning money was much better than an unstable one, and people were generally too lazy to bother. Then I'll arrange for someone to get it tomorrow. Zhang Lingyu took out her notebook and wrote this down. Chapter 18, only $100 million. So cheap. There's nothing inconvenient about it. It's not a big deal. What's more, I'm considered to have my back to the state now, and the state even sent someone to protect me. I'm very content. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Chi. Actually, Lin Mo was satisfied with this inwardly. After all, if the country didn't send someone, he really didn't dare to strengthen himself in a big way. At least when his own strength wasn't up, he didn't dare to do so. There was no impermeable wall in the world. This point would be known sooner or later. You think that the whole world is now caught in the disaster of the domain sect, and humanity is of one mind? Wrong, 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 wrong. There are people who are still like the capitalists of the past, who will take all the resources into their own hands. Lin Mo didn't want to become a reinforcement machine. Prepare yourselves mentally. If the two of you fall down together, there's no way I can get it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu swallowed their saliva. Looking at things, there was something not simple. I'm ready, go ahead. Same for me, Ling Chi echoed. Ahem, that level 10 sniper rifle yesterday, let me strengthen it to 50. Lin Mo looked at the expressions of the two, and it was really the same as what he thought. Zhang Lingyu's face was instantly flushed, and her entire body was so excited that tears were coming out. And Ling Chi was even more exaggerated. Her hands trembled and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. Wanting to speak, he couldn't say anything, only panting heavily there. Those who didn't know would have thought that these two were doing something there, especially Zhang Lingyu. Those twin strands were trembling, they could barely stand up. You said that you strengthened to 50? Aren't you only able to strengthen to 21? Ling Chi looked at Lin Mo somewhat incredulously. What was the concept of 50? If this was put on a level 90 weapon, wouldn't the damage it would bring fly? When did I say that I could only strengthen to 21? I just took a weapon that was strengthened to 21. Actually, Lin Mo also forgot what he said at that time. Anyway, he didn't care. Just go by what he said now. Ling Ji didn't dwell on it either. It was just that this answer was really hard to accept. That Lin Mo, can the weapon be shown to me? Zhang Lingyu said after calming down a bit. No problem. Lin Mo took out the sniper rifle from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Lingyu. Receiving the weapon, Zhang Lingyu carefully observed it. The gun was brought by her, and she couldn't say that she remembered the style of the gun very well, but it was still a bit of a memory. She remembered that when she brought it before, it was a glossy black with a purple pattern, and there was nothing special about it as a whole. However, now this gun, the purple pattern has become more, and in the pattern of a circle with a circle of gold edge. On top of that, there were many more carvings on the gun, especially on top of the barrel where there were more special floral symbols. Zhang Lingyu was certain that there were none of these when he brought it. That is to say, the weapon's appearance would change to a certain extent when it was strengthened to the back, but the change was not that obvious. When she saw the attributes, Zhang Lingyu's entire body froze. The damage had increased by 7,200. This was a level 10 equipment. Wouldn't level 90 add 70? 000? Zhang Lingyu was breathing heavily, her mouth opened and closed, wanting to say but not knowing how to say it. Stealing a glance at Lin Mo, she saw that he didn't notice her, and felt relieved. Give me a look. Ling Ji was a little curious about how much the bonus of a weapon strengthened to 50 was. Hiss. After taking it in his hand, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This bonus was unbeatable. Eventually there was going to be one more special attribute, something that had never been seen before, and it was also an increase in damage. If this attribute was added to his weapon, wouldn't it be unbeatable? Lin Mo, isn't it hard to strengthen this to 50? Zhang Lingyu was a little curious, remembering the day before yesterday when he strengthened it. It didn't take much time and the attribute at that time shouldn't be this. Could it be that he went back at night and strengthened it again? Of course it's hard. This is strengthening to 50, not 15. Ling Chi's eyes twitched at the corner of his eyes when he heard this from the side. If he remembered correctly, the time had only taken half an hour in total. It was simply impromptu, and it wasn't reinforced right from the start. You call this difficult? However, he didn't say anything. Lin Mo said it was difficult as it was. After all, he wasn't some kind of reinforcement master. Then, can this weapon be provided? Zhang Lingyu was a bit embarrassed to say this. After all, Lin Mo had said it was difficult, and he still needed one. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. A weapon with a reinforcement of 50. How should this be given? The previous highest only gave 16 weapons. If he gave 50, one a month or one in 3 months, or maybe one a year? Lin Mo had a bit of a headache. To be honest, it would cost him nothing more than 4,000 points, plus 3 hours of his time would be enough. But then, he would be very busy. After all, his main goal was still to strengthen his equipment more and provide himself with experience points. But thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. It was a gift to the country. It's not impossible. It's just that the price. You said it. Set it as much as you want. Zhang Lin said in a hurry. In her opinion, this weapon was worth even $100 million. Lin Mo took out his calculator and snapped and pressed. Seeing the number he pressed out, was he asking for too much? So he carefully said, if I strengthen it to 50, the price is 100 million. Can I accept it? To be honest, with this price, he didn't even know if it was right. After all, in this world, let alone strengthening to 50, there was no strengthening to 20. Deal. Zhang Lingyu directly answered. Yesterday Qin Junzhang mentioned it. As long as it was not higher than 500 million it could be agreed upon. A loss. This was the first thought in Lin Mo's mind, but then he thought of what the other party had said before, that as long as he wanted something, the country would be able to fulfill it, so it didn't matter. This price, in Lin Mo's opinion, was nothing more than a formality. Then how many of these weapons can you provide in a month? How many more do you want? Just one a month. I can't get too many. Lin Mo still had to prepare himself to come out with a full set of equipment, but other than the weapons, the other ones would be enough to strengthen them to 30 at most. Okay, one is also enough. In fact, Zhang Lingyu thought that it would be good to have a handful a year, but he didn't expect it to be a handful a month. It seems like this Lin Mo is still very patriotic. After agreeing on this, Zhang Lingyu walked out of the store and went to give Chen Junjing a report. What? It's only 100 million. So cheap. Chen Junjing was also surprised. He was originally going for 500 million, but he didn't expect to save on costs. What? To be able to have a handful in a month? So good. It seems that Lin Mo's treatment still needs to be mentioned. You choose a better address for him, a larger area, and arrange for more people to go there at that time. Other than that, as long as it's nothing too big, promise him everything. Chen Junzhang was that happy in his heart. With these weapons, not to mention calamity-level domain gates, even if it was a heavenly calamity-level domain gate, he had the confidence to let the demon-swinging army go and break into it. Then what if someone messes with him and he wants to kill them? Zhang Lingyu was prepared for the worst. After all, it was already not unusual for some big families to bully others. Humph, if there really is such a person, just kill him. I'll see who wants to rebel. At that time, not to mention him killing, even if he doesn't kill, I will uproot this person's family and deal with him according to the crime of treason. Chen Junjing's words were flooded with coldness. It was important to know that Lin Mo's current file was placed in the SSS Great Archive, the importance of which was not insignificant. Chapter 19, Level 90 Epic Reinforcement 50. Invincible. The next day, Monday, Lin Mo, along with the Lingyu squad, arrived at the store. Zhang Lingyu actually didn't come today? Lin Mo looked at the empty doorway and was a little surprised. Usually at this time, Zhang Lingyu should have arrived long ago. She went to fetch her equipment. She'll be here in a while. By the way, it includes that equipment that needs to be strengthened by 50. I don't know who is that lucky. Even if he was as strong as someone like Ling Qi, his speech could not help but be a little sour. The thought of not being the first to use the equipment that was reinforced by 50 made his body feel bad. Lin Mo smiled and didn't say anything. It's a little cute to have money and not earn it. Want to whore out his reinforcement? That is impossible. Opened the store door and waited for customers to come to the door. The customers didn't wait. Zhang Lingyu came back. Where do you put the stuff? I'll put it for you. Just put it on the table. I'll just put it away in my backpack later. Zhang Lingyu nodded. These 12 weapons and equipment are yours. All of them are level 10 purple equipment. Actually, the above wanted to get you some gold and red equipment, but the minimum for gold equipment is level 40, and the minimum for red is level 80, so there's no way around it, so you'll just make do with what you have. In fact, it took a long time to find this level 10 purple equipment. The level was too low. If it was level 20, it could have been sent over a long time ago. These 40 weapons are the ones that need to be strengthened to level 10. These 4 are the ones that need to be strengthened to level 14. And this one is the one that needs to be strengthened to level 15. These weapons were not of a high level, They were all level 40 to 45 equipment for the town guard. Zhang Lingyu then took out a light blue longsword from the put backpack and gently placed it on the table. This one is a level 90 weapon that needs to be strengthened to level 50. Sorry, the quantity is a bit high. The time can be a bit slower. It doesn't have to end in a week. 2 weeks is fine. Zhang Lingyu was a bit embarrassed. After all, the other strengthening masters, at most, only had more than 20 weapons a week, or they were strengthened to 11 or 12, of which it was impossible to say that there were still broken weapons. Lin Mo looked at the table of weapons and his eyes lit up. These were all things that could bring him experience and points. How could it be too much? As long as there were a few more batches, by then he would be able to have a weapon that was strengthened to 100. When he thought that after strengthening to 50, 1% would require 100 points, Lin Mo's heart ached. Wouldn't this strengthening one level require 5,000 points to start with? Ouch! Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and was energized. Enough time, but let's count the money first. Lin Mo took out a pen and paper and started recording, then pulled out a calculator. 40 reinforcement 10 prices total 200. 000. 1 reinforcement to 50 weapon 100 million. For reinforcement 14 prices 340. 000. And 1 reinforcement 15 price 135. 000. In total, Lin Mo added all the numbers together, a total of 167,567,000. Wipe a zero for you. 167,000 okay. Lin Mo put the swipe in front of Zhang Lingyu with a smile on his face. The corner of Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. She just knew it would be this erasing zero. Ding! Payment arrived at $167 million. Okay, I can strengthen it now. I'll strengthen this hardest one for you first. The stone has to be given to me otherwise there will be another charge. Zhang Lingyu silently handed Lin Mo the backpack containing the strengthening stones. The backpack was very small with only 10 compartments. Each compartment had 999 strengthening stones. That's no problem. You guys watch the store for me. Someone help me greet them. After saying that, Lin Mo came behind the screen to survey the weapon in his hand. TSK, it's actually still a gold quality longsword. Flowing light sword, epic. Equipment level, LV90. Durability, 88/90ths. Damage, 1233 to 1437. Additional, strike rate plus 20%. Agility plus 88. Damage plus 10%. Base 3 add-ons. Lin Mo nodded, which meant that blue had 1 add-on, purple had 2 add-ons, and gold 3 red 4. This damage didn't look too bad. 10% more damage. And with the power attribute of the professional himself, this damage wasn't bad at all. Especially since there were some trinkets that were also able to increase the damage. Lin Mo couldn't help but barf a bit. It seemed like the person using this weapon was very strong. Lin Mo shook his head and started putting in work. One by one, the strengthening stones disappeared, and every now and then, white equipment was stuffed into the strengthener, and the strengthening level of the longsword was constantly on the rise. Outside the screen, he's so fast. Didn't he say it was difficult? Zhang Lingyu looked at the other party's figure with a surprised expression. Just listen, don't take it seriously. Lingyu had followed Lin Mo for the past few days and had pretty much figured out Lin Mo. When Lin Mo spoke, don't believe it all. Right, the place Director Chen asked to find. Did you look at it? I asked Zhang Shua to go. I should be able to find the place in the next 2 days, but the distance is slightly far. After all, it's in the city center area. Zhang Lingyu had to be here every day and simply didn't have the time, so this matter was left to her teammate. That's good. As long as we serve Lin Mo well, I think a highly reinforced weapon should be rare. If it wasn't that Ling Ji had Lin Mo figured out, if she said that she would directly let Lin Mo strengthen it, she might not be able to get it even if she spent money on it. After all, for Lin Mo, points were a very important thing, and he easily wouldn't get a weapon that was too strong. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Mo had already started planning to strengthen weapons up to 20, and he wanted to experiment. How exactly was this ratio calculated? 3 hours passed. The store hadn't had a single person come in during the morning. Lin Mo looked at the strengthener in front of him. Reinforced item, flowing light sword, epic, plus 49. Success rate, 37.4%. Whether or not to strengthen. Phew, finally got a better number. Strengthen. A flash of light flashed. The reinforcement was successful. Lin Mo took the weapon out from the strengthener and was also surprised by the number on it. Flowing light sword, epic, plus 50. Equipment level, LV90. Durability, 88/90ths. Damage, 1233 to 1437, plus 83,964. Additional, critical hit rate plus 20%, plus 10. Strike damage plus 20%. Agility plus 88. Strength plus 125. Damage plus 10%, plus 10. Special, a sword opens the gate of heaven, 1% chance to summon a 40-meter giant sword to fall from the sky, inflicting 1000, plus 50% damage plus 20 strength, and 100% stun for 2 seconds after hitting it. 84,000 damage. Just ask who else. This weapon would be directly invincible to any random level 90 profession. Without the need for any skills, it could deal tons of damage. It was simply a divine weapon. I have to say, Lin Mo also coveted it. Unfortunately, this weapon had a level restriction. The effects in the special bar Lin Mo also thought were good. The damage didn't matter. The stun effect was 100%. As long as it was wielded fast enough, the higher the possibility of triggering it. Therefore, this weapon was more suitable for a profession with high agility. Chapter 20, an old client comes to the door. This is for you. I'll take a break first. Lin Mo felt quite tired. After all, he had been standing for 3 hours. Could he not be tired? It's not like he was a counter attendant. Zhang Lingyu swallowed her saliva and took the weapon. When she saw the data on it, her eyes instantly widened. This, is it real? Ling Qi's heart was scratching like a cat's as he looked at Zhang Lingyu's state. He wanted to take it over and look at it, but the weapon was still in Zhang Lingyu's hands after all. He guessed that this enhanced damage growth was more than 70,000 anyways. Zhang Lingyu then carefully handed the weapon in her hand to Lingqi for fear of breaking it. Lin Mo was speechless when he saw this. A weapon of this level. Not to mention bumping it, even smashing it with something didn't do much. If it was a conventional weapon, the kind without an attribute panel, it would indeed break once it was smashed. But this kind of weapon that has added magical materials or used the ore materials in the domain gate, generally nothing happens, unless it is forced to destroy it with a hydraulic press. Of course, in addition to these, there are also staffs that utilize the trees in the domain gate. And the same applies. Although it was said that science couldn't explain it, science couldn't explain domain gates either. Lin Mo looked up at the two men and was almost surprised by the lingering. Good lord, why is this person even hitting the pendulum? Sister Zhang, Ling Qi, is he alright? Don't be karma. Last time, that Secretary Chen scared him, and now there's another one. It's fine, just scared by your equipment. Zhang Linyu slowed down, only his face was still flushed. A plus 50 weapon this was simply a legendary existence. If Lin Mo knew what the other party was thinking, he would definitely tell her. This is nothing, when there are more points in the future. Not to mention plus 50, even plus 100, plus 200. Of course, this was his secret. You guys watch it then. I'm going to get busy. Ding bell. Hello boss, I'm here again. The woman from before came again. Only this time she came with her teammate. Hello? What equipment does the lady want to strengthen this time? Don't be so polite. My name is Zhan Hongying. My teammate's equipment. All of them need to be strengthened to 10. Zhan Hongying had a smile on her face. This boss was really funny actually calling someone a lady. MS. Zhan, just give me the weapons. The price is still the same. 500 for one level within 10 reinforcement. This is no problem. I would like to ask, are you able to strengthen the weapon to 12? No problem. 12 only? It was a matter of moving his hands for him. Zhan Hongying hesitated for a moment and brought out his staff. Hongying, it's easy to break a strengthened 12 weapon. That's all you have right now, that's handy. The other woman behind her wearing leather armor couldn't help but speak. It's fine. It's only my first time with this weapon. Even if it fails it's not a problem. In case it succeeds, you guys can try it too. She was actually worried. But trying it once shouldn't be a problem. Although the success rate would be lower when trying to strengthen it again after failing once, there was always a hope, wasn't there? Boss, help me strengthen it. What's the price? 10,000 for one level. Zhan Hongying frowned. This price is a bit high. It doesn't match the price of a white reinforcement master at all. Boss, this price of yours is also too expensive. How much do other white reinforcement masters cost? The woman behind Zhan Hongying was once again dissatisfied. Lin Mo wasn't angry either. After all, what she said was also true, but he just didn't want to change it. It's not like he was different from others. He was able to guarantee 100% success. This lady, you've seen the name of my store. 100% success. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked for this price. The woman hummed lightly. Then it better be, otherwise we will only give 2,000. Reinforcement failure. Lin Mo couldn't hide it because if he wanted to reinforce it again he would need to wait 24 hours before he could do it. So this also eliminated those who wanted to hide reinforcement failure possibly. Not to mention that from the sound coming out of the reinforcer, one would be able to tell. Lin Mo shook his head and looked at Zhan Hongying. That's how the situation is. I don't know if I need to strengthen it? Zhan Hongying hesitated and nodded. Swipe your card. After paying, Lin Mo took the weapon and went inside. Sister Hongying, you don't say it. This is where I strengthened my weapon. You have to know that the first 6 levels of the White Reinforcement Master's reinforcement is 100%, and there is still a probability in the back, but the fact that he succeeded in one go, and in a very short period of time, already says it all. Nie Xiaoyu was about to say something else, but with her knowledge of Zhang Hongying, she chose to shut up. She turned her head to look at the 2 men at the side who didn't say anything and viciously kicked them. Why don't you guys say a word? The 2 men glanced at each other. Xiaoyu. When does Sister Ring miss out on an errand? When she says it's okay, it's okay. When she says it's not okay, just listen. You guys. What a defeat for you guys. Why don't you have any opinions at all? Nie Xiaoyu also understood, but that was a reinforcement 12. Even a golden reinforcement master wouldn't dare to be so confident. When she thought of Lin Mo's confident expression, she felt that this person had fallen for Zhang Hongying and wanted to show a wave in front of the other party. Humph, when you reveal your fox tail, see if I don't get you killed. However, 10 minutes hadn't arrived before Lin Mo took out his weapon and walked out. Reinforced. The scene went silent. Fake it. Even a gold-colored reinforcer has to be careful and conscientious when reinforcing 10. You reinforced it to 12 in 10 minutes? Nie Xiaoyu slightly opened her small mouth, somewhat in disbelief, but she really didn't hear a shattering sound. The other 2 men also didn't believe it, but with the weapon already out, they had to believe it again. Maybe they really had found the treasure store. Zhang Hongying picked up the weapon and looked at the panel. It really had been successfully strengthened. Boss, then can you continue to strengthen it? What's the highest it can be strengthened to? Although she said that she believed in her heart that Lin Mo would succeed, she didn't expect it to be so easy, so she wanted to continue strengthening. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and glanced at the 2 Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu directly lowered her head when she saw this. They weren't involved in this kind of thing. Lin Mo could strengthen as much as he wanted. As for whether or not someone would come to find Lin Mo's trouble, that was something that Lingyu was responsible for. Their purpose was to protect Lin Mo's safety, and not to interfere in anything else. How much do you want to strengthen to? Is 15 okay? Zhang Hongying looked at Lin Mo with a nervous face. One had to know that the highest reinforced weapon in a private squad like theirs was 14, and the number was still extremely rare. Those were all weapons strengthened by red reinforcement masters, while 15 that was simply unthinkable. Couldn't afford to spend that kind of money. Lin Mo nodded. 15 is no problem. 12 to 15 price 110. 000. No problem. Expensive is a bit expensive. If it really works, the money spent is worth it. Swipe the card to pay. Lin Mo once again turned around and went back behind the screen. Chapter 21, Men or Not. This time it took longer. A full half hour. Lin Mo was just trying to use less points. After Lin Mo handed the weapon to Zhang Hongying, Zhang Hongying's expression was just like the lingering death just now, beating the pendulum. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Did everyone like to play the pendulum? As for that, it's just a weapon with a higher enhancement. Sister Hongying, give me a look. Nie Xiaoyu's heart was like a cat scratching. Could it be that this shopkeeper had really succeeded in strengthening his weapon? If it was true, it would be even more powerful than the golden-colored reinforcer she had found. The weapon she had before had been damaged by that gold-colored reinforcer. After the weapon was repaired, it would be much harder to strengthen it again. The other 2 men, although they also wanted to see it, did not make a sound. Here, you, Zhang Hongying mumbled under her breath as she handed the weapon over, her eyes all hollow. I actually have a strong 15 weapon. I actually have a strong 15 weapon. It was no wonder she was like this. She was only a little more than 4th rank now, and to be able to have a strength 15 weapon at this stage was simply heavenly. What she didn't expect was that a small store that she had casually found had actually raised her weapon's enhancement level, using the same enhanced weapon as a bunch of bigwigs. Who would believe this? Nie Xiaoyu also let out a gasp when she got her weapon, and the other 2 boys couldn't help themselves and wanted to take a look. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and wondered if he was going low on the price. In his opinion 50,000 wasn't a low price anymore. He moved his feet, originally wanting to ask Ling Ji, but when he thought about his experience, he guessed that it would be useless to ask him. So he came to Zhang Lingyu's side. Sister Zhang, do you think my price is going to be low? Am I losing a bit by charging 50,000 for 14 and 15? The corner of Zhang Lingyu's group's mouth twitched. Is it low? It was indeed quite low, but it was only low on the basis of others knowing that you were able to strengthen it successfully. But according to the market, it wasn't low, it could even be said to be high. Zhang Lingyu organized her words and said, purple reinforcers are 5,000 per level, gold reinforcers are 10,000, and red is 20,000, and the white, which is also known as silver reinforcer where you are, is 2,000 per level, while black is 1,000. So to say it's low then, your first 10 levels are indeed low. As for after level 10 it's not low at all. I even think it's a bit high. After all, Not everyone will be as daring as those in front of you. Of course, the exact pricing is still up to you. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and couldn't help but think, should he adjust the price himself? Seeing these people in front of him again, Lin Mo decided not to change it, and just follow what he had now. However, the price for the first 10 levels should be adjusted and raised to 2,000. That's it, but for the first 10 levels my price becomes 2,000. The next time you send me equipment you can have to go by the current price, haha. No problem. It wasn't her spending money anyway. Boss, I'm also going to strengthen to level 15, as well as these few defense equipment of mine are going to be strengthened to level 10 as well. Only to see a flash of light on Ye Xiaoyu's body. The leather armor on her body disappeared, and what appeared with it was a black leotard, which showed off her exquisite figure perfectly. Lin Mo sized it up. He didn't expect a small person to have quite a big thing. I'm the same. Me too. The two men similarly flashed with light. Lin Mo hurriedly turned his head. He couldn't look at it. It was really hot to the eyes. Women look good in drag. Men are better off. Lin Mo looked at the equipment on the table and sipped his teeth. What's the use of strengthening these equipments? He only wants weapons. Forget it. Consider it as making money to build a reputation. And when more people come to the door in the future, he will only strengthen his weapons. Defense equipment is not strengthened. The money was then collected. Lin Mo then came inside and started strengthening. It took more than 3 hours in total, and it was finally strengthened. He picked up a chest armor and looked at it. Thick magic wolfskin robe, advanced, plus 10. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 32/44. Defense, 867 to 995, plus 689. Bonus, physical strength plus 16. Damage reduction plus 5%. The increase in defense value is the same as the increase in that damage value of the weapon. The only difference is the additional aspect. What is added is the defense aspect of the word ability, and that is very user-friendly. But it didn't matter even if it was the damage aspect of the phrase that was given. It would work anyway. Alright, all of your weaponry is all done. You guys check it. The crowd happily put on the weapons and equipment that they had just strengthened, feeling like their strength had increased. This time around, we'll dare to put up a fight even if we encounter an A-class demonic creature again. Yes, this defense attribute has been doubled. I should have known that I would have strengthened it long ago. Before not always worried about will be strengthened bad it, otherwise early to go. Defense equipment, jewelry equipment reinforcement. It's not that people don't want to, rather, the quantity of such equipment was too small, and the quality varied. Generally speaking, one less piece of equipment trying to find the right one would take quite a bit of time, and the wait was longer than the selection time. Professionals didn't want to make do either, but weapons were different. The quantity of this stuff wasn't to say it was high, but it definitely wasn't low. For example, a mage weapon was able to be used as long as it was a staff, except that some had an affinity for the wind system, and some had an affinity for the fire system. So, it didn't matter even if the weapon was broken. Thank you, boss. It's fine, as long as you guys introduce me to more customers, but it's best to strengthen the weapons. Forget about the equipment. After experiencing an equipment strengthening, Lin Mo also broke his mind of making money. It was just too troublesome. The main thing was that it was a waste of time. Although it was said that it was only strengthened to 10, but how could it take 15 minutes for one piece of equipment? This set down, the time spent that would be a lot more. Alright, I'll definitely give you some good publicity. There are quite a few squads that are upgrading with us. I think they'll definitely ask when they see our weapons. Thank you guys then. Ding bell. A youth walked in and was stunned to see so many people in the room. He thought in his heart, it's not easy for this place to actually have people come. Zhang Shua, you're back. Has the place been found? Found it, Captain. The center of the 2 door markets can be opened up, with a total area of 300 square feet. Zhang Shua hurriedly took out his cell phone and handed it to Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu looked at the photo above and nodded with satisfaction. How's the flow of people? Although it's still a bit of a distance from the city center, the foot traffic is definitely much better than here. Not bad. Lin Mo looked at the two somewhat strangely. You guys know each other? Although there was some suspicion when Zhang Shua came to his store for the first time, it was only suspicion. But at this moment, when he saw the two talking like this, he didn't need to think about it to know that the two were bound to know each other. Not to mention that the man in front of him named Zhang Shua was actually called Captain Zhang Lingyu. No wonder when this kid came, he directly strengthened that high of a level. He thought he was really running for free. Lin Mo, I'm sorry about that time, but we had to do it. Zhang Lingyu apologized with an apologetic face. Chapter 22 Changing Shops. Lin Mo shook his head. It's fine, it's all understandable. Anyway, for him, there was no loss at all is all. Right, the meaning of the above is to help you find a big store. My colleague has already helped you find a good one. When do you think you'll start moving? How bad is this? Lin Mo was a bit confused. Why was he suddenly talking about moving places? Regarding the matter of strengthening equipment, the contract had already been signed in the beginning, and to get a new store for it, he somehow felt that it was a bit inappropriate. This is a benefit for all the reinforcement masters who work with the officials. You don't have to care too much. Once he heard Zhang Lingyu's words, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Since everyone had it, he didn't mind. In fact, the benefits that Zhang Lingyu was talking about didn't exist at all. It was only because of Lin Mo's special nature that he had gotten these things. I don't really have anything here, so let's move it later. Lin Mo hadn't been pouring out time to stock up, and there was nothing on the shelves except for some strengthening stones. In theory, a strengthener store should be similar to a blacksmith store. It should be filled with equipment. Only that the strengthening master was displaying the well-strengthened ones, while the weapon shop was filled with ordinary equipment. The few people who were standing in the store and hadn't left heard this and rushed forward. Boss, where are you planning to move to? And where are we going to find you next time? Not to mention the matter of bringing others over, but just to say that next time, in case you obtain any good equipment yourself, it would be good to come over and strengthen it. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu, who picked up her cell phone and said, add the contact information. I'll send you the address. After they left, Lin Mo and the others started carrying things. Things didn't need to be in Lin Mo's hands. With a single call, Zhang Lingyu called for 2 military trucks, and by the way, more than 20 people from the Jinghua army came. In 3 or 2 moves, all the things were moved onto the trucks. After arriving at the place, Lin Mo looked at the store in front of him. He only had one feeling, that it was big. Walking into the store, isn't this one too big? His one was only 60 square feet. This one was 150 square feet. And he heard Zhang Lingyu and the others say that the next door was also his. It's just that there's only a small door in the center now. And according to them, the wall is removable. In the future, your business will grow bigger and bigger. This is also considered to be arranged on in advance. In Zhang Lingyu's opinion, this area was just okay. After all, the Red Reinforcement Master's store could be much bigger than this. Lin Mo smacked his lips. He didn't even think about how big of a business he could do in the future. In his opinion, he would just strengthen his equipment and go out to hunt demons. He hadn't really thought about such a large store. In addition to the counters and shelves that Lin Mo had brought himself, Zhang Lingyu had prepared quite a few more for him. The shelves and counters in the next room were also prepared. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't pretend he didn't see it. It's getting late. Let me treat you guys to dinner. That won't be necessary. It's fine. I just made $1 billion today, Lin Mo said without a care in the world with a wave of his hand. Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but glance at Ling Qi. You two can definitely be good brothers. You don't even talk without thinking. This 100 million was still swiped out of her hand. Then we'll be eating big today. The only ones who ate with Lin Mo were Zhang Lingyu and the people from the lynch squad. As for the town guards who helped earlier, they had long since withdrawn. Lin Mo had also wanted to call them back, but Zhang Lingyu persuaded her. They definitely won't come. The town guards are highly disciplined and won't show up on such occasions. In the next 2 days, Lin Mo handed over all the equipment that Zhang Lingyu had brought with him to strengthen. That night, Zhang Lingyu took them with her to Kyoto. Although the domain gates were all over the place, they hadn't been affected too much in terms of transportation. It was just a matter of changing the routes and they could continue to be used. Since Lin Mo had moved here, business had gotten a lot better. More than 10 customers had come to his door in 2 days. This is much better than his original place. Lin Mo cannot help but sigh. Really, I still need to spend money to find a good place. Friday, for Lin Mo, was the last day of the week. Tomorrow he was going to make another trip to the domain gate. In the past few days, Lin Mo's level had risen again, and his points had risen quite a bit, which made Lin Mo's heart itch to see. Every time it went up 1 experience by 1 experience, Lin Mo looked disturbed. Every now and then a 2 experience 10 experience popped up. Lin Mo suspected that this was Zhan Hongying and the girls doing it. In other words, after reinforcing over 10, he could gain 2% in experience and 10% in points. He couldn't help but think, should he strengthen more 16 or 21 equipment for others? Maybe he could get 3% or 4%. In Lin Mo's opinion, the system's calculation should be 1% for strengthening up to 10, and 1% more for every 5 points after that. The points should be the same. At this time, he couldn't help but put his eyes on Ling Qi. The weapon in his hand was a strengthen 20, which should logically be 3% points. Let's try it tomorrow. Ding bell. Boss, I brought someone over. Zhan Hongying walked in with a smile on his face. There was no way to not be happy. By relying on Lin Mo's strengthened weapons and equipment, they were making a fortune. It was important to know that some of the claws, teeth, fur, and the like on a demonic creature could be sold for a good price. They even went into the disaster level gate and dug up quite a few ores. That one also sold for a small $100,000. This was something they didn't dare to think about before. The 4th rank was indeed very strong. Killing F-rank E-rank demons was simple, but the number of demons in the domain gate could be quite a lot. When entering it, the important thing was not to kill the demons, but to resist the demonic erosion. The only way to do so was to keep the demons away, as well as raise the level of the mind's eye. All of their current mind's eye enhancement levels were plus 10, greatly increasing their safety. Lin Mo's thoughts were pulled back. Yo, you guys are here. In addition to Zhan Hongying's 4 people at the door, there were also 10 people following behind them. It should be 2 squads. Well, they're a team we know well and want to find you to strengthen your equipment, but they want to ask if you can strengthen it a little higher. The people from the 2 squads behind them, that coveted Zhan Hongying's weapon when they saw it, both wanted to strengthen it to 15. After all, 15 was already the highest equipment. However, one of them, after listening to the process that Zhan Hongying spoke about, his mind moved. Perhaps this boss was not ordinary. So with the idea of hitting the grass and wrapping it around the rabbit, there was this comment. No problem. How much do you guys want to strengthen to? Anyway, now that there was a country as a backer, even if it was strengthened to 20, Lin Mo was indifferent. The 14 people were shaken. This store owner was so confident that he actually directly asked how much to strengthen. Instead of saying the highest he could strengthen to, he shouldn't even be able to strengthen to 16, 17. Chapter 23, Shopkeeper so fast. I wonder if reinforcing 1.8 is okay? A strong man standing behind Zhan Hongying said. Originally, he was going to say 16, and Ghostly changed it to 18, after saying that he had some regrets. This 18 wouldn't even be legendary. What was he thinking? No problem. I know it's not okay, I just said that off the top of my head. Actually, strengthening. What did you say? The burly man, who still had a contrite look on his face, instantly widened his eyes. No problem. Lin Mo shrugged. 18 only. The burly man moved his throat. Boss, how much? Swipe your card. As for success, he didn't think about it. After all, Zhan Hongying in front of him had already succeeded, even though it was only 15, but it was enough to show the unusual nature of the boss in front of him. Even if he failed once, it didn't matter. He had 2 weapons in his hands. The big deal was that the other one was strengthened to 15. First things first, the price for the first 10 levels of reinforcement will return to the normal price of 2,000 for 1 level, and if you go after that, you'll still follow the previous pricing. No problem. 500 or 2,000. It didn't matter. Compared to being able to strengthen 18, what was it worth? Lin Mo took out his calculator. Sincere favor 1. 65 million. Only 1. 650. 000. If he could strengthen it to 18, not to mention 1. 650. 000. He didn't care if it was 16. 500. 000. The strong man directly swiped his card. Drop. Payment arrived at $1.65 million. Lin Mo took the weapon and raised his eyebrows. It was still a 5th rank warrior. Then he came to the back. More than an hour later, Lin Mo then changed and returned with the weapon. The strong man was surprised. Shopkeeper so fast. Lin Mo moved his feet and looked at the strong man in front of him speechlessly. You're the one who's fast. Your whole family is fast. Here you go. The strong man took the weapon and then struck a pendulum. Lin Mo couldn't help but look at the others. You guys, none of you have any diseases, right? If you have a heart attack or something, it's better not to get it from me. I'm afraid I'll spread a human life. The crowd hurriedly shook their heads. Even if they were sick, this is something they wouldn't dare to admit. Just by looking at the strong man's appearance, he knew that it must have been a successful reinforcement. It should be said or not, this shopkeeper was really fierce. He could even get a weapon that was strengthened by 18. One of the tall and thin men hesitated and walked out. Boss, after our batch of people have strengthened it, it's better if you don't strengthen it so high for others. If he hadn't seen the other party's expression, he would have thought that the other party was trying to eat alone. How so? Boss, it looks like you're a newcomer. There's 1 purple reinforcement store and 2 gold reinforcement stores in this neighborhood, and all 3 of them have the same owner. Although you're not stealing their business right now, when word gets out about your place, sooner or later he'll know about it. That boss isn't to be messed with, and might come after your business. At this time the strong man also came back to his senses. That boss doesn't have a good character. He screwed over I don't know how many reinforcer stores. Either you join them to draw a profit, or he'll screw you over and not let you open. Anyway, within a 5 kilometers radius of the city center, there are only those 3 stores. Others can only open elsewhere. That reminds me, that family reinforcement is really powerful. Just not a great person. Everyone said in a chorus of words. All in all, it was that for professionals. That store was not bad, but for reinforcers it was a roadblock. Lin Mo swept a glance at Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu behind him and wondered what kind of result he would face after that person came to his door. Hey, this is the good thing about having someone in the court. Thanks guys, I'll pay attention. A few people looked at each other, and at a glance, they knew that Lin Mo didn't take it seriously. However, they had already said their words to this point, so they couldn't say anything more. Afterwards, Lin Mo strengthened the others' weapons again, but they didn't choose to strengthen 18. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but the money they had on hand had just purchased weapons. They also just strengthened it to 15 and finished. We'll come back when we've earned our monies. No problem. After everyone had left, Lin Mo came in front of the two. Say, if someone comes looking for trouble, how will you guys solve it? Lin Mo was also quite curious. Of course it's to directly beat the other party until they are convinced. Ling Chi said without a care in the world. In his opinion, the bigger fist was the hard truth. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. The corner of Lin Mo's eye twitched. There was nothing wrong with it. It fit Ling Chi's persona. Just a bit unreasonable. Don't listen to him. If this is really the case, we will follow the normal process. Zhang Lingyu blankly glanced at Ling Chi. It's true that as Director Chen said, this kind of matter shouldn't be handed over to Ling Chi to deal with. Oh, how is the process? Lin Mo asked with a curious face. It's actually quite simple. Find out what's wrong with the other party and treat them according to the highest specifications of national law. Well, basically all of them will be imprisoned, right? After all, these people are not clean under their hands, so just rest assured. Zhang Lingyu gave Lin Mo a reassuring look. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Chi. He now felt that Ling Chi was more merciful instead. A beating was at most a beating, but Zhang Lingyu was prepared to send someone in, or go in according to the highest law. That is to say, the sentence would have been in the range of 3 to 10 years. She didn't consider those and just went ahead and arranged it according to 10 years. TSK, this was the process she was talking about, and it was still a scary process. The next day, Saturday, Lin Mo went with Ling Chi and the others early in the morning to go outside the quarantine zone. This time they didn't go to a disaster-level domain gate, but instead went to a higher-level disaster level. The lowest ones here were E-class demons, with D and E-class demons dominating, followed by a small portion of C-class and scattered B-class demons interspersed. The town guards waited here early, circling a field of around 5,000 square meters, enough for Lin Mo to use. That, big brother Ling Ji, try hitting it with your weapon first. I'll take a look at the situation. Good. Ling Chi walked into the circle and casually killed 3 demons. Lin Mo looked at his message and nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Experience plus 6. Points plus 30. Ding. Experience plus 10. Points plus 50. Ding. Experience plus 7. 5. Points plus 37. 5. As he thought, strengthening 20 was at 3%, while points were at 15%. According to this calculation, then strengthening to 51 should be experience plus 10% and points plus 50%. Wasn't the price he was asking for a bit high? Ling Chi immediately made a listening gesture. It's fine. I'd better go ask Sister Zhang. Ling Chi's movement stiffened. He actually didn't ask him. He's an 8th rank. What question doesn't he know? It's fine you ask. I definitely know. Alright, does big brother Ling Chi know at what rank a professional can save up to 100 million? Ling Chi, you don't follow the rules. Chapter 24, is 100 million a high price? Ling Ji was speechless. He really didn't know about this. If he was asked about domain gates and demons, he could still give Lin Mo a 123. Who in their right mind would think about this? See, I knew you couldn't say it. Lin Mo shrugged. Coming to Zhang Lingyu's side, he once again stated this question. This question of yours, it's more or less different. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo speechlessly. But I still know more or less. The first thing is the problem of materials. If you want materials to sell at a high enough price, then it's bound to be a rank to start with. Even B-rank materials won't be priced high enough. So if you want to have a lot of money you have to be at least a 5th rank, and you also have to be a high 5th rank. But if you want 100 million, you have to be at least in the 7th rank and upwards. But even if they have it, it's still an asset. The ones who can really have $100 million in circulation in their hands, that's still the 8th order. They take out 100 million easily. Lin Mo sipped his teeth. His own price seemed to be set a bit high. Speaking of the 8th order, he couldn't help but put his eyes on Ling Chi. But Ling Chi didn't answer the question just now, so that means no. Sister Zhang, you said that pricing a strength and 50 equipment at 100 million. Isn't the price too high? Lin Mo's question was really for Zhang Lingyu. To say that 100 million was high, it wasn't high at all. Even 1 billion wasn't high, because there was no one who could strengthen it that high. But in the circle of reinforcement masters, this price is simply too high. Even for a red reinforcement master, it was only 20,000 for the first level, but people were regardless of the success rate, and this aspect was much worse than Lin Mo. In Zhang Lingyu's eyes, 100 million was not much. In Chen Juanzheng's eyes it wasn't much either. After all, he was mentally prepared at that time. Zhang Lingyu organized her words and said, "This price I think is very reasonable. If it is too low instead it is even worse. What's more, apart from the 8th order there are also 9th order powerhouses, as well as the great clans, who will have even more money, not to mention 100 million, or even 500 million they will also be on the pole to buy, or even 5 so buy. You have to know that the weapon they don't use will still be able to be used by the next generation. It's not like it's a consumable item." Hearing Zhang Lingyu say this, Lin Mo was relieved. It seems that there should be time to get some weapons and put them in the store. The quality doesn't have to be too good. Purple rare grade is fine. The cost of a weapon is not necessary. Directly mark it up to 100 million. As for gold and red weapons, Lin Mo didn't intend to prepare them. One was that this kind of weapon was not easy to obtain. The other price was not something Lin Mo could accept. Don't think that there is only a 1-level difference between gold and purple. But the price is indeed 6 to 10 times different. But it didn't exist in Lin Mo's case. With his strengthening, he was able to make the purple stats catch up to the red. Thinking about this, Lin Mo suddenly felt that his price of 100 million seemed cheap. Forget about it, don't think about it, just price it that way for now. What he wanted was experience and points, not money. Lin Mo then pulled out his sniper rifle and started aiming and shooting. Ding! Killed a level 22 D-class demon. Experience plus 253. Points plus 253. Ding! Killed a level 18 E-class demon. Experience plus 187. Points plus 187. Ding! Ding! Killed a level 29 D-class monster. Experience plus 488. Points plus 488. Ding! When the number was low, the town guardsmen would circle over a batch from a distance for Lin Mo to continue killing. Ling Chi looked at the demons that were killed in one hit and couldn't help but covet the weapon in Lin Mo's hand. If he had a plus 50 weapon, how good would it be? What? Isn't your heart moved? Don't you have money? Just spend it to let Lin Mo build it. After spending some time together, Zhang Lingyu felt that Lin Mo was actually quite good to get along with. Compared to those condescending gold and red reinforcers, Lin Mo was really approachable. As long as one got along with him as an equal, Lin Mo was not ambiguous at all about general things. And as long as one paid money everything was fine. TSK, it's a pity that I only have less than 60 million left in my hand right now. Otherwise I would have mentioned it a long time ago. Ling Mo shook his head. The money was spent with more or less regret. No, what are you doing now? I remember that you guys from the stealthy mobile team, aren't each and every one of you thieves rich? It's rich, but haven't I just upgraded to the 8th rank? And some of the equipment on my body has already been changed. Especially the trinkets. Any one of them has reached over 5 million. Not to mention the armor. Of course there was another thing that wasn't said, and that was that Ling Ji had found someone to strengthen his equipment before, and had broken his only golden weapon. The kind that even a blacksmith couldn't repair. That weapon had cost him nearly $100 million. Alright, it's true that people of the 8th rank spend money like water. Zhang Lingyu was still a little envious. One had to know that she was only at rank 2 of the 5th order, with just over $10 million in her hand. Professionals like them who joined the country didn't really get paid a lot. The reason why they joined was because of the welfare benefits, and the associated convenience. The source of money was mostly the materials they fought out themselves, and that stuff was the main source of their money. Let's wait until we have time later. Go to a higher level domain gate to get some money. Ling Chi had this bottom line. Their squad was a squad that had entered a calamity level gate. There were countless various resources inside. As long as they took back some, it was enough to sell for a good price. However, it wasn't a good place to stay. Don't look at the fact that the demonic creatures inside were generally level 40 to 60 B class A demons, but their numbers were in the tens of thousands. Even Ling Chi and the others had to be careful when they went in. Not to mention the fact that there was no shortage of extra A-class demons that were even higher than level 70. Did you think that just because 80 was higher than 70, it would definitely work? Don't forget about the magic chi. You have to know that the demonic chi in the domain gate is rampant, and the strength of the demonic creature in the demonic chi is too much stronger than in the outside world. Let's say for example, if a demonic creature has all stats of 10 in the outside world, it can reach 12 to 15 in the middle of the domain gate. In short, all professionals would generally choose to go to a domain gate that was lower than their own, so that their safety could be guaranteed. They would never go to a gate that was similar to their own strength. Except for those extremely talented professionals, only they would choose a domain gate of the same realm. It's only you guys who have this kind of confidence. Just look at our town guards. They are only guarding domain gates like this. A higher level would require a higher level professional to guard it. Zhang Lingyu was still envious of Ling Chi. It's just a matter of each person's job. Lin Mo killed here for a day, and simply dealt with a bite at noon, not even resting. After all, he shot bullets, not skills. If this was a gun professional, He didn't even need to prepare bullets. He would just directly use his own energy to condense bullets. And it could even come with various effects. Chapter 25, I like doing it myself. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Reinforcer. Potential, B grade. Rank, second order 0, 18/6000. Attributes, Strength, 24. Physical Strength, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9. Allocatable points, 25. Exclusive skill, Strengthening. General skills, none. Lin Mo looked at his own data more or less some toothache. This is if other professionals, not to say that all the attributes of 100 it, how should also have an attribute broken it. However, his own, but what kind? In addition to the extra 25 free points, the attributes do not even move. Sigh. This is the difference between vice professions and other professions, but it's not bad. After all, it's much better than those miscellaneous professions. What more do you need? He then looked at his points. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 42,310. Skill, Drawing. Strengthening success rate, plus 10%. More than 40,000 points. I guess it's enough to strengthen 10 times, right? Lin Mo wasn't quite sure. 1% of a point required 100 points, assuming that 8,000 points were needed to enhance a level. Alright, it's only enough for level 5. Lin Mo shook his head. The weapon should remain untouched for now. Plus 50 is okay. As the sky darkened, Lin Mo followed Ling Chi back to the neighborhood. After returning home, Lin Mo took out his mind's eye. He was a little curious about how this thing would be if it was strengthened to 50. Lin Mo glanced at the time. There were still more than 3 hours before he went to bed. It was enough. Lin Mo released his reinforcer and put the mind's eye in. The ding-ding-ding sound continued to ring out as the reinforcement level of the mind's eye continued to rise. After 3 hours had passed, Lin Mo took out the mind's eye. Mind's eye plus 50. Equipment level, none. Durability, 97 out of 100. Additional, magic chi blocking range plus 50 meters. Magic chi purification speed plus 500%. Special, concealment, demonic creatures no higher than 10 levels above the holder won't detect you. Special, concealment, demonic creatures no higher than 10 levels above the holder won't detect you. It doesn't seem to be of much use, does it? Blocking 50 meters was almost useless to Lin Mo at all. As for purification, let alone, it's not like he'd be in melee combat with a demonic creature. As for the cover ability, it was somewhat useful, but not much. In short, it's dispensable for him. I don't think this thing will sell for 100 million, right? It's a loss. Lin Mo was a little heartbroken as he looked at his 4,000 plus less points. It was too much of a failure. It's a good thing that the points are still jumping from time to time, otherwise the heart of death would be there. The next day Lin Mo came over to open the store as usual. Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu sat in their seats as a common sales clerk. The clothes on the two of them were also changed to normal clothes. They weren't wearing combat uniforms. As for the other four, they were in another room, staying bored. Ding bell. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. This seemed to be the first time someone came to the door just after opening it. Hello, what can I get you? The visitor didn't rush to speak, but looked around. The corners of his mouth slightly down filled with disgust. This plaque of yours says it can strengthen 100%. Is it true? Of course it's true. I have a weapon here that has been strengthened to 10. Can it be strengthened next? Of course there is no problem. May I ask how much do you want to strengthen it to? Is 20 okay? The man's mouth was tinged with a smile, obviously not believing that Lin Mo was able to strengthen it to 20. Swipe your card. Cheng Hui 3. 13 million. Please swipe your card. Lin Mo took out his card swiper and placed it in front of the other party. The man frowned at Lin Mo. You're too expensive. Even if it's a red level reinforcement is to raise one level, it's only 20,000. You're overdoing it by more than 3 million. Red reinforcement division can be strengthened to 20? Lin Mo bared his teeth and laughed. He always felt that there was something wrong with this man, so he spoke less politely. The man bristled and took out his card and swiped it directly. If you don't succeed, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Mo gave the man a deep look. This man didn't look like he was serious about coming for reinforcement. No problem. Lin Mo took the weapon. It was a plus 10 long knife. Then he put the weapon into the reinforcer. Just seeing the success rate displayed above, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. Enhanced item, ghost face long knife, rare, plus 10. Success rate, 41.8%. Whether or not to strengthen, it was reasonable to say that strengthening from 10 to 11 should be a minimum of 60% strengthening success rate. Plus his own ability was at least at 66%. And what is this? It's only just over 40. From this, it can be seen that this weapon is already a weapon that has failed to strengthen once. The person who came was not good. Normally, the person who came to the door to strengthen the weapon would have to go over the experience of the weapon. Strengthened or not strengthened, how much it had been strengthened to, and how much it is now. You have to let the new reinforcer know the situation so that the other party can be sure if they can reinforce it or not. And what did the man just say? Only that it was strengthened to 10, but not whether it had failed before. What exactly was the point of doing that? Lin Mo looked through the gap in the screen at the man outside. The man didn't care about his weapon. Instead he looked around and walked to that doorway in the middle of the two houses. He shook his head. Analyzing such things was not his forte. Wasn't it just a weapon that had failed? Big deal. Spend some points. Lin Mo took out some ordinary equipment and put it aside for backup. Reinforcement started. As the dinging sound rang out, the man's sight was pulled back. Hearing this sound of successful reinforcement, the man's heart came alive. This shopkeeper was a talent. The time wasn't long. It was less than half an hour. After all, it was a weapon after a failed reinforcement. The success rate couldn't be increased much even if he wanted to. In most cases Lin Mo still spent the points. Sir, please take your weapon. After receiving the weapon, the man's eyes widened. Holy, it really did work. This is a reinforcement of 20. It's never been done before, and it's still a second strengthening equipment. This store is really something. No way. This person must be in the bag. Otherwise the impact on his family's business will be too great. Reinforcement 20 is of strategic significance. Knowing that the highest known reinforcement level in the world is only 16. Boss, what's your name? How many years have you been in this business? My name is Lin Mo. I just started doing this. If you need anything in the future you can come to the store and look for me. The man was even more shocked. What the hell? He just started. Meaning he just awakened this year? What a joke. Boss, it's not funny. I know the gold enhancement masters who have been working for 10 years don't have your skill, and still strengthen 20. This is a before and after no one. Ha. Not that exaggerated. Just a mixed meal. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at the other party. The more Lin Mo felt that the other party had ulterior motives. I'm the owner of the Star Moon Reinforcement Chain Store. Gu Chen. I don't know if you're interested in working with me. I'll find the customer source for you, but you have to give me 30% of the commission. Gu Chen had a confident look on his face. As long as he brought up the word Star Moon, there was no such thing as unsuccessful. If it doesn't work then you don't open it. Oh, not interested. I prefer to do it myself. The man narrowed his eyes filled with danger. Are you sure? You know that's the Star and Moon Reinforcement Chain, not some other store. Are you sure you want to go against me? The voice grew cold. Chapter 26. Wait, how is it treason? Gu Chen looked at Lin Mo in a shadowy manner. In recent years, his great name, Gu Chen, had resounded throughout the circle of reinforcement masters. Whoever saw him wasn't respectful. Whoever he said he wouldn't let open a store, couldn't. Whoever he says he will not allow to open a store must also join in. 2 days ago, when he dismounted so many officials, he subsided for a few days. He thought that it was to find him Gu Chen's trouble, but he did not expect that it was only for those who were officials. Today was his first day out, and when he heard that there was a strange store here, he was also in the mindset of trying it out. What kind of person was it that had such a big mouth? He didn't expect the other party to really do it. If he didn't make a move, wouldn't he be sorry for his name of Gu Chen? Kid, I'll give you another chance. Star Moon Chain, will you join or not? The unique aura of a 6th-ranked powerhouse was released from his body. Lin Mo's body shook and he almost didn't stand still. Not joining, do it if you can. Lin Mo looked at him with his arms wrapped around him. Someone had cleaned him up anyway, just so Lin Mo wanted to see what they would do. He, have the balls. I'll see if your mouth is that hard in a bit. He then had an extra baseball bat in his hand and raised his hand to smash it against the counter. However, a long gun appeared at his neck, and the 4 men next door came over and surrounded him. Che, do you think you can beat me by putting your weapon on my neck? You guys know nothing about 6th-ranked powerhouses. I'll today. Boom. A wave of air impacted Gu Chen's face, and drops of cold sweat flowed down his temples. As they came out, Zhang Lingyu pulled Lin Mo's arm and retreated directly to the corner. With this, the two of them were still impacted by the air wave, but compared to Gu Chen, they were just aftershocks. 8th or 9th rank? He was able to feel the power of these people. Definitely not something that the 7th rank could give him. This was at least the 8th rank, maybe even the 9th rank. But, wasn't this just a white reinforcement store? As for people of the 8th rank staying here, big brother, since you have such a big backer, why don't you just reject me directly? No, the other parties seem to have rejected him, but why don't you just say it, and take out the baseball bat yourself? He took the baseball bat back into his backpack. It's all a misunderstanding. Ahahaha, I'm just teasing little brother. Ha, the 5 people looked at Gu Chen with a cold face. Gu Chen also knew that this matter couldn't be made good. Brother, say a number. I'll admit it this time. 8th rank professionals. Our Gu family also has them, so I advise you not to go too far. Gu Chen forced himself to be calm and said loudly, you don't need to tell me. You'd better tell them. It has nothing to do with me now. Lin Mo shook his head and looked at the other party with some sympathy. You are revealing your family's background. All of it? Who can blame you for this? Cough. Zhang Lingyu coughed lightly, came to the front and took out the documents in his hand. Hello, I am Zhang Lingyu from the Jinghua Army headquarters. You are suspected of endangering national security as well as treason. You will be arrested according to the law first. Wait. Gu Chen coldly sweated. Wait. I just came to acquire a store. How is it endangering the country? How is it treason? Also you're just the town guard. You can't convict me. He thought of Zhang Lingyu's identity and hurriedly blurted out. I don't know if this is enough. Lingyu opened his documents. When Gu Chen saw the 5 words hidden mobile team written on it, his entire body sat down on the ground. Hasty. There wasn't a single person who could get the stealth mobile team to protect them that was good enough to be messed with. He had kicked a steel plate. He had kicked a titanium alloy. Iron Patrol and Gu Nua racked Gu Chen out of the store one by one to a small, inconspicuous store on the side. This is for you guys. Dispose of it according to treason. Yes. The 4 men in the store stood up. After Tai Patrol and Gu Nua completed their task, they returned to the store once again. And Lin Mo was still a bit confused at this point. What about following the process as promised? What about following the law of the highest country? This came up as treason? Wait, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. The highest national law seems to be treason. So, there's nothing wrong with it. Is it okay to go straight to treason? No problem. Firstly, he verbally insulted you. Secondly, he took out a baseball bat and prepared to inflict a beating on you. Even though he attempted it, he made a move. Zhang Lingyu said casually as if it was a trivial matter. Wait, wasn't he going to smash the counter? Yeah, but the counter is made of glass. All there is a chance that it will cause you harm. So it's the same as directly causing damage to you with a baseball bat. So he wants to cause damage to you. So he wants to kill you. Lin Mo, good eloquence. Zhang Shua checked the Feng Jinggu family and find out all the information. After Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone, she turned her head to look at Ling Qi. Ling Qi, I may need to trouble you in a while. Some things of the town guard's authority is still not enough. When the information of the ancient family arrives, you need to make a run for it. And the sentence should be sentenced to all of them in accordance with the supreme law to solve the problem on the line. No need. Gu Chen's matter. No need to even sentence his family. Lin Mo's heart was intolerant. Lin Mo, do you believe that if we don't care, tomorrow the Gu family will come to the door? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo with a calm face. She was more than familiar with the behavior of these families. If they didn't come to the door, she would write her name backwards. It's better to go then. It's best to get all of them killed. Lin Mo said in a hurry. The corner of Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. She thought Lin Mo was being kind, but she didn't realize that this was a living hell. Gu Chen and the others could plant a treason charge. The rest of the Gu family could only look for evidence, and at most they would be locked up for a few years. Good fellow. This Lin Mo was directly trying to get people killed. His heart was ruthless enough. Cough cough. I'll try it when I can. Ling Qi agreed with an unnatural expression. It wasn't that Lin Mo was ruthless, but he didn't want to have trouble. If there was no state protection right now, Lin Mo would probably just agree and find a place afterward to directly shoot the other party's dog's head. Zhang Shua was very efficient. In an hour's time, he had transmitted the information from the ancient family. Zhang Lingyu carefully read it over and raised an eyebrow. Lin Mo, your idea can be realized. 90% of the people in this family can probably be shot. Ling Ji took the phone and looked it over. Good lord, this family is really treasonous. To actually be in the business of arms dumping, this is not wanting to live. Tax evasion instead is still a minor offense. It seems that some families need to be investigated. The history of the Gu family wasn't long, only 50 years, but this business of dumping weapons had been done for 10 years. It would be strange if the officials here didn't know about it. 50 years was indeed short, but it had only been 300 years since the domain sect had descended. So this kind of family was already considered a very long time family. Chapter 27 Special Equipment. Ling Qi took the information and left with the squad members. After the people left, Lin Mo and Zhang Lingyu were left here. Many more professionals came sporadically in the afternoon, but most of them were just strengthening their weapons to 10, while a large portion were scared away by Lin Mo's prices. TSK, these people really don't understand. I'm not strengthening this randomly, okay. Lin Mo was more or less disappointed. It's time to distribute the equipment. Come over and gather. A town guard officer in front of a large gate carried a bag of weapons and placed it on a table. Is it our equipment coming back? This is too fast, isn't it? Fast isn't good enough. During this time clean up those demonic creatures. This broken domain gate better hurry up and close it. The results of the domain gate exploration had already come out. The resources inside were actually quite a lot, but the demons inside were just too annoying. It would actually split. In just a week's time, 100. 000 demons would be able to split out from inside, and even though they were all E-class demons, it was annoying to have a large number of them. Most importantly, there were no suitable materials available for people to use on these demonic creatures. Such gates were the least favorite kind of gates for people. Alright, these are your weapons. Weapons with a reinforcement of 10. Could it be that a gold or red reinforcer was found to step in this time? I guess so. Otherwise how could there be a reinforcement 10 weapon? TSK. The weapons I used before were only reinforcement 7 reinforcement 8. Now I'm actually able to use reinforcement 10. There was no wonder they were so happy. After all, if they wanted to have their weapons strengthened by gold and red strengthening masters, the queue would be a long one. By the time it was strengthened to their weapons, the yellow flowers and vegetables would be cold. This one is yours. A weapon that was stored separately was taken out by the officer. You even got a separate package. The man in front of him shook his head, taking the weapon. However, the entire man stiffened. Are you sure this is the same weapon I have? Although the name and attributes were said to be his weapon, he didn't dare to believe it. What's wrong, Captain? Does your weapon not even have a 10? In fact, it's nothing. After all, there is still the possibility of failure. Yes, Captain. It's actually fine to strengthen it to 7. Even if it's 6, it's fine. However, after the man selected the data panel to be visible to everyone, the scene went silent. Reinforcement 15. It was actually strengthened to 15. A weapon that only the rich were worthy of having. In fact, their money was also able to go and arrange for a weapon with an enhancement of 15. But you simply didn't know whether your luck was good or bad. With good luck, a weapon could be successfully strengthened in one go. And with bad luck, spending tens of millions of dollars was possible. I've decided. I'm going to use this weapon all the way up to the 7th rank. And there's absolutely no problem using this attribute up to the 7th rank, the man said with an excited face. The officer in charge of issuing the equipment shook his head. The next day after Lin Mo went to work, he learned from Zhang Lingyu. Almost the entirety of the Fengjing ancient family had been arrested and were more or less involved. The only ones who survived were those few women and children. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. They shouldn't know that they are related to me, right? If he knew, he planned to cut off the roots. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. I don't know. Even your information is unclear to them. Coming to your place should be an impromptu idea from Guchen. Odds are that he heard about such a store. Okay. Lin Mo didn't know why he had a feeling of pity in his heart. It wasn't until 1:30 p.m. that the Ling Chi squad came back. Finished? Lin Mo asked as he opened his eyes on the recliner. Finished. In addition to taking the Gu family in, we also have to deal with their company as well as those chain reinforcement stores. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to intervene a little bit with these as well, they should have been back by 10 in the morning. Ding bell. A young girl with a tall figure and long waist and legs walked in. Coming to the counter, the young girl had a hesitant look on her face. May I ask if I can help you? Lin Mo saw this and went forward to ask. That. I would like to ask. Are you able to strengthen special equipment here? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Was the luck that good? There's actually special equipment? Of course there's no problem. How much do you want to strengthen it to? Are you sure it's okay? This is special equipment, the woman asked worriedly. It was important to know that the reason for the formation of special equipment had not found a pattern so far, and it was only known that it was formed under the influence of demonic chi. People had also done tests, and the law had not been found so far. Most importantly, strengthening special equipment was very different from strengthening ordinary equipment. There was still a pattern to strengthening normal equipment. At least the first few times it was 100%, but special equipment was different. Maybe strengthening 3 times, maybe 5 times. Some could even be strengthened up to 15 times. Of course, there was also a chance of failure, but after the failure, this special equipment would not be able to be strengthened, and strengthening would surely be bad. Don't worry, see the name of my store. I'll just compensate you for the money if the strengthening doesn't work. The young girl nodded her head. That, can you let them leave first and I'll take out the items? Lin Mo looked at her doubtfully. Is this necessary? Very necessary. The young girl nodded fiercely. All right, Sister Zhang, you guys go next door first. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi looked at each other and nodded. As for safety, with Ling Qi's strength, he could come to this room in an instant. After the two left, the young girl breathed a sigh of relief. Introduce yourself. My name is Zhao Qianyu, Lin Mo. You can take out your special equipment now. Aha. Zhao Qianyu's face flushed red, and in her hand, there was an extra, black silk. Black silk? Lin Mo looked at the other party skeptically. He suspected that this woman had no good intentions towards him. You don't misunderstand. This is indeed a stocking I've worn, but it is indeed a special equipment. You know, the reason for the formation of special equipment is unknown. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he took it from the other party. I don't know if it was a psychological effect. Holding the stocking in his hand gave Lin Mo a strange feeling. Subsequently, the attributes of the special equipment appeared in front of his eyes. Sexy girl's original black stockings. Equipment level, special. Durability, 8/12. Attachment, attack speed plus 20%. Attachment, attack speed plus 20%. Attack speed plus 20. Agility plus 20. As Lin Mo received it, Zhao Qianyu's face became even more flushed. Like a steamy girl. With the name of this equipment, she herself felt ashamed. Lin Mo's hand unconsciously loosened. Seeing the name made it even stranger. How much do you want to strengthen it to? Special equipment doesn't conflict with normal equipment. As for how much special equipment can be worn, there is no clear statement so far. It was simply too rare. If it's possible, I would like to strengthen it to the maximum under the premise that you're sure of it. Can I ask how much you have? Does strengthening have anything to do with how much money I have? Zhao Qianyu was a bit confused. In her opinion, the price of strengthening was actually quite cheap. It was the success rate that was the biggest problem. Chapter 28, Your technique is just too good. Lin Mo placed the stockings on the table. He couldn't help but look at it. More or less strangely, my store has different prices from other stores. I still suggest you take a look. Lin Mo took out a handwritten price list and handed it to the other person. Next door. A few people looked at the two people on that side through the doorway with somewhat strange expressions. Say, is Lin Mo trying to find a girlfriend? Actually bothering people to ask for stockings. Zhanling Yu, why don't you send him a few forget it, black and white, flesh and net, a few of each, and get some different perfumes, so that he doesn't repeat the same thing every day? TSK, I didn't realize Lin Mo actually had this hobby. If you want me to say no, let's take him to the club after work. I'll treat him to a full set. The more the four men talked, the more outrageous they became. Ling Qi was fine, he was just skeptical, but thinking that the other party had just turned 18, this situation should be considered normal. After all, back then forget it. Zhan Lingyu ignored the words coming out of several people's mouths. She didn't believe that Lin Mo would have such thoughts. If he did, he would definitely have something in his eyes. But Lin Mo looked at her with clear eyes and didn't have any other thoughts. Ling Qi, what did you say that stocking was? A stocking is a stocking. What else could it be? Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu in disbelief. Zhang Lingyu was defeated by this shrinking version of Ling Qi's brain. So she said, first of all, when we met him, he had just awakened a few days ago. Secondly, we've read all his information. Do you have any impression of this girl? Even if it was contacted later, when have you ever heard of him contacting? Even if contacted, is it just for a stocking? And also personally door-to-door delivery? And now that Lin Mo handed over the price list, that means it's a piece of equipment. But regular equipment doesn't have things like stockings, so the only possibility is that it's a special piece of equipment. Zhang Lingyu's heart was so tired. She understood more and more why Director Chen asked her to stay. If Lingyu was put in charge of these odds and ends, there was no telling what kind of jokes would happen. It's too tiring. It's a bit of a brain drain. You say this. It seems like it is indeed special equipment. It's just that it's the first time I've seen stocking-style special equipment. It was true that everyone had seen less special equipment, but there was one type of special equipment everyone had, and that was the mind's eye. The way it was molded was the same as the other special equipment, except that this mind's eye was huge in number. No one would treat it as special equipment, even on its own attributes. There was no mention of it being special equipment, but you had to admit that it was a special equipment. But why is it a stocking? Ling Ji couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Moreover, this girl didn't look like she was very strong. What's wrong with that? I've also seen undergarments that are special equipment. They are said to increase the healing effect and are still very strong. Speaking of this, Zhang Lingyu had a strange look on her face. She strongly suspected that the special equipment was related to itself. Otherwise, why would the underwear increase the healing effect and not any combat strength? On the other side, Zhao Qianyu looked at the price list and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The price was more or less outrageous. Strengthening the first 10 levels was normal. However, from level 11 onwards, it became outrageous. Are you asking for such a high price because you can definitely succeed? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be asking for this price. Lin Mo had a confident face. Zhao Qianyu was entangled for a long time before her expression was firm. Then help me strengthen it to 15. This equipment fits me well. Attack speed. What an important attribute. Sincere favor 150. 000. Zhao Qianyu took out her cell phone, looked at the remaining 200. 000 balance on her phone, and ruthlessly paid over. The special equipment could be used all the time. It was just not sure if this stocking could last that many years. After receiving the money, Lin Mo grabbed the stocking. Feeling the texture of the stocking in his hand, Lin Mo squirmed for a moment. Wait here, it'll be done soon. Walking behind the screen and placing the stockings inside, Lin Mo frowned. Enhanced item, sexy girl's original black stockings, special. Success rate, 81.4%. whether or not to strengthen. Surprisingly, the success rate wasn't 100% at first. No wonder it was said that it was difficult to strengthen special equipment. But who is he? Take out and put in, take out and put in. Ding, ding. Half an hour later. Enhanced item, Sexy Girl's Original Black Stockings, Special, +7. Success rate, 51.4%. Whether or not to strengthen. Phew, it was really hard enough. This was much harder than him strengthening other equipment. Lin Mo felt that he had set the price low and should double it when he encountered special equipment in the future. No, it should be doubled 10 times to be cost effective. Of course he was only thinking about it. A reinforcement master might not be able to meet a special equipment in a year. Listening to the sound of successful reinforcement coming from time to time, Zhao Qianyu had a nervous face. She didn't expect that they were all actually successful, only that his speed was much slower than others. Suddenly, however, the sounds of successful reinforcement suddenly became more frequent. What was this happening? It had sounded more than 20 times in just 10 minutes, but she wasn't in a hurry. Time passed and it wasn't until 6:30 p.m. that Lin Mo came out from behind the screen. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from her head. It was still hard enough. Equipment for you. The effect is very good. Oh. Zhao Qianyu nervously received the stockings, as if she was taking something holy. Sexy Girl's Original Black Stockings +15. Equipment level, Special. Durability, 20 seconds. Additional, attack speed +20%, +20%. Agility +20. Tidal Surge, +300% attack speed for 3 seconds, 10 minutes CD. I can't believe it actually worked. And it's still +15. This was literally made for her in general. With this speed, she would be able to shoot arrows a lot faster. This meant that she was able to deal more damage. Thank you Lin Mo. Your technique is just too good. I've never been so happy as I am now. You really have a unique way of complimenting people. Lin Mo already didn't know what to say. This Zhao Qianyu's speech was just too strange. The person was also strange. I'm sorry, I was the one who got too excited. Zhao Qianyu hurriedly bowed and apologized. A flash of holy light almost flashed Lin Mo's eyes. No wonder. Lin Mo had wondered why it was called Sexy Girl Stockings at first, so that was the reason. There's no need to look like this. You spend money and I serve, it's as simple as that. Then also thank you. In the future if there is equipment to be strengthened, I will still come to you. Zhao Qianyu waved her hand and walked out of the store. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi also walked over. This is the first time I've seen you spend such a long time reinforcing a +15 equipment. It can't be that you're looking at the other side on purpose. Zhang Lingyu asked with a smile on her face. How could it be? That's a special equipment. It's very difficult. Not once had he encountered 100%. All of them were Lin Mo looking for the highest values and spending points to strengthen them. It was simply hard for him. Zhang Lingyu and the two of them looked at each other. It really was special equipment. What attribute is added? Attack speed. Lin Mo had a strange face. Chapter 29, I'm very life-sparing. In the next few hours, Lin Mo's life became peaceful. Opened a store during the week and strengthened people's equipment from time to time. On Saturdays, he went to the countryside once and hunted demons to boost his experience and points a little. Depending on the situation on Sunday, either rest or go to work. And so a week passed. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 325,610. Skill, drawing. Strengthening success rate, +10%. There hadn't been any riotous domain gates lately, so the points hadn't increased very much. Fortunately, the equipment given by Zhang Lingyu had been strengthened by Lin Mo and all of them were sent to the town guards, and Lin Mo's points were slowly growing. On top of that, there were Lin Mo store customers. Although the customers provided a little less, they couldn't help but keep providing Lin Mo with customers. From only 1,000 points growth a day in the beginning, there was now around 7,000 points growth every day. It could be said that a day's worth of points was now enough for Lin Mo to strengthen a +50 weapon. Lin Mo opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Reinforcement Master. Potential, Grade B. Level, Second Order Level 5, 241/16,000. Attributes, Strength, 24. Physical Strength, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9. Allocatable points, 50. Exclusive Skill, Strengthening. General Skill, none. Alas, upgrading is so slow, and the equipment I've strengthened is still too little. How about? Lin Mo turned his head to Ling Qi. Brother Ling Qi, why don't you take me to a disaster level domain gate once? Ling Qi looked at Lin Mo doubtfully. You said you're going to a disaster level gate? There are generally around level 20 demons there in large numbers, but the highest are level 50 A-class demons. Isn't this with your squad? There's definitely no problem. These past few Saturdays, the ones he had killed were generally E-rank demons, and he was lucky enough to encounter a small number of D ranks. As for C ranks, they were almost unseen. No, your situation is different. Even if I agree, Zhang Lingyu won't let it. At this time, Zhang Lingyu wasn't at the store, but had gone to Kyoto to collect her equipment. She's not there anyway. If you don't say it, I won't say where she knows to go. It was no wonder Lin Mo wanted to go. The points looked large, but wanting a higher value, this point really wasn't enough for anything. Let's just, ding bell. What are you guys doing? Zhang Lingyu returned. Lin Mo wants to go to the disaster level domain gate. Ling Qi sold Lin Mo without saying a word. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't make the call on this. Although it wasn't a big problem to protect Lin Mo, but what if? He couldn't afford to take the blame. What? You want to go to a disaster level domain gate? Zhang Lingyu shrilled. Lin Mo hurriedly covered his ears. Hey, Sister Zhang, you're overreacting. Zhang Lingyu also felt that her reaction was a bit too exaggerated. But, she couldn't make a decision on something like going to the disaster level gate. Wait for me. Let me ask for you. Zhang Lingyu turned around and left the room, picked up the phone and started contacting people. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu's back somewhat speechlessly. This is too much. Don't I just want to go to the domain gate? This isn't too much. His parents had gone to a domain gate, and the one they went to was still disaster level. He was only going to a disaster level. It wasn't like it was a calamity level. Your situation is different. What you have done so far, no one can replace it. Not to mention reinforcement 50, just reinforcement 16 is already irreplaceable. Ling Ji persuaded. To be honest, I'm a bit unconvinced. To say that black and white reinforcement is undoable, I can believe it, but gold and red, they should be able to do it. Then again, their base is still very high. It's not the same. From reinforcement 14 onwards, the success rate becomes already low. Since I'm not a reinforcement master, I don't know much about that, but I can tell you one thing, and that is that I know that there are no more than 50 pieces of equipment nationwide that have been strengthened for 16, and less than 10 pieces of equipment that have been strengthened for 17. As for whether there are any on top of that, then I don't know, but this matter should not be spread out. All these things are secret. The news we released is that there is only one piece of reinforcement 16 in the whole country. Lin Mo nodded. If he said that, he could still accept it. He just said it. How could it be possible that there is only one piece of reinforcement 16 equipment in the whole country? Then, in that case, what foreign countries say about not having equipment that starts at reinforcement 16 is a lie. Ling Qi snorted. Of course it's a lie. They think they are well hidden. In fact, there are 20 reinforcement 16 weapons and equipment that we have detected. This is all thanks to their country's disunity. This kind of thing can be gotten at a small cost. You can see how important you are. Knowing that this has all accumulated over 300 years, maybe some clans have hidden highly enhanced weapons in their hands, but the number is definitely not too many. Lin Mo nodded, but was still rather depressed. Although it felt good to be protected, the overprotection made him a little limited in his movements. Ding bell. Zhang Lingyu came back, and from the look of her face, she wasn't bad. It's not impossible for you to go to the disaster level gate, but it's only possible if you strengthen all your equipment to 20, and it would be best if you can strengthen it to 50. Don't worry, we'll pay for all the strengthening stones. Zhang Lingyu called Chen Junzheng at the first time. After all, Lin Mo's profile level had been adjusted to the highest, and the security level was naturally the highest as well. In fact, besides the Lingyu squad, there was also a team from the Xingu army nearby, and the place where they captured Gu Chen and sent him that day was the location where the Xingu army stayed. There was also a squad from the Devil Swinging army that was also in the city. Just call and arrive within 20 minutes on time. Chen Junzheng's meaning was simple. As long as it was within Ling Qi's ability to protect them, they could agree to all requests. But there was one thing that they had to do. If danger is encountered, take Lin Mo away at the first time. If they die, it is them who will die. Lin Mo can't have an accident even if he says anything. For this Zhang Lingyu had long been prepared. Ling Qi had also long been notified when they came. Compared to a disaster level problem should not be too big. No problem, I'm very life conscious. Lin Mo patted his chest. If it wasn't for the fact that his number of points was still too low, he would have said anything to strengthen his equipment to 100. Right, if it's possible, can you prepare a box of grenades for me? If possible, I want a grenade launcher, and the grenades had better get me some as well. After all, safety first? I still prefer hot weapons. Lin Mo revealed a kind smile. Compared to cold weapons that required skill and various skills to add, Lin Mo felt that it was still this kind of hot weapon that suited him. No problem, I'll prepare it for you tomorrow. Zhang Lingyu's eyes rolled. How about you use hot weapons in the future? I'll ask the top to prepare more good stuff for you. Is that okay? Of course. Chapter 30, Too Much Pain. Zhang Lingyu sighed in relief. Finally Lin Mo was done. As long as cold weapons were not used, nothing else mattered. Disaster level is disaster level. As long as the personnel are organized properly, it's not a big problem. Zhang Lingyu moved quickly and had everything all ready by the time she arrived at the store the next day. You have a backpack anyway. Took more of these things. 500 grenades. Not enough for me to get more. 1 grenade launcher. 50 grenades. 1 RPG. 10 shells. Lin Mo gulped. Enough is enough. These are definitely enough. This was enough to sustain a small war. Lin Mo picked up a grenade. It was the same model as the previous one. It seemed that there wasn't anything of high quality in this kind of thermal weapon consumables. The others were the same. All of them were ordinary quality equipment. You don't have to try. The consumables won't be of too good a quality. It's just that a little bit of ore from the domain sect was added when they were made. Of course there are also high quality consumables. Only that's all for use against bigger domain gates. For example, some large missiles were generally of rare quality. Only that such things were rarely used. Although a single shot would kill a large swath of magical creatures, the production cost was simply too high. Generally speaking, it was still the professionals who were the main combatants. As for Lin Mo, it could only be said to be an exception. This is enough for me. Just a little bit of reinforcement. That's all. Lin Mo came behind the screen with a grenade in his hand, and after 15 minutes, a reinforced grenade appeared in Lin Mo's hand. L88 grenade, white, plus 20, durability, 1/1, damage, 3000, plus 9763, bonus, kill radius, 10 meters, plus 30 meters. It had to be said that this damage was absolutely explosive. The only pity was that this item was disposable. Lin Mo was already satisfied with this. 15 minutes apiece. At this rate, Lin one day, a week would almost be enough. Should, right? Lin Mo glanced at the 500 grenades. It was a bit difficult. He then picked up another rocket and strengthened it to 20. R101 rocket, white, plus 20. Durability, 1/1. Damage, 10. 000, plus 33. 085. Bonus, kill radius 20 meters plus 60 meters. Bonus, kill radius 20 meters plus 60 meters. I'm sure this damage should not be able to be withstood even by an A-ranked demonic creature. As for the launcher, Lin Mo didn't do anything to strengthen it. How about it? Are you satisfied? Zhang Lingyu smiled. Quite satisfied. Lin Mo handed Zhang Lingyu the rocket he had just strengthened. The corner of Zhang Lingyu's mouth that was still smiling froze. 43,000 base damage. That's damn close to catching up to a small bomb. With a radius of 80 meters, isn't your range a bit excessive? Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Mo. This strengthening is really capricious. This thing you strengthened to 20 for what? That's not all gone at once. Is not a bit of a waste. Zhang Lingyu, that heartache. To know that their highest weapon strengthening is only 16. Although there is a 50, but there are many people it's not enough to share. Now that strengthened 50 weapons, still stay in Kyoto as for who to share now there is still a huge disagreement. Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but pick up the things on the table that Lin Mo had just strengthened, looking at one heartache for a point. 3 consumables that had been strengthened by 20. It was actually just to go to the disaster level gate to hunt demons. This was enough even to go to the disaster level. Even going to the disaster level to close the domain gate, these would be enough. Heartache. Zhang Lingyu had one feeling right now. Pain. She so wanted to communicate with Secretary Chan. Could she change her position? She was worried that if she stayed here any longer, she might go to the hospital one day. Ling Chi curiously picked it up and looked at it, then silently put it back. Coming to the chair by the wall, he sat down and took out his lance that was strengthened to 20. He instantly felt that reinforcing to 20 was just like that. It didn't seem like it was anything great. Lin Mo scratched his head. What's wrong with you guys? Is the damage not enough? If it's not enough, I'll continue strengthening it again. Saying that, Lin Mo picked up his things and prepared to go in. Don't. It's already high enough. I don't think it's really necessary. This damage is already overflowing a lot. My suggestion is that strengthening to 10 is enough. Zhang Lingyu hurriedly pulled Lin Mo's arm. If she let him strengthen it further, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to control her hands. Yeah, this damage is definitely enough. And it's a ranged attack. It's definitely enough. Ling Ji also had to make an exit to persuade. This kind of ranged attack didn't end with a single hit, but multiple attacks. So a demonic creature might have to take the same damage twice or 3 times, and it might even produce a bludgeon. It was not unusual for the damage to overflow. Alright, Lin Mo looked at the consumables with some pity. He still wanted to know what the effect of this would be when it was strengthened to 50. After the items arrived, Lin Mo no longer mentioned the matter of going to the disaster level domain gate, mainly because he didn't have the time to go there right now. On the one hand, Zhang Lingyu brought in new ones that needed to strengthen their equipment, and on the other hand, with the increase in word of mouth, the number of people who came to Lin Mo's place to strengthen their equipment was also increasing, and Lin Mo had less and less free time. Looking at those consumables in his backpack, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little anxious about when he would be able to finish strengthening. However, after seeing the rapidly growing energy points, Lin Mo's heart was finally a little better. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi's life wasn't as good. The two of them were sitting at the counter, their eyes looking behind the screen. How many is this today? It should be the 12th. Ugh, another 20. Too bad it's a one-time thing. Every time Lin Mo strengthened out a consumable that strengthened 20, the two sighed deeply. How nice it would be if this was a weapon. However, they couldn't stop it. After all, it was Lin Mo's freedom. The two could only slowly suffer like this, the kind that couldn't be escaped. After more than 2 weeks, Lin Mo finally got all these things. Even on Saturday, Lin Mo didn't go out to hunt demons. Just for today. Sister Zhang Ling Qi, big brother, let's leave tomorrow. I've got it all ready. Lin Mo happily tidied up the room as the other two helped. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the broom in Zhang Lingyu's hand shook, and the dust and dirt that had been so hard to sweep together scattered. He, tomorrow. I'll arrange it. I knew this day would come. Aren't you used to all this? Ling Qi was a bit puzzled. At first, the two were a little heartbroken, but when Lin Mo strengthened more than 200, the two accepted this fact. More than 200 to strengthen 20 that's right. In the end, Lin Mo didn't listen to Zhang Lingyu's advice to only strengthen to 10. According to Lin Mo, it was safety first. But have you ever thought of a problem? Chapter 31, this grenade design of yours is quite good Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi slyly. Have you ever thought about the question that when a consumable that is reinforced by 20, turns into pieces in front of your eyes, wouldn't you be more heartbroken? Ling Qi's expression stiffened. He couldn't help but think that he had spent 3 million on his lance to strengthen it to 20, which meant that every one of them in Lin Mo's hand was 3 million. It was still allowed 3 million. If this is gone, so heartbreaking. I know, you might as well not tell me. Let me know a day later and still feel better in my heart. I feel like this is just the beginning, not the end. I'm wondering if he'll fortify the bullets someday too. Should maybe probably not? Ling Qi was a bit nonplussed. If Lin Mo really did that, he said nothing. Nothing could be done. Early the next morning, in front of a disaster-level domain gate. Report, 20 squads of town guards have entered an hour ago, and the safety zones have been divided, 500 meters in length and width each. A man in combat uniform came before Zhang Lingyu and reported, I see. Then let's set off now. A group of 7 people walked into the gate under the man's leadership. This was Lin Mo's first time entering the gate. There was sunlight within the domain gate, but it wasn't very strong. It appeared dim due to being shrouded by a layer of mist. And in the air, from time to time, Lin Mo could see a black color emanating from some objects. Are those black ones demonic chi? Well, that's demonic aura. The mind's eye on us is to prevent this thing from invading. But you have to remember one thing. The defense of the mind's eye is limited, and it's best not to touch smoke like that kind that is like a flame. Although the mind's eye can block it, there will still be a part of it that will come to you through the block. Of course, in theory, the larger your blocking range, the less magical energy will reach you, and its purification speed will also be the best. Theoretically, as long as it's at 20 meters. Speaking of this, Ling Qi fell silent. Since his grenade was fortified at 20, there was no reason for his mind's eye to be poorly fortified. Brother Ling Qi, what happens if it's 20 meters? Lin Mo looked at Ling Qi with a curious expression. He was genuinely curious. Absolutely nothing else. Ling Qi took a deep breath. Theoretically, 20 meters belongs to the absolute safety distance, which means that the purification speed can definitely reach a perfect balance with the invasion speed. In addition to that is the resources here. Since the resources have a small amount of magic chi attached to them, when acquiring the resources, they must be placed at a distance from the edge of the mind's eye's ability and slowly dispersed. Only after it's dispelled can it be put away in the backpack. Lin Mo glanced at his mind's eye. Plus 50 should work well. Since it was in the doorway position, the effect of everyone's mind's eye working was very weak and almost invisible. However, when they traveled about 100 meters further, a powerful wind instantly spread with Lin Mo at the center. If everyone else's was a breeze, then Lin Mo's was a gale. Almost instantly, all the demonic chi disappeared without a trace. Looking at the effect displayed by Lin Mo, Ling Qi's few people instantly fell silent. People are more powerful than people. With this, who was still afraid of demonic chi infestation? When fighting in a domain gate, it wasn't really the demonic creatures that you were afraid of, but these demonic chi. The demonic objects you could kill, but the demonic chi you could only dispel with the mind's eye. Even a priest's dispelling skill was only a temporary dispelling. Trying to purify it was simply impossible. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but think that if she let Lin Mo get more mind's eye, wouldn't there be no more demonic chi inside this domain gate? Hey, it seemed like it was really possible, but this range seems a bit huge. 100 million for one. How can a domain gate have 100 of them? It seems a bit expensive. It's better to leave this matter to the headache above. Walking out a kilometer away, an area appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's this withered jungle. The demonic creatures here are on the medium side of the scale, with D classes predominating. After the man finished speaking, he greeted Zhang Lingyu and returned directly to the group. Lin Mo surveyed this forest. Looking at the situation, it should be a low forest. Only at this time, the trees had already turned black. Even the ground was black, and from time to time, a hint of demonic chi would emerge. Are all the woods here like this, black and withered? Lin Mo said as he pulled out his weaponry. Most of them are like this, but there are also the kind of trees that grow vigorously. Those kind of trees are very good materials. Of course, this kind of withered tree can also be used as a material. It's just that it requires a longer waiting time. Lin Mo nodded. Since that's the case, there's no pressure for me to use it. He held a grenade launcher and directly shot out a grenade, not giving Lingji's few people time to react at all. Boom! A pillar of fire with a diameter of 80 meters shot up into the sky, and a wave of heat hit his face. Looking at the 20-meter high pillar of fire, Lin Mo's entire body froze. Is this sure it's a grenade and not a flame bomb? This grenade design of yours is quite good. It even has a pillar of fire. The pillar of fire lasted for 4 or 5 seconds before it gradually weakened until it went out. Zhang Lingyu muttered, "There's no such effect. It's just a normal explosion. At most it's a small fireball, right?" After watching Lin Mo's grenade, Zhang Lingyu wasn't sure what this grenade looked like to begin with. As for Lingji, he didn't even know. Since becoming a professional, he had used a lance. Who would use a hot weapon for nothing? For Lin Mo's question, he wasn't sure of the answer either. Might as well actually use it. Zhang Lingyu took out the same grenade launcher from his own backpack and installed the same ammunition. Boom! The sound was much weaker and exploded. As for the pillar of fire where there was no pillar of fire, it was just a ball of fire that instantly went out. It seems that it's only after you strengthen it. The thought of this weapon being used to hunt the demons in the disaster-level domain gates, Zhang Lingyu had a heartbreaking look on her face. If she had known earlier, she might as well have brought Lin Mo to the disaster-level domain gate. Maybe she could even help clear out the demons once again, and then arrange for the domain gate to be closed at that time. Repentance. Seeing the comparison, Lin Mo was happy. He didn't realize that there were hidden special effects. Boom, boom, boom. A grenade was fired without money, and a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Looking at the numbers that kept surfacing in his mind, Lin Mo just wanted to let out a loud laugh. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. No, Lin Mo couldn't count them at all. Every time one jumped out, the sum of the numbers simply didn't add up. Compared to Lin Mo's laughter, Zhang Lingyu and the others were incomparably heartbroken. Chapter 32, A Mushroom Cloud of Little Power. With every pillar of fire that lit up, their cheeks trembled. It was true that the ammunition wasn't expensive, but it was expensive after reinforcement. Even if it was a disposable item, his virtual value was 100 million. Even with a discount, the price was still 20 million rounds. In just a minute's work, Lin Mo had already fired out 10 rounds. His speed wasn't slow at all, but Lin Mo finally stopped after firing out 20 rounds. Oh my god, what is he doing? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo in horror. The remaining demons in the encirclement were actually few and scattered. He actually took out an RPG? This was too much of a waste. However, to Lin Mo there was no such thing as wasteful or not. What was there was just an ordinary rocket. Whoosh! A line of fire flew out and smashed into the ground. Boom! This time what appeared wasn't a pillar of fire, but a small mushroom cloud. Ling Qi and the others weren't wrong. A rocket shot had created the effect of a mushroom cloud, and an even more powerful wave of air pounced over. My eyes aren't broken, right? I actually saw a mushroom cloud? Ling Qi was really a bit confused. That was a ING rocket. Okay, you're more or less off the mark. It was indeed a mushroom cloud, only it didn't look as if it was that powerful. Although Zhang Lingyu was surprised, she was more focused on the power. No, maybe it's because the number is too small to see the effect. Ling Ji didn't believe that a weapon that appeared as a mushroom cloud would have such low damage. He should know that he had seen the data of this rocket. The fixed damage was 43,000 and the kill radius was at 80 m. While the size of this mushroom cloud in front of him definitely reached a kill radius of about 110 meters. You know, this is just an ordinary rocket. If this is strengthened for a nuclear bomb, well, nuclear bombs aren't allowed, but N2 bombs can be used. If the N2 was given a reinforcement of 20 or even 50, Ling Qi wouldn't even dare to imagine what kind of effect that would have. Zhang Lingyu, you contact Secretary Chen. Ask him if he wants an N2 bullet reinforced to 50. Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu with an excited face. Are you out of your mind? The N2 bullet doesn't add any products from the domain sect at all. It can't be strengthened at all. Besides, that thing has been invented for hundreds of years and not a single one has been used. It hasn't even been used in a domain gate. Who knows what kind of effect using such a thing in a domain gate would cause. Closing the domain gate was an important matter, but no one would joke with their lives, and every professional's life was precious. Also, I forgot about this. They should have just tried it and let Lin Mo strengthen it once. That's a high-precision weapon. How could it be changed at will? Zhang Lingyu was practically speechless to death about this Ling Chun, but there were a few test subjects. If it was really feasible, she would have mentioned it long ago. Lin Mo. Stop! Zhang Lingyu shouted in a hurry, only to see Lin Mo once again slinging the bazooka over his shoulder, his hand already on the trigger. Ha! Whoosh! Boom! Seeing that Zhang Lingyu didn't speak again, he thought he had heard wrong. Watching another mushroom cloud rise, Lin Mo looked exhilarated and he couldn't help but look at his sniper rifle. How good would it be if his gun, every shot was a mushroom cloud? It didn't seem impossible. It was only reinforced at 50 now. Would it change if it was reinforced at 100? Lin Mo nodded. It wasn't impossible. While Lin Mo was thinking, Zhang Lingyu hurriedly ran over. The rest of those demons aren't so much as to use such a large killing weapon. Don't you want to see how large the killing power of this thing is? I'll have them find a new place now. Zhang Lingyu was really afraid that Lin Mo would continue to waste it. Although the stuff was Lin Mo's, her mental capacity was still a bit unbearable. Lin Mo thought about it. Fine. More points are good. He was also past that curiosity. Under Zhang Lingyu's arrangement, these town guards began to regather the demons. However, while they were gathering, these people also exchanged words about the situation just now. What was that weapon just now? Was it newly developed? It seems like a grenade. I see that Lin Mo is holding a grenade launcher in his hand. It should be a newly developed grenade launcher. I've also used a grenade launcher but it doesn't have this effect It's not like you haven't seen that pillar of fire before, but I'm more curious about the rocket launcher he took later. What type is it? How was he able to make a mushroom cloud out of it? There should be no radiation. They were really too curious about Lin Mo's weapons. They didn't even think in the direction of strengthening it. After all, no one would strengthen a cannonball. If there had to be a reinforcement given to a disposable item, it would have to be a high-quality, high-grade disposable item. The gathering of demons was fast, no matter how. This was a disaster-level domain gate. Not only was it high-grade, it was also a large place, and there were even more magical creatures. In half an hour's time, a group of magical creatures were gathered in the center, and the people around them used their skills to repel them from time to time. Without saying a word, Lin Mo directly carried a rocket launcher and shot it over. Ling Qi and the others were concentrating on the center of the field. Whoosh! Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. Ling Qi squinted his eyes and looked at the location on the ground. It was just as he thought. The center was all dead. Not just dead, but all gone. There wasn't even any residue. It was as if it had evaporated. And the demons around the center position all had varying degrees of serious and light injuries. The killing radius is indeed 80 meters, but the radius of serious injuries is between 80 to 120 meters, while light injuries are within 150 meters. Listening to Ling Qi's words, Lin Mo was a bit surprised, but thinking about it, it was right. The panel of this rocket wrote about the kill radius, not the effective radius. It meant that there was nothing wrong with this thing that people had written. Lin Mo sized up the quantity inside, and then another rocket was shot out. Looking at the remaining 6, Lin Mo didn't move. Instead, he chose to fire the grenades, and switch to grenades when the grenades hit about the same time. In short, it was a big fire coverage, followed by a small fire bombardment, and finally a sniper rifle roll call. Just 1 point. All of them. Lin Mo was cool, but Ling Qi Zhang Lingyu several people, from the beginning to the end of the tangled Iron Patrol heartache to face twisted. Next time this kind of thing I still do not come. This looks some heartbreaking. He to now even a strengthened 20 weapons or not. People a basket of baskets to take out, which who was subjected to. Gunua looked at his hand strengthened 10 dagger side. I understand you, but if you do not come, the captain can tear you alive, believe it or not. Iron Patrol nodded. I believe, although their captain was sometimes unreliable, but when it came to carrying out the mission that was meticulous said to beat you up. Chapter 33 Enhanced Restrictions Liberalization. Until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the grenades were empty, the grenades were gone, and the rockets were gone. In a circle of 5 kilometers, there were large pits and small pits, and the number of dead demonic creatures was countless. Are these demons still useful? It was useful, but there's no use for them now. With your destructive attack style, only those large demonic creatures could somewhat survive. But apparently it seems like there's nothing left now. Lin Mo scratched his head. It shouldn't be. Isn't it true that a lot of weapons add magical materials, and this kind of grade isn't low? He had just killed quite a few C-grade demons. Although the number was small, it was more or less Lingji sighed softly. Each kind of magic creature can use different parts. Some are claws and teeth, some are fur. But the demonic creatures you killed are already tattered. Even the ones you shot with the sniper rifle are as if they suffered from anti-material damage. This situation is basically goodbye to materials as well. So, you get the idea. Alright, what else could Lin Mo say? It turned out to be because his weapon's killing power was too great. But that couldn't be blamed on him. After all, safety first. He wouldn't dare to come here if his weapon strength wasn't a little stronger. However, he couldn't help but think of his parents as he looked at the demonic aura in the distance, as well as the demonic creatures that appeared from time to time. They were the ones who had been fighting such creatures. One could imagine how grueling it was. Of course his parents were different from Ling Chi and the others. They were on the national team, while his parents were simply there to make money. The way was different, but the end result was still the same. Is this place going to close in the future? Lin Mo was a little curious. How exactly the closure of the domain gate was determined or not, he didn't know much about it. There's a high probability that this place will be closed. One is because it's a bit close to the city, and the other is that the quantity and quality of the materials produced here are very average, and it's not worth wasting time for this place. Speaking of this, Ling Chi shook his head. Domain gates like this one are numerous in the country, and the manpower required to close them is huge. That's why every year, whether it's the Jin guarding army, the demon slaying army or our stealthy maneuvering squad, they will all draw manpower, or else they may not even be able to close 30 domain gates a year. The order in which the gates are closed is also subject to investigation, with both harm and practicality as the verification criteria. But even so, the number of domain gates is increasing instead of decreasing, simply because the speed at which the domain gates are descending is simply too fast. If it weren't for the fact that professionals were being produced every year, the globe would probably have been overrun by domain gates long ago. Some people would wonder why it was still so difficult when there were obviously new professionals every year. That brings us to the topic of sacrifice. There were newcomers, and there were sacrifices. The situation in the domain gates changed rapidly, although every domain gate had a rating through the size, pattern, and color of the gate. But this was just a rating. Otherwise, why would it be said that the disaster level was dominated by DE-class demons with CB-class demons mixed in? Sometimes, they would even meet some A-ranked magical creatures. The professionals who were in charge of the disaster level domain gate cleanup work, the first thing they did when they encountered a class of demonic creature was to run away, fleeing as fast as they could, because their levels simply can't compete with it. Of course this situation is rare, and the encounter is dozens of hundreds of professionals sacrificed. In addition to that, the biggest sacrifice was the border guards. Their sacrifice was not sacrificed to fight against the demons, but against the humans. In addition to fighting against the demons that came out of the domain gates, they also had to prevent the invaders that burst in from the border. Although it was now said internationally that we were all working together to resist the invasion of demons, secretly some countries were still carrying out invasions. These were unavoidable things. So it's like this. Only then did Lin Mo feel that these town guards who came for his safety were so great. He couldn't help but think that there seemed to be a problem with his limiting the number of official reinforcements, as well as the price he ordered. It was just that at that time, he had put his sights on the locals. After all, the first thing they did when they got their weapons was definitely to go out of town and fight. But giving them to the officials he wasn't sure. That's why he made the rules. Of course, there was also the point that he didn't want to put all his time into reinforcing the weapons. He wanted to have a little free time for himself. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a strengthening machine? What would be the point of such a life? I decided to liberalize the weapon strengthening for the official side, but I have to explain first. One of them I still only strengthen the weapon. The other is the number of, although lifted the restrictions, but I am as far as possible. I have to have my own life, so I'll say a rough number. A week. Let's say 100 weapons. That's more than enough. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and gave such a number. An average of 20 a day. As for his store's customers, 10 a day should be about right. Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu looked at each other with a happy expression. I didn't expect that explaining this to Lin Mo would actually be able to get such a big surprise. I should have known better. They also didn't expect it. Of course, it might not be possible to obtain such an effect if it was told in advance. Everything could only be said to go with the flow. The reinforcement level. Zhang Lingyu had been coveting the reinforcement 21 for too long, so she didn't know if Lin Mo would agree to it. Lin Mo glanced at his points. The good guy had so many. Enhancement level 15 to start with. All weapons are at a minimum of 15. 20 for enhancement 16, 10 for enhancement 18, 5 for enhancement 20. As for enhancement 50, it's still 1 per month. As for the price, it's half cheaper for you guys. It was impossible to be free. Not in this lifetime, otherwise wouldn't one's labor be cheap? Not to mention that for a country, this amount of money really wasn't money. Another thing was that Lin Mo intended that in the future, after his level became higher, this number could still continue to move up a bit. It wasn't constant. That's great. I'll go back and inform Director Chen. If he hears this news, he'll be very happy. Zhang Lingyu said happily. Could one not be happy? This number was simply amazing. A plus 15 weapon per person was simply unimaginable. If the border guards were each holding a plus 15 weapon while the other side was only holding plus 7 plus 8 weapons, how painful it would be for the other side. Come on, let's go back. Lin Mo smiled. He had only paid some points for them to be so happy. Thinking about it this way, this system might just be asking him to save the country of China. Lin Mo once again glanced at the points. It was time to put the weapons continued strengthening on the agenda. Still using this sniper rifle? That let me ask. What's the lowest level gold epic hot weapon you guys have right now? And how many levels? Chapter 34 Weapons that don't need to be loaded with bullets. After returning to the city, Zhang Lingyu separated from them. She now needed to report this matter first. Director Chen. Surprise or shock? Chen Jun was sitting in his office and was processing documents when he saw the name on the caller's cell phone and had a headache. Right now, he was afraid of Zhang Lingyu's calls. Either she doesn't call, or the moment she does, it's a big deal. According to this time, shouldn't she have just returned from the disaster-level domain gate? Could it be that something happened inside? It's a good thing this time, Zhang Lingyu said helplessly. In the beginning, the two of them talking were normal, and the last few times, Director Chen's mood was like a roller coaster. But this had nothing to do with her. It was all Lin Mo's problem. Tell me. Lin Mo let go of his conditions. Zhang Lingyu meticulously told Chen Junzheng about the matter. Good thing. What a good thing. Chen Junzheng was excited. This was a heavenly good for the country. This made him much more maneuverable. Besides this matter, there is one more thing. Hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, Chen Junzheng's heart thumped. Don't worry. It's neither good nor bad. It's just that I suspect that he will go to a calamity-level domain gate next time. The corners of Chen Junzheng's eyes twitched. Is that not good or bad? Finish at once. Although I'm in good health, being tossed around by you a few times, I'll end up in the hospital sooner or later. Zhang Lingyu bristled. If this could go into the hospital, Ling Qi calling you would probably have you hospitalized. There is a golden epic hot weapon. Only it's not a sniper rifle, but a level 25 revolver. I'll have someone send it to you first. By the way, there's a level 20 hand crossbow along the way for you to bring. See if he needs it. There weren't many low-level golden epic weapons in the treasury. The levels were too low for the country's blacksmiths to waste that time. Golden epic weapons basically started at level 50, and there were very few below level 50. On Sunday, Lin Mo came to the store on time. As for resting, Lin Mo didn't think about it. The main reason was that he didn't know what he would be able to do after resting. For him, going to fight in the domain sect might be considered the only rest. Besides, opening a store wasn't that tiring. Strengthening weapons was just a matter of putting them in and strengthening them. As for being mentally tired, where was the mental stress in a 100% success? How could it fail when you can see the success rate? Is Sister Zhang not coming today? She's not going to fetch the weapons, is she? There's no need to be in such a hurry. Having just finished yesterday, going to fetch it today is a bit too hasty. He promised is promised. He definitely won't back out is all. She told me it was to give you a surprise. Surprise? Is it going to give me 10 billion in cash? Ling Shi directly ignored his sentence, not wanting to talk to him. You make money faster than robbing a bank. What's the point of giving you cash? Save the process? At 10:30, Zhang Lingyu came. These two are the equipment for you. The gold epic sniper rifle is not available, but there is a hand crossbow and revolver. If you're not satisfied, there are plenty of purple sniper rifles. No, want this one. Lin Mo picked up the revolver in one hand. This revolver wasn't one of those small revolvers, but a large revolver. The barrel length was almost 25 centimeters long and the full length of the gun reached a staggering 0.45 meters. The handle of the gun was wooden with a silver-patterned piece of iron laminated on it, looking very retro in feel. The muzzle was of a large caliber, and it looked like it should be fitted with 12.7mm bullets. It was simply a big killing weapon. The only pity was that it didn't have a sight, but that didn't matter anymore. Just look good. As for the killing power, this caliber can't mean anything yet. If you like it, this is 500 rounds of bullets for this gun. There was nothing special about the bullets. They were just ordinary bullets. They didn't even have quality. Lin Mo didn't care. As for the hand crossbow, Lin Mo directly put it away in his backpack. Does the crossbow not have any arrows? This crossbow is an energy arrow. Theoretically, as long as it has enough energy, it will be able to fire all the time. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. More or less energy, but it had a lot to do with intelligence. Even if he added all his attribute points to intelligence, his body didn't have much energy, which was why he wasn't in a hurry to get a generalized skill. Even if he got them, he wouldn't be able to use them. Of course, the main reason was because of the trouble. But with this hand crossbow, Lin Mo wasn't afraid of trouble. Make yourselves at home. I'm going to work in the back. Lin Mo came behind the screen and directly activated the machine, starting to strengthen the revolver. Only then did Ling Ji speak with Zhang Lingyu. Why did you take out that pistol? It's a pistol that's tainted with demonic qi. Have you forgotten about his mind's eye? That little bit of demonic qi is of no use to him at all. Zhang Lingyu shrugged her shoulders. If it wasn't for that mind's eye, she wouldn't have dared to give this weapon to him. She would rather take a purple sniper rifle and give it to him. Ling Yue was instantly speechless. It seemed like half an hour later, Lin Mo took out the pistol from the reinforcer and frowned at the pistol's attributes. He was too excited just now and didn't look at the name of the pistol, but only now that he looked at it did he realize the difference. Magic, SM500 revolver, epic, plus 20, equipment level, LV30, durability, 67/70ths, damage, 356 to 412, plus 1175, bonus, bludgeon damage plus 10%, plus 5%, strike rate, plus 20%, plus 5%, explosive attack, 0, 5 meters per shot, explosive attack, 0, 5 meters per bullet. Why is there a magic word in front of this weapon? What does it mean? Magic weapon? Magic weapon? Lin Mo shook his head and once again put the weapon into the reinforcer. Enhanced item, magic, SM500 revolver, epic, plus 20, success rate, 31%. Whether or not to strengthen, the success rate was still so low. It wasn't like the other weapons, it was somewhat like the case of that special weapon. Could it be that this weapon was also considered a special weapon? Lin Mo really couldn't think of any other explanation other than this. Lin Mo tried to minimize the amount of points he spent, but it still cost him nearly 6,000 points. However, compared to his existing points, it was just a sprinkle. A brand new plus 50 weapon appeared in Lin Mo's hands. Magic, SM500 revolver, epic, plus 50. Equipment level, LV30, durability, 67/70ths, damage, 356 to 412, plus 24,332, bonus, bludgeon damage plus 10%, plus 5%, strike rate, plus 20%, plus 5%, explosive attack, 0, 5 meters per shot explosion range, plus 0, 5 meters, rapid fire, 6 rounds per second, CD, 10s, special, psychic bullet, user's energy automatically fills the magazine. 1s/time. Lin Mo grinned. This damage was already unbeatable, especially that spiritual energy bullet. The scope is of no use. Sister Zhang, I still need to trouble you with something. Chapter 35. Isn't it intelligence? Looking at Lin Mo's naive smile, Zhang Linyu gulped. You said, can you find me some trinkets that increase my intelligence? Rare is fine if it's of good quality. Level 30. Zhang Linyu nodded. So it was just about this. That's simple. Wait, it'll be sent over in half an hour. In the Fengjing warehouse, these ornaments were still available. Trinkets were a bit better to obtain compared to weapons. This was because most of the trinkets weren't built, but were made by directly inlaying a material from the domain gate with metal. That's why rare qualities are predominant, but those that wanted gold needed to be crafted and engraved. Half an hour later, a bunch of trinkets that increased intelligence were placed in front of Lin Mo's eyes. These are the most effective. You can try them. Lin Mo picked up a ring inlaid with black gems. Black crystal ring, rare. Equipment level, LV30. Durability, 32/32. Attribute, intelligence plus 10. Attachment, magic damage reduction plus 10%. Attachment, magic damage reduction plus 10. Defense plus 2%. So that's how the attributes were added? It was a bit different from what Lin Mo thought. In Lin Mo's thoughts, the ring's main attribute should be added to defense, but it didn't seem to be the case. Lin Mo looked around. In the attribute column there were those that added intelligence, those that added agility, those that added strength, and even those that added attack. It could be said that there was everything. Lin Mo picked out 2 rings and 2 bracelets from them. As for the others, Lin Mo didn't want them. If he could, he wouldn't even want the bracelets. But in order to be able to have more intelligence points, Lin Mo endured. Sister Zhang, I want these and that's enough. Take the rest back. I'm going to work first. Lin Mo once again entered behind the screen. Are you curious about the power of that pistol of his? Ling Ji walked over. There's nothing to be curious about. The damage is enhanced and there are just a few more additional attributes. It's basically the same one. I'm already used to it. Mostly, I've seen it too much. Well, I'm still curious. If he was to strengthen the weapon to 50, there would be an extra special attribute. I'm a bit curious as to what kind of a special effect this weapon will bring. Zhang Lingyu was stunned. Yes, what if it was a better special attribute? She shook her head. Thinking of something herself, she looked at Ling Qi and said quietly, it's better not to be curious. In case you think that attribute is good, won't you be even more upset? Ling Qi took a deep breath. What you said makes sense. It's better for me not to be curious, or else it will be too easy to blow people away. He thought of his weapon that was strengthened to 20. If he didn't run out of money, he would have said anything to find Lin Mo to strengthen his weapon to 50 to see. Well, Lin Mo said that the official reduction was half, so he should be considered official as well. That means 50 million would be enough. It doesn't seem like it can't be scraped together. The more Ling Chi thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. The only problem was that he needed to be here to protect Lin Mo, and simply didn't have the time to go back to Kyoto. 2 hours later, Lin Mo looked at the ring on his hand with satisfaction. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 32. Attribute, intelligence plus 10, plus 150. Additional, magic damage reduction plus 10%, plus 5%. Intelligence attribute plus 20%. Defense plus 2%. Special, overload, intelligence attribute doubled, CD, 10M. NES, a total of 160 intelligence, plus 20% intelligence attribute, and an active ability to double intelligence. With this ring, that revolver is directly invincible. Lin Mo hurriedly put on the ring, then opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Reinforcer. Potential, Grade B. Rank, 3rd Order Level 1, 2. 1%. Attribute, Strength, 24. Physical Strength, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9, plus 203. Assignable points, 75. Exclusive skill, Strengthening. Generic skill, none. Generic skill, none. If he were to use the ring's ability for a bit, he would directly have 400 intelligence. Not bad, not bad. Sister Zhang Ling Chi big brother. In general, how many levels do I need to ascend to in order to reach 200 intelligence? Lin Mo was curious. This attribute of his should be stronger than professions of the same level. If it's a profession in the direction of the law system, in addition to their own growth and attribute points, in addition to the free points, it should be able to be reached between level 25 to 30. By the way, I'm talking about S-ranked professions As for those above SS rank, it might be a little faster than that. After all, intelligence is the main growth attribute. Lin Mo glanced at intelligence and instantly felt that this number didn't smell good anymore. Unless the other 3 jewelry were strengthened as well, then the value should be able to surpass the value of a professional above the same SS rank. Of course, it was a single one attribute. Thinking about this, Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Yeah, why would he think about any personal growth attribute issues? Wouldn't it be better to directly replace all the ornaments as well as defense equipment with ones that increased their attributes? Wouldn't that increase his attributes? Besides, he only needed intelligence and strength, and physical strength could go along with it. As for agility, he didn't need it at all. Even if he was wearing a heavy armor outfit, all he had to do was stand still and shoot. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Mo felt that this matter was feasible. So he took all the jewelry inside and strengthened them, and all of them reached 50. And his intelligence attribute reached a staggering 1000 points of intelligence. This is still because this is only a low-grade purple rare equipment, mainly replaced with high-grade high-quality equipment. The value doubled is normal. Lin Mo looked at his weapon, his eyes rolled, and he came to Zhang Lingyu, with an innocent face. Don't look at me like that. If there's something you want to say, I have a good body and can withstand it. Sister Zhang, I just want to trouble you with a little something. Something very, very small. Zhang Lingyu was very flustered before Lin Mo asked him to do something. He didn't talk like this. It shouldn't be very difficult. As long as it's not difficult, there shouldn't be any problem. Anyway, there was Director Chen. Big deal. The whole country would just help together. I want a set of purple rare or above defense. The base attribute should preferably contain increased strength and intelligence. By the way, it better be plate armor For the level 45 is fine. Besides that, can you build me a weapon? Gatling, the faster the rate of fire, the better. If the quality can be on the gold epic is the best. If not purple rare, and grenades. I wouldn't mind if there were small missiles. Lin Mo's mouth didn't stop yet, mouthing all sorts of hot weapons. Zhang Lingyu only felt her blood pressure rise sharply. Gatling? Small missiles? Missile launchers? Are you trying to fight a war here? This is enough for 3 rounds of bombardment on a team of 10,000 people. He shouldn't be reinforcing all the ammunition all over again. My dear mother. Zhang Lingyu's pupils trembled. Chapter 36, Don't you need bullets? In the end, Zhang Lingyu agreed to Lin Mo's request. Who let him be Lin Mo? If this was a different person, she wouldn't have agreed to anything. Lin Mo didn't rush to try to use his weapons, but first helped the country strengthen the weapons they needed. The days became uneventful, steady strengthening every day, with customers coming in from time to time. If you don't say that this is the center of the city, there are just a lot of customers coming to the door. Almost every day, there were 4 or 5 customers who came to the door and needed to be strengthened, only that their levels were not high. Although it was said that all of Lin Mo's customers were 100% successful in their reinforcement, those above the 5th rank would still choose the golden reinforcement master to reinforce them. Even if they failed, they would still go. After all, instead of trusting a white reinforcer, it would be better to trust the gold color. Just in case, Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry either. As Lin Mo strengthened more and more equipment, his experience growth increased from 10% to 20% per day, and he was able to raise a level almost every week. After Lin Mo gave the equipment with a higher reinforcement level to Zhang Lingyu, on the 3rd day his experience growth became 30% a day. Lin Mo was lying on a recliner in the store. This life was just too wonderful. This was the first time he felt that being a salted fish was not bad. There was no work, just lying around. Lin Mo, you've been working in the store for 2 weeks. Tomorrow is Saturday again. Do you want to go out again? How about I take you to the calamity level gate this time? Zhang Lingyu was a bit worried about Lin Mo's mental state, knowing that other reinforcers were very distracted when reinforcing equipment. But on Lin Mo, Zhang Lingyu didn't find this, and she didn't know if he was different from other reinforcers, or if he was suppressing himself. In short, she had to take Lin Mo out for a trip, or else this heart was restless. For 3 weeks, it could be said that 80% of the reinforced equipment was the country's equipment, and the guests only accounted for 20%. Calamity level? It's fine, just to test the effect of this revolver. Both the damage and the additions are stronger than that sniper rifle. I wonder what effect it will cause. You promise? Great. I'll go make arrangements. Zhang Lingyu directly called the local town guards, 40 people of the 5th rank, and prepare 60 people of the 6th rank. The target this time is a calamity level domain gate. Safety must be guaranteed to me. Lin Mo turned his head to Lingyu. Is this really necessary? Isn't the calamity level mostly C-rank D-rank magical creatures? Isn't this predominantly 6th rank team a bit exaggerated? It's not an exaggeration at all. C-rank D-ranks are all 30 to 50 magical creatures, and to deal with them safely, you need to be at least 10 levels above them. Of course these are all according to the situation. After all, not every squad is called a maneuver team or a demon slayer army. I'm afraid you're not praising yourself, but thinking about it, it was also right. If one didn't have some strength, how could one join these 2 squads? Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone. Alright, we'll leave at 6 tomorrow morning. The distance is a bit far. It'll probably take more than 2 hours if we drive. Why is it so far this time? Upon hearing that he had to get up at 6 in the morning, Lin Mo was a little resistant. Life was so good. It was a bit excessive to still need to wake up early. During this period of time his opening time had changed from 9 to 9:30. And he planned to change it to start working at 10 again in a few months and close the store at 5 in the afternoon. He would retire when his rank reached the 9th rank. That's normal. It's a calamity level domain gate after all. Every time the demons in a domain gate go out, there will always be demons that flee, and this distance is a buffer zone. And those high-level domain gates that were initially close to the city have long since been shut down. It had to be done despite the heavy losses. There was still a paragraph that Zhang Lingyu had not said in her heart. If there were higher reinforced weapons, the difficulty of closing the gates would be much lower. It could be said that the weapons in the hands of the demon-slaying army were basically all reinforced weapons, and the lowest were all reinforced to 12. Without these weapons with higher attributes, their speed of closing the gate would have to drop. So that's how it is. Yes, theoretically, a calamity class gate must not be less than 200 kilometers away from the city, while a calamity class is at 300 kilometers. As for the heavenly calamity grade gate, it needs to be surrounded by a reinforced city wall. But unfortunately, the effect isn't very obvious. But what if this domain gate is in the middle of 2 cities? That won't happen. The first is that those small cities no longer have people and have long since gone to the big cities. The second is that if it does appear, then it will be arranged on the list of the first elimination targets. So it doesn't need to worry too much. Lin Mo didn't know much about this. A lot of it was theoretical knowledge. The next day, Saturday, done. Coming. Lin Mo opened the door to his room with his toothbrush in hand, and outside the door stood the lynch squad. Why are you guys early? It's not because I'm worried that you didn't get up, and the sleep requirements for professionals are actually quite low. Lin Mo really wanted to give him a big blank stare. Although the requirements for professionals were low, he preferred to have a good night's sleep. Wait for me right away. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo checked what he was going to carry and followed Ling Qi to the car. Hua, Sister Zhang, you're early enough. This isn't really early for me. That team of town guards went over last night. They should be circling in the domain gate right now. Lin Mo barred his mouth. This raising a crowd is more or less embarrassing. You don't have to be stressed. This is originally the treatment you should get. The words were said, but Lin Mo was still a little overjoyed. In case of a sacrifice, wouldn't it be on his head? However, when he arrived, he realized that he was overly concerned. After arriving at the location, there was still someone leading the way into the domain gate to the encirclement. Looking at the imposing town guards, Lin Mo knew that he was overthinking. This look was that of a professional who had been through hundreds of battles, and there was absolutely no problem with safety. Then I'll start. Don't you use bullets? Looking at Lin Mo pulling out his revolver but not taking bullets, Zhang Lingyu hurriedly said, if these bullets weren't prepared, these demons would attack. She remembered that she had taken 10 of the bullet loaders. Who said that you have to have bullets to shoot? Lin Mo raised the 40+ centimeter long revolver and squinted his eyes. Bang! 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 With every bullet that hit the demonic creature, at least a large portion of its body disappeared. Minus 34,532. Minus 31,223. Minus 38,726. The value of 30,000 plus kept jumping, each shot taking away a victim. Is this the way reinforcement masters fight? Is it so plain and simple? Zhang Lingyu sighed a little. If she were to fight these demons, she wouldn't even be able to deal this damage without using some skills. It's probably only Lin Mo who fights like this. I haven't seen the other reinforcement masters fight. After all, not everyone can have a plus 50 weapon. This is simply improper. Okay, the words of envy. Ling Ji didn't want to say anymore. It was simply impossible to say. Chapter 37, Keep your voice down. Lin Mo shot while observing his energy. Although each shot consumed very little energy, Lin Mo's shooting speed was fast, and so was his energy consumption. Luckily, all of Lin Mo's trinkets all increased his intelligence, which led to a super fast recovery speed for his replies as well. Lin Mo shot while moving towards the encirclement. Ling Ji didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly led his team to a position not far behind him, and under Lin Mo's shooting, none of the ferocious beasts were able to get close. After half an hour, the entire encirclement no longer had degrees of many magical creatures. Whoever said that talking about hot weapons was useless again, Lin Mo directly gave him a shuttle. Taking advantage of the time when the town guards were recircling the demons, Lin Mo came to Zhang Lingyu's side. Wait, things and stuff are being inventoried. Things will be here soon. The weapons that need to be strengthened won't arrive until next week, leaving you with a long break. And, Sister Zhang, I'm not in a hurry for the stuff. I was asking if there's any more of this kind of equipment with magic characters. Lin Mo felt that this kind of equipment with magic characters would have a better effect when strengthened. Of course, there was still very little equipment that he had strengthened to level 50, so it wasn't much of a reference. What if, after all, special equipment he had also strengthened? There is equipment out there, but if the quality is there, it may not be epic. If she remembered correctly, there seemed to be a bunch of locked-up equipment in the Kyoto warehouse, and one circle of that warehouse was surrounded by Mind's Eye. Those things weren't good for ordinary people. As for throwing, it is impossible to throw it. There might be some way to make those demonic auras disappear. It was important to realize that weapons infested with demonic chi were a little bit stronger than normal in terms of attributes, and all of them were at least purple rare equipment. For a professional of the same level, a little more attributes would be able to cause a little more damage. In a battle, it was often because of such a small difference that the outcome of the battle would change. In some people's eyes, these equipment were alternative special equipment. Some people relied on their highly enhanced Mind's Eye and would briefly use these weapons. Only the follow-up might require a period of healing. That's fine. Get me another one. Preferably still this kind of revolver. Lin Mo fell in love with this nearly half-meter-long revolver. The killing power was just great. Is there anything else? Zhang Lingyu asked carefully. No more. Lin Mo was a bit depressed. Was he that scary? Why were both of them talking so carefully? He then picked up his weapon and once again came to the encirclement and started his furious shooting journey. Zhang Lingyu's entire body relaxed, casually wiping the cold sweat that had just emerged. Isn't it just for a weapon? Are you as good as this? Just in case he's asking for a nuclear bomb. Ling Qi shut up. It wasn't impossible with Lin Mo's pissy nature. In his eyes, as long as it could be strengthened, then bring it on. Maybe one day. Lin Mo suggested that the top arrange for some materials to make a small nuclear bomb with attributes. Thinking about it like this, Ling Qi seemed to remember that there was indeed a bar. I remember that there seems to be a numbered HM09 test item in the special weapons arsenal. Right, that seems to be a 1-ton minimum. Normally 10 tons is the smallest. But with the efforts of the crowd and the materials in various domain gates, this 1-ton ultra-small nuclear bomb was produced. 2,000 kilograms would honestly be good for 200 kilograms of ammunition content. Due to the poor results, the project was eventually suspended. But there's still 4 or 5 left and it's sitting in that warehouse. Shoo, keep your voice down. You'll definitely have to come if you let Lin Mo hear it. That explosion power was small, but it was still higher than normal missile damage. If Lin Mo reinforced him, who knew what the result would be? And most importantly, the radiation. Oh, I'll keep my voice down. Ling Ji hurriedly shut up manually. The two just stood back and watched with trepidation as Lin Mo went on a rampage in the distance. What do you say, ha? Can we purchase the weapons he retired down? Ling Ji rubbed his chin, feeling more and more that the possibility was high. Although it was a bit lower in rank, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for someone of the 6th rank. You really don't say. It's really possible. Zhang Lingyu also felt that it was possible, as long as the price was given appropriately, or some other things were given. It wouldn't be impossible to take it down. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo's weapon effects more and more seriously. According to Lin Mo's upgrade speed, of course she didn't know why the upgrade speed of a reinforcer was so fast. Maybe it was because the other party was a reinforcer, so the experience value requirement was low? Anyway, no matter what, Lin Mo's weapon replacement speed would definitely be fast, especially in the later stages. The difference between the attributes of the weapons at each stage was still somewhat obvious. Lin Mo threw around his revolver, tartly inserting it into his side. TSK, a bit of a shame. Should have gotten myself a gun pouch. That would have been handsome enough. In one day today, Lin Mo had risen 3 small levels, which was not bad. The experience required would increase later on. This was just not said out loud. If Ling Ji heard this, he might really hit him. However, Lin Mo wasn't worried at all. As long as he strengthened enough weapons, then his leveling speed would definitely not slow down. He glanced at his points. When I go back, I'll first strengthen this weapon to level 100 to see what kind of effect it has. If one shot had a missile's damage, it was the calamity level he dared to go in and break in, and when the time came, one shot would explode. It's done. Let's go back. Well, let's go then. As for the town guards, there was still their mission, which was to clean up some of the remaining demonic creatures, and if they could, they would close this domain gate. Of course, this would take a long time. However, the people from the demon swinging army were already on their way and would arrive this evening. Helping Lin Mo was just a passing favor. Back in the city, Lin Mo returned to the store. The day ended quickly, and he was just bored at home. Lin Mo, is that sniper rifle of yours for sale? Zhang Lingyu was the first to go up and ask. That gun, of course I'll sell it. I don't have much use for keeping it anyway. How much? As long as it's for sale. Well, just give it 20 million. The level is so low anyway. Zhang Lingyu pursed her lips, not knowing why. Why did this sound so awkward? But this price was really cheap. This weapon, when put into a disaster level domain gate, was an absolute killing weapon. And against those higher level demons, it was a divine weapon. Chapter 38, he's still going on. Another batch of strengthened equipment was sent away, and Lin Mo once again resumed his leisurely life. Lin Mo felt that this lifestyle was actually quite good. Experience and points continued to grow every day, and there was still no need to fight to the death on his own. However, life was still too bland. Ug's strength is still too poor. Ling Qi's movement to wipe his weapon froze. Your strength is still too poor? The 3rd rank abuses the 5th rank, and you can't even get close enough to do it. Since that time after testing the weapon, the range of the encirclement had expanded once again, and the restriction of the demons being suppressed was lifted. For Lin Mo, the intruder, the demons chose to fight back. However, under Lin Mo's unreasonable weapon attacks, none of these demons could withstand a single shot. Even if they withstood one shot, the second shot immediately came. Even if it was a 5th rank to the inside, facing so many C-rank B-rank demons, they wouldn't dare to be so dejected. Ding bell, I'm back. The thing you wanted, brought back one for you. Take a look. A 6-barreled weapon appeared on the counter. Lin Mo whooshed up from his recliner and hurriedly came to the weapon. I go. Really made it? Well, made it. Quality purple rare. As for the magic chi weapon is still being processed. That one might be a little slower. That wasn't a bit slower. It was simply too slow. That golden epic pistol wasn't in the special warehouse, and it was quick to take it out. But all the other weapons could be in the special warehouse. She had followed that day, and when the door of the special warehouse was opened, the magic chi inside had materialized. Right now 10 6th order sacred professions were in the process of cleaning up. As for the higher level sacred professions, they all went to the battlefield long ago, and these 6th order ones were all drawn from the battlefield. The sacred profession was one of the professions that was the most powerful against demons. Although it was said to have great killing power, the consumption was equally great. That's why all sacred professions are engaged in the national team, and none of the individual squads, and they can cross the level to enter the domain gate. Of course the number of squads they follow will also become larger. After all, the profile level of all sacred occupations was S rank or even SS rank, thus showing their importance. It's fine, there's no rush. I think this is just fine. This rapid fire machine gun. What's the approximate rate of fire? Savior Grim machine gun, rare. Equipment level, LV35. Durability, 243/340. damage, 220 to 287. Additional, penetration plus 15. Burning chance, 1%. As for the low attack power, Lin Mo didn't care at all. 12,000 rounds a minute. Speaking of this, Zhang Lingyu was very proud. This was made on the spur of the moment and I didn't expect it to be successful. It was 4,000 rounds more than normal. For 1,000 rounds, that's a large network of firepower. So this time, Zhang Lingyu brought bullets by the case and stacked 99 of them in her backpack. Enough for Lin Mo to use. Hearing this, Lin Mo was even happier. Of course it wasn't just Lin Mo who was happy. There was also Zhang Lingyu, because she knew that they could once again buy the weapons Lin Mo had eliminated again. Although it sounded bad, it didn't matter, as long as they could use it even if they begged for it. I'm going to work first. Lin Mo carried his weapon behind the screen. Good guy, you really got it. That's right, I figured it out. As long as Lin Mo wants a weapon, I'll get them all. As long as it's this kind that can be used twice, I'll take as many as I can and let him test them as he pleases. You're really jingling with this math. I'll have to stay away from you in the future. Maybe I'll be sold by you. Ling Qi shivered after pondering Zhang Lingyu's words. You are purely inappropriate people. Before it was Lin Mo what she wanted she gave, but the quantity was just one. But what did she just say? Get them all. Not to say more. Bring over 20 at a time. Lin Mo will always pick and test it. Even if there was only one more to strengthen, Zhang Lingyu could send one more highly strengthened weapon to the top. If Lingyu did it herself, it would definitely be whatever Lin Mo said. Say it like you don't intend to do it. Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi with contempt. I really don't have any calculations. Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi, who had a serious look on his face. And after thinking about what he did and what Director Chen said, she instantly fell silent. Forget it, she did everything for the country anyway. Both sides are satisfied. Isn't this quite good? Lin Mo didn't care what they were talking about. He was now torn inside. Savior Grim Machine Gun, Rare, plus 50. Equipment level, LV35. Durability, 243/340. Damage, 220 to 287, plus 11,583. Additional, penetration plus 15, plus 30. Rate of fire, plus 20. Scorch chance, 1%, plus 1%. Special, pervasive, rate of fire increased to 36,000 rounds in 1 minute, CD, 30M. The attributes are good attributes, and the special attributes are given very well, and stacked with the rate of fire in the additional attributes, the quantity was able to increase further. It was indeed a powerful weapon. But, Lin Mo wanted spiritual bullets, but there weren't any. But if he used bullets, he couldn't use this poodoo. He couldn't just go out and carry a huge ammo box on his back, unless it meant that he modified a car and filled it with ammo to be able to support him through a set of skills. That wouldn't be cool. He thought about it as an experiment and continued. Lin Mo once again put the weapon into the reinforcer. Enhanced item, Savior Grim Machine Gun, Rare, plus 50. Success rate, 9.88%. Whether or not to strengthen. The corner of Lin Mo's eyes twitched. His heart hurt. Reinforcement. Ding, ding. The sound of a successful reinforcement kept ringing out. The two people outside looked at the screen in confusion. If I remember correctly, it should have sounded 50 times just now. No, it's 60 sounds. He adds other equipment to it every time. Although it was said that they knew the way, no reinforcer could say that they would definitely succeed. You said, he wouldn't be planning to continue strengthening, right? Zhang Lingyu was startled by what she said. To know that plus 50 was already perverted. What would this become if he continued strengthening? It's not impossible, but is there really no limit? Although Zhang Lingyu's words were said to be a bit of bull *******, the voice coming out of it made Ling Ji have to admit it. If it was said that Lin Mo was strengthening other equipment, Ling Qi would not believe it. These days Lin Mo had long ago strengthened everything that should be strengthened. What's more, how could it be possible that he didn't strengthen it earlier or later? But only at this time. The sound continues. Zhang Lingyu's voice began to tremble. Lin Mo was definitely someone who had overturned the profession of a strengthener. Someone who had created history. Plus 50 wasn't the limit. Plus 60 wasn't the limit. Plus 70 wasn't the limit? What exactly was Lin Mo's limit? What is the limit of equipment? Chapter 39 Special, Universal Life. With every successful reinforcement, Lin Mo's heart ached. The funds were burning. Points 8914. Points 8322. Points 8822. Luck is only 6,000 plus points. Bad luck is 8,000 plus. It was mainly because Lin Mo was in too much of a hurry. If he had gotten it slowly, he might have been able to get more than 1,000 points less at a time. But he can't wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening plus 100 equipment for the first time. The system level has been raised, and the new function of shuffling has been opened. Lin Mo hurriedly opened the system's personal information. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 192,310. Skills, drawing, shuffling, strengthening. Success rate, plus 110%. Lin Mo instantly sucked in a breath of cool air, not because the success rate had increased. It was purely because he had less than 200,000 of his nearly 600,000 points left. 200,000? Just spent 400,000 points? Lin Mo hurriedly looked at the reinforcer. Enhanced item, Savior Green Machine Gun, rare, plus 100. Success rate, 11. 66%. Whether or not to strengthen. Lin Mo clicked strengthen. Whether or not to consume 170 points for strengthening. Lin Mo silently calculated. Every 1% would require 1,000 points? Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The system was going to double the amount of points spent on each upgrade. Sure enough, the so-called plus 999 was a bit difficult. Savior Green Machine Gun, rare, plus 100. Equipment level, LV35. Durability, 243/340. Damage, 220 to 287. Damage, 220-287, plus 1. 909 million. Additional, penetration plus 15, plus 60. Rate of fire plus 60%. Burning chance, 1%, plus 5%. Special, Pudu, rate of fire increased to 36,000 rounds in 1 minute, CD, 30M. 6 roots purification bullet, weapon comes with ammo. Comes with holy light baptism, deals 500% damage to demons. Just when he saw the value of this damage, was he sure he hadn't miscalculated? 9 million? Strengthening 100 actually had 9 million damage? Then what kind of equipment did he change? What kind of epic weapon? Mythic weapon. Wouldn't this be enough? If you don't have an epic, build your own epic. If you don't have a mythic, build your own mythic. Lin Mo stayed silent for a long time, and suddenly felt that this world didn't seem so dangerous anymore. As long as he pulled out this weapon, there shouldn't be any demonic creature that could withstand this damage. 9 million for a single round. How many millions is 12,000 rounds? Lin Mo took out the weapon from the reinforcer. The originally pitch-black weapon was now as if it was covered in holy light, emitting a faint luminescence. He poked his head out. Brother Ling Chi, how high is the highest damage you can deal at once? Although Ling Chi had some doubts, he still thought carefully. It should be when I was fighting against an extra A-class demon. One skill hit 880,000 damage, but it only knocked out a quarter of that opponent's blood. Lin Mo sucked in a breath of cool air. 880,000? Lin Mo was glancing at his gun. Fear not. Fear not. This 9 million rounds, just 4 rounds can kill a special A-class. 12,000 rounds. That's 3,000 extra A-class. That's how many he could hunt in 1 minute. It was exciting to think about it. Big brother Ling Chi, sister Zhang, let's go to the calamity level gate and I'll show you my latest weapon. Lin Mo took out the silver grim machine gun that emitted fluorescence. Cough, cough. The two choked on their saliva. What did Lin Mo just say? Wait. What level domain gate did you just say you were going to? Calamity level. Ah, this gun of mine is very powerful. Going to a low level doesn't show its power. Zhang Lingyu looked at the gun in Lin Mo's hand that had changed form. Not only had the color changed, there were also many more mysterious patterns on top of the gun. You don't have to think about that, but we can go to the outskirts of the countryside to look for a demonic creature of around rank D. Speaking of leaving, Lin Mo urged them to hurry up and drive. Ling Chi was helpless. Was there a need to be in such a hurry? But he also wanted to know what the hell was going on with this gun. Listening to the sounds coming out of it, there were at least 80 to 90 strokes, maybe 100. But can a weapon really be strengthened by 100? Shouldn't it? Ling Chi drove the car while Zhang Lingyu was remotely controlling it through the phone. Go to the southern suburb 30 kilometers away. There are 12 D-class demons there. They just ran out and haven't started killing them yet. Ling Chi made a turn and drove towards the destination. Half an hour later, it arrived at the designated location. Lin Mo jumped out of the car and took out his weapon at the first opportunity. Ha, let me see the power. Ta-da-day. Kata. Lin Mo sat on the grass and looked at his gun, then felt his energy. Over 200 points of intelligence had fired 3 shots, although powerful enough to shoot a 1 meter deep hole, but only 3 shots. So he strengthened out a hit and miss guy? It can't be, can it? Lin Mo couldn't understand how he spent 400,000 points to get such a weapon? An ornament? Even if it's a 9th ranked professional, how much intelligence can it have? 8,000? 10,000? 203 rounds of ammunition. That's only 150 rounds. And this gun's 1 minute rate of fire is 12,000 rounds, with a rate of fire bonus. And skills. Lin Mo's entire body was depressed. Zhang Lingyu and the people from the Lingji squad stood not far from Lin Mo. What's wrong with Lin Mo? Isn't that gun powerful? Ling Qi stroked his chin, somewhat confused. Although the bullet didn't hit the demonic creature, the energy of the holy light attribute attached to the bullet fired was exceptionally amazing. Moreover, the 1-meter deep crater left on the ground also indicated the powerful might of this weapon. It was obviously good, so why did it look so unhappy? You also don't think about what kind of gun that is. What is the rate of fire? And did you see him loaded? Zhang Lingyu was simply infuriated by him, and really wondered how his teammates stayed with him. How simple things were. Fine, I know. Why don't I go over and take a look? Well, be nice. Don't irritate him anymore. Ling Ji nodded. Don't worry. After saying that, he walked towards Lin Mo. Zhang Lingyu could only pray that Ling Qi could make Lin Mo feel better, or at least not so sad. This was a national treasure. It couldn't be harmed in the slightest, even if it was in a mood. Then, Zhang Lingyu saw Ling Qi squatting beside Lin Mo and not knowing what to say. Lin Mo then handed that weapon to Ling Qi. Ling Qi's entire body began to wince. After that, he picked up the gun and fired. Lin Mo's head went even lower. Zhang Lingyu slapped herself on the head. She shouldn't have let Ling Qi go over there. She rushed over and took the weapon, after which Lin Mo's entire body became even more disheveled. Chapter 40, less than a second? It's over? Ling Qi came to Lin Mo's side. Is the weapon not to your liking? Lin Mo sighed lightly. You'll know if you try it. He casually handed the weapon over, and Ling Qi casually took it. However, when that gorgeous panel surfaced in front of Ling Qi's eyes, he knew he was done for. What did he see? Plus 100. Ling Qi's hands trembled uncontrollably, a sign of excessive excitement. The muscles in his body he couldn't control anymore. What the hell kind of number is this one? 9 million number? What the hell is this 36,000 a minute? The rate of fire was increased by 20%. 500% damage to demons. Are you sure you're not kidding? 9 million times 5? No wonder Ling Qi looked so familiar with the fluorescent light on the top. This is not the holy professional's kind of injection of holy light effect. Nearly 10 million damage. Anything cannot block it. Can I shoot? Ling Qi asked with an excited face. Lin Mo waved his hand. Feel free to try. I advise you not to hold too much expectation. The bigger the expectations, the bigger the disappointment. I'm the best example. Chut. It was really just a trigger press and it was over in an instant. Ling Ji's entire body stood straight up as if he had been cast in a stasis. The energy in his body dried up. Not a single drop was left, and his entire body had a feeling of emptiness. Less than a second? It's over? Ling Ji looked at the weapon in his hand. 9 million damage. Couldn't shoot it, what's the use of it? To know that he is now the 8th rank even if it is the 7th rank of the skill to use a 100 times is no problem. Although the damage is not as high as this, but it is accurate This damn not even aim it. The bullet is over? Moreover, the mouth of the bullet? There's nothing? Seeing this, Lin Mo sighed again. People just can't be greedy. This time, he can't use the weapon. It's not just him who can't use it. Even if he gives it to a ninth order, the other party may not be able to use it. What a failed attempt. It wasn't like there wasn't a way to solve it. That was to find the kind of jewelry that added intelligence to strengthen it to 100 as well. For jewelry could definitely support this weapon. Just, one would cost $400,000, and 4 would be $6 million. Where would he get that much? Right now, his daily growth rate is just a little over 10,000 a day. Sigh. Zhang Lingyu walked over from the back and pulled Ling Qi. What's your situation? Didn't I tell you to see what's going on with Lin Mo? Why are you following this? Ling Qi didn't say anything, but handed his weapon to Zhang Lingyu. 3 minutes later, the 3 stone statues were still here. In the distance, Iron Patrol and his group looked at each other in disbelief. What's this? Should we go and take a look? I think it's better not to go. 3 is already enough. We still have to keep an eye on the nearby demons. Also, Lin Mo sat there for what could be an hour and sort of figured it out. Strengthening to 50 would be fine. 100 was better not to consider it for now. Let's talk about it when the 1-day points growth rate can reach 100,000 a day. As for plus 999, Lin Mo didn't even dare to think about it. He was startled when he turned around. Ling Qi was looking into the distance with a sad face, while Zhang Lingyu was holding his smacked weapon with a hard face. You guys, what's going on here? Hearing Lin Mo's voice, the two came back to their senses. This weapon of yours has perverse attributes, but it can't be used. Not to mention the additional attributes. That damage value alone was enough. But a rapid-fire machine gun is a rapid-fire machine gun. It's impossible to use it in a single shot. As long as you pull the trigger, it's definitely a continuous shot. This was still because of the manufacturing. According to the way it was manufactured in the past, it would also have to be assisted by a motor to make it work. not to mention the fact that there was no way to stop it. Demons wouldn't give you any chance. Yeah, it would be nice if you had a normal rifle here, so that you would still be able to more or less get a few shots off. A rifle? Lin Mo rubbed his chin, then shook his head. Even if it was a rifle, he wouldn't be able to top this consumption, and he didn't have the points to craft it anymore. No, for the time being, I won't be reinforcing 100 equipment anymore. Today was just a moment of overexcitement as he had not thought it through well. If he had really thought about it seriously, he would have thought about it. When the two of them heard this, they were also right. Having it and not being able to use it would be a waste. No one should be able to use this kind of weapon unless there was an extremely large intelligence attribute that was enough to support it. Since the test was over, the group drove back. Ding bell. Director Chen, Ling Yu has Lin Mo come up with any weapons recently? Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Mo, who was sitting on a chair, and remembered the Grim machine gun from 3 days ago. I did manage to come up with one, and it has amazing killing power, and Lin Mo doesn't want it anymore. Not only did Lin Mo not want it, but Zhang Lingyu didn't want it either. Who could use this? Oh, then ask him if he's for sale? When Director Chen heard this, his voice was pleasant. Recently, he happened to run into trouble. A new domain gate had appeared and was at a standstill. I suggest it's best not to think about it. That weapon consumes a huge amount of energy. Ling Qi only shot out more than 150 rounds before running out of energy. Zhang Lingyu was also helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, but there was really no way to buy it. Director Chen tapped on the table and closed his eyes and thought. High energy consumption? It didn't seem like it was a big deal. It's fine. We'll purchase it. As long as Lin Mo is willing to sell, we'll buy it. But that energy, ordinary professionals can't use it. Director Chen said smilingly. Who said that a weapon has to be used by one person? Can't it be used by 100 people and 1,000 people? Zhang Lingyu's brain raced. As someone who could be sent by Qin Junzheng, how could it be a simple job of communication? You mean? That's right. It's that forbidden weapon that is like a chicken rib echo. Echo was actually a golden conch, and by activating it, it allowed everyone within range to gather their energy into one person. That's right. It was a cockamamie ability as far as they were concerned. Gathering all the energy in one person didn't add much to the damage. The consumption of releasing skills was fixed. At the time, people unanimously suspected that this forbidden weapon was mislabeled, but the data panel didn't lie. Therefore, this forbidden weapon had been placed in the forbidden weapon showroom to eat dust. Unexpectedly, it actually became useful starting today. If it was this forbidden weapon, it really could be. It was said that its enveloping range was able to stand up to 10,000 people, not to mention 1 minute, but even 10 minutes would not be a problem. Alright, I'll go and ask. Chapter 41, please call me by my code name. What? You want to buy this? Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu in shock. This crap is actually still wanted? He was ready to throw this thing away. It wasn't useful at all. The above does want to buy it, so I'm asking you how much. Zhang Lingyu couldn't stand being stared at by this look. Yeah, who in their right mind would buy something that couldn't be used? Then just give a $10 million. Lin Mo didn't ask for more. It was a dispensable thing for him anyway. So cheap? Cheap? Then I'll give you more? If it wasn't that he couldn't use it himself, Lin Mo wouldn't have disposed of it. It was annoying to look at. Swipe your card. After paying, Zhang Lingyu collected her things and hurriedly left the store without even saying a word. Lin Mo was still holding the card swipe in his hand. What's wrong with her? Is she afraid I'll regret it? Isn't this deal a success? What's the point of running? I don't know. Ling Qi shook his head. Ever since he took over the task of protecting Lin Mo, he wasn't very clear about the tasks issued by his superiors. But he knew one thing. Something big was definitely happening. Could it be another one of those domain gates had appeared? But wasn't it only 3 years since the last that domain gate? Logically it should still be 2 years before it appeared. But it could be. Zhang Lingyu sped in her car and arrived at the town guard base. Is the airplane ready? Ready to take off at any time. On the runway in the distance, a C-32-seater fighter jet was already parked there. Zhang Lingyu would put on her helmet and sat in. The airplane taxiing instantly accelerated and shot straight into the sky. At 1 p.m., the airplane appeared at the Kyoto Town Guard base on time. Zhang Lingyu made her way unhindered to a small 7-story building in the city center, with no less than 100 security personnel within a 1-kilometer radius. Report. Enter. You're really fast in coming here. I was trying to see the true power of this weapon with my own eyes. The 3 people froze without utilizing the power of this weapon, so Zhang Lingyu could not help but be a little curious. That's fine. They're getting ready to leave this afternoon. It's a heavenly tribulation level gate. Chen Junzheng put on his clothes and led Zhang Lingyu towards the outside. Heavenly tribulation grade? That shouldn't be much of a problem then. The demon-slaying army or the people from the stealthy maneuvering team should be able to take care of it, right? If that's the case then it's good. This heavenly calamity level in which the demonic energy is churning and is evolving towards a mythic level gate. To be honest, when I found out about this result, it was shocking to know that all mythic grade gates are generated out of thin air. This evolution coming from this is the first time I've seen it. Chen Junjiang shook his head. God knows how he felt when he first learned of this news. Surprisingly, domain gates could still evolve? Zhang Lingyu was also a little confused. Domain sect evolution? Why did this sound so outrageous? If she were to say that magical creatures evolved, she would still be able to understand. After all, many magical creatures could evolve over time. But domain gate, shouldn't the level be fixed? Coming downstairs and getting into her car, she drove all the way towards the northern side of Kyoto. Behind her, an SUV drove out from the corner and slowly surrounded Zhang Lingyu. The vehicle. Of course, that's not the point. Even without this weapon, it is still able to be eliminated. It was only for safety reasons that you were allowed to purchase it. Our focus right now is whether or not this will happen to other domain gates as well. The number of heavenly calamity level domain gates in the country wasn't really that many, but there were many calamity level domain gates. If the calamity level domain gates could be promoted to natural disaster level domain gates, then the professionals in the country would be busy. No, it should be said that they wouldn't be able to keep busy at all. The number of town guards and border guards was high, but the number of demon swingers and stealthy mobile teams was pitifully low. After all, it was really hard to find the right talents. The car drove all the way out to a location 150 kilometers from Kyoto and stopped. After getting out of the car, Zhang Lingyu realized that the clothing of the people guarding the place was not the Jinhua army. Instead, it was the demon swinging army. It seemed that the problem was indeed somewhat serious. There's no rush. The Jin Guard's army will be here soon, so we can start when they arrive. After Chen Junjiang got out of the car, the head of the swinging demon army walked up. Is that weapon really that powerful? The number of demons inside is quite a lot, and the concentration of demonic aura is also quite a bit thicker. The higher the level of the gate, the more dense the demonic aura was. Zhang Lingyu, give him the weapon. Zhang Lingyu handed the weapon that no one could use to the other party. The other party took it carelessly, and when he saw the value on it, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. My chow, it's actually real. Go go go, go in now. Don't say there's 100,000 in there, even if there's 1,000,000 demons, it's fine. Xian Duo, don't be in a hurry. It's said that this is very energy intensive. Echo and the town guard's men will be here soon. Go in after they arrive. Zhang Lingyu tried to hold back her laughter when she heard this name. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Director Chen, next time, can you call me by my position and not my name? Even if you call me by my code name. The name was chosen by his parents, and there was nothing he could do about it. His parents wanted him to be rich and noble for the rest of his life, so they took such a name. Who would have thought that it would actually end up as the demon-slaying army? But it was also considered a life of riches and honor, just in a different way. Fine. Gold coins. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Zhang Lingyu hurriedly lowered her reddened face. More money, more gold coins. It was really interesting. No, forget it. Chen Junjiang had a smile on his face. Gold coin was his codename at the very beginning. After entering the demon-swinging army, this codename disappeared, and his current codename was Golden Eagle. Soon, a large convoy drove over. A transportation vehicle was filled with town guard troops. Half an hour later, all 10,000 Jinhua troops were in place. A golden conch was delivered to Chen Junjiang. Alright, the things have arrived as well. Let's set off. Director Chen, it's better if you don't go in. It's too dangerous inside. Chen Junjiang waved his hand. With you guys there can still be any danger. I just happened to go in and see how powerful this weapon really is. Xian Duo also stopped advising. The big deal was to arrange a few more people to protect it. It was the first time for Zhang Lingyu to enter a heavenly calamity level domain gate. The entire domain gate was not dim, but dark, and being able to see 10 meters away was already Zhang Lingyu's limit. As each mind's eye lit up and the demonic aura was dispersed, Zhang Lingyu was able to see clearly in the distance. Only then did she realize that it wasn't darkness, but rather the result of a certain level of demonic aura concentration. Now you know what they are facing, and why the swinging demon army is the least in number. Got it. When this kind of demonic chi was infested, one would be crippled if not mad. Chapter 42, How else can I take care of? Xian Duo personally stood in front with the weapon, while another person stood at the back with the golden conch forbidden weapon Echo, positioned just enough to encompass it. As the forbidden weapon was infused with energy, a burst of golden light scattered in all directions enveloping all the town guards in it. One hand rested on the shoulder of a nearby person, and the last person rested on Shander's shoulder. Chicken ribs didn't just mean that this forbidden device only had such a function. There was another reason why this forbidden device would only work after everyone had connected to each other. Xian Duo's face slowly turned red. Holy, I can't help it, I'm going to start. The trigger was pulled and a line of fire kept shooting out. The magical creatures that were hit by the bullets were almost instantly turned into flying dust. Where each line of fire was, the demonic chi instantly disappeared, leaving a pathway. Under Qian Duo's sweeping shots, the demonic chi in front of him disappeared into thin air. And as for the demonic creatures, there weren't a few left. Zhang Lingyu looked at everything in front of her with a dumbfounded look on her face. Were those numbers that just rose up real? More than 9 million damage? There was even more than 10 million bludgeoning damage? Was she missing something? Lin Mo was really a talent. You have to take good care of him. As long as the requirements are not excessive, they are all satisfied. Looking at the effects of the weapon, Chen Junjun was truly happy. With this, not to mention the heavenly calamity level, even if it was now the mythic level, he would dare to let the demon-slaying army go in and sweep the area. The only pity was that after using this forbidden weapon once, it would take at least a month before it could be used again. Otherwise, he would have directly wiped out all the heavenly calamity domain gates in the country. But it was fine. Closing one domain gate a month was already pretty good, according to the previous way. Not to mention a month, even 2 months might not be able to close a heavenly calamity domain gate. No, Director Chen, how else can I take care of it? Zhang Lingyu said breathlessly. I'm just saying that. Anyway, you look after it. At this moment, Lin Mo was lying on a recliner and was enjoying a leisurely life. The matter of the Grim machine gun was a lesson for him. It was that this lesson was a bit big, and all the points were almost entirely invested in it. But fortunately, he had sort of leveled up and had also gained a shuffling skill. He took out the revolver and used the shuffle ability on it. Please put it into the reinforcer and select the attributes to be retained. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Putting in a reinforcer was understandable, needing a medium well normal, but he didn't expect to actually be able to retain the attributes. This is somewhat impressive. Lin Mo hurriedly stood up and walked towards the screen. Ling Ji looked back and shook his head. It should not be to strengthen any weapons again. All of the weapons Zhang Lingyu took were purple. Not a single one was gold. In Lin Mo's case it was obvious that he couldn't look at these. Lin Mo put the weapons into the reinforcer and he put the revolver in. He then realized that he could actually only keep one attribute. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo still took it out. Or forget it, try another one. He took a black crystal ring off his hand and put it in, locking the attribute of intelligence attribute plus 20%. He then began to shuffle it. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50, cost 5,000 points. Whether or not to scrub, he knew it. Strengthening it to 50 only cost him over 8,000 points, but shuffling it once actually cost 5,000. Are you kidding me? But what can he do? Once he spent 5,000 points, the reinforcer flickered and dinged. The scrub was successful. Lin Mo took it out and looked at it. It's so trashy. It's almost the same as the previous attributes. Then he put it in again and shuffled it again. Garbage. Garbage. The additional attributes Lin Mo obtained from each shuffle were not very good. Lin Mo's face became more and more ugly. This was purely based on luck. It didn't work well at all. At this point, he had already spent 50,000 points. None of the 10 shuffles were good, but it had all started. It couldn't end. Time after time after time. Finally, after he spent 90,000 points, an attribute that satisfied him appeared. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 32. Attribute, intelligence plus 10, plus 150. Attribute, intelligence plus 10, plus 150. Attachment, holy light attribute attack. Intelligence attribute plus 20. Intelligence plus 50. Special, overload, intelligence attribute doubling. Special, overload, intelligence attribute doubled, CD, 10M. The holy light attribute was the best attribute to deal with demons, and intelligence was one of the attributes he was most desperate for. Through this ring Lin Mo also kind of understand. This thing luck component is really too high. If you can choose their own attributes can be. Now this is really too chicken ribs. But he also thought of the energy consumption minus 20% that he had just scrubbed out. If he added that to the Grim machine gun, wouldn't it be? Forget it. Lin Mo shook his head. Not to mention minus 20%. Even minus 80% he still couldn't use it. If he had that kind of effort, he might as well get some other weapons. Lin Mo. Just now someone came to deliver an invitation to the Reinforcement Master Conference. Do you want to go? Ling Qi handed a red invitation to Lin Mo. Ah, what Reinforcement Master Conference? Lin Mo blinked his eyes. He really didn't know anything about this. It seems to be an exchange meeting, inviting all the reinforcement masters to work together on how to increase the success rate of reinforcement. Ling Ji took out his cell phone and asked Zhang Lingyu, reinforcement success rate? What was there to study about that? He didn't even need these things with his plugins. I still don't. It said that this time the strength is still quite big. The first place reward is a golden epic hot weapon. What exactly is not said. I'd better participate. It's not bad to exchange ideas with others. It's better than working behind closed doors. Lin Mo had a sincere face. The corner of Ling Ji's mouth twitched. If he heard correctly just now, was there a word no in the middle? So you're going for that epic weapon, right? Of course Ling Chi wouldn't say anything even if he knew. Go with confidence. All security at the scene will be taken over by our people. This won't be necessary, right? My security should be fine in the city. The thought of everyone else being alone and him bringing Ling Chi and the others, wasn't that a bit too out of the ordinary? No, the city may not be safe. If it's possible, I'd like to have the people from the demon swinging army along, but unfortunately they'll only be in charge of the periphery. The demon swinging army fought demons all day long, and when they returned to human society, they were no longer that accustomed to getting along with people. The main reason for this was because of the demonic chi, but if Lin Mo was able to strengthen an equipment that powerfully purified demonic chi, it should be very useful. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Lin Mo couldn't strengthen it right now even if he wanted to. Chapter 43, Liquid Magic Gas. Ding bell. Boom. Who? Zhang Lingyu breathed in sharply. Lin Mo, can you please help strengthen a piece of equipment? I know this makes it difficult for you, but something happened to that domain gate. Sister Zhang, what equipment do you say to strengthen? As long as it can be done, I surely do it. That rule he had set was just that he didn't want to be too tired every day, leaving himself a certain amount of time, but when it was really urgent, he wasn't ambiguous. He knew in his heart who was good to him. Mind's Eye. It's Mind's Eye. We urgently need a highly strengthened Mind's Eye right now. Zhang Lingyu's voice was urgent. That domain gate demonic energy in Kyoto suddenly erupted, and no one was sure what was going on. A crack in the ground suddenly gushed out into liquid demonic chi. No, now it should be called magic liquid. Give me the stuff. I'll strengthen it for you now. Lin Mo took the stuff and hurriedly came to the reinforcer. It didn't matter if it was a waste of points or not, just start straight away. Ling Ji came to Zhang Lingyu's side. He was not clear about what happened in Kyoto. He just knew that it was a heavenly calamity level domain gate. But even if it was a heavenly calamity level, nothing major would have happened, right? What exactly happened? Liquid demonic chi. Ling Chi's heart thumped. It was actually liquid demonic chi. A liquid demonic chi that he might not have encountered for a few years. The liquid demonic chi that only existed in mythic level domain gates actually appeared in a heavenly calamity level gate. Could it be the domain gate has evolved successfully? Zhang Lingyu shook her head. It's not successful right now. They call on almost all of their mind's eyes, but as you know, the mind's eye reinforcement levels in the hands of ordinary team members aren't very high. After all, it's not like it's a weapon. No one would purposely go out of their way to strengthen it. Even the mind's eye in the hands of the swinging demon army was only strengthened to 12, and a distance of 12 meters was already enough. After 20 minutes, Lin Mo walked out with the mind's eye. Here, take it with you. I won't say thank you. When I come back from Kyoto, I'll introduce you to my good sister as your girlfriend. Big brother Ling Chi. What did Sister Zhang say just now? Lin Mo pulled out his ears to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. She said to introduce you to a girlfriend. Ling Chi said in a serious manner. He inwardly felt that this piece of business was feasible. But I'm only 18. 18 isn't young. It's legally 18 now. You'll have no problem finding a 20-something. Are you married? Ling Chi did not speak. Silently returned to his position, took out his weapon and wiped it. This is my wife. Lin Mo was speechless. Together you don't get married. You make me get married, right? If I remember correctly, Zhang Lingyu should not be married either. Two people who were not married actually introduced him to their girlfriends. It was really interesting. Zhang Lingyu came to the side of the 8-lane road, which had already been closed. A fighter jet was parked there. Zhang Lingyu jumped into the fighter jet and put on her helmet. The fighter jet didn't assist in running anymore and directly lifted vertically, turning to accelerate towards Kyoto. Other than her, other cities close to Kyoto sent fighter jets to fly towards Kyoto. They carried only one item on them, and that was all the mind's eyes they could carry. Due to the special nature of the mind's eye, only one could be placed in each compartment of the space backpack, so each of them was carrying 3 or 4 backpacks on their backs, which was the limit of what they could take out. The speed of the fighters was very fast, and in almost an hour's time, Zhang Lingyu arrived at the Kyoto Town Guard base. Then she rushed all the way to the hospital. Chen Duo was lying on the hospital bed. His face was dark, and demonic chi was constantly surging through his body. And around him were placed 10 mind's eyes, which emitted light and bared their teeth every time they touched the bubbling demonic chi. From this, it could be seen how serious the demonic chi was this time, and there were a total of more than 200 swinging demon army members lying on this floor, all surrounded by the mind's eye. Chen Juncheng came to the hospital and looked at Chen Duo through the window with an anxious voice. Old Zhao, is this going to work? Old Chen, calm down. Can it work or not? It can only be done this way. At least now such a situation is not too bad, isn't it? The speed at which they are being eroded by the demonic energy has slowed down, and even some of them have stagnated. Zhao Guangyuan pressed Chen Juanzhang's shoulder, his voice calm. He had seen too much of this kind of thing with regards to demonic qi erosion, and those that were infested by demonic liquid. He had also seen a few times, only that a long time had passed from now. He also remembered that those people ended up transforming into demons, different from the demons from the domain sect. They had consciousness, but it was the consciousness of evil, and their goodness had disappeared. By the way, those people, don't worry, that place is remote and safe. That's good. Chen Junzheng looked at those feet of Qian Duoduos, dark as ink. The position of that red line seemed shortened. Old Zhao, look at his feet. Is it spreading? Zhao Guangyuan nodded. All of them have spread, if it rises to the head. Director Chen, I'm back. Zhang Lingyu ran furiously all the way, followed by an extra brush on top of her palm. The moment it came out of the backpack, the brush glowed brightly, so strong. Zhao Guangyuan's eyes lit up. This range, this glow definitely surpassed all the mind's eyes. He did it? Well, after I finished, he didn't say anything. I think he definitely gave a lot. Don't worry, after this matter is over, I will personally come to my door. Chen Junzhang had an excited face. These were the demon swingers, one of the fundamentals of the country of China. Every single one of them was important to the country. Zhao Guangyuan took the brush from Zhang Lingyu's hands. His body stiffened, his eyes snapped open. He swallowed his saliva. This is not a joke, I'm afraid. Plus 50? What kind of reinforcement division is this? Could it be that there was more above the red color? Cyan color? Orange? Rainbow? The information about Lin Mo was not clear to him, or rather most people were not clear. Only a small range of people had knowledge about him. Zhao Guangyuan fixed his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. He pushed open the door of the room. As soon as he arrived in the room, the light of the brush in his hand increased even more, and Chen Duoduo's body no longer had demonic qi seeping out, and even his somewhat blackened face was slowly transforming. According to the current situation, in a day's time, the demonic qi in the body could be dispelled. As for the location of the feet, it should take more than 2 days. After all, that was the demonic liquid. He placed the brush right above Qian Duoduo and then walked out of the room. After closing the door, Zhao Guangyuan grabbed Zhang Lingyu's shoulder with an agitated expression. Quickly tell me, where is this reinforcement master and how did he get such a high reinforcement level? Chapter 44, I just want to cooperate. Zhang Lingyu didn't expect that the seemingly well-mannered Director Zhao was actually so strong. Director Zhao, please calm down. Zhang Lingyu definitely had a way to break free, but Zhao Guangyuan wasn't a professional, and with her strength, she could shock the other party. Old Zhao, you let go first, don't be so agitated. Secretary Chen couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how you say it, Zhang Lingyu is also a yellow blossom girl. What is this grabbing someone's arm? Hearing Chen Juanzhang's words, Zhao Guangyuan decisively let go. However, when he turned around, he grabbed Chen Juanzhang's arms. You definitely know, right? You've been in charge of this matter of the reinforcement master. You must know what's going on. You introduce it to me. I want to talk about cooperation with the other party. Do you know the significance of that mind's eye just now? As long as you have him, all the people infested with magic liquid can be saved. Zhao Guangyuan paused for a moment and then said, most importantly, those who are imprisoned, it is possible to recover. Thinking that Zhang Lingyu was behind him. In the end, he managed to hold back from saying it. Recover over. Chen Junzhang froze then became agitated. You are saying that there is a possibility for those people to recover? This is impossible. Being infected is irreversible. How could they possibly recover? Zhang Lingyu was a little unsure, but it was probably a secret that she couldn't touch. Old Chen, calm down. I know you don't want to believe it, but as long as there's the slightest possibility, aren't we going to do it? Zhao Guangyuan patted Chen Junzhang's shoulder. Of course he knew what Chen Junzhang was thinking, but with things having come to this, what could be done about it? Old Chen, who exactly is this reinforcer, and why is he able to reinforce? Plus 50 weapons and equipment? This is clearly not in line with common sense, isn't it? He's a genius, or rather he can't follow common sense. His current level of secrecy is no longer something you can know at this level. Ha! Zhao Guangyuan's eyes widened. He had to know that he was someone who could even view SS level files. Could it be that this person was SSS level? But it didn't matter. It wasn't like he was looking at the other party's files. He just wanted to cooperate with the other party. No, I just want to cooperate for a bit. There's no need to look at his files. No, you don't understand. The way we treat him is to consult, not order. I can talk to him about you, but it's up to him whether he cooperates or not. When Chen Junzhang said this, Zhao Guangyuan understood. He understood. After all, was it someone who could make plus 50 equipment? What was wrong with giving some privileges? Then help me out. It doesn't have to be much. 10 is enough. Chen Junzhang was looking at him like a little cutie. Like looking at Zhao Guanyuan. Zhao Guanyuan then also reacted. I wasn't thinking that plus 50 has an effect, but the others don't. In a deserted mountain on the outskirts of Kyoto, a group of masked and well-dressed people gathered here. Ace of Spades, are you sure the location is here? There's nothing here, just a few ramshackle houses. K of Spades, you have to trust me, the location is here, and it's about 50 meters underground. Heh, then I'll believe you for once. Spade K led the squad towards the ragged house below. Ace of Spades shook his head and shouted breathlessly, aren't you going to ask me about the guards down there? Don't worry, with my ability, I can still handle it easily. The K of Spades said absent. The Ace of Spades shrugged his shoulders. Since you said so, so be it. When the other walked in, Ace of Spades took his mask off, revealing the face of a man in his 30s. On his cheek a long scar with a light black mist coming out of it from time to time, and at his forehead, a mysterious dark black pattern emerged. Hiss, how did these dogs endure? I haven't adapted after so many years. He turned his head towards downtown Kyoto. I don't know how they're doing. Dada, don't blame me, haha, just released some demons. Anyway, the maneuvering team reacted quickly and brought out only 4 or 5 people at most. The place he came to, an old factory, where 100 demons were imprisoned, was not of a high grade. It was a low-risk prison. Boom, boom, there was a rumble underground, followed by K of Spades escaping with his men. Ace of Spades hurriedly put on his mask. You're crazy to make such a big commotion. Are you worried that the people from the stealthy mobile team can't find you? You're really looking for death. Don't I have no choice? A light female voice came out from behind the K of Spades mask. Ace of Spades froze. You're a female? Yeah, accidentally exposed. You have to help me keep it a secret, you know, or else. 5 black spears emerged from K of Spades' hands, killing everyone behind them. Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. However, you're really a crazy lady. Thanks for the compliment. K of Spades once again returned to his normal male voice. Ace of Spades looked at the 4 corpses on the ground and shook his head. They had all just joined anyway. So dead was dead. Let's go. The stealth mobile team people are very quick to react. Hopefully we can escape. Ace of Spades was a little worried. What? To cooperate with me? Cooperate with what? Lin Emo listened to the phone call and was dumbfounded. He was just an ordinary reinforcement master. What could he cooperate with? It's like this. The effect of the mind's eye you gave reinforcement to is very obvious. According to the current view, the infestation can be solved in a day's time. Of course, it's still up to you whether to cooperate or not, based on what you think. Lin Emo rubbed his chin. It wasn't impossible. No problem. Ah, you agreed. That's great. I'll be back soon. Lin Emo looked at the phone that had been hung up and shook his head. Isn't it just a plus 50 to be so excited? On the other hand, Zhang Lingyu rushed back into the corridor, which was filled with people at this time. The people who had sent the mind's eye had all arrived. Now every room is filled with mind's eye. Unfortunately, none of them were as effective as the one Lin Emo had brought. Director Chen, Lin Emo promised on his side. If there's nothing for me here, I'll go back first. Then you go back quickly. As for when it's made, it's up to him. Don't rush it, you know? Hearing this, Zhao Guanyuan had a tangled face. Isn't the sooner this thing is used the better? I know what you want to say, but you have to know his special nature. This thing can't be rushed. Sooner or later it will be able to be used, isn't it? Chen Junzheng was certainly in a hurry as well, but for Lin Mo, his advice had always been to maintain a position of equal exchange, instead of orders. Chapter 45, Low-Risk Demon Prison. Report. A young man in a combat uniform ran in a panic, with a fine sweat on his face. Seeing the large number of people here, he did not dare to speak directly. There are no outsiders here. Speak directly. The low-risk prison in the north of the city was attacked. Half of the demons escaped. The people from the stealth mobile team are tracking down the murderer. The other side is requesting for backup. Although it was only a low-risk prison, it was a prison for demons. Although the devils were conscious, 98% of them would go in a bad direction when they received the influence of demonic energy. The only 2% of them were able to resist the interference of the demonic aura. However, this kind of person could not completely gain the trust of the upper echelons. The two of them, Chen Junzheng and Zhao Guanyuan, changed their faces drastically. 1 foot, Zhao Guanyuan was still talking about treating these people, and the next foot, they were breached. But fortunately, it was only a low-risk prison. If it was a high-risk prison, then Kyoto would be in danger. Zhang Lingyu was confused. What was a low-risk prison? And what were the devils? Looking at them, they seemed to be dangerous. Chen Junzheng's face was obscure. Knowing that the power of the guards there was not low at all, but it was obvious that the other party was familiar with the situation there. The probability was that they knew the situation there. What kind of people were they? He hurriedly took out his cell phone. Hey, it's me, Chen Junzheng. The demon swinging army sent 3 teams to help the north side prison. make sure to get all the demons back. Hanging up the phone, Chen Junjiang once again contacted the people from the hidden machine team. North Side Prison. Send people there. If the devils can't be retrieved, the bombs will detonate directly, leaving no survivors. The devils absolutely could not be left unchecked. Zhang Lingyu didn't say anything. At a time like this, she couldn't help much. After seeing Chen Junjiang finish, Zhao Guangyuan spoke the words he had held in his heart. I remember that the Northside prison should be a low-risk prison that is about to be abandoned. Right, and at that time, it was planned that the people would be shipped out by the end of the year, so how could someone make a move against there? The main thing is that very little is known about this matter. It is impossible for people without a certain status to know information about the demons. On the side, Zhang Lingyu leaned against the wall, lowering her presence. Big brothers, can you talk behind people's backs? I'm still here. I don't want to be killed and silenced. However, Chen Junjiang did not pay any attention to the weak and helpless Zhang Lingyu and said to himself, you are right, but don't forget that there are also some obscure characters who knew about it before. Although it was said that some people had signed confidentiality agreements and some had been under surveillance for a long time, there were still people who might sell out the country for some benefits. He already had a few candidates in mind, but it always seemed impossible. Still, what should be investigated should be investigated. An hour later, a burly middle-aged man walked in. Director Chen, most of the devils have been recaptured. But, Chen Juinjing's heart thumped. Guli, what happened? Your son was not found, and as for what you said, I didn't implement it. Where's the stuff? Give it to me, I'll do it myself. Chen Junjing trembled as he stretched out his right hand. Guli did not take it out. Director Chen, I don't think your son should do anything else. Me, say, bring it. Chen Junjing was colorful. However, everyone present knew that, but no one bothered to say anything. Guli took out a cell phone, which displayed numbers and corresponding names from 1-100 plus, with only a dozen or so people having a red mark lit up in front of them. Receiving the cell phone, Chen Junjing looked at the names on it, and a feeling of bitterness flooded his heart. I hope you don't blame me. One by one, the red lights went out. However, the only 4 red lights that did not go out included Chen Junjing's son, Chen Xiaoming. It seems that their bombs were removed and damaged. It seems that the other side also has a high-level person on board. For some reason, it was clear that there was a problem, but Chen Junjing's heart was relieved. With that, he was puzzled. What kind of people wanted these demons and what did they want them for? Ding bell. Director Chen, Dean Zhao is sorry. I'm going to take a call. With an apologetic face, Guli took the phone and walked into a side stairwell. Old Chen your son. Humph, something that doesn't know what's good for him. Let's see if we catch him back and don't beat him to death. Chen Junjiang said with a dissatisfied face. Zhao Guanyuan bristled. Alright, what are you pretending to do? I didn't expect you to actually press it. Luckily it didn't blow up. Otherwise you'll be extinct. Chen Junjiang had a bitter face. If I don't press it, Guli, he wouldn't dare to press it. Isn't this messing up the rules? Since it says to detonate, then it must be detonated. Only this kid's life is really big. He actually demolished it. I have to say that the person who organized this case is really powerful. I just don't know what kind of person it will be. This kind of strange organization is indeed quite a lot, but most of them are in foreign countries. Instead, there were very few in the country because they didn't dare. But what Chen Junjing didn't expect was that these people actually dared to run to Kyoto, which he wouldn't believe anyway if there wasn't someone leading the way. Then who exactly led the way? He didn't have a clue. Zhang Lingyu's face was now white. Was this really something she could listen to? She just said she wanted to leave. Why didn't she make it? If she had known earlier, she might as well have just run away. Now it's good. She heard so many secrets. At this time, Guli walked in with an odd face. Director Chen, there is something that needs to be told to you. What happened again? It's not so much that something has happened, but it's about Chen Xiaoming. Through the surveillance, it was discovered that the Chen Xiaoming that was let go today was not Chen Xiaoming, but a virtual shadow or a doppelganger. Chen Junjiang looked at Guli with an odd expression. If the ability of a virtual shadow or a doppelganger is of the same kind, you're telling me that those who are watching can't discover it? Are you using my son to seek my happiness? I know you may not believe it, but it is indeed the case. Through extensive investigations, it was found that in the 3rd year of his incarceration in the low-risk prison, that is, last year, his entire person was like a different person. Every day, as if programmed, he would do the appropriate thing when he reached the appropriate time. From this it can be seen that at this time Chen Xiaoming should have escaped that prison. Exactly how he escaped is not clear. Chen Juinjing's entire body was numb. His son actually escaped? And escaped a long time ago? How was this possible? Your son is really powerful. The security system of that prison is very powerful. How did he get out? Zhao Guanyuan suddenly became interested in Chen Xiaoming's ability. Professionals had their own abilities, and devils likewise had different abilities. Moreover, the abilities of the devils were even more bizarre, and that was why these people were imprisoned. Awesome my ass, since he ran away, why did he get something and put it there? Could it be for me to see? Chapter 46 Then the matter of cooperation. I think it's better to discuss it again. Chen Junjing suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Why don't you say anything? Director Chen, I'm sure you've thought of it as well. Guli suddenly said. Zhao Guangyuan looked at the two of them. What riddles are you playing? On the side, Zhang Lingyu listened to what the two said and had a rough guess in her heart, and when that guess appeared in her mind, she only thought of one thing. She wanted to go back to Fengjing. Well, this time, this incident might be my son's doing. Both familiarizing himself with Kyoto and knowing the guards in the neighborhood, as well as knowing the location of this prison. I don't think anyone would be more suitable than him. I just can't really think why. Why? Brother Ling Qi, what exactly is the magic liquid you mentioned? Liquefied magic qi, or highly concentrated magic qi. You can imagine him as liquid nitrogen. They are in the same state. Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked, then is there any solid-state magic qi? Ling Ji's eyelids jumped. What kind of question are you asking? Liquid ones are already enough of a headache, but also solid ones. Wouldn't the solid-state ones not even be able to enter? No, so far, liquid magic qi is already the highest concentration of magic qi, but I haven't seen it so far. The level isn't enough. Then have you guys tried utilizing magic liquid to make weapons with magic characters? Lin Mo thought of his own revolver at the first moment. He was thinking of a question, whether this kind of weapon could be made in large quantities. Ling Ji froze. This he really didn't know. No one has studied this, because this kind of demonic qi-infested weapon, no one can use it. Not everyone had the mind's eye in Lin Mo's hand, and simply couldn't withstand the demonic qi infestation for a long period of time. Since no one had done it, that meant it was possible. Lin Mo felt more and more in his heart that this matter was feasible. It was important to realize that in terms of attributes, the difference between the two weapons wasn't very big, but in terms of additional attributes, the difference was really too big, and for Lin Mo, this gap would be infinitely magnified. After all, no one was able to strengthen a weapon to 50 like Lin Mo, so they didn't know how many additional attributes a weapon could increase and how many special attributes it could increase. Ling Ji looked at Lin Mo's expression and knew what he was thinking. That one is too dangerous. This one is absolutely impossible for you to go. Didn't you see that the Kyoto side had requested for support? If Lin Mo wanted to go in, he would definitely be stopped. Lin Mo's complexion stiffened. Dying before going out? This can't be done. How good this weapon is. What a pity to leave it there. You guys can help me get it. Ling Qi shook his head. No one dares to touch that thing. Dabbling is almost linked to death. Lin Mo's eyes rolled. Then the matter of cooperation. I think it's better to discuss it again. Zhang Lingyu, you come back. This job is not for me. Ling Qi felt that talking to Lin Mo was better than letting him work in the calamity level gate. Seeing that Ling Qi didn't speak, Lin Mo didn't care. He felt more and more that this matter was feasible. Didn't you want the mind's eye? There was no problem. Let alone 10, even 20, 30 he was able to provide. But the prerequisite was to take a magic qi weapon in exchange? If you don't have any, then create them. Otherwise not a single one. He thought that this kind of condition would be agreed to. Moreover, he could supply it in advance, so that they could wear the equipment to get it, and there was absolutely no problem with safety. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Qi, then shook his head. This kind of thing is not useful to talk to him at all. Sister Zhang, you come back soon. Let me knock. Communicate properly. At night, the three figures of Feng Jingyi kept flying. Phew, take a break I can't. Ha, how can you a man say you can't? Just you or the ace of spades. If you want me to say your name to me, forget it. A woman wearing a mask with a plump figure looked at the ace of spades with a disdainful face. The ace of spades, also known as Chen Xiaoming, had a helpless face. It was more than 2,000 kilometers from Kyoto to here, and this was already fast. Since that's the case, then you guys go out of the country line by yourselves. Don't utilize my ability. Chen Xiaoming came under a large tree and directly sat there leaning against the roots. The two women glanced at each other. The K of Hearts was just joking with you. Not so much. Chen Xiaoming bristled, eating and cursing the cook. Is there such a thing as joking? I used my ability 4 times along the way, crossing 1,000 kilometers. What more do you guys want? I'm taking a break anyway. If you guys want to go, go. I'm sorry, I was just joking. You're an adult. Just forgive me this time. Okay, K of Hearts said while coming to his body and bending down to apologize. Chen Xiaoming looked in front of him and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. No, are the people of your organization? One by one. So spirited. Forget it, I'm just whining. We really should be resting though. At this point, we're still at least 3. 000 kilometers away from the borderline where it's best to go out. And I'll need to use my ability at least 6 times before I can go out completely. Chen Xiaoming really did need to rest. He didn't have much energy left in his body. Let's go to the city then. Don't come peeking at me. I'm going to go change my clothes. I suggest you go change as well. As for the K of Hearts, this one is fine. After saying that, the K of Spades walked into a small forest on the side. Chen Xiaoming's eyes flickered for a few moments. Then he also walked into the grove aside. 10 minutes later, the two walked back one after the other. K of Spades at this time turned into a youthful and beautiful beauty girl wearing a sportswear with a ponytail. Chen Xiaoming, on the other hand, was an ordinary-looking youth in his 20s. The young girl narrowed her eyes. You, this is a disguise? Well, don't you have one? Of course he had to disguise himself. Otherwise his face would inevitably be discovered when he appeared in the city. No, I'm lazy. Also, after entering the city, be sure to call each other by name. Otherwise don't blame me if you're exposed. Among the three, K of Spades was the strongest and Chen Xiaoming was the worst. Since everyone is fine with it, just call me Sweet Chun from now on. K of Spades revealed a sweet smile. Chen Xiaoming's mouth twitched. Just call me Chen Lu. Gu, why are you all surnamed Chen? Then it's good that I'm also surnamed Chen. What should I call you? Just call me Chen Mei. The K of Hearts lifted his own mask, and behind it was a face with an exquisite countenance. The red flaming lips, coupled with the casually open curls, gave off a fiery feeling. It was the outfit that was more or less mismatched. Is this really good? 3 surnamed Chen? Chen Xiaoming was speechless. What's wrong with this? She's your big sister. I'm your sister. It's as simple as that. Chen Sweetness had a look of indifference. 3 sisters who looked nothing alike. Brother and sister? Chapter 47, Sign an Agreement. Get off work and go home for dinner. Once 6 o'clock arrived, Lin Mo called out to Ling Qi. Don't you still have a lot of equipment that hasn't been strengthened? A familiar customer had just come and put in a dozen weapons. In Ling Qi's thought, how could Lin Mo finish reinforcing before leaving work? He didn't expect to actually have to leave so soon. It's okay, this is my store, I'm in charge. Come get it tomorrow morning just to catch up. Now grab off work and go back to eat. Lin Mo didn't want to work overtime now. Of course if it's his own equipment, then overtime will have to be completed. Alright, the people from the lynch squad came to this side, cleaned up the hygiene, and walked out of the store with Lin Mo. Iron Patrol brought the car over and got in and drove towards Lin Mo's neighborhood. Back in the neighborhood, as soon as Ling Qi got out of the car, he looked at the opposite side of the road behind him. What's wrong? Lin Mo looked in Ling Qi's direction. Except for people or people. Ling Qi shook his head. Nothing, maybe I saw it wrong. Why don't you go after them and take a look? No, that person should have sacrificed himself. The next day, Lin Mo opened the store on time. Sister Zhang went out for a really long time this time. She actually hasn't come back yet. It seems like things are a bit serious. Zhang Lingyu, I would like to go, but how am I going to go? Yes, the time spent going was indeed quite long. Ling Qi was a bit worried. Had something happened again? After he was ordered to come here, the stealthy mobile team side no longer conveyed any information to him. After all, his current mission was to protect Lin Mo. He wasn't clear about what happened in Kyoto, and even if he knew he couldn't leave. Ling Qi looked at the cell phone in his hand. Should I call Zhang Lingyu and ask? Ask? It's still weird to think that Sister Zhang is not here. Ling Qi looked at Lin Mo with an odd face. You don't like older ones, or do you like your sister Zhang? Go. If she doesn't come back, you get me weapons. Lin Mo looked at Ling Qi speechlessly. How come he thinks about his girlfriend as soon as he gets involved with a woman? Can't you have business? Upon hearing this, Ling Qi stopped talking. If he was told to go get weapons, it would be better to let him go clean up the demons in the calamity level gates. Da. After 6 or 7 rings, the phone was not answered. Maybe the phone is muted. Wait for a while. Ling Qi shook his head. Normally, meetings and whatnot would indeed be muted, but Ling Qi's phone was not muted in Zhang Lingyu's phone. After all, his call meant that something was wrong with Lin Mo. Even if it was a meeting, she would have picked it up. Since she didn't pick it up, it meant that things were tricky right now. Which was tricky? It was quite tricky. In Chen Juanzhen's office in Kyoto, Zhang Lingyu was sitting upright in her chair, but only daring to sit a third of the way down. Zhang Lingyu, you heard what was said yesterday. That, it wasn't what I wanted to hear. I was going to leave, but you guys didn't let me go. Zhang Lingyu said carefully. What she heard yesterday was a shocking secret. Relax. The matter of the demon prison isn't too big of a secret, especially this low-risk prison. Most of them actually know about it. It's just that everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement, so you don't have to have anything to worry about. Just relax. Easy for you to say. Isn't this your son escaping? My son's matter. Running away is running away. Catching back is it? I was trying to talk to you about cooperating with Lin Mo. One look at Zhang Lingyu's expression, Chen Junjing knew what she was thinking. This child was good at everything, but she just thought too much. However, it was also because of this that he put Zhang Lingyu next to Lin Mo. Otherwise, relying solely on Lingyu as a single cell, it was estimated that the contract would still be in its initial stages now. I'll give you a precautionary shot about the cooperation first. With my understanding of Lin Mo, although he has agreed now, but the follow-up will definitely raise conditions. It's not unlikely that he'll want to go to some domain gate again. Just go. As long as it's not too dangerous, just go anywhere. Really don't want me to send Xian Duo with their squad in place. Other than this domain sect where something went wrong, there isn't a single domain sect that can be difficult for them. Chen Junjing didn't care at all. What was a domain gate? The big deal was that he could even draw a portion of the demon-slaying army. Zhang Lingyu made up a confidentiality agreement before she left. If she divulged anything about the demon prison, she would be directly imprisoned in a military prison. She knew it. Forget it, don't bother. After leaving the house, Zhang Lingyu opened her cell phone and called back Ling Qi's number. What's up? Is there something on Lin Mo's side? Ling Qi took the phone away and looked at it. It was his own phone. Can't it be that I have something going on? You can have something to hurry to say. Today I am not in a good mood. Originally there was nothing about her. Just because of a late step, directly more than a confidentiality agreement. This matter how so rush it? Nothing, it's just that Lin Mo saw that you didn't come back today, and kind of missed you. Count on his kid having a conscience. Tell him to wait for me to go back and introduce my BFF to her. Ling Qi hung up the phone and sighed. What's wrong with Sister Zhang? Sighed. No, I'm sighing and you're asking what's wrong with Sister Zhang. Shouldn't you ask me what's wrong? How could this one or two not think about him? What can you be up to? Getting away with so much every day. Sister Zhang is running east and west. How tiring. The corner of Ling Qi's mouth twitched. What you said makes so much sense. I don't even know how to refute it. She said that she came back to introduce you to her date to marry you, and she's eating the banquet. Puffing, Lin Mo directly fell from the recliner to the ground. No, why are you still thinking about this matter? I'm only 18 years old. I don't want to enter the grave of love. When will I wait until I'm done playing? Marriage or something? He doesn't want it. Ding bell. 2 women and a man walked in. Boss, this plaque of yours speaks with a big mouth. This is the first time I've seen someone who dares to be 100%. When the woman saw Ling Qi, her whole body froze. Why was he here? Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Qi raised his head and met the other party's eyes. It turned out that he wasn't wrong yesterday. It was really her. Didn't she sacrifice herself? But he didn't say anything, just silently lowered his head as if he didn't recognize it. Lin Mo was not blind. This woman's face changed drastically after she saw Ling Mo, and it would be a lie to say that she didn't recognize her. But he gave face and didn't say anything. In case it was Ling Qi's ex-girlfriend, how embarrassing would that be? This young lady, since I dare to say this, I have my reasons, and I guarantee that I can't do it to lose money to you. Ahahaha, really? Then I'll give it a try. The woman was a bit overwhelmed and casually took out a weapon from her backpack and handed it to Lin Mo. The man behind her had his pupils shrinking and rushed forward to stop it. Sweet Chen, you're crazy. Take this weapon. Chapter 48. I can't thank you enough. However, Chen Xiaoming was slow and the weapon had already reached Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the weapon in his hand in surprise. This is really your weapon? You're able to use it? Chen Xiaoming also reacted at this time. A hint of killing intent flashed under her eyes. Dang! Ling Qi knocked the lance in her hand, and a smile reappeared on Sweet Chen's face. Yeah, I feel like using it for pretty good. Ha! Lin Mo glanced at Sweet Chen and then at the other two. Only then did his eyes fall on top of the panel again. Demon, Black Crystal Long Knife, Rare, +8. Equipment level, LV 85. Durability, 122/144. Attribute, 855 to 980. Attachment, Magical Aura Attack. Strength +2%, Bleeding +10%. Attributes, 855 to 980. Bleeding +10%. A Magic Chi equipment. And still 85 level equipment. That is to say, in front of the eyes of this big sister, actually have more than the 8th order of level 5 strength. It's true that you can't tell the difference. This looks even younger than Ling Qi. Ling Qi's big brother. This young lady can be much more powerful than you. People's weapons are level 85. The level is even higher than you. And the age is even younger than you. When she heard Lin Mo say weapon, Sweet Chen was flustered in her heart. But when she heard that it was only about the level and nothing else, she put her heart down again. But her two teammates didn't think so. Chen Mei and Chen Xiaoming both instantly had their muscles tensed, ready to strike at any time. That is indeed better than me. It means that the talent is better than me. As long as you continue to work hard, the 9th rank will be sooner or later. Don't ever give up, you know. Chen Sweetness nodded her head repeatedly with a happy face. Aha, I will definitely work hard.
Chen Mei and Chen Xiaoming both exchanged eye contact.
Chen Mei, is this sweetie Chen's acting so good? Chen Xiaoming, who knows? She was already quirky. This is good. We don't have to do anything.
Chen Mei, that weapon of hers. Chen Xiaoming, ignore it if the reinforcer didn't say so.
Think of a way to escape at any time.
Chen Sweetness didn't know what the two team members behind her were saying.
Her eyes just staring at Ling Qi. How much do you want to strengthen your weapon to? Just plus 20. How much? If she wanted to strengthen it, she should strengthen it to a higher difficulty so that she could stay here for a longer period of time. Wait, let's discuss it first. Chen Xiaoming pulled Chen Tian towards the outside. As for Chen Mei, she stayed behind.
Chen Mei had already cursed in her heart.
You guys brought me along instead. Nope, I can go out as well.
She also hurriedly walked out of the store.
Sweet Chen, you're crazy. Strengthening 20?
How long would that take?
Chen Xiaoming lowered his voice and looked dissatisfied. He didn't care if it was successful or not.
What he cared about was the time.
The higher the reinforcement level, the more time it took.
But this person said that it was 100% successful.
If it's true, wouldn't this be a big profit? What's wrong with that?
Then did you know that there is a demon slayer army in this city? After saying that, Chen Xiaoming regretted. How did he say this out loud? Chen Sweetness looked at Chen Xiaoming with a skeptical expression.
How do you know that there is a demon swinging army here?
It was well known that swinging demon armies were usually found in domain gates, and were few and far between in cities.
He was indeed so sure. Of course I know, because yesterday I saw people wearing swinging demon army clothes.
Chen Xiaoming stabilized his mind.
Alright, you guys stop arguing. We just need to keep a low profile now. We should be fine. It's not like we haven't been in other cities before. Seeing that the two were talking louder and louder,
Chen Mei hurriedly stood in the middle of the two and wrapped her hands around their shoulders.
Chen Xiaoming hurriedly dodged away. Yo, why are you still dodging away? Is it because you don't like your sister anymore?
Chen Mei looked at Chen Xiaoming with a smiling face.
What are you going to do? I still don't know. Every day you have so many male dryads in your room, you want me to die, you say it straight. Chen Xiaoming gave her a look. Okay, let him strengthen it. We'll leave after strengthening. We'll never stay longer. Chen Xiaoming nodded. Just this once. Get it done and leave. Chen Tian nodded and hurriedly returned to the store. Chen Mei was also ready to go back, but was pulled back by Chen Xiaoming. If there are any accidents in a while, directly knock out Sweet Chen and leave Fengjing directly. Chen Xiaoming would definitely not let anyone ruin his plans. Don't worry. Watching Chen Mei walk into the store, Chen Xiaoming looked around.
There were no high-level professionals. When he returned to the store, Lin Mo had already entered behind the screen with his weapon, and Chen Mei looked at Ling Qi from time to time.
Chen Xiaoming frowned.
This girl couldn't have fallen in love with this man.
The other party was plainly dressed, but the weapon looked quite good. Ling Qi, on the other hand, was flustered in his heart. She was really alive. What should he do? Call someone to arrest the other party for questioning? But how could he do that? As the incessant dinging sound rang out, Sweet Chen's gaze was drawn over. How many sounds was it just now? It's 8 dings, but it's only been 5 minutes. Chen Mei looked at the screen with an incredulous face. 8 successes in 5 minutes. Still starting from reinforcement 8. There was only one purple reinforcer in their organization. As for gold and red, they couldn't be found at all. And even if they did, they couldn't take the person away. That's why their weapon reinforcement level wasn't very high. Ding! There was another sound. Chen Sweetness looked towards Ling Qi. Her eyes filled with reluctance. As soon as the strengthening was successful, she had to leave. Although it was said that Chen Xiaoming's strength was not good, without him, there was no way for the two of them, her and Chen Mei, to leave China alone. Chen Lu. What's wrong? Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Sweetness suspiciously. Chen Sweetness hesitated for a moment and shook her head. It's fine. Chen Xiaoming continued to turn his head to look behind the screen. When did such a strong reinforcement master appear? Could it be even more powerful than a red-level reinforcer? Ding! Another ding. After 10 minutes, Lin Mo took his weapon out of the reinforcer. Looking at the attributes displayed on it, he was satisfied. It's worthy of being the type of weapon that I fell in love with. Sure enough, this kind of reinforcement comes out just fine. I just don't know if there are any weapons that are relative to this one. I guess the effect will be even better. Regarding the news about the forbidden weapon, Lin Mo wasn't aware of it, and the two of them, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu, had also forgotten about it. The main thing was that forbidden weapons were a very peculiar equipment classification, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that there was no level restriction. Anyone could hold one. Lin Mo took the weapon and came outside. The stuff is strengthened. Look how it is. Chen Sweetness looked at Lin Mo with a grimace. I can't thank you enough for this, master. Lin Mo scratched his head. What is this situation? How can he say words of thanks, but it seems like he wants to beat him to death? You're welcome. One hand pays, one hand delivers. Chapter 49. I'm telling you,
I don't sell my body. I don't sell my art. Chen Tian rolled her eyes. Is that what she meant? She then looked at the panel on her hand and rubbed her eyes somewhat incredulously. It was actually really strengthened to 20. How is it possible? She hurriedly raised her head and looked at Lin Mo with fiery eyes, itching to take him captive back to the organization. It was important to know that they had contribution points for doing quests, and using the contribution points they could exchange equipment or skills in the organization. And the contribution degree represented by an enhancer of Lin Mo's ability was definitely a heavenly price. Even if the three of them split it equally, it would be enough to exchange for a higher level equipment. Lin Mo was made uncomfortable by this kind of look and hurriedly covered his forehead with both hands. Told you. I sell my art, not my body. Don't look at me like that. Put. Ghosts want your body. Cough. Ling Chi coughed lightly twice, and Chen Sweetie hurriedly averted her gaze from Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Chi and Sweet Chun. These two were solid. There was definitely something going on. What's the situation? Show me. Chen Xiaoming stretched out his hand. It really worked? He was really curious. Could a weapon really be strengthened to 20? Although it was true that he didn't hear the sound of a reinforcement failure, this matter was too outrageous. With the weapon in his hand, Chen Xiaoming also had to believe that this man could really strengthen it to 20. Genius. An absolute genius. Chen Xiaoming's face was obscure. Sweet Chen was definitely eyeing him. What could be done about this? Show me. Chen Mei snatched the weapon from Chen Xiaoming's hands. Hey, looking at the empty hands. Holy. Sure enough, Chen Mei was also subdued by the weapon in her hands and her eyes looked at Lin Mo from time to time. Obviously thoughts were also born in his heart. Chen Xiaoming hurriedly whispered. You'd better not have any other ideas. We're in the territory of China now. It's very dangerous. Hearing his words, Chen Mei also stopped looking at Lin Mo. They knew the current situation. It was better to keep a low profile. Right now it was only Kyoto and a few nearby cities that were under martial law. If they dared to make some noise here, it was estimated that the whole country would be under martial law. That boss, I also want to strengthen my equipment. Chen Mei took out a wand and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. What was this? Another weapon with the word magic. On the side, Chen Sweetie's eyes glowed. Then she looked at Ling Ji, wanting to go up and speak, but thinking of the two people around her, she suppressed the idea. While Chen Xiaoming's heart tightened once again and pulled Chen Mei. You're crazy. One piece of equipment with the word magic could still be explained. How about two? To know. It is a person who knows that the magic word equipment is not something that ordinary people can use. It's fine. You see, the boss didn't say anything. It means the problem is not big. Actually, Chen Mei was also betting that the big deal was to run. With their strength, running out was still possible. Chen's sweetness bristled. You're afraid you don't know that inconspicuous man is a member of the stealthy mobile team. Wait, just a moment. Lin Mo took his weapon and went back behind the screen again. Chen Xiaoming could sort of see that these two women wouldn't stop until they played him to death. Ding bell. A woman wearing the exclusive combat uniform of the town guards walked in. Ling Chi, you don't know. This time when I went to Kyoto, I almost didn't come back. I was also forced to sign an agreement. That Chen Jun Zhang Lao Dang. Two not something. Zhang Lingyu's mouth started to spit madly as soon as she entered the door, obviously having a lot of grievances. She stopped when she saw Chen Xiaoming's trio. So there are guests. Then I'll tell you later. The trio's bodies tightened when they saw the outfit. After all, they were outsiders. But when they saw clearly that they were the clothes of the Jinshou army, they relaxed again. As long as it wasn't the swinging demon army, it was fine. Chen Sweetness looked at Zhang Lingyu standing with Ling Chi, her eyes narrowing. Ling Chi coughed lightly, and Sweetie Chan recovered. What's wrong with you? Catching a cold? Doesn't look like it either. As soon as Zhang Lingyu said that, Sweetie Chen controlled herself. Chen Xiaoming also looked at Zhang Lingyu. This woman looked so familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere, but he had forgotten. But thinking that she had just called her father Lao Dang, she was obviously considered an acquaintance. Just do not know which area is responsible for. For a moment the room was quiet. Zhang Lingyu looked at the silent trio with some curiosity. These three people gave her a strange feeling. Logically speaking, people who came to the store more or less would discuss it. It wouldn't be like them not saying a word. Could it be social terrorism? But how does it not look like And why was there hostility emanating from the woman standing in front of them? Hey, have you ever felt that there's something strange about these three people? Zhang Lingyu leaned against Ling Chi's side and asked in a low voice. Ling Chi didn't even think about it, casually coped. What's so strange? Aren't they just ordinary guests? But why do I feel that this girl is hostile towards me? See, the hostility has gotten even greater since I came to you. She can't have fallen for you. Ahem, what are you babbling about? She's a guest. How could she possibly like me? Also, where is the hostility? Why can't I feel it? TSK, you wouldn't have fallen for someone else as well. You got excited when I said that.
If you really like them, you can go after them. With your status I'm sure it will be easy. As for hostility, it's a woman's sixth sense. You wouldn't know even if you said it. Zhang Lingyu glanced at the two of them, Ling Qi and Chen Sweetness, not to mention that they were quite a good match. Soon, Lin Mo walked out with his weapon. Take a look. Chen Mei took the weapon and nodded in satisfaction. Honestly, she really wanted to take Lin Mo away. It was a pity that a town guard was here. And that man, obviously, had a status as well. Thank you. Let's go then. The latter sentence Chen Mei said to the other two. Chen Xiaoming and Chen Sweetness nodded and greeted Lin Mo before heading out. The speed was not rushed. Even when they were outside the store, they were still walking slowly towards the distance. Zhang Lingyu looked at the three people through the window, always feeling that these three people were strange. Ling Qi, why do I feel that there is something wrong with these three people? Are you sure there's no problem? Zhang Lingyu sensed an unusual aura on the three people, but she was not sure what exactly it was. Sister Zhang, I know what's going on. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Qi with an ambiguous face. Ling Qi had a puzzled look on her face, but her heart was filled with worry. Zhang Lingyu took a look. This matter seemed to be different from what she thought. Quickly tell me, what's the situation? What are the three of them? I don't know what the three of them are, but I'm sure that the first girl is definitely related to Big Brother Ling Qi. Ling Qi's heart started to race. That girl likes Big Brother Ling Qi, and Big Brother Ling Qi likes her too. Definitely the first love. Chapter 50, there are other ways. First love. Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi with a shocked face. You actually have someone you like? No, there is actually someone else who likes you. No, that you actually have a first love. Ling Qi's face stiffened. How can you say that? That girl just now looks so bird-like. How could she fall for Ling Qi? Wait, no, that's not the feeling I'm talking about. It's an energy emanating from the body. Zhang Lingyu was almost led astray by Lin Mo. Energy? If you put it that way, it seems like there is indeed a problem. The weapons that both of them strengthen carry the word magic. Zhang Lingyu's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she hurriedly turned her head to look at Lin Mo. Her tone hurried. What did you say? Their weapons are magic energy weapons? How is that possible? There shouldn't be anything impossible about it. The equal rank is above the 5th level of the 8th rank. It should be able to be used, right? Lin Mo said with some uncertainty. Not to mention the 8th rank. Even the 9th rank couldn't be used properly unless one was said to be wearing a highly strengthened mind's eye. But obviously then this was impossible. Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Mo with stern eyes. Do you know something? If it was really what she thought, Lin Mo's situation would be dangerous. She would never let Lin Mo fall into danger. That was the point of her coming here. Thai patrol. You guys go around and check the situation. Ling Qi didn't open her mouth, but branched out to the 4 people of Iron Patrol. The 4 looked at each other, nodding their heads. Captain, we'll go on patrol and come back in an hour. Boom. After the 4 left, Ling Qi sighed lightly. Those 3 people, I only recognize the girl in the lead. Her name is Chen Tian-yi, and she used to be a member of my squad when I was still at the 7th rank in Iron Patrol and the others were still in other teams. During one of our trips to the Calamity Level Gate, our squad was in danger and only me and another person escaped. The others died inside, and that included her. That's not right. Isn't this alive and well? Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. Just now it was definitely a living person. Ling Qi shook his head. I'm not very clear. At that time, all of them were infested with demonic qi, and their consciousness had been lost to strike at us. But as teammates, the 2 of us did not strike. Ling Ji grabbed his hair with both hands, his eyes red. According to the rules, after the demonic qi was infested, if it was determined that the other party could not recover, they would either bring them back or kill them on the spot, and they did nothing, leaving them to suffer in pain as they were infested with demonic qi inside. Later on, the demon-slaying army entered and only found 2 recognizable corpses. Chen Tianyi's body was missing. At that time, everyone thought that it had been dragged away and eaten by the demons, not thinking that there would be someone who could still come out on their own after being infested with demonic qi. According to a study at the time, it would take at least a week for a person infested with demonic qi to recover their consciousness. No one would think that a person would be able to wake up the next day, and the only real thought was to be taken away by the demons. Zhang Lingyu's face became more and more ugly. That means Chen Tianyi is now a person infested with demonic qi. That is, demon. Ling Qi said in a low voice. A person who survives after being infested with demonic qi is called a demon. A human with only evil thoughts. A new human who works against humans. Ling Qi slowly raised his head and looked at Zhang Lingyu with reddened eyes. Maybe she is the devil. Lin Mo is right. She is indeed my first love and the one I have always loved. I don't know what to do. He was in a lot of pain, but it was really impossible for him to catch the couple he had been in love with for 2 years. What's more, he saw love in Chen Tianyi's eyes. She hadn't forgotten herself. He would be even more unable to make a move. But Zhang Lingyu represented Director Chen,
so he couldn't help himself. Lin Mo just wanted to take a bag of melons now. This story was just too twisted. The original lovers, now hostile parties. You are making a movie. Zhang Lingyu patted Ling Qi's shoulder and didn't say anything. If she was Ling Qi, she would probably choose the same way, and might not even say anything. It's just that these three people didn't know if they had anything to do with what happened in Kyoto, and it was important to know that the demon's abilities were very weird. Other places didn't meet or didn't find demons, and when they were found here, they had to be on their guard. Or perhaps there had been no information about the devils over the years. Zhang Lingyu turned around and walked out of the store. Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu's back and let out a light sigh. His entire person was much more disheveled. Big brother Ling Qi. In fact, things are not as bad as that. Maybe there are other ways too. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and thought. There was actually more to this thing's manufacturability, but it depended on what point the emotions of both sides had reached. Ling Qi grinned an ugly smile. Lin Mo, you don't understand. It's fine if they show up in another city, but if they show up here in your place, things won't be that simple. Especially if they also strengthen their weapons here. This matter wouldn't be that easy to solve. No, I think there's a chance. Lin Mo muttered something in Ling Ji's ear, and Ling Ji's eyes slowly brightened. Lin Mo, if it really works out, I'll definitely thank you heavily. Lin Mo waved his hand. Who are we related to? No need to thank you. Since you said so, can you help me strengthen my weapon to plus 50 for free? With Lin Mo's method, Ling Qi even started joking. No way. Money must be spent. That's the bottom line. If you want a whore for nothing, there's no door. Even if you give a symbolic 10 million. The corner of Ling Qi's mouth twitched, dead recognizing money. What do you need so much money for? Didn't the state give an unlimited card? Not long after, Zhang Lingyu came back. There's something to talk to you about. She had just gone out and communicated with Chen Junzheng about the confidentiality agreement. For Lin Mo and Ling Qi, she could tell them something about this trip to Kyoto. Besides the matter of the demonic liquid erosion, the low-risk demon prison in the northern part of Kyoto was attacked, and there's a high possibility that the attackers were done by outside demons, and one of them might be Director Chen's son. That's why I suspect that these three people came from Kyoto, and that the only man was Director Chen's son. Zhang Lingyu also figured this out only after she finished talking to Chen Junjing on the phone. Lin Mo was listening with more and more confusion. What the hell was the devil's prison? And what was the situation with Chen Junjing's son? He felt like his brain was messed up. Sure enough, this establishment is just messed up. Can't understand it at all. I know. I'm going to go after them now. Ling Qi stood up with a resolute face. You're really going to get your hands on your ex-girlfriend? Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi with a skeptical face. Not ex-girlfriend. We didn't break up. Rather, it's not about arresting her. Lin Mo gave me an idea that might work. Chapter 51, Seeing Each Other Again. Ling Qi called the Thai patrol guys back and instructed them to protect Lin Mo here. You're not going to go alone. There are three people on the other side. Zhang Lingyu stopped Ling Qi. No, I only have to face one person. Even if she's 5 levels above me, I'm still confident in dealing with her. Only that woman, Chen Mei, was the one he had to be careful of. Big brother Ling Qi, take this with you. Lin Mo handed Ling Qi that plus 50 mind's eye of his own. If the other party really relied on demonic qi to attack, this mind's eye should play a big role. Ling Qi nodded. Zhang Lingyu, help me find their location and send it to me. After saying that, Ling Qi chased after Chen Xiaoming in the direction he left. Chen Xiaoming, the three of them, had already returned to the place where they lived by now. Shouldn't we get out of here? You two are just too eye-catching today. It's fine. We didn't do anything. We just took out our weapons. Chen Sweetness said unconcernedly, her mind filled with Ling Qi's figure. Looking at him safe and sound, Sweet Chen was satisfied for no reason. I agree with Chen Xiaoming this time. It is indeed very eye-catching. Even if no one comes to track us down today, there will be tomorrow. I suggest that in the early hours of this evening, we leave this place. Chen Mei does not want to die young, although already dead once, but now is not still alive. Alright, you guys are no fun. I haven't eaten the food here for a long time. Don't you want to eat a big meal? You know that our base is nothing. Even if we do the mission area back and forth, just so much food. The thought of going back and eating the same old food made Chen Tian a little unhappy. Milk tea, hot pot and whatnot hadn't been eaten yet. This time, I'll stand Chen Sweetie. In fact, 2 days later isn't a no-no. Chen Mei's face turned red and she was a little embarrassed. But it was too hard to resist food. Even if you were wanted, you still wanted to eat. The corner of Chen Xiaoming's mouth twitched. You guys are for food. Your lives are not wanted. Tomorrow afternoon. No, the day after tomorrow afternoon. Definitely go. It's just 2 days. It should be fine. Big deal. We'll go to a more remote place and find a black hotel. Chen Sweetness pleaded. Without Chen Xiaoming, it was really hard for them to leave. Alright,
We must leave the afternoon of the day after tomorrow.
The two women nodded their heads in succession. Chen Xiaoming shook his head,
really unable to understand these two people's thoughts. He left the two women's room and returned to his own room. As soon as he walked into his bedroom, he saw Ling Qi sitting on the sofa in his room. You are legally responsible for breaking into my room. Alright Chen Lu. My name is Ling Qi, a member of the stealthy mobile team.
No, I should call you Chen Xiaoming.
I want to know why you went to the low-risk demon prison. You've mistaken me.
I'm not any Chen Xiaoming.
Chen Xiaoming's face was calm, but in actuality,
he was panicking in his heart.
Stealthy maneuvering team, still saying that he would leave tomorrow. What the hell? I guess the entire hotel is surrounded.
Opening the passageway by himself was going to require the power of the domain gate.
Am I mistaken? Okay. Alas, I also told boss Chen Junjiang that I saw Chen Xiaoming.
He is now with a rich woman preparing to give birth to a big fat kid, presumably because he fell for that rich woman's majestic body.
The corner of Chen Xiaoming's mouth twitched. What kind of people did you learn this nonsense way from?
The thought of going home in the future, the look of his own dad taking a belt and violently beating himself,
is all over the place. What the hell do you want? It was hard for me to come into this organization. In the end, Chen Xiaoming had to bow his head. There was no way. A rich woman or something. His own old man would definitely whip him to death. No, since you chose to go to that organization, I definitely won't stop you.
I believe that Chen Junjing's son won't do anything to jeopardize the country,
so I will help you.
Otherwise it wouldn't have just attacked low-risk prisons.
That's good. You remember to tell the old man that I won't be able to do my filial duty by your side. Son,
then help me call Sweetie Chun here for a moment. Chen Xiaoming looked at Ling Ji strangely.
You don't think you've fallen in love with someone from the demon organization? Let me tell you that Sweet Chen isn't a nice person to deal with. She's a lunatic full of violent people. Ling Qi couldn't help but wonder, was it sure it was Chen Tianyi? Chen Tianyi was clearly a gentle, cute and quirky little girl. Just call her out to me. Yes, but you only have 5 minutes. That Chen Mei is following us all the time. Chen Xiaoming dialed Chen Sweetie's phone. Well, come here, I have a matter I want to communicate with you. Chen Mei doesn't need to come over. You're the only one who can know about this matter. About the news about the demon man. Yes, not long after hanging up the phone. Knock knock knock. What is it? You can't bring Chen Mei yet? You'll know when you come in. What do you want? I'm young. I don't like you as an uncle. He told me. This guy is no good. Tianyi, long time no see. Chen Tianyi looked at Ling Qi standing inside. His brain went blank. Then he hurriedly closed the door to the room. Why are you here? Is it because this Chen Lu found out your identity? Should we kill him?
A lance made of black demonic chi appeared in front of Chen Xiaoming,
holding him against the wall. Hey, stop. We're companions. We're from the same organization. Do you want to be so ruthless?
Chen Tianyi's eyes were cold as he looked at Chen Xiaoming.
I won't allow Ling Qi to fall into any danger. Any, you understand. Big brother help. Tianyi,
they are all our own people.
Just because they are your own people you have to kill him.
You don't know the situation of this organization.
No,
I mean he and I are our own people.
All the black lances dissipated,
and Chen Tianyi blinked that big eye of hers and looked at Ling Qi.
You know, I'm actually not that violent. I'm just a little worried about your safety.
The corner of Ling Qi's mouth twitched,
as if something was wrong. Oh, Chen Tianyi coldly glanced at Chen Xiaoming, who hurriedly bowed his head. Can't afford to mess with you all. One bull asterisk ting. One direct action.
Why is one's life so miserable?
Ling Qi brother, why did you come out? Did you find us? We will leave the day after tomorrow? No, it's fine to leave tonight. We will definitely not let you have a hard time. Chen Tianyi's voice changed from icy cold to a clip tone.
Chen Xiaoming looked at the young girl who was making a show in front of him with a shocked face.
Is this surely the ruthless K of Spades? This contrast is also too big. Could it be that these two were once a couple? Hiss, big brother, you can really be a warrior. So brutal you also dare to like. Chapter 52, Speak Well. Ling Qi stroked Chen Tianyi's hair. Well, I found out a long time ago. I just didn't realize that the two of them were also demons. The above does want to arrest you guys. After all, what you guys did is too big. Oops, it's not too big. Right, we chose a low-risk prison. Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Tianyi in astonishment. How did you know that it was a low-risk prison? Too lazy to tell you, idiot. Chen Tianyi gave him a blank look. Ling Qi smiled. Well, I don't have much time.
I think you should be holding the same idea as Chen Xiaoming.
Aren't you also undercover in this organization? Chen Tianyi glanced at Chen Xiaoming and nodded.
I was born a member of the stealth mobile team and died a ghost of the stealth mobile team.
Duties I will not forget. Chen Tianyi's face was resolute. Even if she was tortured by the demonic chi every day, she was still indifferent. Let me introduce you to each other. He is Chen Xiaoming, Chen Junjing's son.
She is from the stealthy mobile team, so you guys are actually in the same camp. The two of them looked at each other. So that was it. No wonder. Ling Ji glanced at the time. Discuss anything amongst yourselves, and find a way to pass on information about this organization to me or to the people you found yourselves. I'm on a mission right now and I'm not in a position to take over this. Even if it's given to me, I'm still giving it to someone else. His expression as he looked at Chen Tianyi turned gentle. You've worked hard. If you're too tired then come back. I'll talk to Chen Junzheng. It's not hard work. I feel that this life is also quite exciting. Maybe it's because of the influence of the demonic qi. Sometimes there's slightly that much of a liking for an exciting life. Chen Tianyi had a shy face. Chen Xiaoming's expression almost lost control. Is that you liking excitement? You are creating excitement without excitement. The devil knows how long he has been scared this way over. After half a day, it's your own people. You are still so messed up. One last question. I'm leaving after this. Why? Are you guys not controlled by demonic energy? This was a question that had plagued China for a long time. Although it was said that some devils were able to do what Chen Tianyi and Chen Xiaoming both did, but the top was always worried that something would go wrong. As long as the evil thoughts are low, it's actually possible to resist it. But I think it's better for the devils not to be released. This time our mission was to bring out the devils, but it's a pity that they all died. Chen Xiaoming really couldn't help himself. It wasn't because you had to kill them at that time. It was clearly you who intentionally spoke in a woman's voice. If you didn't care about that, we could have brought back a few devils to hand in now. Brother Ling Qi, he's being mean to me. The clip sound reappeared. The corner of Ling Qi's eye twitched. Speak properly. Okay, do you want to die? Believe it or not, I'll split you into pieces and bring you back. Chen Tianyi was not used to Chen Xiaoming at all. Chen Xiaoming sighed softly. You see, Ling Qi, big brother, I can't even tell the truth. But this mission is really important to us. Failing to complete it could be a downgrade. It wasn't easy for them to level up. Chen Xiaoming had spent more than a year plus his special ability to level up. Chen Tianyi had even fought his way up step by step. Humph. I'll see who dares. I'm now at the 9th rank of the 8th order and will soon reach the 9th order. Whoever dares to touch me, I'll demolish him. Ling Qi shook his head. This little girl in front of him was indeed different from before. Alright, I'll talk to the top about the demons. When the time comes, create an accident and send them to where you are. Dum dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Your teammates are here. I'll leave first. Ling Qi opened the window and leapt down. Ling Qi. Chen Tianyi came to the window and looked at the figure that had been descending with a despondent face. Alright, Chen Mei is here. Don't show it. Now that we're in the same camp, don't always make counter-arguments to my decisions. You're wrong. Of course I have to refute it. Chen Xiaoming was really too lazy to care about her and directly came to the door to open it. What are you guys chatting about? You actually chatted for so long. You shouldn't be interested in her. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly like an airfield? Chen Lu, if you want to die just say so. I will fulfill you. An icy cold voice rang out from behind Chen Xiaoming. After Ling Qi landed on the ground, he flew away. Lin Mo sat behind the counter and looked out the front door. Big brother Ling Qi has been gone for more than an hour's time. Nothing will go wrong, right? Zhang Lingyu smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, he's a special member of the stealthy mobile team. What is a special member? Someone who can fight across ranks. Remember, it's across ranks, not across grades. There's still a difference between the two. If the Lynch squad didn't have some special skills, how could they be sent over? And those 9th order powerhouses all had their own missions. Missions that couldn't be separated. The world was far from being as simple as one would think. Ding bell. I'm back. Brother Ling Qi, is my method feasible? Well, it's feasible. They originally thought that way, they just never had the chance to make contact. Or perhaps their position isn't very solid yet, so they didn't make contact. Zhang Lingyu looked at the two of them. What did you guys discuss behind my back again? Ling Qi talked about the way Lin Mo said, and also about the undercover matter. Zhang Lingyu nodded. Worthy of being a member of the maneuvering team, you just have awareness. Even after turning into a demon you can still keep thinking about this. As for Chen Xiaoming, he was directly ignored by her. Since the matter is perfectly resolved, I'm going to give Director Chen a call as well. Ha, didn't you call him Lao Deng? Lin Mo had a bad smile on her face. Ahem, that was just a moment of excitement. Director Chen Junzheng is someone I've always admired. How could I call him Old Deng? Zhang Lingyu hurriedly fled the store. Big brother Lingyue, I'll show you a good thing. Lin Mo took out his cell phone and called up the store's surveillance. On it was the very image of Zhang Lingyu yelling Old Deng. You send it to Secretary Chen. Ling Qi egged Lin Mo on. Chen Junzheng didn't care anyway, teasing the two. Better forget it. Sister Zhang is so good to me. How could I harm her like that? Whoosh. Lin Mo's cell phone was taken away. Ha! You actually tuned the surveillance. Zhang Lingyu came back at some point. How come there's no sound when you walk? Where's the bell? The three of them talked and laughed and got off work again in the evening. Today was kind of a day full of drama. And Lin Mo was listening to some untold stories. Ling Chi, you have to buy dinner today. It's so hard to meet up with your ex-girlfriend. Girlfriend, not ex-girlfriend, Ling Chi emphasized loudly. Fine, fine, girlfriend isn't okay, you have to buy dinner. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. Is girlfriend or ex-girlfriend important? No problem, treat me. Chapter 53, trading is also a form of cooperation. This is the place? Why don't you arrange to go to Kyoto? The security there is much stronger than here. Zhao Guanyuan looked at the store in front of him with some concern. After knowing that Lin Mo was able to strengthen plus 50 weapons and bring about that effect, Zhao Guanyuan was pining for Lin Mo. Do you think I don't want to? But Lin Mo just wants to stay here and doesn't want to go to Kyoto. But staying here is not bad. At least there are fewer dudes here. Otherwise Lin Mo won't be able to stop. Chen Jun was about to think more than Zhao Guanyuan. You're also right. Just that gang of unruly brats. If they knew there was such a reinforcer, maybe they'll go and harass them every day. Let's go in and take a look. 2 days have passed since the magic liquid contamination. After the treatment of the mind's eye, all the members are now under control. Qian Duo was even more awake. There was no sign of being infested by the demonic liquid at all. It could be said that without Lin Mo's mind's eye they all had to face the risk of turning into demons. Ding bell. Yo, why did you come over? Director Chen. Lin Mo looked at Chen Junzhang with some surprise. I didn't expect him to come. Apparently Lin Mo had forgotten Zhang Lingyu's words. Director Chen. The two of them, Ling Ji and Zhang Lingyu, hurriedly came over to greet him. Zhao Guanyuan, on the other hand, stood aside and scanned Lin Mo up and down. He had always thought that such a powerful reinforcement master should be a person in his 50s. He never expected it to be so young. This was simply out of his expectation. But this was better. So that the time Lin Mo was able to strengthen his equipment would become longer. Lin Mo approached Zhang Lingyu. Sister Zhang, who is this person next to you? Why does it feel like he wants to eat people? This look of looking people up and down. Why does it feel like he's phasing a pig? He is the person who is going to work with you. The director of the Kyoto Magic Chi Healing Institute. He is in charge of managing the National Magic Chi Healing Institute, and his position is only one level lower than Director Chen. Director Chen walked up quickly, and without a bit of bravado, he held Lin Mo's right hand with both of his hands. I have to thank you. If it wasn't for the reinforcing eyes you sent, this mission wouldn't have been as simple as just failing. You're welcome, I'm just going along for the ride. Lin Mo scratched his head. He hadn't really thought that much. After all, it was a reinforcement of 50, not 100. If it was 100, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. This time I came over, I mainly thanked you. You don't know how treacherous we were this time. A calamity sect actually evolved, which is a situation that has never been encountered before. Originally, it wasn't much of a big deal, but who would have thought that there was actually liquid demonic energy? Although the domain gate evolution was outside of expectations, the risk wasn't raised much. The only thing that was somewhat beyond expectation was the liquid demonic gas. Lin Mo could only laugh awkwardly. What's the use of telling him this? He would like to go but he can't. No isn't this just right? Liquid magic chi. That Director Chen. You are saying that there is liquid magic gas in that calamity level domain gate. Is it still there? Of course it's there. That thing can't be cleaned up well. Even for a holy light professional, it would take half a month to remove it. If there's too much liquid magic gas, 2 to 3 months is also possible. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Isn't this an opportunity? Look at that plus 50 mind's eye. How is the speed of clearing liquid magic chi? Quite fast. The effect is even better than the holy light professional effect. Then look, how about we make a deal? Lin Mo said as he looked at his panel information. A deal? Hearing those two words, Chen Juinjing's eyes were filled with vigilance. He had heard Zhang Lingyu say something about some of Lin Mo's deeds, and although that wasn't a deal, it was actually similar. Before Chen Junjing could speak, Zhao Guanyuan couldn't help himself. He didn't come here to listen to Chen Junjing catching up. He came here to cooperate. What kind of deal do you want to make? It just so happens that this time I'm here to try to seek cooperation. You can tell me. As long as I can do it, I can promise you. The deal I'm talking about is actually considered a kind of cooperation. After all, cooperation is also something that both parties have to pay for. It's actually very simple. I want to utilize the magic liquid to produce a batch of weapons with magic characters. I know you have them in your warehouse, but they are all random products. I want directed products. Once Lin Mo's words fell, the scene was silent. Ling Ji covered his head. He knew it. Zhang Lingyu looked at Chen Junzheng and Zhao Guanyuan with a sympathetic face. You guys should be the ones with the headache this time. She could finally relax for once. Even if Chen Junzheng didn't come, in the end, it was still Zhang Lingyu who had to go and inform them. After all,
Zhang Lingyu couldn't make the call on this kind of thing. Zhao Guangyuan barred his mouth. This way is unheard of.
Using magic liquid to make weapons.
Is it reliable? Chen Junzheng, this is better for you to do. I'm getting older. I'm a bit unable to accept anything too new. Zhao Guangyuan shook his head. The demon-slaying army and the stealthy mobile team could both be held by Chen Junzheng.
There was nothing anyone could do if he didn't agree to this kind of thing. It couldn't be said that there was nothing anyone could do.
Could it?
At least he couldn't do it, that is.
Chen Junzheng only felt a toothache. Utilizing the magic liquid was something only Lin Mo could come up with. As long as one was a normal person,
when they encountered a magic liquid, they would just scurry away and still want to utilize it. He organized his language.
Lin Mo,
you have to realize that this incident was caused by the magic liquid.
This shows how deadly it is. It's not that I don't want to get it, but there's really no way. The plus 50 mind's eye he didn't want either. Of course he wanted it, but it was obvious that this thing wasn't so good to ask for. Let me say a few words. As the director of the Magic Qi Healing Institute, I have the most say about the magic liquid. This liquid magic qi, as long as one gets a little bit of it, the person will directly fall unconscious. Compared to the gaseous state, it's not generally harmful. It's really hard to realize your idea. No matter how much Zhao Guangyuan wanted the mind's eye, he couldn't take a human life in exchange for it, could he? This time Lin Mo's mind's eye was useful, but what if it was one that had already infested the whole body? What if it failed? This thing doesn't dare to gamble. Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me first. I didn't say to let people go empty-handed, right? Director Chen and Director Zhao, you both said that the plus 50 mind's eye effect is very powerful and can deal with the magic liquid, right? Lin Mo was in no hurry. I know what you mean, but that doesn't mean that this mind's eye has an inevitable effect on pure magical liquid. He only has an effect on people infested with demonic liquid. The others haven't started testing yet. Lin Mo waved his hand. No, I'm not talking about a plus 50 mind's eye. I'm talking about a plus 100 mind's eye.
Plus 100? Chen Junzheng thought of that grim machine gun. If it really was plus 100,
it might actually be feasible.
Chapter 54, Producing Magic Character Weapons. Zhao Guangyuan picked his ears. What did he just hear?
Plus 100? Plus 50 was already outrageous enough.
There was actually plus 100.
Regarding the grim machine gun, Zhao Guangyuan was not clear about it. Although he was a bit shocked, thinking about the plus 50 from before, he felt as if it was reasonable. Reasonable my ass. Although he wasn't a reinforcement master, he had a few reinforcement master friends. Reinforcement became exceptionally difficult from 10 onwards.
It was hard for him to accept the plus 50 setting.
And now you're giving me a plus 100? Zhao Guangyuan's face was flushed, but not to the point of wincing. Lin Mo, can you really strengthen the mind's eye to 100? Lin Mo nodded. They've seen it. It's just a pity that it's not useful at all. It's not as good as a plus 50. The corner of Zhao Guangyuan's mouth twitched. Look at this, is what a human being said.
But plus 100 is useless.
Not to mention plus 100. Even plus 51 is a bit better than plus 50. Brother Chen, promise, this is plus 100. Maybe it really works.
Aren't there still criminals in that prison?
Cough.
Chen Junzheng coughed forcefully, and Zhao Guangyuan hurriedly shut up.
Regarding the prison,
the two had discussed it on the way.
From the ordinary prisons, find some felons and let them take their mind's eye and touch the magic liquid to see the effect. But this kind of thing would definitely have to be done in secret. After all, this kind of experimentation was against the bottom line of human morality. If it was the initial time, this kind of thing was said and done, but now that it was considered a period of stabilization, it was still more or less bad to do this kind of thing. Lin Mo didn't know what prisons they were talking about. He only wanted the magic chi weapon. We promised, but first we will do a test. And if it's possible, then we will create the magic chi weapon you mentioned.
But we're not really sure if this kind of weapon can work or not. Although the magic character weapon,
indeed, was caused by the infestation of magic chi, it had a certain degree of randomness. As long as it's promised, this time I want a level 50 golden hot weapon.
There are also trinkets with intelligence bonuses I want.
Preferably golden ones, if not purple ones will do.
As for red, Lin Mo hadn't considered it. There were only a total of how many red ones in the country?
Just look at Ling Ji's weapon.
A hidden maneuver member of the 8th rank, and a special member at that. The one used was still purple, not even gold. This shows how rare gold and red are.
As for defenses, Lin Mo didn't ask for anything.
For the time being he couldn't use them.
In fact, if he wanted weapons he would just be defending himself. As for the matter of going to the domain gate, he hadn't mentioned it for a long time and didn't want to. It didn't matter if he went or not.
With the more weapons he strengthened out, the faster he leveled up, the more points he gained.
Since this was the case,
there was no need to find things for himself to do.
No problem.
Chen Junzheng agreed very quickly.
It was just equipment. Even if there was nothing in Kyoto's equipment store, could there still be nothing in other provinces' equipment stores? Wasn't there any in the civilian squad?
Chen Junjiang and Zhao Guangyuan didn't stay here for a long time. They stayed for 2 hours and returned.
Whether it was Chen Junjiang or Zhao Guangyuan,
they still had a lot of things to do in Kyoto.
Big brother Ling Qi, sister Zhang, you guys say that I'm not a genius,
directing the production of magic character weapons by myself.
The success rate should be very low.
Ling Qi shook his head.
If it was high, there wouldn't be so many messy weapons in the special warehouse.
Lin Mo did not agree with Ling Qi's statement.
No, I think the success rate will be high, and it's a sure thing.
The two looked at Lin Mo in doubt.
This was too overconfident.
Did you guys forget about your girlfriend? Ling Qi rubbed his nose.
How could he forget?
What does this have to do with my girlfriend?
Zhang Lingyu reacted in a flash.
You're saying that the weapons they use are all magic character weapons,
so they must have mastered the method, is that what you mean? Lin Mo nodded. When they gave me the weapons,
these magic character weapons had no effect on them at all.
From this,
it can be seen that the demons in this organization should all be using magic word weapons.
But if there's no method of production, how can we satisfy the needs of so many devils?
It was also because of this that Lin Mo thought of the magic liquid.
According to Ling Ji and the others, some weapons in the domain sect would be infested with magic character weapons, but with randomness. However, a concentration like the magic liquid would not.
The probability was that it would become a magic character weapon. It was just a matter of sooner or later. He had also asked before if there was any solid-state magic chi. If there was a solid state it might be better, but obviously the liquid state was already the limit. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the two felt so reasonable.
Lin Mo,
why are you obsessing over magic character weapons?
Aren't ordinary ones good? It's not so much dwelling on this kind of weapon, but the damage of a magic character weapon and his additional attributes are better than those of a normal weapon. Since it was all about strengthening, why wouldn't he want a better one?
Other reinforcement masters could only reinforce their weapons up to 10 to 14 and stop there as well.
The additional attributes would be just one more, and that would be enough for them with normal weapons. But Lin Mo was always able to strengthen them,
and the number of types of additional attributes he gained was much higher.
What's more, now that he had a shuffling ability, the importance of that additional attribute was once again much higher. As long as he fixed his favorite attributes, the others could be reshuffled.
Ling Ji rubbed his chin.
He understood. However,
this was estimated to be something that only Lin Mo could use.
No one else could use it. Magic character weapons were no joke. On the third day after Chen Junjiang and Zhao Guangyuan returned to Kyoto, the call came.
When will the plus 100 mind's eye be sent over?
We can help you get the magic character weapon now,
but you also need to get us the plus 50 mind's eye first.
In quantity, do you think 10 is okay? At the first moment he returned to Kyoto, he transferred 2 life-sentenced felons from the ordinary prison.
Having them hold the plus 50 mind's eye, they walked around half a meter away from the liquid magic fluid.
In the end, they even stuck their hands into the magic liquid.
While they were carrying this mind's eye,
the magic liquid didn't infiltrate upwards along their bodies, and when they took their hands away,
the magic liquid had already infested the place they touched. Only a very thin layer. It was cleaned up in half an hour, but it still represented some danger, because one of the criminals had experienced mental confusion while wearing this mind's eye, a result of poor willpower. But this also confirmed that the mind's eye was effective.
At least it didn't turn into a demon. With plus 100, not to mention getting weapons for Lin Mo,
it was enough to purify the pool of magic liquid. Chapter 55, Are They Such People?
1 week later. Why is he here?
Chen Junjiang looked at Zhang Lingyu with a constipated face.
What can I do then? Can I still not let someone come?
If you don't let him come, not to mention the plus 100 mind's eye,
you may not be able to get even the plus 50.
Zhang Lingyu had an aggrieved look on her face.
When Lin Mo wanted to come,
not only did she persuade him, but Ling Qi also persuaded him. But people also said that they were just coming to take a look and would never do anything. Ugh, he wouldn't be trying to test out some new weapon of his in the calamity level gate.
No, that's good.
Chen Junjiang immediately put his heart in his stomach.
He's going to the calamity base gate to watch you guys work.
He's worried that you guys won't get the magic character weapons.
The corner of Chen Junjiang's mouth twitched. Were they such people? How could they not give to get it? As long as you don't do anything, everything is fine. When the time comes, I'll have Chen Duo lead a team to follow you guys around. There's no problem with his safety.
As long as Lin Mo's side didn't make a mess, there wouldn't be much of a problem. On the other side, Ling Qi brought Lin Mo to the special warehouse and looked around at the mind's eye that was bubbling with light.
Those weapons are in here?
Lin Mo asked suspiciously as he looked at the plain warehouse in front of him.
Well, these weapons were not used by anyone,
so they were randomly thrown here.
Hearing this,
Lin Mo was about to reach out and push the door. There was no lock on top of the gate at all,
because no one would even come to move these weapons. Don't open the door.
As soon as the gate opens, the accumulated demonic energy inside will gush out. Ling Qi hurriedly stopped Lin Mo. He didn't want to be infested with demonic qi yet. Lin Mo took out the mind's eye in his arms. I'm wearing this. I don't think any demonic qi should be able to break through. The plus 50 mind's eye was Lin Mo's bottom line. Ling Ji withdrew his hand. As long as you are happy. Ling Qi, where is Lin Mo? Chen Junzheng and Zhang Lingyu found the place. Nah, isn't it just inside? Lin Mo in the room glowed brightly like a light bulb, and the demonic aura that had accumulated in the room instantly dissipated when it encountered the light. The corner of Chen Junzheng's eyes kept jumping as he looked at Lin Mo, who was pouting and rummaging through the equipment there. You're afraid that your goal isn't the calamity level domain gate, but you're here to sweep it. Lin Mo, in a moment, we'll go to the calamity level domain gate. If you don't go, we'll leave. Here Chen Junzheng wasn't worried about Lin Mo's safety. After all, there were plenty of people here from both the demon-slaying army and the stealthy mobile team. Go go go, how can I not go? Director Chen, it's not that I'm saying, this equipment of yours is really too bad. The number of gold-level weapons was just too low. Most of them were blue and purple. As for the red ones, he didn't see a single one. This isn't an equipment warehouse, it's a magic character weapon special warehouse. Of course the equipment is less. It's not like other people can use it. He couldn't wait for there to be less stuff in here. Also right, it was a pity that Lin Mo didn't feel anything for ordinary equipment anymore. Right, how did you guys use that grim machine gun last time? Lin Mo was still quite curious about this point. He forgot to ask after Zhang Lingyu returned. Utilized a forbidden weapon. Otherwise it wouldn't really work. Forbidden weapon. Another new word. What is a forbidden weapon? A forbidden weapon can be viewed as a special equipment. Except that he is different from normal special weapons and has certain side effects. If it wasn't for the side effects, these people might not have been infested by the demonic liquid to that extent. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo instantly became interested. Then can you give me a forbidden weapon? Chen Junzheng really wanted to give himself a mouthful. Nothing to explain what forbidden weapon. This time it's good. It's not impossible to give you one, but only one haha. The country now has a total of more than 100 forbidden weapons, and there are only 20 or so that can be used. Not all forbidden weapons can be used. The side effects of some forbidden weapons don't match its ability. Such forbidden weapons are usually dusted off. It's fine. I'll pick them out myself when the time comes. He wouldn't necessarily use it if he wanted it. It would be fine as a decoration. If Chen Junzheng knew what was in his heart, he would have said anything to send him back to Fengjing. Following the large group, he arrived at the Calamity Domain Gate. Before he even entered, Lin Mo saw overflowing demonic qi at the gate, a reflection of the abundance of demonic qi. Upon approaching the gate, a single mind's eye lit up, while a mind's eye as bright as an incandescent lamp stood out abnormally. The one holding the mind's eye hastily put on his prepared sunglasses, and just like that his eyes kept tearing up. In just a few short seconds, the eyes couldn't take it anymore. Worthy of a plus 100 mind's eye, this effect is simply unrivaled. I'm really curious as to how you did it. If you had been born 50 years earlier, maybe China wouldn't be the way it is now. Chen Junzheng's gaze toward Lin Mo was filled with hope. He saw something called hope in Lin Mo. Maybe he was the one to break the current pattern. Lin Mo shrugged. Just a hunch. What else could it be? Chen Junzheng shook his head and continued walking towards the inside. I have to say, that mind's eye is really suitable for this situation. And I don't know if this attribute is fixed or unique. Ling Ji had a look of emotion on his face. In his opinion, that mind's eye was simply made for this domain gate. Or rather, for the magic liquid. Then who knows? I'm just a reinforcer, not a seer. Lin Mo couldn't help but think back to the attributes of that mind's eye. Mind's eye plus 100. Equipment level, none. Durability, 97 out of 100. Additional, magic chi blocking range plus 150 meters. Magic chi purification speed plus 1500%. Magic aura infestation speed, -50%. Special, masking, not higher than the holders by 10 meters. Special, concealment, demonic creatures no higher than 10 levels above the holder will not detect you. Baptism, 3x purification effect on magic liquid. Duration 10 minutes, 24h. I have to say, it really is a suitable equipment for this place. But it was also fortunate that it was an active ability. Otherwise Lin Mo couldn't give it to them if he said anything. How would he get it if it cleansed all the demonic liquid? As soon as they entered the gate, the demonic chi was like seeing their nemesis and backed off. For a while, not to mention the demonic chi in their vicinity, not even a single demonic creature could be seen. Hey, this is the first time I can't see a demonic creature. The last time I came, those demons weren't like this. Shen Duo couldn't help but be happy when he saw this scene. I didn't expect this thing to be so effective. Wouldn't this mean that they, the demon-swinging army, would only need to take this mind's eye to close the various domain gates at will? Of course, he was only thinking about it. If they dared to touch the energy body that controlled this place,
those demons would block them even if they died. Chapter 56, of course it's true, all the way to a low-lying area. At the center of it, a black liquid was right in the middle. The area wasn't large, only about 100 square meters. However, this 100 or so square meters of magic liquid was even more terrifying than the magic chi of the entire calamity space. If these magic liquids turned into magic chi, then everyone would never be able to enter this space again. But obviously these demonic liquids wouldn't all turn into demonic chi at once. Alright, this is it. Let's try out this mind's eye first. Chen Junjing stepped forward to preside over the work. Wait, I suggest that it would be best for you guys to take something to hold some of the magic liquid first, and leave the rest here first. Lin Mo was worried that the magic liquid wouldn't be able to withstand the scourge, and in case it was all gone, where would he get the magic liquid? Without the magic liquid, where else would he get a magic character weapon? Chen Junjing nodded. He still had to consider Lin Mo's words. Accompanying him was Zhao Guangyuan, who was holding a large 5L bucket made of glass with a scale on it. He took the plus 50 mind's eye Lin Mo had given him earlier and personally went and filled it with 5 liters of magic liquid. Ready, try purifying with that mind's eye. As the man approached, the magic liquid in the bucket began to ripple, and before it even officially began, the purification had already begun by the ability of the mind's eye itself alone. Those who were close by had already noticed the change in the magic liquid in the bucket and instantly stared with wide eyes. This thing like an incandescent lamp. Is it so effective? Unfortunately, this person holding the mind's eye couldn't see at all. And even though he was wearing sunglasses, this light was still dazzling, and he had no choice but to squint his eyes. As he turned on his active ability, baptism began. A 1 meter thick pillar of light fell and shone on top of the bucket. Steam slowly rose from the magic liquid, and then the magic liquid began to boil like boiling water. The liquid level slowly descended. 5 liters. 4 liters. 5 minutes later, the liquid in the bucket had disappeared cleanly. Zhao Guangyuan took a pen and paper and started calculating. Right now there can be roughly 300-400 L of magic liquid here. According to this effect, it can be completely wiped out after a month. Of course this is talking about the effect of relying only on this one mind's eye. If we were to say that in conjunction with the mind's eye spell formation, this speed could probably be purified in about half a month. Looking at the results of his calculations, Zhao Guangyuan had an excited look on his face. This was the magic liquid a difficult problem that had been hard to deal with ever since it was discovered. Did any country in the world dare to say that they had found a way to deal with the magic liquid? Not a single one. Not a single one. We can only rely on the mind's eye to eat up a little bit, or very slow speed to eat up. Demons are not only in China. All countries have them. There are even some countries that have too many devils, which led to the destruction of the country. And now what? They, the country of China, had found a method, and that method had already proven to be effective. But this is only one of them. The most important one was to close the domestic natural disaster level gates. The number of natural disaster level gates in the country was small, but the amount of manpower and material resources spent on trying to close a natural disaster level gate was not a small number. The manpower spent here didn't just refer to the number of people in possession, but the sacrifices. Death. No, 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 you can't start purifying now. Lin Mo rushed forward. Don't come close. Don't ever come close. Chen Junjing hurriedly stopped Lin Mo. If anything happened to Lin Mo, he would be finished. Right now, the higher-ups all knew about Lin Mo's number, almost treating him like a treasure. If they weren't worried that their presence would cause unnecessary trouble, they would have wanted to pick up Lin Mo when he arrived. Fengjing had dispatched quite a few shadowy troops there, and these people from Lingji and the demon-slaying army weren't even aware of it. Fine, fine, I won't come any closer. You guys promised me that you would craft a level 50 golden epic weapon, so you can't go back on your word. Or else you can just go to the heavenly tribulation level gate and get it for me. He had used all the points he had managed to save up recently to craft this plus 100 mind's eye, for the sake of a weapon that didn't start with the word magic. If this was purified, there would be nothing left. Don't worry, I've brought all the weapons. Surely I can't forget them for you. A shotgun appeared in Chen Junjing's hand. Only when he saw the weapon did Lin Mo quiet down. Chen Junjing hurriedly handed the weapon to the hand of the person holding the new mind's eye and told him to hurry up and put the weapon into the magic liquid. That person didn't dare to be slow, although he didn't know what Lin Mo's status was, but the background that dared to talk like this was definitely high. He hurriedly put the weapon in, only to see that as soon as the weapon touched the magic liquid, it made a bared sound. The weapon sank down and a few bubbles appeared before it disappeared. Lin Mo fumbled with his chin as he wondered if this kind of thing was useful or not. He came to Ling Ji's side. If you don't have time to ask your Fays where they got their magic character weapons from, there are so many people in their organization, they must have a method. Although he was quite critical of the term philanderer, Ling Chi still asked the question in his mind. At that time, you asked me to use your method. You wouldn't have made plans for this long ago, right?
Lin Mo's face didn't change.
How could that be? I wasn't doing it for you. Really?
Ling Qi looked at Lin Mo skeptically. One must know that Lin Mo usually had no interest in these things at all.
Of course it's true. How could it be fake? Lin Mo had a calm face.
Looking at Lin Mo behaving like this, Ling Qi chose to believe him.
When I go back, I'll see if there's a channel to get the information, but don't get your hopes up.
By this time they should have already arrived at the border, or maybe they've already left.
Lin Mo nodded. As long as he was able to get in touch,
there was no rush in time.
Today's events were almost finished.
What Lin Mo had to do was considered over. It was time to return to Fengjing. There was still a reinforcement masters conference in Fengjing that he had to go to for a bit.
Golden weapons were still very attractive, but before he left, the forbidden weapons also had to be taken away. Lin Mo, actually the forbidden weapons aren't much use really. How about I get you some golden defense gear in, or golden jewelry? On the way to the forbidden weapon display room, Shinjun was trying to find ways to get Lin Mo to give up this idea. After all, there were only a few that could be used. Equipment jewelry. Normally shouldn't you be providing me with it? Besides, don't I want to try to see if this forbidden weapon can be strengthened? Chen Junzheng shook his head. There's no need to think about strengthening. So far, it has only been successfully strengthened once. It's still just +1.
The difficulty of strengthening a forbidden weapon is even harder than special equipment.
You have to trust me. Since there is the possibility of being able to strengthen it, then I will be able to strengthen it.
It was more or less unreasonable to come here and not bring something back.
Chapter 57, Forbidden Weapon, Wisdom Crystal. Chen Junzheng really couldn't argue with Lin Mo,
so he had to bring him to the place where the forbidden weapons were stored.
You guys put forbidden weapons in a place like this?
Lin Mo pointed at the ordinary 3-story building in front of him.
This house, how can you tell, was decades old. Don't underestimate it. The security of this building is very strong. Pushing open the front door, an air of decay hit his face. Lin Mo waved his hand, dispersing the ash in front of him. Blah, 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 blah. If you don't want to give it, just say so. You don't have to treat me like this. Chen Junzheng laughed and pressed on the wall. The entire room then changed. From a dusty and dilapidated room to a room covered in metal. One of the guards here is an 8th-ranked illusionist. Outsiders who come in will only get lost in the illusion formation and end up being decapitated by the guards. All the way to the 3rd floor, through 6 doors. Let's go. Go in and take a look, but only take one. Director Chen emphasized. It was fine if the one they took was one they didn't use, but it would be a real loss if they did. These forbidden weapons were surprisingly effective. Lin Mo pushed open the door to the room and a showroom appeared in front of him, with shelves filled with all sorts of items, from large guns and cellos to small ashtrays and lighters. Lin Mo even saw a pack of cigarettes. Lin Mo directly came to the cigarettes and casually picked them up. Lucky cigarettes, quality, forbidden weapon, grade, none.
Effect, increase 10 points of luck per cigarette for 3 minutes. Effect, increase 10 points of luck per cigarette for 3 minutes.
Cost, 1 month of bad luck. Lin Mo. What a piece of trash. He then picked up a lighter. False lighter. Quality, forbidden weapon. Grade, none.
Effect, no one will find you after lighting it. Effect, no one will find you after lighting it.
Cost, reduces your lifespan by 1 hour per second. Cost, reduces your lifespan by 1 hour per second. That, are all the effects of forbidden artifacts this odd? Chen Junzheng looked helpless. It's true that they are all so odd, but there are some side effects that are actually acceptable. The ones that can't be accepted can only be left here to eat dust. Otherwise they would have been sent to various places long ago. Lin Mo put down the lighter in his hand and looked around. Which is the forbidden weapon you guys used to use, that grim machine gun? What are you going to do? Chen Junzheng looked at Lin Mo warily. That thing was originally useless, but with that plus 100 weapon of Lin Mo's, it was instantly useful, so he couldn't let him take it away. Look at you like that. I'll just take a look. I can't use it even if you give it to me. Lin Mo looked at Chen Junzheng with a speechless face. As far as that goes, isn't it just a forbidden weapon? Chen Junzheng took down a golden conch from the innermost shelf. Yo, it's still the color of rustic gold. You guys are really interesting. Lin Mo took the conch into his hands. Golden Echo. Quality, forbidden artifact. Grade, none. Effect, one person within the radiance can be designated to receive everyone's energy and increase the upper limit. Cooldown, 1 month. Cost, minus 80% of the person's total attributes. Weakened for 72H. Cost, minus 80% of the person's total attributes. Weakened for 72H. Lin Mo shook his head. It's really like a chicken rib. It can only be used once a month. If he used it once a day, he might even find a way to get rid of it and play with it for the first half of the year. Now, forget about it. Lin Mo looked at the other forbidden weapons again, looked around, and didn't fall for any of them. He looked at Chen Junzheng skeptically. Director Chen, you wouldn't have hidden the good stuff in advance because I'm coming. How could that be? It's just a forbidden weapon. I'm not so bad as to hide it. Even though it's called a forbidden artifact, it's not all good. Then how did this thing form? I don't know. Chen Junjiang shook his head. These things are found in all sorts of strange places. Some are found right outside the domain gate. Some are found in unknown places. Some are found in the middle of the domain gate. And some fall with the domain gate. There are all sorts of them. And no one has been able to study the principles. If they knew the laws of the appearance of forbidden weapons, they wouldn't have had only a few forbidden weapons. Once Lin Mo heard this, he also lost his own interest in searching for forbidden weapons. It was not even as good as magic character weapons. He casually picked up a necklace from the shelf and couldn't help but rub his chin when he saw the text displayed. This one seems to be somewhat useful. Crystallized wisdom. Quality, forbidden weapon. Grade, none. Effect, intelligence +2, value doubled for each level of reinforcement. Cost, physical strength -100x, strengthening level, until it reaches 0. Cost? You call this a cost? Maybe it was a cost to others, but to Lin Mo it wasn't a cost at all, because he didn't have any constitution at all. As long as he was strengthened to 1 his constitution would go straight to 0, but it didn't matter. With so many people protecting him, did he need to care about his physique? What he wanted was intelligence. As long as his intelligence was high enough, he could use all kinds of weapons. There was also a line of small words below this weapon panel. If you want to gain intelligence, get rid of those useless muscles, wise man. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. You're going to extremes here. Director Chen. I'll take this one. Chen Junjiang looked at the equipment in his hand with a surprised face. This is the most useless forbidden weapon. You have to know that forbidden weapons are very difficult to strengthen. And even if it is successfully strengthened, it has a lot of side effects. Lin Mo shook his head. Will you remove Ling Qi and the others? Will my life be in danger in Fongjing City? Of course not. Unless he was crazy. That doesn't end it. So is this side effect of any use to me? As long as you're happy. Chen Junjiang was rendered speechless. But strengthening forbidden weapons? How did this sound so unreliable? Even if it was said that Lin Mo was able to strengthen magic word weapons and strengthen special weapons, but this was a forbidden weapon, it was not the same. Lin Mo thought about those attributes he just looked at and thought that Chen Junjiang shouldn't let him strengthen these things. The reinforcer floated behind Lin Mo and then threw the necklace in his hand into it. After that, Lin Mo suddenly realized a problem. There didn't seem to be a corresponding strengthening stone for this thing. Wisdom crystals, success rate, 21, 11%, whether or not to strengthen. No wonder it can't be strengthened. This initial value is only 20%. How can this be successful? Purely by luck. But can it work without a strengthening stone? Director Chen. What strengthening stone did you use? Used a gold-colored strengthening stone. Give me one. Director Chen called a person and took out a golden strengthening stone and handed it to Lin Mo. Or forget it. Even if it's a golden strengthening stone, it's not much use. Lin Mo didn't say anything and took it and directly put it in. Seeing the redisplayed numbers, the corners of his eyes kept trembling. Was this reasonable? Chapter 58 Bullying a child who has just reached adulthood. Crystallized wisdom. Success rate, 21, 12%. Enhanced or not. Is it reasonable? Is this reasonable? The golden strengthening stone actually only increased by 0.1%. To not be so outrageous, Lin Mo pondered for a moment and casually threw a purple strengthening stone in. Well, the success rate increased by another 0.1%. So it seems that this strengthening stone isn't useful at all. Lin Mo tried tapping strengthen. Consumed 78-87 points. Alright, the price is still reasonable. It's just that it's not appropriate for him. If it doesn't work, forget it. We've called a lot of reinforcement masters, and it's actually quite normal for the reinforcement to be unsuccessful. Chen Junjiang didn't want Lin Mo to be hit because of an irrelevant piece of equipment. It was supposed to be an equipment with a low success rate. So why bother? How could that be? Lin Mo wouldn't be hit by such a thing. There must be a way to fix it. So, system, how does a forbidden weapon increase its success rate? Host can try using a 7-colored strengthening stone. 7-colored strengthening stone? He hadn't heard of such a stone at all. Lin Mo looked at Chen Junjiang. That Director Chen, may I ask if you have seen a 7-colored strengthening stone? Chen Junjiang looked at Lin Mo suspiciously. How do you know about the 7-colored strong fossil? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. So you must have it. I don't want more. Just give me 100 pieces. The corner of Chen Junjiang's mouth twitched. The entire country of China only has more than 900 of them in existence. You actually want so many directly. It's impossible to give you that many of these. At most 20. Don't be so petty. You have more than 900. Give me 100, you won't suffer. No, at most 20. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but these are really useful to us. The rate of production of 7-colored strengthening stones is extremely low. This kind of strengthening stone only exists in the heavenly calamity level gates.
and there are only 100 of them a year. This kind of strengthening stone was not available on the market because private squads were not allowed to enter the Heavenly Calamity level domain gates. They could only travel to the Calamity level at most. So the products in the Heavenly Calamity level domain gates were not available to the private sector. They were all in the hands of the state. No, it's useless for you guys to want these stones. Isn't it just a stone? In Lin Mo's opinion, the 7-colored strengthening stone could increase the success rate in 30% to 40% tops.
It wasn't very useful for those strengthening masters.
No, very useful. This one stone can almost be said to be 80% able to increase the success rate.
Speaking of this stone, Chen Junjing was that proud. Doesn't that mean that the number of your highly enhanced weapons is actually not bad at all? No. It's still less. It's not 100% after all.
Chen Junjing glanced at Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu beside him. It was actually nothing for them to know about these things.
Actually,
we don't have a lot of plus 16 weapons.
Almost 60 after so many years. But you have to realize how many weapons it took to get this many. At a rough count, there's probably over
1,000 level 90 plus weapons,
with the lowest being purple rare quality. It wasn't that they didn't want to get them all the time, but the cost of this was just too high. We are more commonly known for plus 15 weapons, and these are around 400. Hearing this, Lin Mo was puzzled. Since you all have so many,
why are you looking for me to buy highly reinforced weapons? Chen Junjing had a bitter look on his face.
Stones are hard to obtain. Weapons fail to strengthen. These are all problems. With 100 stones a year,
it's a burn to have 1 plus 16 weapon a year. These weapons are accumulated over the years,
not taken out all at once.
But Lin Mo was different. He could almost manage to get a plus 16 out of every one of them.
Even say plus 20, plus 50. This wasn't even on the same scale. Since that's the case,
aren't these 7-colored strengthening stones of yours even more useless? Wouldn't it be fine if you gave them to me directly and I gave you plus 16 weapons?
Deal. Chen Junjing, who originally had a bitter face, instantly turned into a smiling face.
Lin Mo blinked his eyes. It seemed like he was being punked.
You pitted me?
So how can you call it a pit, isn't it? The country has not treated you badly at all in this regard. Whether it's money or guard force has not been less than you.
Even the status would like to give you, but you do not want it, right?
Let's make a deal and exchange the 7-colored strengthening stone for a strengthened weapon. Although what Chen Junjing said made sense.
Why did he feel that something was wrong? Then how are you going to exchange
50 strengthening stones for a plus 16 weapon?
Normally,
100 of them would probably be able to create a plus 16, and exchanging 50 of them for Chen Junjing was taking advantage of the situation.
The deal is definitely a bargain,
and you have to leave some space.
No, at least 80.
Lin Mo thought for a moment and gave a number.
Deal. Lin Mo. Sister Zhang, is your director Chen bullying me as a newly adult child? This deal was too fast. This was already thought out, right?
Zhang Lingyu glanced at Chen Junjing and then at Lin Mo.
That Lin Mo.
I can't help you here.
Or else Secretary Chen should give me small shoes. Although Zhang Lingyu did not mention the price in a single sentence,
she also expressed her opinion sideways.
Hey, how is this a pitfall?
This price was quoted by Lin Mo himself.
I agreed. Isn't this a normal sale? Chen Junjing was not happy. This made it seem like he was bullying people.
Lin Mo sighed while shaking his head.
It's not good to meet someone. Brother Ling Qi, help me contact your favorites. Ask them what the demon side gives to offer and I'll go work for them as a reinforcer. Of course, he was just saying. The devil organization was not a good thing once he heard it. Lin Mo, you can't have such thoughts. Isn't it just strengthening stones? Look, usually don't you also strengthen our equipment for us? We even pay for it.
These stones are considered an extra price.
Seems right. In the end, Lin Mo left Kyoto with 100 stones and a forbidden weapon. When Lin Mo left, Chen Junjing went all the way back to the office building and arrived at the Elder Core office. Lin Mo left? Well, gone.
Arrangements have been made at Fengjing. His safety doesn't need to be worried. Chen Junjing had a serious face. It was as if he was not the same person as earlier.
Well, apart from the guard force, the intelligence group should also be sent over
to map out all the local conditions.
In short, all the dangers will be nipped in the bud. There can't be the slightest bit of risk present.
The old man sitting in the first place had a solemn face.
The abilities Lin Mo possessed no longer represented him personally,
but rather the power of this country.
Chapter 59, you only have Big Brother Ling Qi in your eyes. Lin Mo, do you remember that you have a reinforcement masters conference? Ling Qi took out an invitation from the drawer. The time was tomorrow. If you didn't say anything, I almost forgot. After returning from Kyoto,
Lin Mo had been studying the wisdom crystals in his hands. The effect of the 7-colored strengthening stone was very obvious. One piece could increase the success rate by 40%.
It was simply too good to be true. And the most important point, whether it's blue advanced equipment or not, or gold epic level equipment or not, You can use this colorful stone to strengthen the weapon. This point is the other stone cannot be compared. Other stones can only strengthen the corresponding weapons and equipment. They can't be downgraded or upgraded. After returning to Fengjing,
Lin Mo sort of knew that Qin Junzheng must have lied to him at that time. There must have been a strengthened forbidden weapon. It just wasn't in this room.
But Lin Mo didn't care. It didn't matter if it was strengthened or not. It was only useful. Right, Big Brother Ling Chi. What is this conference for? He didn't really know much about the reinforcement master side of things. After all, he relied on an external plugin rather than his own understanding. A series of things about reinforcement masters had never been studied. Zhang Lingyu on the side looked at Lin Mo with a puzzled expression. Aren't you a reinforcement master yourself? Don't tell me you haven't read the basics about reinforcement masters. If it was the case that he hadn't systematically studied it, then his situation would have to be assessed again. It meant that the way he strengthened was self-created. So did that mean Lin Mo could form a school of reinforcement masters? The meaning could be different. It's true that I haven't looked at them. I think I might not need those.
The most important point that he didn't read them was that he was lazy and really didn't want to waste too much time on this.
It's really worthy of you, Lin Mo. The Reinforcement Masters Conference, you can treat it as a communication meeting. Of course, usually,
the main protagonists are the Red Reinforcement Masters and Gold Reinforcement Masters, and the main focus is to explain some basic knowledge.
After that it's a competition between the younger generation, and the winner gets to take away the prizes. It's as simple as that. Sure enough, it wasn't interesting.
If it wasn't for the fact that there was a golden weapon sitting there,
Lin Mo really didn't want to go. If I,
a silver-colored reinforcer,
win, will they swallow the prizes? I don't think so. After all,
those that can be used as prizes may not be as good in quality.
Zhang Lingyu shook her head. Even though this was just an exchange meeting organized by a city, it shouldn't be so. The next day,
Lin Mo brought Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi to the location where the exchange meeting was held.
Aren't Big Brother Tai Patrol and the others coming?
The other members of Ling Qi's squad were not with them. They already came here before us.
Don't worry about your safety. Ling Qi thought Lin Mo was worried about his safety. No, I'm not worried about my safety. Lin Mo trusted Ling Qi and the others.
If Ling Qi and the others couldn't protect him, then he had his own way to leave.
Are all the people here?
A burly man buzzed.
Boss, don't worry.
The invitations have all been released and they were told that the prize is a golden epic weapon.
Surely all will come. Plum 10. Are you sure this matter is foolproof?
A man wearing a mask sat on a chair fiddling with the dagger in his hand.
Plum Blossom J. Are you still not assured of what I'm doing?
Plum Blossom 10 looked at Plum Blossom J with dissatisfaction. Plum Blossom J shrugged.
It's not that I'm not assured of you. It's that I'm not assured of you digital series people. There were a total of 5 people in the room. 3 standing, 1 sitting and 1 lying on the bed in a coma. What are you going to do with this man?
Kill? Plum J pointed to the man on the bed.
Definitely kill. But not now. I've already prepared the medicines. When the time comes,
as long as these medicines are sent in through the ventilation ducts,
the entire hotel will die.
Plum 10 looked at Plum J with a cruel face. Plum Blossom J narrowed his eyes.
I advise you that you better not look at me like that,
or else you're dead.
Humph, let's go. Plum Blossom 10 led the 3 out of the room.
Plum Blossom J sat in place and sighed softly.
What have I become day after day? It's really annoying enough.
A black space appeared and a figure dropped to the ground.
Whoa 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 whoa, the figure had a terrified expression on its face with iron cables tied to its body. Plum J, I didn't want this to happen, but someone forced me to come here and I had no choice. Chen Lu, what do you mean? You don't want to do it, do you? Inside the passageway, Sweet Chen walked out. Of course I don't want to do it. All the way to the border to go out. Have to come back again. Are you trying to drain me dry?
Chen Lu was already convinced. Hell knows how much time and energy he spent opening so many passages. The good thing was that the energy and effort consumed to open it again at the same location was much smaller.
Of course this kind of thing couldn't be known to Sweet Chen. Humph, didn't see where you drained it either. Don't talk nonsense. Go find Big Brother Ling Chi. Big Brother Ling Chi. Big Brother Ling Chi.
You only have Big Brother Ling Chi in your eyes.
A woman in love is really scary. He now just wants to hurry back to the headquarters. Never want to be in a squad with you woman again. Let's go. I guess they are downstairs. Those plums are there? Letting it go? Of course it's given to Big Brother Ling Chi as a credit. Don't even understand this.
Chen Xiaoming skimmed behind her.
Since meeting with Ling Chi, all day long.
Ling Chi Big Brother Ling Chi Big Brother. Served. The two of them walked out of the room and directly unlocked the door. As for the Plum J on the ground at this time has passed out.
Exchange hall.
Lin Mo with Ling Chi, 2 people sitting in the corner.
There were 3 plates placed in front of Lin Mo.
1 contained 2 steaks, 1 contained a cupcake,
and the last one contained half a lobster.
As for Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu, there was only 1 plate in front of them.
Why don't you guys eat? You eat, I'm on a diet. This is enough for me.
There was only a steak on the plate in front of Ling Chi. Nothing else. Lin Mo looked at the two with contempt. Are you guys trying to keep up appearances? Why don't you eat if you have food? I'm hungry anyway. Compared to the others who symbolically ate some food, Lin Mo was letting go and eating a lot. It wasn't that Lin Mo hadn't seen the world. He just didn't like wearing a hypocritical mask. Those people outside he had just listened for a while on the sidelines. What double pressure strengthening method? Single pressure strengthening method? Material law rotation method? There are a lot of terms, but whether they are useful or not all depends on one's mouth. As long as it was said by a gold-colored reinforcer, he would clap his hands and applaud. But if it was said by black and silver reinforcers, they would be all sorts of nitpicks. There was no meaning at all, and he wondered if the rewards this time were internalized. Chapter 60, Disguise definitely can't be seen. The situation was pretty much the same as Lin Mo thought. After the conference started, the worst ones who went on stage were purple reinforcers, but the treatment wasn't really any better than the silver ones. At best the taunts weren't that bad. As long as it was gold color going up, the shouts were good. People were leaning towards the front, fighting to be able to hear more about the experience, and Lin Mo just sat at the back, eating. It's not interesting at all. It's not even as good as my business. Lin Mo shook his head and casually ate a cupcake. Ling Shiko didn't feel that Lin Mo was meaningless at all. After coming here he was eating until now. You don't feel that you're eating a little too much? Lin Mo really didn't feel much, because the neck wearing wisdom crystals. The first thing he did after coming back was to raise his wisdom crystals to plus 50. Of course, his initial goal was to go for plus 100, but the number of points in his hands simply wasn't enough. Even plus 50 had cost him more than 300,000 points, and this was still the result of him being careful to strengthen it. Wisdom crystal plus 50, quality, forbidden artifact, grade, none, effects, soaring, intelligence plus, duration, 3h, value doubles with each level of fortification, 7d. Storage, can convert food into body mass without limit, minus 10 constitution per day. Cost, physique-100x, strengthening level, until it goes to 0. Intelligence is no longer displayed, the value is just too large. As for the side effects, they are now gone. But this forbidden weapon Lin Mo didn't show it to anyone. Anyway, in everyone's eyes this thing can't be strengthened successfully at all. Even if it succeeds it's at most plus 2 plus 3 level. Not very useful. After owning this, if that plus 100 weapon equipment appeared again last time, he wouldn't be afraid of it. But there was still a problem. That is, when strengthened to plus 20, this intelligence increase became an active skill. This resulted in him only being able to use it once a week. Had he known that it would have been better if he had only strengthened it to 19 at that time? Big brother Ling Chi. Hearing this familiar voice, the trio turned around in unison. In the shadows of the corner, Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tianyi stood there. Lin Mo and Zhang Lingyu did not move, giving Ling Chi a space. Why are you guys here? Aren't you out of the country? Facing Ling Chi's question, Chen Xiaoming breathlessly explained. It's not this one from your family, who met someone from our same organization who had to come and take a look, saying that he's worried about your life. Chen Xiaoming, don't force me to slap you at the happiest of times. The black demonic chi behind Chen Tianyi solidified against Chen Xiaoming, and the temperature in the vicinity dropped quite a bit. Chen Xiaoming hurriedly ran to the side. Why did that word just now sound strange? He quietly walked back once again. He believed that with Ling Chi here, his safety was still very much guaranteed. What about your other teammate? Sent away. We said we'd come over to help. Let's not talk about that now. That person on stage hosting the conference is from our organization and is really in the room upstairs. They are preparing to use a drug to poison all the people in the entire building. Ling Chi's pupils shrunk. So ruthless, huh? Then where are their people? Don't worry. Those few have already been taken down by me. Their arms and legs are broken. Just this one I didn't do anything, leaving it for you guys to settle. Chen Tianyi placed a glass bottle containing a blue potion into Ling Chi's hands. The stuff is all for you. Chen Xiaoming and I will leave first. With a smile on her face, Chen Tianyi grabbed Chen Xiaoming's collar and headed out. Looking at the pill bottle in his hand, Ling Chi was a bit confused. It's over just like that? Tianyi, Lin Mo asked me to ask where your magic character weapons came from. Lin Mo had explained to him that he thought it would take a long time to do it, but he didn't expect it to be resolved just after he came back. You said those weapons I don't know. Ling Chi looked at Chen Tianyi. Yes, this was still the same person he knew. The main thing was that this time things were resolved so well. Something that didn't fit Chen Tianyi's persona as a person, making him feel strange. If Ling Chi knew that everything was directed by Chen Xiaoming, he wouldn't have so many thoughts. Utilizing magic liquid can create magic character weapons. As for how it works I'm not sure, but it's definitely related to magic liquid. Chen Xiaoming mentioned a bit. Although this position of being grabbed by the collar was a bit ugly, since the other party had asked, it meant that the other party needed information in this regard.
Cough cough, you did a good job. I'll forgive you. Chen Tianyi loosened her hand. As long as she could get her Lingxi brother help, she could be an adult. I can't thank you enough. Let's go. This time we should go back to the headquarters. Let's go. Chen Tianyi turned around and waved his hand, then followed behind Qin Xiaoming and left the hotel. Looking at the little girl who once needed his protection, she had already started to protect him at this time. Ling Qi stood frozen in place. She came back just to worry about her danger. When would he be able to protect her again? Big brother Ling Qi. Still looking. People have been gone for 2 minutes. Lin Mo and Zhang Lingyu both stood beside Ling Qi on the left and right. Zhang Lingyu notified the town guards that the people from Tianyi and their organization are here. The people are all packed up by them. Arrest them and interrogate them directly. Ling Qi walked away while using his walkie-talkie to contact a few people from Iron Patrol. He came to that position on the podium flanking the door and blocked it. Plum Blossom 10 standing on the podium took a look at Ling Qi, didn't care at all. This disguise equipment in his hand, but he got it from the Ace of Spades. Surely he couldn't tell. Zhang Lingyu's side also contacted the people from the Jinghua army, who had been on guard near the hotel. As soon as the call came, the people arrived in less than 3 minutes, searching each floor and finding the 3 people in a bathroom. The other demon as well as the stunned enhancer were found in the upstairs lounge. Report. All criminals have been arrested. Lin Mo, who was there watching the stands, was startled by the voice beside him. Plum Blossom 10 on the stage also saw the man in the town guard costume, and he couldn't help but ponder if he had been exposed. But it shouldn't be. The people who came this time were only reliable. The information didn't leak out. Everyone was a demon, who could not survive in human society. Who would go and expose themselves? Slowly he realized something was wrong. In the crowd below stood several people who were clearly not enhancers. He narrowed his eyes. His body leaked with demonic aura behind him, stretching out a pair of black bat-like wings. An energy arrow instantly shot through his wings and nailed him to the wall. Finished. It was the Swinging Demon Army's standardized equipment. The Swinging Demon Arrow. You are under arrest. Please come with me. A woman with a tall, thin figure and purple hair walked over from the main entrance. Chapter 61. Big Sister Ziyang. Looking at the man nailed to the wall, Lin Mo bared his teeth. It hurts just looking at it. This woman speaks softly and gently, but she's really ruthless when she moves her hands. That woman's name is Ziyang. She is the leader of a squad of the demon-slaying army sent to Fengjing from above. Don't be fooled by the other party's pretty face. She's a real powerhouse at the 9th rank level. Zhang Lingyu was filled with vigilance towards Ziyang. She hadn't notified the people from the demon-swinging army about what happened here. How did this squad show up? The people from the Lingy squad in front of them who were preparing to carry out the arrest were also looking at the visitors in confusion. How did they show up? Ziyang, this place is under the charge of our stealthy maneuvering squad. Ling Qi, this is a demon. Demons have always been in charge of our 2 forces together only. Ziyang looked at Ling Qi with a smile on her face. She didn't see any problem with her meddling in this matter. Ling Qi wanted to retort but had no way to do so. In the earliest days, the people guarding the demon prison had always been the people from the stealthy mobile team. But in the latest devil prisons, both the low-risk and high-risk ones were jointly handled by the 2 units. There was no problem with what Ziyang had said. But now that the situation involved Lin Mo, it was different. But your mission is to prevent incidents from occurring in the outside world that are a threat to Lin Mo, not to come over and deal with internal incidents. Just leave this kind of matter to us. There's no need for you guys to intervene. Ziyang stretched out her own right-hand fingers and waved them from side to side. No, 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 no. I think it's only right that we should work together. The location where Lin Mo is just needs to be safe. Ziyang waved her hand and the squad members behind her stepped forward and yanked Plum 10 off the wall, leaving the wings on the wall. A pair of silver handcuffs were then placed on the other's hands. Drip! The red light on the handcuffs lit up. Boss is ready. Take it away and give it to the people of the town guard. Ling Qi looked at Ziyang speechlessly. I say, do you have to? In the end, don't you still have to hand it over to the people of the town guard? Does it make a difference for us to handle it? He thought that Ziyang would take this demon and return directly to Kyoto. In the end, isn't it still going to be handed over to the Jin guards? You don't understand. Ziyang turned towards Lin Mo. Holy, you're not drunk with this. Ling Qi also reacted. Ziyang was running towards Lin Mo. The Ziyang squad was sent to protect Lin Mo after Ling Qi. Except that they were usually spread out in the city and wouldn't go near Lin Mo. But since they knew about Ling Qi's weapons, and the weapons Lin Mo had given to Kyoto, Ziyang was anxious. But they couldn't do anything about not meeting all the time. They couldn't just go straight to the door. This time was an opportunity for Ziyang. Zhang Lingyu stood in front of Lin Mo, vigilantly looking at Ziyang. For Ziyang, this woman, she still has some understanding, doing things straight and never cared about other people's eyes. Hello Lin Mo. I'm Ziyang, captain of the Swinging Demon Army Squad. Nice to meet you.
Zi Yang extended his right hand with a smile on his face. Lin Mo also extended his own right hand to shake hands with the other party. He still hadn't figured out what the situation was now, having met and recognized each other.
It's time for you to return to your post,
Zhang Lingyu suddenly said.
Zi Yang glanced at Zhang Lingyu.
I met Lin Mo for the first time. How can I leave so quickly?
Yes, Sister Zhang. After all,
she made a move to subdue the demon just now. Lin Mo also felt that Zhang Lingyu was a bit too nervous.
Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Mo and pulled Zi Yang towards the distance. Zi Yang did not resist and followed away. What are you doing, Lingyu? No matter what, I'm a good BFF with you.
Why are you so defensive of me?
Just because we're besties we're defensive. Who doesn't know your character? But you have to remember,
Lin Mo is hanging around up there.
Watch your wording. Zi Yang smiled. Lingyu,
I still carry the situation.
Don't worry. Of course, I'm not going to take your place. I don't know how to do what you do. I'm better at fighting people.
Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. It would be better if you were able to take my place. I haven't gone for an upgrade in a long time.
Then don't worry. Beat me to death.
This time I came here because I want to ask Lin Mo to help the people in our squad upgrade their weapons.
So that's how it was. Looks like she overthought it.
Zhang Lingyu sighed in relief.
As long as it wasn't anything else. In the distance, Lin Mo and Ling Qi stood together. Big brother Ling Qi, why does Sister Zhang feel so nervous? What's wrong with this big sister Ziyang? Big sister Ziyang?
I hope you dare to call it that in a while.
He wouldn't dare anyway. Ziyang I'm not very familiar with, but I've heard of it. Very strong,
but speaks and acts very directly, and has been complained about I don't know how many times.
I remember once a domain door appeared in the city. She
leveled all the buildings within a 2-kilometer radius. Lin Mo's corner of his eye twitched. What does this have to do with being straight?
It's clearly an amazing desire for destruction. Okay, that's not so bad. Just now, Zhang Lingyu's serious vigilance was clear to him. Then I don't know.
Although several of our troops are under the same department, but there isn't really a lot of comings and goings between them, and the missions are all done separately. Not to mention the stealth mobile unit and the demon swinging army. Even the members within the stealth mobile unit couldn't say that they were familiar with each team.
Soon,
the two women walked back. Although Zhang Lingyu's face was still serious, it was much better than before.
Lin Mo, I do have one thing I want you to do a favor for. Don't be polite. As long as I can do it I will definitely help. Look, can you help our squad's people strengthen their equipment?
Of course the price will definitely be paid as it is, this you can rest assured.
Ziyang finished and looked at Lin Mo with an apprehensive face. No problem.
Just come to my store tomorrow.
He thought it was something, so this is it. In fact, what they didn't know was that Lin Mo never said he wouldn't help them strengthen. He just didn't want to help the upper levels too much. After all,
he also needed some free time. But in Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu's eyes, they were also considered to be on the national level.
So there was no thought of asking Lin Mo to help strengthen them. So after hearing that Ziyang's matter was agreed upon,
Ling Qi hurriedly looked at Lin Mo. Then can the people in my squad be strengthened as well?
Lin Mo looked at Ling Qi oddly. Of course you can. When did I say you can't? I thought that no one in your squad wanted to strengthen it. Ling Qi. He looked at Zhang Lingyu, who looked at him. The two of them looked up, as if something seemed to have gone wrong somewhere. But no matter what, this matter was sort of settled, which was good for them. Chapter 62 Mythic Weapon Heartbeat. A convention ended like this,
and in the end the golden epic weapon was still not obtained.
Sitting in the store,
Lin Mo was dissatisfied with yesterday's convention.
Apart from having a meal, he hadn't gotten anything, and in the end,
he had almost encountered danger.
If you don't have it, then you don't have it. When Sister Zhang has time to go back and find it for you.
Zhang Lingyu put down the cell phone in her hand.
Well, then are you able to get me a red mythic grade weapon?
Lin Mo sat up violently.
I think yesterday's convention was really not that great.
Zhang Lingyu picked up her cell phone once again.
Fear. Golden epics are hard enough to find, but you want a red mythic? Just kill me straight away. Ding bell. Zi Yang, who she met yesterday,
came with her team members.
Lin Mo, do you have time now? Got time, give me the stuff. I'll strengthen it for you guys now. How much do you plan to strengthen it to? Just 20. Actually, Ziyang was still a bit apprehensive, knowing that the above was only 20. As for 50 she didn't dare to think about it anyway.
She wouldn't make this kind of request before this kind of weapon was popularized.
Ziyang placed the weapon on the counter and Lin Mo collected it. When she saw the bow,
Lin Mo's eyes lit up.
It was actually a mythic level longbow, although it was only level 85. This attribute was indeed quite magnificent. Explosive longbow, mythic, +5. Equipment level, LV 85. Durability, 51/55. Damage, 921-1108, +276. Bonus, critical hit chance +50%. Strike damage +20. Penetration +40. Agility +40.
Special, explosive arrow, energy arrow explosion range 5 meters. Damage additional 0. 5 asterisk, agility, CD, 30s. That I can ask about this red mythic level weapon. Can you still get it? Zi Yang shook his head. There are very few of these weapons. Less than 100 in the whole country. It's hard to get them. This kind of weapon is hard to build. It's not that easy to meet. This kind of weapon all depends on luck. Then what kind of materials are needed to be able to build a weapon of this quality? It would take at least a product from a heavenly calamity grade gate to be able to forge it. It's the same words as before. It's hard to forge. Lin Mo was a bit lost. How good would it be if he was a blacksmith? Wouldn't he have gotten a red mythic weapon then? But that wasn't right either. The weapon that a blacksmith made might not be able to be better than the one he strengthened. However, this initial with special attributes was really appealing. I'll go ahead and strengthen it for you guys. Big brother Ling Ji helped me collect the money. 3 million per person. Good. Ling Chi took out a card swiping machine and put it on the table. Swipe it. There was no need for anyone else to hand over the money. Zi Yang paid all the money alone. When Ling Chi went in behind the screen, Zi Yang came to Zhang Lingyu. Why does Lin Mo want a mythic weapon so much? Didn't you tell him that this kind of weapon is all taken now? Didn't say that, but said it feels like it should be useless. I said before that no one uses the magic character weapons and that the appearances are all random. Look at him all making magic word weapons for himself. I just don't know if he can succeed, but even if it succeeds, he's the only one who can use it. Zi Yang did know about this matter, but she did not agree with Zhang Lingyu's statement. I think you're forgetting one thing. He had to provide some plus 50 mind's eye. If I didn't have this mythic weapon now, I'd be tempted to get a magic character weapon to try it out. Zhang Lingyu froze. Yeah, mind's eye. Wasn't Lin Mo able to use a magic word weapon because of that plus 50 mind's eye of his? But this isn't the same as a mythic weapon. And you also said that all these materials were obtained in a heavenly calamity level domain gate. What I'm worried about is that Lin Mo will head to the heavenly calamity domain gate once he learns about this. This was what she was really worried about. One couldn't send a team of people to accompany them every time. There simply weren't that many people. Zi Yang glanced behind the screen. I don't think you need to worry at all. I don't think he will put himself in a dangerous situation. With his current ability he can completely lie flat and do nothing, all living a good life. Zi Yang wasn't wrong with this statement. After all, with Lin Mo's current situation, even if he only strengthened one weapon a week, the top would still offer Lin Mo up. Every additional strengthened weapon was an advancement in strength for the country. You guys stop chatting for a while. You guys listen to the lack of sound inside. Ling Chi had been paying attention to the screen behind him. Usually the sound of Lin Mo's successful reinforcement was very frequent, but today it actually stopped. This was unreasonable. After Lin Mo entered the screen, the first thing he strengthened was Zi Yang's weapon. It was smoothly strengthened to 20. The reason he stopped was because there was a problem with the attributes. Explosive longbow, mythic, plus 20. Equipment level, LV 85. Durability, 51/55. Damage, 921-1108, plus 733. Bonus, plus 50% chance of bludgeoning. Critical damage plus 20%, plus 10%. Penetration plus 40. Agility plus 40. Special, chained explosive arrows. Shoot 10 energy arrows in a row to form a circular arrow formation with an explosion range of 50 meters. Damage additional 5 asterisk, agility, CD, 5M. That's right, the abilities in the special attributes changed. This was something that had never happened before. After all, the highest he had strengthened before was just a golden epic weapon. Even forbidden weapons only had that one ability. Lin Mo couldn't help but ponder. Could it be because the mythological weapons came with special attributes to begin with, and that caused the changes to be made during the strengthening process? Other than this one explanation, Lin Mo really couldn't think of any other explanation, and this once again inspired his belief in wanting the mythic weapon. I also don't know what the situation is like over in Kyoto now. Almost 4 days have passed, right? Achoo achoo. Still in that calamity level domain gate, Chen Jun was rubbing his nose. I don't know how. I suddenly started sneezing, and there hasn't been any flu lately, right? A normal flu at our level can't affect us much anymore. I guess it's the effect of the demonic aura here. Zhao Guanyuan looked at the magic liquid in front of him and then said, today was the 4th day that the weapon had been put into the magic liquid, and he didn't know the condition of the weapon. Fish it out and take a look. The occupant wearing the plus 100 mind's eye stuck his hand into the magic liquid, and the liquid bared its smoke. A hot weapon was taken out of the liquid, and some black lines had surfaced on the weapon, but they were very shallow. It's actually really possible. It seems like that organization is using the magic liquid to make this kind of weapon. Old Chen you should find a way to trade more mind's eyes with Lin Mo. When the time comes we can also organize a team that uses this kind of weapon. Chapter 63, New Target. Chen Junjing swept a glance at Zhao Guanyuan. Is that so good to ask for? He would like to if he could,
but how about giving someone time to rest?
Although Lin Mo's speed of strengthening weapons was fast, he hadn't gotten to that rate of dozens a day. If he really opened his mouth, Lin Mo wouldn't refuse, but he still had a face to make. Let's use it first, and exchange it with him later with a magic character weapon. Or maybe the other weapons are a little less first. It's not impossible to order the mind's eye first. Regarding the effect of the mind's eye, Chen Junjun was also moved, but it was a plus 100 equipment, not a plus 50. That is to say, to ask for this kind of weapon from Lin Mo, don't even think about it. The plus 50 was still possible. However, he had a big doubt in his mind. That is, how on earth did Lin Mo do it? It wasn't that Chen Junjing didn't know reinforcement masters, rather he knew many. No matter what, his position was there, even red-level reinforcers had to give him face, and he still knew more or less everything about reinforcing equipment. The later the reinforcement level, the lower the success rate of reinforcement, the worse the quality of the reinforcer, the lower the success rate. But Lin Mo's reinforcer was silver in any case, so it was reasonable to say that reinforcing it to 9 would be about right, unless his reinforcer wasn't a silver grade at all, but a higher grade that had never existed before, but that shouldn't be the case either. In short, there were just too many things that he didn't understand, but Chen Junjing never looked deeper into these things, whether it was a higher level or whether Lin Mo had his own unique way of doing things. As long as there was a higher output of reinforced equipment, that was enough. It would be enough to be able to use this equipment to raid higher domain gates. Xian Duo, arrange for some manpower. Bring this plus 100 mind's eye and make a trip to the heavenly calamity level domain gate, if it's feasible. Chandos nodded. Then I'll arrange for a group of demon swingers to make the trip tomorrow. Wait, I haven't finished using them yet. So many demons in the high-risk prison haven't been dealt with yet. Zhao Guanyuan was not happy. As the director of the Demonic Qi Healing Institute, devils were an important subject for him. Just take the plus 50. They need it more than you do. Chen Junzheng pointed at Xian Duo and said. Zhao Guanyuan opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only helplessly admit it. Devils could be gotten at any time, but things like domain gates would have no chance later if they weren't gotten now. Things like the calamity level being able to evolve had appeared. Who knew if the heavenly calamity level gate would have any problems if it existed for a long time? In short, their research on domain gates had remained on the surface. After all, manpower was limited. You guys got your equipment ready? Take a look. In less than 2 hours, the weapons of Zi Yang's group had been strengthened. The one that took the longest was Zi Yang's mythic level weapon. Not so much during the strengthening process, but after it was finished. Zi Yang received the weapons and nodded with satisfaction. She decided to narrow the defense circle a little bit, just within 2 kilometers around Lin Mo, and they would have to guard around him when Lin Mo went home. The significance Lin Mo represented was just too great. Thank you very much. With a weapon like this, our strength will increase by about another 20%. It's nothing. One hand pays the other. Lin Mo didn't think it was anything. Something smooth. After Xiang left, Lin Mo came back to Zhang Lingyu's side. What for? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo with a wary face. Don't be a red weapon. There really isn't one. Sister Zhang, this look of yours really makes me sad. Lin Mo was speechless. As far as that goes, as long as you don't mention mythic equipment everything is fine. One sentence blocked Lin Mo to death. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Ling Qi. It's not that I won't help, but there really isn't any mythic equipment. It's all accumulated over the years. Ling Qi shook his head repeatedly. He didn't dare to pick up the slack. If Zhang Lingyu couldn't handle it, you're asking him, a combatant, to do it. Isn't this difficult? Alas. Lin Mo sighed and lay down on the recliner with a sad face. Zhang Lingyu was a bit intolerant. It's not that I won't find red equipment for you, but the worst red equipment is above level 85. Besides, what you want is still a hot weapon, which is simply not available. After all, weapons were used by people. The number of professions that used hot weapons was too small, especially the number of people who reached level 85 and were able to enter the swinging demon army that was even smaller. Most of the red mythical weapons were in the hands of the demon swinging army. After all, their mission was different from others. High-quality weapons were able to give them a boost in combat power and increase their survivability. Another small portion was in the hands of the stealthy maneuvering team, and as for the rest, they were in the other 2 teams. It was just that these 2 teams together might not even have 20 of them. Is level 85 actually not that high? Give me 2 years and I'll definitely be able to get there. Lin Mo muttered in a small voice. As long as there was enough time, he could make it so that all the reinforcers in the country could use his reinforced weapons. At that time, his leveling up speed wouldn't be slow at all. Ling Shi sat on a chair aside and looked at the ceiling breathlessly, feeling hurt. But thinking about Lin Mo's current level, it didn't seem impossible. How long had passed? And Lin Mo's rank was already almost at the 5th rank. He remembered that he had spent a year to get to the 5th rank back then, not to mention that he was also a reinforcement master.
Could it be that reinforcement could be upgraded? But the other reinforcement masters hadn't upgraded either. They were generally just around level 20. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about upgrading, but the benefits from upgrading were just too poor. These reinforcement masters had risen to level 20 or so just for the sake of a little physical enhancement, and they had added all the attributes they had gained to their strength and physique. He remembered that the highest reinforcer seemed to be a red quality reinforcer who had risen to the 4th rank, level 2, and then ended. It still allocated the attributes to strength and physique, simply to make it easier to work. Tell you what, after you level up, I'll go talk to Secretary Chen. How about letting him research a red grade heat weapon for you? But don't get your hopes up too high. A heavenly calamity grade gate isn't that easy to get. Are you sure? Lin Mo sat up straight. The red weapon base came with special attributes, and if the red weapon was turned into a magic word weapon, the attributes would have to be raised even higher. If one could know the method of manufacturing forbidden weapons. Lin Mo shook his head. This possibility was too low. The pattern of forbidden weapons appearing was chaotic, not as clear and distinct as magic character weapons. Of course it's certain. In your case, it's not a big problem. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. So you're saying that if I start building red weapons from now on, I should be able to build them when I rise to the 8th rank. Chapter 64, the 5th order actually has new skills. Theoretically, it's possible. Zhang Lingyu nodded. 1 or 2 would be able to be built in a year, and even if the success rate of hot weapons was low, 1 in 2 or 3 years would still be able to be built. If there were enough materials, it wasn't impossible to build them in a year. Then you said that I want a squad of demon swingers attached to me. Will the top be able to give it? What do you want? Zhang Lingyu was a bit curious. Even the 2 fully supported swinging demon army squads were only 20 people. This amount of people was simply not enough to look at in a heavenly calamity level gate. Just tell me if it's okay. Zhang Lingyu pondered for a moment. 2 squads should not be a problem. Right now, the Purple Sun squad is the one that is specialized in your place. It's just a matter of adding another squad. Since you say so, that's fine. Lin Mo thought to himself. Isn't it just a lack of materials? Then I'll just fight it myself, isn't it? He directly took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Junjing's number. The phone rang for 6 or 7 times but no one answered. Lin Mo took the phone down. The name on it is indeed Chen Junjing. Yes, Chen Junjing, who was far away in Kyoto, looked at the number on his cell phone and was torn between picking it up and not picking it up. Old Chen, what are you doing? Answer the phone. Zhao Guanyuan saw Lin Mo's name and hurriedly urged. You don't understand. Usually he never calls. Once he calls there will be something, and it's still a big deal. Zhao Guanyuan directly snatched the cell phone and connected it. Lin Mo, what's the matter with the call? Lin Mo listened to this familiar and unfamiliar voice. Which one are you? Zhao Guanyuan sighed grudgingly. I'm Zhao Guanyuan, the director of the Demonic Qi Treatment Institute. Uncle Zhao. Of course I knew it was you. I was just joking with you. Lin Mo's voice was filled with embarrassment. Zhao Guanyuan didn't care either. Lin Mo, is there something wrong with the call? Is it that the mind's eye reinforcement is finished? That one hasn't been done yet. Did you get the magic character equipment done? You asked me about my mind's eye. You asked me if your weapon is ready. Magic character equipment. Lin Mo anyway. He opened his panel. His level had actually reached the 5th rank. And, that one takes time, but it looks like it should be soon. Can you give the phone to Director Chen? I'm looking for him for something. Old Chen, your phone. You answer it. Zhao Guanyuan heartily handed the phone to Chen Junzheng. Why is this Lin Mo's speech so unpleasant? Couldn't he make the call? It had to be Chen Junzheng. What? What do you want the demon swinging army for? Didn't I send a team over to you? Fine. No problem. I'll send 2 more teams over to you today. And if it's not enough, the people from the stealthy maneuvering team will also be given to you. Chen Junzheng went from being puzzled in the beginning to smiling like a flower. This change Zhao Guanyuan was dumbfounded to see. How come he didn't know when Chen Junzheng had learned this stunt of changing his face? After hanging up the phone, Zhao Guanyuan hurriedly asked what was going on. Good thing, great thing. He wants 2 swinging demon army squads to go to the heavenly calamity level to fight for materials. Zhao Guanyuan shook his head repeatedly. That won't work. The demonic energy in there is no joke. But, Lin Mo said that all weapons will be strengthened and that the plus 50 mind's eye will become standard equipment, followed by the entire team. Zhao Guanyuan stared at Chen Junzheng with dead eyes. Your life is really good. Remember to use it for me after Lin Mo runs out of this group. Chen Junzheng had a smug look on his face. Don't even think about it. That's our swinging demon army's equipment. Old dog Chen. Done. Lin Mo hung up the phone with a happy face. That Lin Mo. See if I can do it.
although I'm not strong but I actually know quite a lot about this aspect of materials. Zhang Lingyu swallowed her saliva and came to Lin Mo's side to sell herself. That was a full set of plus 50 equipment and the mind's eye Anyone who entered the party had such a set of equipment. This was an opportunity. That won't work. Your level isn't as high as mine right now. You can't use those equipments. Zhang Lingyu instantly turned red. I'm a 4th rank and 8th level. How can I? Sorry, I'm 5th rank whole. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo with a shocked face. I'm 24 years old at 4th rank 8th level. You're 18 years old at 5th rank whole. Is this reasonable? Is it reasonable? Ling Qi, who was at the side, pulled Zhang Lingyu aside and leaned over himself. Our squad ranks are all at the 8th rank, and we've been to the Heavenly Calamity level domain gates. All of us have a wealth of experience. There's no problem letting us go, right? When the time comes, I'll let Iron Patrol be your personal bodyguard. The plus 50 charm was just too great. Don't worry big brother Ling Qi, there's definitely a place for you guys. After all, I'm going to be there when the time comes, and there's no need to open up here. As soon as the room was quiet, Zhang Lingyu didn't want the weapon thing either. What? You're going in too? Director Chen knows about it? He agreed? Zhang Lingyu's tone was urgent. The Heavenly Calamity level gate and the Calamity level were two different things. It should be agreed. Anyway, he didn't object on the phone just now is all. Zhang Lingyu nodded. It wasn't right. You didn't even mention it on the phone. No, I need to call Secretary Chen. For Lin Mo's safety had always been one of the most important points for Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu took her cell phone and headed outside. Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang. However, Zhang Lingyu's footsteps did not stop and she kept walking out the door. Wait until she finishes her call. Your safety is the most important thing. Alright, but big brother Lingyue, do you know how many abilities a reinforcement master has? Just one reinforcement, I guess. I haven't heard of reinforcement masters having abilities. Unlike our combat professions and support professions, a new skill appears every 10 levels. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and looked at his panel information. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Reinforcement Master. Potential, Grade B, Level 5 Rank 0, 0, 4%. Attribute, Strength, 24. Physical Strength, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9, plus 203. Allocatable points, 175. Exclusive skills, Strengthening, Inlay. General skills, none. General skills, none. Inlay, you can inlay runes to your weapon to gain different abilities. To be honest, this skill Lin Mo was a bit confused. Shouldn't this be something a blacksmith does? Why would it be something an enhancer would do? Ling Mo reacted. Don't tell me that new abilities appeared after you upgraded to level 50. If that was the case, he was going to feel sympathy for that red reinforcement master. It was only 8 levels short. If he spent some time, he would be able to get to the 5th rank. Well, it's true that there's an additional ability, but it says something I haven't seen before. What is it? Runes. The skill gained at the 5th rank is Inlay, which allows you to inlay runes on weapons and equipment to gain different abilities. For such a long time, runes were something he hadn't even touched. Chapter 65 So ruthless. Lingji shook his head. I'm not sure. You'd better ask Zhang Lingyu about this kind of thing. She should know about this kind of thing. Outside, Zhang Lingyu still didn't know about Lin Mo's situation. She was on the phone with Secretary Chen. What? He's going in too? Chen Junzheng almost didn't choke on his saliva. He thought that it was just the demon-slaying army and the hidden mobile team going in, but he didn't realize that Lin Mo was going in as well. Chen Junzheng was a little numbclawed because he knew clearly that if he didn't allow Lin Mo to go in, all those possibilities that Lin Mo said later wouldn't be there. What plus 50 weapon? What plus 50 mind's eye? Yeah, he's going to tag along. He said that with so many people protecting him, there must be no problem. He always has weird ideas sometimes, and I'm worried about him doing something strange things, like creating magic word weapons with magic liquid. Safety. Zhang Lingyu wasn't worried, but some dangers didn't come from others, but from Lin Mo himself. Lin Mo, it's not necessary. I'm more careful with my life myself. Zhang Lingyu thought a bit too much. Lin Mo never put himself in danger. You guys pay attention. I can't just promise and then back out. Just force him away at the critical moment and don't let him be inside. In front of absolute strength, it was useless no matter how much you resisted. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Lingyu let out a light sigh. How did this task become harder and harder? It's not good to manage a child when he's older. Zhang Lingyu still misses the very beginning. That time how leisurely she was. How can it be that more than 2 months have passed and it has become like this now? Ding bell. What are you two discussing? Sister Zhang. I can go, right? Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu apprehensively. He was still a little worried that he wouldn't be able to go. He actually had a way to deal with it long ago. That was the wisdom crystal. With that, no matter what kind of weapon he could utilize it. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes.
That's all you guys are discussing? Don't worry, you can go. Only if necessary I will have Ling Yu take you away after knocking you out.
Lin Mo's eyes widened.
Knocked out? Do not be so ruthless. No, this is not necessary. Let me go. I'll just go.
I'm a person who still values his life.
It's good if you value your life.
Zhang Lingyu returned to her position. Lin Mo leaned over.
That's Sister Zhang. Do you know about this thing called runes? Runes? I really don't know about this, but I can ask for you. On the third day,
the two squads arrived in Fengjing.
Chen Luo, I didn't expect to meet you here. Feng Yu actually sent you here. That prison. Feng Yu waved his hand. Don't worry about the prison.
2 new teams took our place. The 2 squads made their way to Lin Mo's store.
This is the store, right? I can't wait. Feng Yu had an extra pitch-black dagger in his hand. The blade of the dagger was dull and black. This time, he had fought for this opportunity, and if it wasn't for someone else telling him about it, he wouldn't even know that there was such an opportunity. I'm the same.
Chen Luo pressed a wand in his hand that carried a white crystal. The two walked into the room together, and there was already a team in the room.
Yo, Ziyang, you're there too.
Well, I'm part of one of the teams.
And you all arrived as soon as you did. Ziyang smiled and greeted the two. We'll catch up later.
I'll meet with Lin Mo first. Lin Mo's basic information had already been sent down to the 2 squads.
Hello Lin Mo. I'm Chen Luo, the captain of the 2nd squad of the Swinging Demon Army, a 9th order, 5th level spatial system professional. Hello. Time is not out. Space is king. The personnel dispatched this time were indeed somewhat powerful. Hello Lin Mo. I'm Feng Yu, captain of the 2nd squad of the stealthy maneuvering team, 9th rank 4th level assassin professional. Hello. Lin Mo was a bit dumbfounded. How is this all 9th ranked professionals? Wasn't it said that there were very few 9th ranked professionals? These two shouldn't look like they were even 40 years old. Then should I reintroduce myself as well? Seeing how formal they were, Ziyang looked towards Zhang Lingyu. She knew that Zhang Lingyu was in charge of some of the external matters. As for Ling Qi on the side, it was better to forget about it. Those who were familiar with him knew that they didn't need to say too much to him. No need. I know your information. Lin Mo waved his hand. This overly formal occasion was a bit too much for Lin Mo to accept. Ling Qi lowered his presence on the side. He didn't expect that the ones who actually came were from the 2nd squad. Whether it was the Demon Swinging Army or the Stealthy Mobile Team, the team's number represented their strength, and the number would be changed every 6 months. The smaller the numbering digit, the stronger the strength represented. The squad with the first 5 numbers had always been in charge of security around Kyoto, and they were responsible for a very large number of items, and his own team number was 18. Although it was also very strong, it was not as strong as these 2 teams. That can I ask curiously, about your ages? Little brother, a girl's age is a secret, but I can tell you that I'm 26 years old. Lin Mo muttered. People aren't young at all. Chen Luo is 29 years old. Feng Yu is 29.
Lin Mo sighed in admiration.
You're all geniuses, actually reaching above the 9th rank at this age. But I remember, didn't I say that there are very few people of the 9th rank? Why do I feel as if there are a lot of them? Whether it was news reports or real-life understanding. He remembered that the number of 9th order people in the country was just over 100, and it was said that all of them had been famous for a long time, and there were almost no 9th order professionals in the younger generation. At that time, there was a program that talked about professionals, called the Falling Generation. That's all for others to see. Other countries hide the number of 9th order professionals just like us. Chen Luo shook his head. Hua, this was very much in line with China. Keeping a hand in everything. Lin Mo had forgotten about this. Ahem. About my situation here, I think everyone is clear, so I'll make it a bit simpler. The weapons and the mind's eye are the first batch of equipment to be strengthened. When the equipment is strengthened, we head to the Heavenly Tribulation Domain Gate. Before these squads had arrived, Lin Mo had spent 2 days discussing this issue with Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu. With the 2 of them. What he meant was that the higher the reinforcement, the longer it would take and the more mental energy he would consume. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't have that many points. A piece of equipment was calculated at 3,000 points, and for 40 people that was 120,000 points. So his plan was to settle the weapons and the mind's eye first, and strengthen 1 or 2 of the others every few days. This way, he could basically get the whole body done in a month's time. Chapter 66. Arriving at the destination. Actually, he didn't want to go and strengthen his equipment and accessories. To Lin Mo, strengthening these for others wouldn't help him in any way. However, in order to obtain the materials to create red equipment, these payments were necessary. Moreover, these 4 teams, Lin Mo did not intend to return them to Qinjunzheng, at least not at this stage, because he didn't know when he would still need these teams, so he might as well keep the people first.
For the next 3 days, Lin Mo put up a stop sign and focused on strengthening their weapons. With the last piece of equipment strengthened successfully, Lin Mo laid down on the chair and looked at the ceiling powerlessly. I'll never strengthen so many highly strengthened weapons at once again. It's just too tiring. Since he could see the success rate, he always wanted to spend the least amount of points. From the time the weapon reached plus 30, he would take out each piece of equipment a dozen times or pad it with a few normal pieces of equipment. Because of this, he spent much more time than usual and was more tired. But the benefits were also obvious. He had a clear understanding of the highest average success rate for each reinforcement level. Now as long as he reached that number, he would not make any other moves and would just reinforce it. The next day, Lin Mo called everyone into the store. All the weapons have been successfully strengthened. You guys take them. The next step is for us to head to the Heavenly Tribulation level gate and look for materials. The crowd looked at them and nodded. The location has already been chosen. There is a Heavenly Calamity level domain gate right near Fongjing. Lin Mo looked at the crowd with a skeptical expression. Don't lie to me. How could there be a natural disaster level domain gate near Fongjing? Shouldn't that kind of place have been notified out long ago? A Heavenly Calamity level domain gate was a very dangerous kind of domain gate. Usually when this kind of domain gate appeared, the city would be informed to be ready to retreat at any time. And he hadn't heard of it at all. That's normally the case, but the location where the domain gate is located is in the middle of a large mountain. So the danger isn't that great. What's more, back then, the demon-slaying army had cleared it out long ago, and now there are people from the demon-slaying army guarding the place. And although there aren't a lot of resources in there anymore, it's still enough for a person to use. Most of this resource stuff was non-renewable, and after collecting almost all of it, such domain gates were to be dismantled. Every year, the demon-slaying army had the most work. The low-level domain gates were taken care of by the town guards. Some of the intermediate ones were taken care of by the people from the hidden maneuver team, and the high-level ones were taken care of by the demon-swinging army. Those that were harmful had to be cleared and demolished. Those that were useless had to be demolished, and those that appeared to be unstable also had to be demolished. It could be said that the demon-swinging army spent the entire year either dismantling domain gates or on their way to dismantling them. Alright, let's set off then. Lin Mo took out his own revolver and checked it, nodding with satisfaction. The main reason why he had gone to so much trouble to strengthen them was because Lin Mo wanted to strengthen his own revolver to 100. Magic, SM500 revolver, epic, plus 100. Equipment level, LV30. Durability, 61/70. Damage, 356 to 412, plus 3. 090, 000, damage. Bonus, bludgeon damage plus 10%, plus 30%. Strike rate, plus 20%, plus 10%. Explosive attack, 0. 5 meters, plus 1 meter, per round explosion range. Rapid fire, 6 rounds per second, CD, 10s. Special, psychic bullet, user's energy automatically fills the magazine. 1s/time. Death revolver, each attack stacks with a 10% chance of bludgeoning, up to 5 times. No attack for 1 minute. The stacking effect disappears. Although it was inferior to that grim rapid fire machine gun, Lin Mo was still satisfied with this attribute. The firepower was poor, but the damage was still sufficient. As for energy consumption, Lin Mo wasn't worried at all. The wisdom crystal he wore around his neck wasn't a vegetarian. The 4 vehicles left one after another and traveled towards the mountains in the distance. Driving out of the city, Lin Mo looked at the occupiers that appeared from time to time and asked, "Are the resources of these domain gates infinite? Why do I feel how there are so many people going to these domain gates? It's not unlimited." A large amount of resources have already been cleared pretty much. Some of them are already on top of the destruction list. Zhang Lingyu took out her cell phone and looked at the information on it and said, as long as there wasn't too much of a problem with low-level domain gates, they were usually left behind. Otherwise low-level professionals would have no place to go for upgrades. Only resources were a big problem, and useless domain gates were a scourge if they stayed too many. Soon, Fongjing City was already out of sight, and there were no more professionals to be seen around. The trees on the road had also become more numerous, and the large mountains in the distance were getting closer and closer. Near 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Mo and his group arrived at the closest natural disaster level domain gate to Fongjing, 400 kilometers away. This was the first time Lin Mo had seen a natural disaster level domain gate, but it didn't feel very different from the one in Kyoto. The only difference was probably the dense demonic chi that kept pouring out, as well as the huge number of mind's eyes placed all around and the 5 people who were covered in a holy glow. "Shu Yu, we're here." Zi Yang stepped forward and greeted. "Well, take care of yourselves, this is after all." Before Chu Yu, the woman, could finish, a huge light suddenly emerged from Lin Mo's group, illuminating the entire area. The demonic chi that was gushing out instantly dissipated. The entire sky seemed to light up. What were you going to say just now?"
Zi Yang looked at Chuyu with an expression that asked for guidance. The corners of Chuyu's mouth twitched. Old mother didn't just snatch your ex-boyfriend, as to remember it until now? It's fine, you guys have fun. Chuyu looked towards Lin Mo and the crowd. He was that legendary level reinforcement master, right? She also wanted to join the team. The top didn't agree. After all, the job of guarding the gate was just as important. But she had a feeling that this gate would probably not need to be looked at in a few days. With such a team going in, it was expected that the demons inside would suffer. Lin Mo. Let's go in. Zi Yang took the lead, leading the team to enter the gate first, only to see the range of light on Zi Yang's squad enlarged a little bit, and the demonic chi retreated back into the space a little bit. The others then followed and walked in. Lin Mo stood in the center position, next to Ling Chi's squad in Zhonglingyu. Why do I feel like big sister Ziyang seemed to have done it on purpose just now? Lin Mo was more than familiar with Zi Yang's expression. Wasn't that passive pretending? Maybe there was some kind of conflict between the two. Ling Ji said after thinking about it. Women's matters were too troublesome. That's all adult matters. So don't pry blindly. Zhang Lingyu said with a smile. She knew a lot about these two. Chapter 67, Something's Not Right. After entering the Heavenly Calamity level domain gate, the demonic creature in the distance opened its scarlet eyes, flickering with a demonic light in the dark environment. This demonic creature doesn't look like it's something to be messed with. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. It was a bit hard for him to look at this eyes. The reason why demonic creatures are called demonic creatures is because they attack without counting the cost and without knowing the pain. Even if they know that they will die, they will still attack you. But with the mind's eye they don't dare to be too reckless. The reason why Chen Junjing dared to let them in was because he knew this. A weakly strengthened mind's eye couldn't achieve this effect. But a highly strengthened one wasn't normally strong, especially with so many of them. With more than 20 strengthened eyes, the safety was still very high. Don't attack the demons first. Let's go find other materials first. The demons will move last. Chen Luo reminded. Don't worry, the Heavenly Calamity level demons were different from the rest. The low-level demons didn't have any high IQ, but the high-level demons still had a bit of IQ. Although this IQ was infested with demonic chi, at least they knew that the group in front of them wasn't that easy to mess with. Especially not the ones with this kind of light shield. They weren't going to go up, but these fiends would follow Lin Mo and his group. As they moved, the number of fiends increased. No, is it really good to let them follow like this? Lin Mo looked at the increasing number of demonic creatures and was a little uncertain. This wasn't the same as what he thought. In Lin Mo's opinion, it should be a step-by-step advancement. How could this not care about the demonic creatures and go straight in? If he knew it was such a situation, he wouldn't have come. Don't worry, we come this way every time we come. It just looks a bit scary. Besides, this mind's eye of yours is much stronger than what we had before. Chen Luo patted Lin Mo's shoulder and told him to relax. The corner of Lin Mo's eyes twitched. How do you let me rest assured? There's afraid that there aren't hundreds of demons behind this. The lowest B-ranked demons and generally A-ranked demons. He even saw a few extra A-class demons. Crying Face Demon LV, 68, Biohazard 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 Biohazard. This looks really scary. It is estimated that being scraped once Lin Mo will have to karma. How does this tell him to feel at ease? Why is it said that to enter to the natural disaster level at least the 8th or even the 9th rank, is because the attack of the demonic creature attached to the demonic gas, and the demonic gas will affect the human heart and mind. Going to a level too low to come in, one simply couldn't fight. Seeing that Lin Mo still had a worried look on his face, Fong Yu also consoled. Although extra A-grade demons have their own uniqueness, they are not invincible. You have to have confidence in the plus 50 mind's eye. If we don't have this we wouldn't dare to bring you in. Not to mention you don't have a plus 100 mind's eye on you. Alright, Lin Mo had already thought about it. Next time he must first solve all the demons before starting to look for materials. On the way, Lin Mo used the light of his mind's eye to survey the environment. The entire world within the domain gate was all black in hue. Both the ground and the already dead trees were pitch black. No other colors could be seen. Say, what are we looking for? Lin Mo Guang knew that there were materials here, but he wasn't sure exactly what they were. Or, wood, crystals. These can be found in the environment. On top of that there are also items from magical creatures, such as their fur and claws, eyes and bones. These can be used as materials. Chen Luo took out his wand with a white and somewhat transparent crystal stone embedded in it, and if one were to shine light on it, there were some lines in it. The crystal above was found in this place, and the effect is to increase the power of space-based abilities. The only pity is that the increase is too little, only 5%. Chen Luo shook his head with some pity. This time, he was also prepared to find a new crystal for himself and replace it when the time came. Arrived, Zi Yan called a halt to the group. In front of her was a group of chaotic rocks. Ling Qi, you are responsible for protecting Lin Mo.
the others look for materials. The captain keep an eye on the movement of the demons. Be ready to strike at any time and just leave if necessary. 7 or 8 members of the team came in front of the messy rocks, using tools to break the boulders and rummage through them. Some took out shovels and started shoveling the ground to rummage. Some were checking the surrounding trees for any suitable wood. Lin Mo blinked his eyes. Sister Zhang, is this how materials are found by human labor? Why don't you use weapons? Aren't weapons more effective? This is dependent on the nature of the material. Some materials are fine while others are not. So in this case, instead, the effect is best with the most primitive way. While they searched for materials here, the demons kept wandering in the distance. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown as he looked at the demons gathering in the distance. Do you have a feeling that their pace is becoming more frequent? Fang Yu observed carefully and nodded. Indeed, the frequency has gotten faster. Could it be that there is something important here? Could it be an energy body here? Ziyang said. Chen Luo shook his head. It shouldn't be. Aren't energy bodies usually near the middle of the domain gate? But we've been walking towards the side. Then what if we went towards the center? As soon as Fang Yu's words came out, the other two pondered over this possibility. The surroundings were dim and invisible. Even with the light of the mind's eye shining through, they couldn't see too far. It was important to know that the locations where the domain gates opened were all random, and the so-called energy body was in the middle, the center of the domain gate. This would cause a problem. All 4 directions, up and down, left and right, could be the center. This domain gate had been developed, but it wasn't fully developed, and the path they were traveling was one that had never been traveled before. The more they advanced, the more frenzied these demons became. Everyone stop. Hearing Chen Luo's words, the people who were working put away their tools at the first opportunity and surrounded Lin Mo in the center. Lin Mo had originally watched as these demons didn't come forward, thinking that he was already safe. However, Chen Luo's voice gave him a fright. Then seeing the people around him protecting him in the center, he started to panic. Something didn't happen, did it? I'm not sure. I haven't been to such a high-level place before. Zhang Lingyu looked at Chen Luo and the others with a worried face. What had happened? Chen Luo looked at the demons in the distance. They were still wandering. The light in his eyes increased, and the extra I-class demons became more numerous. What's the situation? We've stopped. Why are they still surrounding us? It's not clear. You know that magical creatures don't speak. It's probably because we've stayed too long. Are we leaving or fighting? Fang Yu looked around. There were no demons behind him. There were quite a few on both sides and in front, but not many. It was just unknown if there were any in the distance. Chapter 68 S-Class Demonic Creature. Lynch Squad is responsible for protecting Lin Mo. The rest of us will enter combat mode and quickly kill to obtain materials to prepare to leave directly. Originally, they were planning to spend an afternoon, but they didn't realize that they would be going out in more than 2 hours. Other than the Ling Late Squad and Zhan Lingyu, all the others stood forward. With the 3 captains at the head, they faced the demons directly. As the formation shifted and the range of the mind's eye's irradiation changed, the demons retreated back with whimpering sounds coming out of their mouths. Not good. They're summoning other demonic creatures. Quick battle. Zi Yang's face changed. The appearance of this sound meant that they would have to face thousands of demonic creatures in a while. This wasn't an ordinary domain gate, but a heavenly calamity level, which had S-class demons in it. Even if they were 9th-ranked professionals, they would have to face them carefully. It was important to realize that their squad was only the captain who was of the 9th rank, while the team members were still only of the 8th rank. Swords, shields, and wands were taken out one after another, and various skills were released towards the group of demons. Minus 32,438, minus 33,543, minus 61,323. All kinds of different numbers lit up one after another. Looking at these numbers, the crowd froze. Right, the weapon in their hands was plus 50. What were they afraid of? And with this round of bombardment, 40 to 50 demons died on the spot. The demons looked at the scene in front of them in horror, and the voices in their mouths became more and more urgent. Rumble rumble. A single demonic creature appeared, and the original demonic creatures calmed down. The war was on the verge of breaking out. The weapons in their hands allowed Chen Luo's 3 captains to put their hearts down. As long as no overly outrageous creatures appeared, they were still not afraid. Advance steadily. Don't rush. Our weapons have the advantage. Lin Mo stood at the back, drawing out the revolver in his hand somewhat eagerly. My dear brother, don't be impulsive. Okay. Ling Chi stood beside Lin Mo, his heart trembling with fear, afraid that Lin Mo would get his hands on it. This was a natural disaster level gate all over the place with the class demons. He knew that the gun in Lin Mo's hand was strengthened to 100, but you have to be able to use it. That weapon from last time, but it gave Ling Ji a shadow. This plus 100 hot weapon is far less effective than a plus 100 cold weapon to use. However, he soon miscalculated.
I think we should hurry up and retreat. Zi Yang felt the energy in his body and had to speak. What's wrong? Fang Yu pulled back from the demons. You guys feel your energy consumption. I suggest that it's better for you to play it safe. Due to the weapons bonus, everyone's skills were just like throwing them out for no money, especially the magic class professions. Fang Yu and Chen Luo sensed it and looked at each other. The energy in their bodies had been consumed by a third in 10 minutes. This rate of consumption was just too fast. Everyone, pay attention to the frequency of skill usage. The melee combat prioritizes attacks, and the legal professions pay attention to the battlefield. Chen Luo hastily adjusted his combat style. Although the frequency was said to be reduced, the rate of consumption against the demons did not slow down much. Chen Luo slapped his head with some chagrin. Being overwhelmed by the weapon enhancement, I actually forgot about the energy. In the domain sect, there was demonic energy all over the place, and they were unable to draw energy. And under the joy of strengthening their weapons, the strength of everyone's skills had been boosted quite a bit, and as a result, they had consumed too much. However, the impact was still within a manageable range. An hour later, the latest arriving demons were all wiped out, leaving behind a field of corpses. Gathering materials. Speed up. The gathering of thousands of demonic creatures was not that good. Lin Mo was a bit disappointed. He actually didn't fire a single shot. It was really a failure. Is this safe? It seems like it is for now. As long as higher level demons don't appear, it should be. Whoosh! Before Ling Ji could finish his words, a black lance shot over, and the people who were gathering materials hastily retreated. Two of them did not react and were each hit with a shot on their bodies. Enduring the severe pain, they retreated hastily, but fortunately, they were wearing a +50 mind's eye, and the demonic chi was only hovering around the wounds, and did not go into the other areas. The black lance on his body also did not last long before it was dissolved by the mind's eye. Chen Luo's three faces changed as they looked into the distance. Tap tap tap. Demon Armored Black Knight LV, 88, Radioactive Biohazard Skull and Crossbones Biohazard Skull and Crossbones. There were a total of 5 knights riding horses with bubbling demonic auras. Lin Mo looked at the newly appeared symbol and looked at the revolver in his hand. It should be able to help. The damage of the weapon. It shouldn't be affected by the attributes, right? Even if it was affected, dealing hundreds of thousands of damage shouldn't be a problem, right? It's an extra S-class demonic creature. Fang Yu's face changed dramatically. The highest known grade demonic creature. To be honest, he had been to quite a few heavenly calamity grade gates as an auxiliary squad, but extra S grade, this was the first time he had seen it. Chen Luo took a deep breath and his expression slowly calmed down. Even if the weapon in his hand reached +50, he might not be able to fight against the creature in front of him. Everyone listen up. Please prepare for a deadly battle. We are facing a special S-class demonic creature whose abilities are unknown. Our 3 captains will stand at the front. You guys will assist in the attack. Just find the right opportunity and don't hesitate. The Lynch squad is responsible for taking Lin Mo away. Remember, you guys can die but Lin Mo must live. Chen Luo, Fang Yu and Zi Yang levels were indeed higher than each other. However, it was important to realize that this was domain gate space, the home ground of the devils. The low-level demons couldn't see anything yet, but the difference between the high-level demons would be immediately apparent. Magic chi was not just magic chi, it was also the best medicine for demons to heal their injuries. The higher the rank, the faster the healing speed. Ho 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 ho. The 5 demonic creatures let out a mocking-like sound from their mouths, clearly not optimistic about the opposite team. Even if they had the mind's eye, how about? As long as they dealt damage, immediately withdrawing would not be of any use to them at all. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. This thing is so strong. How does it feel like last words? No, this may not even count as last words. Ling Qi looked at the crowd in front of him who were preparing to meet the battle. He was in awe. He also wanted to go and fight, but he had his own mission. Zhang Lingyu, our squad will escort the 2 of you all the way to the entrance, after which we will return. What? You don't want to die, Ling Qi? Zhang Lingyu looked at the other party with a shocked expression. This was the first battle where there was a disparity in strength. If it was just 2 special S-class demons, they could manage to retreat in one piece, but 5 had little hope. Big brother Ling Qi, I don't think the situation is that tragic. Lin Mo, I know your weapon is powerful, but extra S-class is hard to kill. And how many shots can you fire? 3 or 4? Even for me it's only a dozen shots at most. No, maybe the number will be higher. Lin Mo took 2 steps towards the side and raised his hand along the gap between the 2 teams. Ling Ji shook his head and didn't stop. He wanted Lin Mo to die so he could take him away later. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. Chapter 69. I said we might not have to run away. -3. 2 million. -3. 8 million. -3. 3 million. -3. 23 million. 6 numbers lit up in a row, and one of the demons directly collapsed to the ground. the demonic aura on its body slowly dissipating to reveal the black armor and demonic body inside.
The scene was silent. Some people rubbed their eyes to confirm that they were not dreaming.
Up to 3 million plus damage? Was this real? Chen Luo's first thought was of Lin Mo, whose grim rapid-fire machine gun was famous in the swinging demon army. One less meant there was hope, but it still wasn't working. The energy consumed by that weapon wasn't normally high.
It was important to realize that they had already consumed almost all of their energy just now,
with less than a quarter of the energy in their bodies. Even if they were given it, would they still be able to fire a shot? The demons in the distance were a little agitated,
making ho-ho sounds from their mouths.
To go up or not to go up? They were terrified. This damage looked too scary. Lin Mo, are you alright?
Ling Qi looked at Lin Mo with a worried face.
These 5 shots went out. The body's energy should be empty. It's fine. I said we might not have to run away. Lin Mo sensed his energy. It was endless. Just ask who else is there. Ling Qi, prepare to take Lin Mo away? We might actually be able to make it. Yeah, let's take Lin Mo away first. They didn't have this forbidden weapon of reverberation. This energy depletion would be over. Who said we're leaving?
Lin Mo looked at them suspiciously.
I've dealt this damage. Why don't you guys believe me? No, Lin Mo. This is not the time to be brave.
Ling Qi and the others need to retain their energy to not be able to shoot. A few of us are out of energy to shoot.
You leave with them. Fang Yu said in a hurry. No. Alright Lin Mo. Let's go. They will take care of the remaining 4. Zhang Lingyu hadn't forgotten what happened last time when Lin Mo took 1 second. Was that 4 bullets or 6 bullets to come? Even if Lin Mo had leveled up, that much was enough for what?
Ling Qi shot a glance at the Iron Patrol guys, and a few of them leaned in.
Lin Mo, do you want me to carry you? Or do you want me to carry you? Tai Patrol lowered his head and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo tilted his head. That one is unnecessary. Let's deal with these demons in front of us. When the demons saw that they weren't striking anymore, they thought that the attack just now should be their last resort. With a roar, the 4 demons rushed down. Prepare for battle. Ling Qi looking for an opportunity. Lin Mo was a bit stifled. Why didn't anyone believe it? He had a forbidden weapon wisdom crystal. How could such a thing as no energy appear in his body? Lin Mo directly raised his revolver and directly came to 6 consecutive shots. After the bullets were loaded, 6 consecutive shots again. Less than half a minute before and after, the remaining 4 demons also fell to the ground. Chen Luo, who was condensing his skills, directly froze in place. Looking back to the smoking gun in Lin Mo's hand, gulped. Doesn't this gun of yours consume energy? He was sure as well as certain that the weapon in the other party's hand was definitely a plus 100 weapon and wasn't using bullets. This kind of gun consumed energy, but Lin Mo could actually shoot continuously. It wasn't just Chen Luo looking at him. Everyone else also turned their heads to look at him. I think we should get the materials first. As for the safety issue, just leave it to me. There shouldn't be a single demonic creature that can escape from my hands. This statement from Lin Mo made them feel weird. It seemed like they were the ones who came to protect people, right? How was this still the opposite? Right now these weren't important. Getting the materials first was the right thing to do. Everyone speed up a bit. Only take the high-grade materials and leave the rest untouched. The amount of materials suitable for red equipment was actually very small, so it was very simple to pack up. Chen Luo, look what I found. Fang Yu picked up a red crystal from the S-rank demonic creature. You're really lucky. Unfortunately, it's a fire attribute crystal. It's of no use to me. Fang Yu shrugged his shoulders. This kind of thing would only be useful for fire magicians, or other professions in the fire system. There was no use at all for him. An assassin, to want this, is the thing for me to take a look at? Lin Mo looked at the crystal. He always felt that this should be the so-called rune. Take it. Lin Mo hastily caught it. Fire Crystal Stone Alpha. Attribute, fire damage plus 5%. Well, it should be a rune. After all, there was a symbol on the back. Can you guys see the attributes on this one? Of course I can see it, but the effect is not even close. This one only increases by 1%. It's not useful at all. Fang Yu shook his head. How many of these things are there? Much. All the things that no one wants, except for the high grade, all thrown away. What the hell? Thrown away? Lin Mo was pretty sure that this was runes. As for how to set them, he took out his revolver. Tap on inlay. Whether to open. It must be opened. Opening hole successful. At the bottom of the weapon bar, 4 empty slots appeared, and Lin Mo attempted to inlay the crystals. Well, it's that simple? Lin Mo looked skeptically at the information on his revolver. This was too smooth. A very small red crystal appeared on the grip of the revolver, less than 1/10 of its original size. So this was the correct use of this crystal. Fang Yu thought that Lin Mo was storing the crystal in space and didn't care. Where can I get this kind of crystals? I want a batch of them. Lin Mo wanted to do some research. It always felt like this function couldn't be so simple. Ding! Discovered the host using the inlay ability.
The system opens a new function. Lin Mo was shocked as he looked at the interface that suddenly surfaced in front of him.
There was actually a new function.
He hurriedly tapped on the system and he immediately saw the so-called new function, synthesis.
Opening the synthesis bar, above it were 4 boxes.
As a person who had played the System Brothers Just Cut Me game,
this was too familiar. 3 in 1 ah.
In other words, he could use this to synthesize runes to obtain higher level runes.
Invincible. That's no problem. Just make a call to Secretary Chan and you'll be able to get a batch. No, my batch is a ton. Cough. Zi Yang on the side choked on his own saliva. 1 ton of crystals, how is this possible? Fong Yu was also shocked by Lin Mo's statement.
No, you should have missed my point. A squad of high-grade crystals may not be able to get one in a day. I'm asking Director Chen to inform the squads going to the domain gates to collect them.
And it's only about 10 pieces in a day.
The weight of a piece of crystal stone was probably between 100g 200g.
How many crystals is a ton of that?
How much does that take?
Chapter 70, I don't care. Any quality crystal stone is fine. Give it to me.
With the synthesis function in place, he was able to synthesize high level even at the lowest level. He didn't care about the level.
He just didn't know if ordinary equipment could be synthesized into higher level equipment.
Lin Mo tried it and it didn't work.
Half an hour later,
the materials that should be collected had been collected and it was time to leave.
Shuyu outside the door saw Zi Yang first grunting lightly.
Then after seeing their state, she rushed forward.
Zi Yang, are you alright? Zi Yang's heart warmed. It's fine. I just encountered an S-class demonic creature.
What?
An S-rank demonic creature? This is impossible.
Shuyu shook her head repeatedly. She didn't just guard this place. From time to time, she would also go in with other squads to check.
The highest grade encountered was only an extra A-grade demonic creature. How could an S-grade demonic creature appear? I know you don't believe it, but we really encountered it.
Zi Yang patted Chuyu's shoulder. This kind of gate would be cleared to a certain extent in the early stages,
and the high-grade magical creatures would be cleared out,
leaving behind the lesser-grade creatures.
Perhaps the demonic creatures they encountered this time were promoted through demonic energy,
or perhaps they were hidden demonic creatures.
In any case, this gate rating would go up,
so none of you sacrificed, right?
That was 5 demons. You guys were really lucky to escape in one piece.
Even at full strength, trying to fight an S-ranked demonic creature in a domain gate was fraught with a certain amount of danger. Although Chuyu was said to be unclear about the situation inside, she was aware of the general situation of the demonic creatures inside. The A-rank demons would definitely be on them from the start, so it was not easy to be able to retreat in one piece from so many of them.
Not to mention,
Chuyu glanced at Lin Mo in the center of the group and had to be in a situation where he was protecting someone. This situation was even more difficult.
The situation might be a little different from what you think. Xiang had a bitter smile on her face. As far as she was concerned, it felt like a dream.
At that time, she was ready to die, but she didn't expect things to develop in a bizarre direction.
No, can you finish once? What exactly happened?
Chuyu was furious. She was concerned about her and she was actually heckling.
Lin Mo used.
Lin Mo looked at Chuyu, who kept sizing herself up in the distance, and hurriedly hid behind Ling Qi.
What's wrong?
I see that woman looking at me with her eyes glowing.
I'm worried that the other party will take me captive.
Ling Qi opened his mouth,
somewhat unsure of what to say. How come he didn't see this kind of thought in the other party's eyes? Was it because he was too much of a rookie?
Regarding what happened in the domain gate,
Zi Yang gave Chuyu a complete narration. Just like that, we came back safely. That equipment, it's the one from the legend.
The time spent entering the domain gate this time wasn't long, but the harvest was not at all small. There were no less than 10 types of materials suitable for use in making red weapons, and as many as 30 types of golden weapons.
Lin Mo,
even if the red equipment can't be built,
at least you were able to get a gold-colored equipment. Chen Luo looked at these materials and couldn't speak of envy.
It was important to know that all of these materials all belonged to Lin Mo,
and if they themselves went into the space,
most of the materials were to be turned in,
with only a small portion left for them. In fact, even if it was given to them, they still had to hand it in, because the blacksmiths who could forge red mythic weapons were all controlled in the hands of the state, and the success rate was also put there. Even if you wanted it, you had to wait. The distribution of weapons depends on your level, your contribution, and finally your occupation. You can't just throw a lance to a mage profession. After the materials were sorted out, the group returned to Fengjing, and Zhang Lingyu was escorted to Kyoto by Feng Yu's squad with the materials.
Before leaving, Lin Mo purposely emphasized,
Sister Zhang,
I'll take any crystals they don't want, regardless of grade.
Zhang Lingyu nodded.
She also knew about Lin Mo's new skills. It was just that she didn't see the usefulness of low-grade crystals. Not everyone had high-quality weapons, and a 5% increase in damage from a weapon with only one inlay hole really wasn't useful.
By the way, about your level 50 opening your second ability, can you announce it?
It's up to you guys.
I don't care. To Lin Mo, It really didn't matter if this ability was announced or not. If there wasn't a synthesis function given by the system,
Lin Mo would just study it, and as for work like setting runes,
he probably wouldn't even bother to do it. Other than that, he could do it if he wanted to,
but it was hard to get high-level crystals anyway.
As for now, he was even more indifferent. With the ability to synthesize, it would be easy to get high-grade runes, wouldn't it? No matter what, it didn't affect Lin Mo at all. Zhang Lingyu immediately gave Lin Mo a high look,
not expecting Lin Mo to be so selfless at such a young age. If someone knew that hitting the 5th rank would result in such an ability,
they would have already hidden it. This matter must be told to Director Chen. Be kind to Lin Mo.
Lin Mo's casual words actually managed to make Zhang Lingyu think so much.
In the days that followed, Lin Mo did not follow, just go once to feel it.
His main business was still staying in the store to strengthen his equipment,
and the task of protecting Lin Mo was still the responsibility of the Ling Lai squad,
whose main reason was still that their strength was too poor.
Lin Mo sat here at the counter, holding a rune in his hand.
The attributes of the runes were not the same as what Lin Mo thought.
In his opinion,
the so-called runes were nothing more than the various types of magic as well as physical attacks.
But in reality, there were also cooldown reductions, increased strength and intelligence, reduced weight, increased speed, and so on. In short,
there were many types of runes.
He had tried throwing the runes into a reinforcer, but unfortunately they couldn't be reinforced, and could only be synthesized through synthesis,
step by step to synthesize higher-level runes. The rune in his hand was one of the higher-level runes he had synthesized. He just didn't know if this rune was the highest level or if he would be able to continue synthesizing it.
Attack Speed Rune Epsilon.
Attribute, attack speed plus 25%, melee. A kind of rune that was very suitable for melee professions.
Brother Ling Chi, bring me your weapon and I'll get you something.
Ling Chi casually handed over his lance.
Lin Mo directly opened the hole without saying anything.
Ling Chi's weapon was still the same purple weapon with only 2 openings.
Lin Mo set that rune in. After these 2 days of testing, Lin Mo didn't fail this hole opening and inlaying for a second.
Perhaps in this world's view, this should be considered a perk. In the center of the lance there was an additional light blue round crystal. Lin Mo handed over the weapon he had gotten.
Brother Ling Chi, try swinging the weapon to try.
Ling Chi was puzzled and took the weapon and practiced his marksmanship. However, the more he practiced the more Ling Chi felt strange.
Could it be that his marksmanship had improved recently? Chapter 71 Crystal Effect is powerful, but don't have too high expectations. I can stab 4 shots a second now? I haven't improved lately either? It wasn't like Ling Chi didn't look at the panel just now.
The enhancement level hadn't changed. Even if it had changed, it wouldn't be able to boost the speed at which he could make a shot.
Puzzled, he continued to make shots. 3 fast and 1 slow, 4 fast and 1 slow. A combination of fast and slow.
Ling Chi had never had such a comfortable gun discharge speed.
Isn't the effect good? What did you do to it? How did it enhance the speed of my shots? Didn't you look at the weapons data panel? Lin Mo was a bit puzzled.
That panel could be seen by the eyes just by looking down.
Ling Mo hastily called up the weapons panel and looked at the data on it. No, there were 2 extra holes at the bottom. One of them already had an extra crystal name,
and behind it was written attack speed plus 25%.
This didn't make sense. How could it add so much? Back then,
he had also thought of having this item for the blacksmith to set something on his weapon, but the effect was so bad that he didn't bother to get it.
Could it be that this thing could only be done by a reinforcement master? Lin Mo, is this the ability of a reinforcement master at the 5th rank? This is too strong.
Don't you know that before we all had tailors or blacksmiths forcefully add this kind of thing on?
It can only utilize 1/5 of its ability.
So other than the high-level crystals,
the other crystals aren't useful at all.
Not to say that they were all boosted by 25%.
Even a 10% increase was a huge boost. What's more, it's not like weapons are the only thing that can be inlaid with this item. Other accessories and defenses should be able to do the same.
But you have to realize that advanced crystals are hard to find,
so don't expect too much. Lin Mo shrugged.
He wanted so many crystals for himself as well.
After all, synthesizing a level 5 crystal, which was an epsilon grade crystal, required 81 of the most basic crystals.
Lin Mo can only satisfy himself before he can satisfy others.
Of course,
if you bring your own crystals to the door he is not unable to go out, but you have to give a crystal of the same grade to be able to do.
In the future, you have to inlay. Lin Mo is not going to ask for money. I'll take the crystals for. He wanted to know what this crystal stone, which was also this rune, would become in the end. As he leveled up,
the more things he came into contact with, the more he felt that the domain sect was more like a treasure,
and there were many useful things in there that weren't valued by people. For example, the crystals this time. If it wasn't for Lin Mo upgrading to the 5th rank,
no one would even know that this kind of crystals were actually the so-called runes.
Lin Mo couldn't help but think of forbidden weapons. Was this thing also able to be manufactured in bulk? Or were there materials for making forbidden weapons hidden in the domain gates? It was a pity that he didn't have the inspiration for this right now. If he thought of it, he would definitely build one for himself. Having fewer crystals isn't a problem. Crystals are common in whichever grade domain gates. It's just that higher grade crystals have a higher probability of appearing in higher grade domain gates. He believed that as long as Secretary Chen knew about this news, he would definitely send out all the forces he could. Kyoto. Knock knock knock. Enter. Chen Juanjing's recent period of time was the most comfortable time he had ever lived. He had never thought that the original reinforcement master would actually have special abilities when he actually upgraded to the 5th rank. Then, according to that, wouldn't all other life professions have special abilities when upgraded to the 5th rank? Director Chen. Lingyu are you planning to return to Fongjing? Zhang Lingyu had already been here for 3 days, and Chen Junjing only wanted her to hurry back to Lin Mo now. He wasn't very comfortable with Lingyu there. Director Chen, you can't unload on me. I've just made a good plan for you and the announcement is done. Just chuck people out. Zhang Lingyu looked at her top boss speechlessly. How can this be called whisking people away? This is returning you to an important position. Do you think Lingyue is alone there? Can you rest assured? I'm not assured anyway. At Chen Juanjing's words, Zhang Lingyu nodded in agreement. Ling Qi was indeed unreliable. Letting him protect Lin Mo was fine, but letting him do something else was more or less difficult. No, it's Lin Mo. Has Lin Mo's magic character weapon gotten done yet? Get it done so I can bring it back. Chen Juanjing's movements froze. Zhang Lingyu's heart thumped. You're not giving the weapon to someone else to use, are you? Just using it to test the difference. I'm just quite curious as to why exactly this weapon makes Lin Mo so obsessed. Chen Junjing hadn't thought about staying. There was no need to stay when there was as much magic liquid as he wanted to make. Not to mention it was still a hot weapon. It was even more unnecessary. That's good. Lin Mo is now at the 5th rank and just able to use it. I'll bring it back to him by the way. And the mythic weapon that Lin Mo wants to use. Hurry up and find someone to get one out. Chen Junjing narrowed his eyes at Zhang Lingyu and looked at her with a skeptical expression. Why are you so towards Lin Mo now? You don't like him, do you? If you like him, I can matchmaker for you. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. I said my chief secretary didn't you ask me to do that? Lin Mo is actually very easy to get along with. Just let him feel your sincerity. As for liking it or forget it. I'm 24 years old and I'm 6 years older than him. It's not good to hold 2 gold bricks in your hand. Alright, for the weapons, I'll send someone to Fongjing tomorrow. As for the myth, you tell Lin Mo not to rush. Mythic weapons he also wants, but it's not something you can have just because you want it. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mo look at the official release. Ling Qi took his cell phone and handed it to Lin Mo. This was a nationally promoted piece of information that would pop up whenever there was a cell phone. Usually people would click on this kind of message whenever they saw it to check it out, because the message was all important information to them. There wasn't a lot of content on it. The first message was about reinforcement masters. Reaching the 5th rank could unlock a new ability, which was Lin Mo's ability to set runes. However, there was no mention of Lin Mo on it. In addition to that, the above also said one thing, which was a speculation from the other living professions about the 5th rank ability. Of course it didn't let other people try it, but rather the country would lead the various life professions to upgrade. They believed that Lin Mo was able to upgrade to the 5th rank by relying on a team of stealthy maneuvers, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem for others to upgrade to the 5th rank. However, the truth was much harder than expected. They weren't as well equipped as Lin Mo. To gain more experience on a demonic creature, you had to deal a lot of damage to be able to do so. Of course, there was no problem if you were able to kill the demonic creature on your own. Chapter 72. The prettier the woman, the better she is at deception. Officially, the life professionals who needed to upgrade were given the same equipment as Lin Mo, the hot weapon sniper rifle. However, the result was that against high-level demons, it was impossible to deal a fatal blow, and injured demons would run around, which led to raising the difficulty of killing them. The experience gained by many people has been hovering at 30%. After all, the final kill is accompanied by the professional. The desire to quickly level up the living professionals directly fell through. Wanting to level up to the 5th rank as quickly as Lin Mo, obviously that was impossible. Lin Mo shook his head after reading the information above. Things weren't that simple. There are so many professionals in the country. How many of them can really be promoted to the 5th rank? Even if they were promoted, crystals weren't that easy to obtain. As for the resources, the reinforcement masters had to either buy them themselves or have the professionals provide them themselves. It was estimated that after a while, these crystal runes would start to be priced, and the price would not even be low. Zhang Lingyu returned. Lin Mo, your magic character weapon is ready. It will be delivered tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Was it finally arriving? Although he said that he liked this revolver on his hand, but the higher level weapons he liked even more. Has the mythic weapon been forged yet? Zhang Lingyu was helpless. It's not that fast. It's not bad to be able to come out with one in half a year. Don't be in a hurry. You need at least 6 or 7 years before you are at the 5th level of the 8th rank. Lingji was only at the 8th rank until now. Lin Mo didn't retort. 6 or 7 years wasn't so much. 1 year should be about right. The further he went, the more experience he needed. The more weapons he had to strengthen out. The more experience he gained. It was all a benign process. Alright, there really is no rush. How soon can the crystal runes come in a batch? The last bit wasn't enough at all. There weren't many runes from last time. It simply wasn't enough for him to use. 1 week. All the people who can be sent out have been sent out. Wanting more time will definitely be long. Lin Mo nodded. This he could understand. Wouldn't this mean that he didn't have anything to do again? Life is as lonely as snow. He glanced at his slowly growing experience bar. He had grown another 3 levels in a few days. This was all thanks to Zi Yang and the 3 of them. These 3 teams had been searching for materials in the heavenly calamity level domain gates, and battles with demons were unavoidable. And this provided Lin Mo with a lot of experience value and points. He was now considering whether to equip the other high-level teams with the same equipment, so that he might be able to reach full level in half a year. But after thinking about it, it was better to forget about it. Originally, these people wouldn't be going to the heavenly tribulation level gates. There were specialists for all of this. If it was because of him that some people were sacrificed, he couldn't afford the responsibility. Those 5 S-rank demons he encountered the last time he went there, he felt like he almost died in them. Ace of Spades and K of Spades, you guys did a great job. You actually did bring back a group of demons back. The man sitting on top of the high platform wearing a clown mask said with satisfaction. Working for Lord Joker is what we should do. K of Spades Chen Tiani lowered his head and said in a calm tone. But the K of Hearts assisted you guys. How come you still sacrificed? Every title personnel was a valuable asset to Joker. The higher the rank, the more important it was. As for the dead Plum Blossom, although he was also heartbroken, he was not as heartbroken as K of Hearts. When we were at the border, we encountered sniping from China, and Cardinal K chose to sacrifice herself in order to get us out. She dedicated her life for the sake of the organization. In fact, I advised her to give up on these demons, but she, alas, although Chen Tianyi's expression was calm, there was still a trace of grief on his face. The cheeks of Chen Xiaoming, who was standing on the side, moved, and he felt like he was about to lose control of the corners of his mouth. Why was this Chen Tianyi's level of talking nonsense so high? It's all an actor. If he hadn't seen Chen Tianyi personally kill that K of Hearts with his own eyes, he would have believed it. Sure enough, the prettier the woman, the better she is at deceiving people. Chen Tianyi glanced at Chen Xiaoming with a warning in her eyes. Chen Xiaoming hurriedly bowed his head. The clown sitting on the chair turned his head to look at Chen Xiaoming. Ace of Spades, you have done a great job. Being able to bring people out of China shows how valuable your abilities are. I hope you can continue to work hard, and you may need to make a trip to China recently. Joker sat up straight and turned on the projector. The professionals along the borderline of China have become much stronger, and many of the weapons in their hands are reinforced at 15, which is very unusual. That's why you guys need to go and investigate the source of these weapons, and if you can bring back that reinforced master. In addition to that, you guys have to be careful of people from other organizations. There are about half a dozen world organizations. Some of them are organizations made up of ordinary professionals, and some of them are magical human organizations like us. In short, don't create non-essential conflicts. This time, the team will still be led by the Ace of Spades, with the others assisting. After the clown left, the two exited the Great Hall. In front of the Grand Hall was connected to a road leading down, and in the distance was a town wall surrounded by trees, which was where they lived. This place was only 200 kilometers away from the borderline of China. Chen Xiaoming swept a glance around. K of Spades, what are you going to do for the next mission? Rest first. Chen Tianyi finished speaking and continued to walk towards the bottom. Chen Xiaoming understood. There should be someone nearby watching them. Sure enough, that clown wasn't that easy to deal with. Chen Xiaoming also stopped talking, and the two of them just walked all the way down to the town below and returned to their house. Not long after they went back, a silhouette slowly appeared on a large tree nearby. There doesn't seem to be any problems, does it? That Ace of Spades is still as low in rank, and the K of Spades is still as cold as ever. Square Q. Lord Joker is right to be skeptical. After all, the K of Hearts is still very powerful. Snicker. Cardinal Q. Who doesn't know that you like Cardinal K? But we are investigating now. Don't bring your personal feelings into it. Lord Joker doesn't like that, so watch yourself. In the shadows on the opposite side of the room, a puddle of black liquid slowly rose and finally coalesced into a human form. I know, no need to remind me. Let's go. We've been following for a week now. There's nothing wrong to deliver. The two figures slowly disappeared. heading towards the great hall above. After they left, a snake eyed the other in the grass in the shadows under the corner, and in the shadows of the trees and other places around here. The number of such black snakes was not few. Is it finally over? It really wasn't easy. Chapter 73, You Insult People. Chen Xiaoming opened his eyes and looked at the snakes crawling out of the shadows of the room. All gone? Gone. The surveillance period should have passed. This clown is really wary. From the snake's mouth came Chen Tianyi's voice. It was the first time for Chen Xiaoming to know that her ability could still be used in this way. The two of them had been together for so long in the past and had never known it. Sure enough. One still thought of people too simply. What now? It seems that not only the Joker is onto it, but some other organizations as well. Humph. They underestimated the power of the border guards. Maybe they don't treat domain sec strength well, but they treat people's humph. I know this too. I was trying to say what now? Their ultimate goal is definitely that Lin Mo. And the official protection for Lin Mo I believe is sufficient. But, there was only 1,000 days of being a thief without 1,000 days of defense. Forget it. Tell Big Brother Ling Chi about it and let him figure it out. Ling Chi Big Brother Ling Chi Big Brother. You only have Ling Chi Big Brother in your eyes. Speaking in a voice that was turning into a clip. Chen Xiaoming's eyes were filled with contempt. The black snake in front of him stood up. What do you mean by that look? Are you begging for a fight? Chen Xiaoming's eyes widened and his hands covered his chest. You can actually see. They were hot here. And the first thing he did when he went back to his room was to strip naked, wearing only a large pair of pants. Che, not even a peck. Who wants to look like? I'm afraid of growing needle eyes. As soon as he heard this, Chen Xiaoming was directly unhappy, directly brought his hands to do a bodybuilding pose, his chest slightly bulging. Well, that's right, just a slight bulge. Ha, trash. Latest news. Wars have frequently broken out in the border areas of our country's western region. Latest news. The Shura Temple's foreign organizations have launched 3 charges against our country, all of which have been blocked by our country's most beloved border fighters outside the country's gates. The battle on the western borderline is tight. Today we'll dispatch. Lin Mo swiped his cell phone. He realized that the border battles had become more frequent recently. If he remembered correctly, it wasn't this frequent before. Big Brother Ling Chi, was the border like this before? Ling Chi glanced at the message on Lin Mo's phone. It used to be like this, only it wasn't reported. Since it was reported, it means that the situation is more complicated than what was reported. It seems like there's a problem on the front line, but that shouldn't be the case. There's nothing worth the other side's hand lately either. Ling Chi was puzzled. Once he had supported the borders, but that was all because of the appearance of a new domain gate or a heavenly forbidden weapon. And an attack without a cause like this had never really appeared. Lin Mo. The stuff has arrived. Zhang Lingyu pushed open the door and placed a backpack on the table. This morning Zhang Lingyu had been waiting in the base for something to be delivered from Kyoto. As soon as the stuff arrived, she hurriedly sent it over. Lin Mo grabbed the backpack and the contents appeared in his mind. Good guy. There was quite a lot of stuff. All kinds of crystals. Dozens of less. Hundreds of more. Of all grades. On top of that there was a micro punch. Lin Mo took the micro punch out at the first opportunity. Devil, Phantom Dive Attack, Epic. Equipment level, LV50. Durability, 8888. Damage, 555 to 635. Bonus, critical damage plus 20%. Recoil, 50%. Sneak attack, no sound, no fire, when not in sight. Additional attributes are not too strong, but the last sneak attack Lin Mo liked. This is not an old 6 weapons? If you get a ghillie suit to hide yourself well, the effect he can't wait. In the future, this weapon he could use as his main weapon, and that revolver as a secondary weapon. Perfect. You two chat. I'm going to get busy first. Lin Mo came into the room at the back and directly locked the door. The screen from before was gone, and in its place was a small room. This was a place that Lin Mo had just made 2 days ago, specifically for synthesizing crystals, purely for the sake of improving his concentration. Of course, it was also to keep people from seeing that he had the ability to synthesize. At least at this stage, he didn't want people to know. As for how to explain this ability at a later stage, we'll talk about that when the time comes. Seeing that the door to the room behind her was locked, Zhang Lingyu's face was serious as she looked at Ling Chi. You should have read the news about the western border, right? Read it. I didn't expect it to be so serious this time. No, it's even more serious than you imagined. According to the latest information obtained, these people from different organizations in different countries are here to obtain the secrets of our enhanced weapons. Ling Chi looked at Zhang Lingyu in disbelief. How can this kind of thing be known so quickly? According to their expectations, it would take at least a year before it could be known. How long has it been? 4 months, I think. It's spies. Just a week ago, 3 members of the town guard who had been hiding at the border for 20 years crossed the borderline. Ling Ji nodded in silence.
Something like spies could not be prevented, let alone the town guard with the largest base. It was also the one with the least stringent verification and the one with the least access to information. The town guards that were responsible for clearing the domain gates for Lin Mo before were all chosen after strict scrutiny. Even then, they had to go through a month of secret surveillance after the operation. There were also 3 people above who were not strong-willed during this period, but they should have been imprisoned by this time. Are the border guards okay? There's no problem with the border guards. All the professionals in there, the previous generation as well as the generation before that were border guards. They can all be trusted. As for the new generation of border guard professionals, they all went through several years of surveillance before they were considered to have truly joined in. The test for the border guards was quite strict. It would be a big deal if a spy appeared in such a place. Forget it, this kind of thing is not something we should consider. Just then, a black snake pushed open the door to the room. Ding bell. The two closed their mouths. Ha, how could it be a snake? Ling Chi brother. That voice. T-on-e. Ling Chi looked at the black snake in front of him with wide eyes. This snake was actually able to speak. Brother Ling Chi, this snake doesn't have much energy left. I'll make it short. The organization is very interested in the fact that there are suddenly so many more high-quality reinforced weapons in China and wants to know where the source is. On top of that, there are 7 or 8 other organizations that will be sending people as well. All of them are big organizations with strong strength. You guys have to be careful. After saying that, Black Snake collapsed to the ground and dissipated into the air as a demonic gas. It seems the problem is more serious than we thought. Chapter 74, The 12 Elders. The two did not look deeply into this ability of Chen Tianyi. I'm going to make a call to Director Chen. Zhang Lingyu turned around and walked out of the store. Taking out her cell phone, she dialed out. Far away in Kyoto, Chen Junzheng was in the middle of a meeting, and those present were all the top brass of China. Seeing the name on the cell phone, Chen Junzheng frowned. Fingjing's call. The old man sitting at the top nodded. Answer it, it might be something important. They were discussing about the situation at the western frontier. A covert maneuver team had already set off and was expected to be able to capture those 3 back within 2 days. What? Chen Junzhen was astonished. This was not at all what they had guessed. Okay? This information was brought to us by Chen Tianyi, the same demon from last time. Ling Chi's girlfriend. I know. I'll take care of it on my end. Remember, make sure to protect Lin Mo's safety. Those 3 squads called back right. Don't go there for a while. Got it. Chen Junzheng had just hung up the phone, and the old man at the head of the group hurriedly inquired about the situation. Our undercover agent within one of the organizations has sent back a message that their organization will be sending people to our place to look for information on enhanced weapons. On top of that, there are about 7 other large organizations that will be entering as well. They had originally thought that the only people who knew about the information on reinforced weapons should be just some countries and some small organizations. But now, it seemed that this information was already known by many countries. It was probably because they had failed in their operation a few days ago and spread the information out. It would be fine if it was just the current situation, but if everyone in the world knew about it, then things would be troublesome. In that case, if it doesn't work, let's get Lin Mo to Kyoto. Compared to Fongjing, Kyoto has the greatest defense force. Chen Junzheng shook his head. That's not good. Instead, I think the first thing those organizations thought of was that we would leave someone in Kyoto for protection. So their target should be Kyoto. The others thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If it was them, they would also think of placing the person in the place where their guarding force was the strongest. Then do we still need to increase the guard force there in Toyokyo? No need. Right now 2 demon swingers and 2 stealthy maneuver teams are already enough. Although Ling Chi's strength is a bit worse, but he as a special team member level is also enough. What's more, there's a city's town guards there, so there's not much of a safety problem. If we strengthen our defenses, we will instead draw the other side's side over. If he could, Chen Junzheng would have wanted to pull back the 2 teams, but he was worried. What if the other party guessed it? No, during this period of time, he couldn't let Lin Mo strengthen too many weapons, and that plaque was also removed. Grand Elder as well as all the elders. I'm going to make some arrangements. Sorry, it's fine, go and get busy. Lin Mo's safety is the #1 priority. Whether or not our country can solve these domain gates depends on this little friend. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Chen Junzheng hurriedly left after greeting everyone. After seeing Chen Junzheng leave, this meeting also came to an end for the time being, and the others who should have left the room did so. There were still 12 people left in the audience, the youngest being in their 60s. Elders, what do you think about Lin Mo's matter? He's in a special situation right now, so I think it's better to hold off on our ideas, at least until we have absolute strength. Then we can mention this matter again. I agree. I don't think there's any need to say more about Lin Mo's importance. And there's also this matter about the 5th rank. The announcement has already been withdrawn, and those who have seen the news have already received Kyoto, and the subsequent arrangements are being coordinated.
The Grand Elder nodded. 300 years, 300 whole years, finally we see hope. During these 300 years, China had gone through too much, with internal turmoil, the heavenly domain sect attacking, and the wolves outside. Sixth Elder, have you seen the future? An old man sitting against the door opened his eyes. The pupils were gray and his voice was like razor blades. Great Elder, the long river of time is covered with an impermeable veil. What I can see is only partial. The only thing I can be sure of is that Lin Mo is the hope of China. It wasn't the hope of rising up, because the country of China itself was the world's leading existence. It was the hope of getting out of the current predicament, the hope of breaking the domain gate. Cough cough. The sixth elder hurriedly covered his mouth with a handkerchief and kept coughing. Sixth elder, don't utilize your ability easily. The sixth elder removed his handkerchief, which was stained with black blood, and casually shook his head. It's fine, my big day is approaching, and a new phase master is about to appear. You guys have to hurry up and lay out your plans. You must start looking at the same time I die. Regarding the matter of his death, the sixth elder looked at it lightly. This was something that every phase master had to face. Short lifespans, as short as 60-something years old and they would die. And there were even some who could not even live to 60. One should know that he was now a 9th-ranked professional, and his normal lifespan could reach 200 years. And this was the fate of a Sagittarius. Alas, all the words of the Grand Elder turned into a sigh. The so-called 12 elders were not elected by the people, but the nature of their profession destined them to become 12 elders. At the same time they died, a new generation of 12 elders would appear, and after 10 years of study would directly enter the Elder Corps. The occupation of the Grand Elder, on the other hand, is luck. It can faintly adjust the direction of the country's fortune. Even if it's just a fraction of a millimeter, it will have a great impact on a country. Likewise, this was a unique occupation. Only death would lead to the next fortune. Don't worry, everything has already been arranged long ago. The first elder uttered these words with difficulty. The sixth elder had only officially joined the 12 Elder Council at the age of 30 and had worked together for 30 years. When he learned that the other party was a Sagittarius, he had already anticipated that there would be such a day. It was just really hard to accept. After returning to his office, Chen Junzheng hurriedly called Zhang Lingyu. Tell Lin Mo, start strengthening your equipment today, only strengthen it up to 12 at most, and come at intervals, don't put it all at 12. And also the plaque, let him change it. Right now this is just 2. Attracting attention. Zhang Lingyu glanced at the phone and looked at the innermost hut through the window. This one is more or less difficult. I believe you can do it. Lin Mo's safety comes first. The seriousness of the matter did not need Chen Junjing to say more. I'll try my best. Yes, definitely. Chen Junjing believed that Lin Mo would agree. He had long since seen through Lin Mo. He was a person who, although his ideas were unreliable from time to time, he was still very protective of himself. Chapter 75. No change is a cutie. Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone and returned to the house. What's going on? What did Secretary Chen say? It was the first time Ling Ji saw such a difficult look on Zhang Lingyu's face. Even when Lin Mo had raised some difficult problems before, he had not seen Zhang Lingyu so upset. Could it be that something had gone wrong this time? Zhang Lingyu took a deep breath. Director Chen asked me to tell Lin Mo to tell him not to strengthen too high a cab weapon lately. The maximum should not exceed 12. And the name of the plaque should be changed. Right now this one is really drawing too much attention. Ling Ji nodded. This was indeed time to make a change. Don't worry, Lin Mo will definitely agree. You've seen the equipment on him. Both the life preservation and counterattacking abilities are very strong. Actually, the life preservation ability, Lin Mo didn't have it yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but he hadn't found the right one. But why don't you let Lin Mo go to Kyoto? The defense power there is much stronger than here. Ling Qi was a bit puzzled. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. It's only in this situation that we can't let Lin Mo go to Kyoto. You can even think of letting him go to Kyoto. So do you think the other side won't think of it? Yes, I was able to think of it, and the other party was able to think of it as well. Then the other party will also think that we won't let Lin Mo go to Kyoto and stay where he is, right? Zhang Lingyu sent the message out and turned her head to look at Ling Ji. Although this was a bit of a roundabout way of saying it, Zhang Lingyu understood it in the core inner cylinder. Right, the other party would have thought of this day as well. And they were also all those powerful organizations. There was no reason for them not to have intelligence. Even Ling Yu can think of things. There is no reason why other people cannot think of it. Lin Mo in the room looked at his new weapon with satisfaction. Magic, Phantom Dive Attack, Epic, plus 100. Equipment level, LV 50. Durability, 8888. Damage, 555 to 635, plus 4. 82 million. Bonus, plus 60% bludgeon damage. Strike chance plus 60. Recoil minus 100. Damage, plus 10%. Sneak attack, unnoticed. No sound and no fire. Camouflage, stay in place for 5 seconds. Become one with the environment. no attack and no disarming. Special, psychic bullet, the user's energy automatically fills the magazine. 1s/time. Stare whoever gets pregnant, targets the user stares it will take 500% damage. Up to 3 per target, CD, 60s. Inlay, blood drain plus 20%. Crystal Lin Mo only inlaid 1. Not that he didn't want to install more, but the other effects weren't very good. Of course, the effect of this one wasn't very useful to him, but it was enough. However, he opened holes for the forbidden weapon, and he had just realized that forbidden weapons could actually open holes as well. Although he could only open one, it was still enough. He set a special rune crystal into it. Wisdom crystal plus 50. Quality, forbidden weapon. Grade, none. Effects, soaring, intelligence plus. Duration, 3h, value doubles with each level of enhancement, 7d. Storage, can convert food into body mass without limit. Minus 10 constitution per day. Cost, physique minus 100x, reinforcement level, until it goes to 0. Inlay, shield, 100, plus 0. 01 intelligence. Takes 10 minutes to reopen after shattering. This crystal was a level 3 crystal, and the only one among so many given by Zhang Lingyu. It might not be useful at all in others, but in Lin Mo's case, it was definitely a life-saving artifact. In other words, if Lin Mo used it, he would be invincible within 3 hours, unless Lin Mo is still in danger within 3 hours. But how to think about it is impossible. At least he thinks so. However, for the sake of safety, Lin Mo still planned to get some better magic word defense equipment or forbidden weapons. It seems like we still have to go and give a call to Secretary Chen before we can do that. Putting safety into someone else's hands is more or less unreliable. Although it was said that the weapons of the 4 squads had been strengthened to 50, Lin Mo still didn't feel safe. He pushed open the door of his room and was seeing Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu leaning together muttering, "Big brother Ling Qi, you're the one with a girlfriend. This isn't too good." Lin Mo teased. "Ling Qi, Lin Mo, that there's a thing to tell you." Zhang Lingyu organized her words and talked about the matter in detail with Lin Mo, and made the pros and cons clear as well. Zhang Lingyu looked at the thinking Lin Mo. In her heart she had already prepared 3 options. If he didn't agree, she would spend time with him today. It was necessary to make Lin Mo agree. Change. This plaque must be changed. Change it to Diligent Strengthening House. At that time, the name was also chosen just to attract customers. Now he didn't need it. Not only changing the name, this store is also not wanted. Go back to the original one. Zhang Lingyu's mouth opened wide. Agreeing so simply? I don't even need to prepare my sayings? You agreed? Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu suspiciously. How can I not change? Didn't you say that someone was eyeing the highly reinforced equipment? With such a dangerous situation, he would be a cutie if he didn't change it. Sister Zhang, call someone to help move it. This plaque is dismantled and burned directly. Ling Qi, big brother. That boss phone number to you. He has records there to help destroy. I guess he should not remember me. Concerning his own safety, Lin Mo's IQ instantly took the high ground. Not only should the plaque be burned, even the records from that time should be cleared. Alright, I'll go do it now. Ling Qi left alone. As for the other 4 members, he stayed behind. Lin Mo, there's one more thing. I just discussed it with Ling Qi. I think we should go to a smaller city. This is unnecessary, right? Although Fongjing City is a big city, it's only ranked in the top 10. Even if they can find here, they shouldn't be able to find us there. Lin Mo shook his head. He didn't want to go to a city smaller than here. And you guys have to consider one thing. The smaller the city, the smaller the population will be, and the fewer reinforcer stores there will be. Wouldn't my chances of being exposed become higher then? I think that instead, Fongjing is the most suitable. Neither the big city nor the small city was suitable for him to go to. The big city would definitely be the main target of those organizations, while the small city might have those organizations sending people as well. Instead, this unranked city was the safest. When Zhang Lingyu thought about it, it seemed like that was really the case. She looked at Lin Mo with a surprised face. I didn't expect you to be able to think of so much. I feel like I have to reacquaint myself with you. The corner of Lin Mo's eyes twitched. So I used to have no intelligence in your mind. Zhang Lingyu subconsciously nodded her head, then hastily shook her head. No, I just think it's really impossible to say the words to compliment someone. Chapter 76, as broken as it gets. Lin Mo stood in front of the store and looked at the store where he had worked for a few months, more or less reluctant to part with it. But in the face of unknown dangers, it was better to live a little. Let's go. Arriving at the initial store on the corner, Lin Mo inwardly sighed. Back again. Just put the stuff anywhere. There's no need to decorate it. It's fine as it is. It's just ragged. The shabbier it was meant to be, the less capable this reinforcer was, the more able he was to hide himself. He was such a clever little wit. Not only did he not decorate it, he and the members of Ling Chi's squad also did an old-fashioned treatment to the walls.
In short, it was getting shabbier and shabbier. In short, it was getting shabbier and shabbier.
Half an hour later,
Ling Chi came to the store and looked at the changes inside somewhat unconvinced.
Was this the same store from before?
No, what has this store gone through? The walls and shed roof that were originally very white had become slightly yellow,
and even some places were a bit black.
There were more unknown holes in the wooden structure,
and the counter was even more oily and yellow.
The floor tiles on the ground is a lot of his broken state. Although this store Ling Chi did not stay for a few days, but the store in his memory is certainly not like this.
What have you guys done to the store?
Ling Chi came to the counter and scrutinized it. It was all newly appeared traces.
Doing the old a bit. Does this make the store look shabby?
It is indeed very worn out.
Ling Chi's eyelids jumped.
He took out a freshly made plaque from his backpack.
The simplest iron plaque. This kind looks the cheapest. As for that kind of lightbox plaque, no store would make them anymore. That's good. Come on, keep making it old.
The tip of the firewater knife then went up bar.
The final rendering was very satisfactory.
Even one of the characters was missing a piece.
Zhang Lingyu looked at the plaque for a moment and didn't know what to say. Lin Mo was even more sparing than she thought. After everything was done, Zhang Lingyu asked the question in her mind. Since you're so life-thirsty, why do you still want to go to the domain sect?
Zhang Lingyu had always thought that Lin Mo was a person full of adventurous spirit, which was why he went to the domain sect, but the events of the recent period of time had shown her that Lin Mo was life-thirsty. Lin Mo pondered for a while and said, "One is because my parents died within the domain sect,
so I want to go and take revenge.
The other is that I'm curious about what it's like in a domain gate and what kind of differences there are between different levels of domain gates." Of course, the most important thing was to test the power of some weapons. He was so that he could go and judge what kind of weapon he had to use to defend himself based on this. This world was dangerous. Even ordinary people could be in danger if they didn't go to a domain gate, so how could he not find a way for himself to live safely? Zhang Lingyu nodded and accepted Lin Mo's statement. Every time he went to a domain gate, Lin Mo went in accompanied by a group of people. The last time he went to a heavenly tribulation level domain gate, he also went because he had a powerful weapon in his hands.
In that case,
Zhang Lingyu looked back at the past.
Whether Lin Mo had gone to kill demons or to go to a domain gate,
he had always had a life-saving weapon in his hands.
Sure enough, from the very beginning,
Lin Mo had always been very protective of his life.
She just hadn't noticed it herself. Outside the western region country,
for different teams were speeding towards the border of China.
K of Spades, there are people from other organizations on both sides of us. What should we do now?
Chen Xiaoming looked at the teams on both sides, and there were quite a few of them. It hadn't been long since they went back last time,
and they set off once again. Only this time,
there were more people coming, especially the core figures were much more than last time.
Ace of Spades, why don't you just open the passageway and take us there? A man wearing a mask said. Square piece J, pay attention to your identity.
Chen Xiaoming was a bit dissatisfied with the other party's tone of voice,
actually commanding him. He was the Ace of Spades,
but he was one of the foremost central people in the organization. Of course, the reason for being valued was simply because of his ability,
not his strength.
Square piece J closed his mouth.
Chen Tianyi glanced at the people around her,
and skimmed her mouth in dissatisfaction.
This time, there were actually so many people here. How could she still go to see her brother Ling Chia? They don't need to care. Although the missions are conflicting, they are now outside of the country. The others didn't say anything. After all, in terms of strength, no one present was better than Chen Tianyi. As for the Ninth Order professionals in their organization, there were definitely some.
Where exactly they had gone was not clear.
50 kilometers away from the border, Chen Tianyi stopped with his men. The Ace of Spades is yours next.
Got it. Chen Xiaoming skimmed his lips and glanced at the others.
Another troublesome way to go.
He closed his eyes and sensed that there was a domain gate just 10 kilometers away from here.
Head towards the right side. The group moved directly away from the predetermined route.
The other squad saw this and although they had doubts but still rushed towards the location of the borderline.
In a forest, a disaster-level domain gate appeared in front of the crowd. Follow me in.
Chen Xiaoming walked in front to lead the way,
and after entering,
he did not go deeper, but began to cast his abilities in place. The demonic chi in space swarmed in front of Chen Xiaoming forming a piece like a mirror a black gate.
The center of the gate shattered, revealing the black space. The disaster-level gate can provide too little energy. At most it can travel about 300 kilometers, but it's enough.
Chen Xiaoming casually babbled as he sensed it. He stepped directly into the gate. The others followed closely behind,
and after a 10-minute journey, they stepped out.
One of the members took out his cell phone and pulled up a map.
That's right, we've entered the territory of China.
The eyes of the others looking at Chen Xiaoming were filled with shock that they could actually come over.
Chen Xiaoming didn't feel a thing about it.
If I let you guys know that I can cross 500 kilometers without the use of a gate, I don't know what you'll think.
Alright, we can rely on you guys for the rest.
My energy can only support such a long distance.
Chen Tianyi looked towards Chen Xiaoming. Not bad, not bad, that's how to hold them up. A black snake slashed down Chen Tianyi's back and rushed straight into the domain gate. Great job, how about this? No one should expect it to be me. A tattered plaque coupled with a tattered doorway. And the room was also tattered. Just ask how else would this be discovered? Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu glanced at each other, further understanding this point of Lin Mo's life-sparing. Who in their right mind would mess up like this? I don't think anyone would find it. Even if people from the major organizations were looking in Fengjing, they wouldn't be able to find this place. Hearing Ling Qi say this, Lin Mo became more satisfied. Then that means my efforts weren't in vain. By the way, Sister Zhang, 5th rank defense equipment also helped me get it. Preferably magic character equipment. Chapter 77, Washing and Upgrading. Ah, good, but I'm not sure if it will work. It worked last time, but no one knows if it wasn't an accident. Zhang Lingyu didn't dare to speak too dead. It's fine, you guys give it a try. I don't think it should be a big problem. What about that demon organization that could even mass-produce it? It means that this method is feasible. Lin Mo glanced at his points. Without realizing it, he had almost 5 million points. It was also time to try to see if he could boost the system. Once it was plus 50, once it was plus 100. I just don't know if plus 150 is also able to be upgraded. It would be even better if another ability appeared. Big brother Ling Qi, how do you guys change places? I'm having a good time finding this. Chen Tianyi controlled the snake to find this place. If it wasn't for being able to sense Ling Qi's aura, she really wouldn't have been able to find the place. Tianyi, did something happen again? Ling Qi's heart thumped. The last time he came he told a thing of that magnitude. This time it shouldn't be even worse than last time. It's nothing. It's just that our organization has arrived in China and is now in the western region. Our target is Kyoto. I think the other organization's target should be Kyoto as well. You can prepare some more people to stand guard. Don't worry. This we will. That. I'll find a way to make a trip to Fengjing when I'm done with things. Can we go shopping? Lin Mo's eyes widened. He actually saw petulance from the snake. Of course. Ling Ji nodded. As long as it didn't affect his work, he certainly wanted to spend some time with Chen Tianyi. Aha, I'll be going then. The black snake instantly turned into a puddle of black water and then dissipated. Looks like I'm still safe here. Lin Mo wasn't worried at all now. That's true, but you still need to be more careful. Zhang Lingyu didn't feel that things were that simple. Apart from the common professionals, there were also some special professionals who had thousands of strange abilities. In case someone appeared who could find Lin Mo's location, that would not be good. Lin Mo thought about it and was right. Then he'd better hurry up and go strengthen his equipment. I'm going to work. Are you guys going back or staying here? Of course I'm staying here. Wherever Lin Mo was they were going to be. Apart from them, Zi Yang's 3 teams had also returned, and were less than a kilometer away from here at this time. They were guarding the 3 directions respectively. Alright, Lin Mo came into the room and that screen returned to its post once again. Only this room was very small, and there was no counter arranged directly in front of it. Lin Mo took out the reinforcer, taking out the phantom dive attack that had just been strengthened to 100. Magic, SM500 revolver, epic, plus 100. Success rate, 16. 51%. Whether or not to strengthen. Ding. Minus 83. 490 points. Reinforcement successful. It hurts too much. It really hurts too much. Strengthening once is more than 80,000 points. 50 times would require at least 5 million points. Lin Mo looked at his points somewhat sheepishly. More than 5 million should be enough. If Chen Junjing knew that Lin Mo used something that could strengthen 12 plus 100 weapons to strengthen a plus 150 weapon, he would have hugged Lin Mo's thighs and let out a cry. Minus 82,000. Minus 83,000. Minus 74,000. 1 hour later the weapon got to plus 110. 3 hours later the weapon got to plus 120. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. Goo. Forget it. Let's get it tomorrow. Sister Zhang Ling Qi big brother. Let's go eat together. The next day Lin Mo came to the store early. According to yesterday's situation, it was estimated that today it would take a day to strengthen successfully. Of course, Lin Mo could also not care about the points. Then the speed would be faster. He also wanted to, but his strength didn't allow it. He thought that more than 5 million points were enough. But who would have thought that he would have to be so stingy even to strengthen a piece of equipment? Lin Mo felt more and more that there was an upper limit to the level of strengthened equipment. And this upper limit was the upper limit of his points. Ling Qi's team had bought the house next door, and it was still the same as before. Those 4 people were next door. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu accompanied Lin Mo in this room. Lin Mo took a deep breath and started his journey of spending points. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of using the 7-colored strengthening stone, but that strengthening stone was just too special. and Lin Mo didn't have many left on hand. Of course, if he talked to Chen Junjung, the other party would definitely be able to give it to him. It was just that he didn't want to. Maybe he would come across a suitable forbidden weapon in the future. Those 7-colored strong fossil stones he had already reserved a place in his mind, due to the fact that the plaque had been changed and the house had gone through the process of being made old. Coupled with the location, the people outside wouldn't even take a look at it. Have you noticed that Lin Mo's strengthening speed has become much slower this time? Listening to the sound of successful reinforcement that would only ring out at long intervals, Zhang Lingyu was a bit puzzled. Ling Qi rubbed his chin. Not sure. Maybe it's strengthening a higher weapon. Thinking of this, Ling Qi couldn't help but think of that weapon that he couldn't even use. It was outrageous. This time it was going to be strengthened even higher. Who would be able to use this kind of weapon? At 12 noon, Lin Mo was still standing behind the screen without a hint of wanting to come out. At this time the weapon had already reached 130. I hope I'm thinking right, otherwise this weapon will be for nothing. After all, it cost more than 5 million points. This wasn't just the first time Lin Mo had thought about the points. As long as every time he successfully strengthened it, Lin Mo would think about the hard-earned 5 million. Indeed it wasn't easy. How much equipment had he strengthened and how many people had he made contribute to him? Until 7 o'clock in the evening, as the last ding rang out, a plus 150 weapon was successfully released. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening plus 150 equipment for the first time. The system level has increased, and the shuffle function has been upgraded. What a wonderful sound. Luckily, he guessed correctly. If this was wrong, he would probably cry to death in the toilet. Lin Mo hurriedly opened the system's personal information. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 66,123. Skills, drawing, shuffling, strengthening success rate, plus 310%. He didn't know what the scrub function had been upgraded to, but he only knew that the reinforcement success rate had directly increased by 200%. The original success rate is 10%, but in his case it is 41%. I'm not sure who else to ask. The most important thing was that it could save him a lot of points. Points were his life now. Lin Mo opened the shuffle function and tapped on the introduction. Holy, is it so gripping? What's so gripping? Zhang Lingyu stood behind him with a puzzled face.